In the year 4623, I'm Hesta, an 11-year-old girl living in a convent. Today, a group of us kids, dressed in gray robes, went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables under the watch of Sister Girding, a strict nun. I was walking behind a boy named Bo Hung when he found a mushroom, which looked a little unusual. He explained it to me, and we both went on, but then we had to stop when we heard a bell. Sister Girding was calling us to gather. We saw a girl named Falon holding a bloodied squirrel that had been hurt by a vulture. Sister Girding started a prayer for it, but I didn't understand why we had to bury it. Instead, I suggested that we could eat it or let others who needed it take it to avoid wasting the meat. Sister Girding didn't like my idea at all. She slapped me for questioning her, calling my thoughts evil. I was punished and locked in a cell for a few days. Later, Bo Hung secretly brought me some food from the kitchen. Even though I was locked up, he found a way to help me out, and I felt a little better knowing he cared. I managed to sneak out of the cage again, and Bo Hung came to visit me bringing food, cold potatoes, cheese, and some mushrooms. I was starving and ate quickly, while he took out an old newspaper and started reading, carefully cutting out articles. He'd been doing this for a while, sneaking in reports from the convent's old papers, since Sister Girding strictly controlled what we could read. He had a special notebook where he kept all his clip stories. We talked about the mushrooms. Bo Hung explained how he knew they were safe to eat. Someone had taught him in the past, before he ended up here. He also warned me not to eat wild animals because they could carry diseases, even if they were freshly dead. He mentioned that he wanted to go to the 14th district someday because he believed it might be his home. I was curious about that, and he told me that the district was huge, with many livable areas. It was a place where he felt he might belong. I also shared something about my past, telling him that my tribe, the Hesta, was known for our red hair and our totem animal, which was a horse, not an eagle, as the story said. Bo Hung seemed fascinated by that, writing it down quickly in his notebook. We talked more about the future. He said he wasn't sure what he would do in the 14th district, maybe live in the wilderness again, where he felt free. As for me, I told him I wanted to find someone very important to me, though I couldn't say who just yet. But before I could explain more, the door to the confinement room suddenly opened. It was Sister Girding. When Sister Girding walked in, she saw the old newspapers scattered around us. She was furious and quickly realized we had been reading and cutting them. Bo Hung tried to shield his scrapbook, but I quickly hid it under some asbestos cloth. Sister Girding raged at us, reminding us that we weren't allowed to read such things because they could corrupt our minds and lead us astray. Bo Hung tried to explain, but she didn't listen. She was especially angry because Bo Hung had been cutting out articles, and when she saw the missing pieces, her fury grew. After a tense moment, she locked Bo Hung in the cage again. Then she turned to me. She ordered me to follow her to the headmistress's room, saying the headmistress had heard about what happened and wanted to talk to me. As we walked, Sister Girding seemed unusually upset, and I noticed her red eyes. When we reached the headmistress's room, she told me not to mention Bo Hung's situation to her. She also warned me not to make the headmistress worry. Once inside, I was hit by a strange, foul smell. The room was dimly lit by a candle, and I noticed the headmistress's desk was covered in dust. When I heard her voice from the bed, I quickly went to her side, expecting a normal conversation. But when she spoke of the squirrel I had wanted to eat earlier, I felt embarrassed. However, the headmistress surprisingly said that eating the squirrel wasn't wrong, and she even showed me a decayed blood mouse in her hand, revealing the true source of the room's awful smell. The bed was covered in the carcasses of dead squirrels. The headmistress, looking gaunt and unsettling, smiled at me, her face twisted in a disturbing way, as she told me to eat the squirrel if I wanted to. It was clear now that something was terribly wrong with her. I tried to pull away from the hand holding the dead mouse, but it kept pushing closer to my face. The headmistress, Elma, was smiling oddly, and her arms, wrapped in bandages, seemed unusually thick. I asked her what was happening, but she just stared at me and mumbled something about me wanting to eat. The air felt heavy with a sense of death. When she wasn't looking, I tried to run, but before I could say anything, She shoved the rotten meat into my mouth. Her arms wrapped around me with terrifying strength, squeezing the air from my lungs. The smell and the sensation of suffocation made everything go hazy. In desperation, I bit down hard, using my sharp teeth to tear through her bandages. She threw me against a wardrobe, and when I hit the ground, something fell out. It was a dead body. It was Fula, one of my old friends, and her back was sewn with black crow wings. Elma was smiling even more as she called Fula a little demon. That's when I understood. Elma was no longer the kind, gentle headmistress I knew. She had the shell disease, which turned people into dangerous, mindless creatures. I was face to face with a monster. Elma grabbed me again, tightening her grip around my neck. My vision blurred as I struggled to breathe. But before I could lose consciousness, a loud crash echoed through the room. Sister Girding burst in, holding a wooden chair, and hit Elma in the head with it. The attack stunned her, and the pressure on my neck loosened, allowing me to gasp for air. Sister Girding screamed at me to run, and though I could barely move, I saw Elma and the sister blocking the way to the door. The only escape was a window, but before I could reach it, Elma grabbed a knife and stabbed me in the ankle. I fell, but in that moment, everything slowed down. I watched helplessly as Elma raised the knife to strike again, but before it could land, I saw Girding's arm being cut off. The blood splattered as Elma, in a frenzy, grabbed a pen and stabbed Girding in the shoulder. Girding told me to escape, and with her last strength, she pushed me out of the window just as the glass shattered, spraying blood everywhere. I barely managed to escape, and I now realized what had been happening. Elma had become one of these shells, people infected by the shell disease, who turned into violent, soulless creatures, driven by their past lives and desires. I managed to survive, but the horror of what happened still lingers in my mind. I was hiding in the dark, trying to stay silent as my body trembled with fear. Elma, the headmistress, had become something terrifying, and I had to make a decision, either wake up the children or call for help. But with most of the children being over 14 and not many adults left in the convent, waking them up might make things worse. So I decided to call the shell hunters and notify them of the danger. I remembered the path to Sister Girding's office, where I could make the call. But as I tried to run there, a chilling thought struck me. Elma might already be waiting for me there. A cold wave of dread washed over me, but I couldn't stop. I had to act quickly. When I finally reached the office, I saw the horrific scene. Girding and Fula were dead, blood everywhere. I rushed to the old phone, my hands shaking uncontrollably as I tried to dial. I knew time was running out. Just as I dialed the final number, I heard a loud crash behind me. Elma, or rather, the creature she had become, appeared in the doorway with a knife, ready to finish me off. My heart raced as I spoke into the phone, calling for help, but then I felt a sharp pain in my chest. The knife from earlier had been driven into me, but I didn't collapse. I held onto the creature with all my strength, refusing to let go. I managed to send a message before I felt everything around me start to fade. It was then that I felt an intense pain followed by an eerie calm. My thoughts were muddled, and I slipped between nightmares and strange dreams. In the dream, I was back at the convent, holding a stack of newspapers, just like when I was a child. But everything felt wrong. Eventually, I woke again in the dream, at the door to Elma's room. I was small again, barefoot and innocent, carrying the papers. Inside, there was a familiar smell of pine, and Elma seemed kind again, just as I remembered. But the peaceful scene quickly shifted, and I realized that everything had changed. The little girl paused, looked up, and asked, "What is anthropology, Dean?" "It's a discipline, Hesta." Alma said softly, "I know very little about it. I only know that their research topics involve human culture, social structure, institutional ethics, etc. Before the Great Power Outage, it was a very prosperous branch of social science." "Really?" Hesta's eyes returned to the book. "What do they do every day?" Alma thought for a while. "I guess, just like what it says on the cover, they will go to the wilderness." Hesta blinked his eyes. "Does he go out to pick wild vegetables every day like us?" Dean almost shook her head. They would go to explore some ancient tribes, live and talk with some people living in the jungle, and try to understand their culture. Sometimes, anthropologists would also go to some cave sites where primitive people lived. They are the ones who try to explain where human civilization began and where it ended. Hesta flipped through the old book in front of him with great interest. Do they have the answer?
Well,
How should I put it? Alma smiled. It's not something that can be explained in a few words. But Miss Girding said that only lies are complicated and cumbersome, and the truth is always simple and does not need too much verbal embellishment. Hester raised his head again. Is that so? Alma giggled again. Yes, Jane. Miss Girding is right, of course. The old man reached out and quickly turned the book back to the appendix at the end. But I just read an answer this morning. It may not be so concise. Do you want to hear it? Yes. Hesta answered loudly. The old woman picked up the girl again to prevent the hyperactive girl from sliding off her lap. She held Hesta's fingers and led her to read the sentences in the book bit by bit. The difficult and advanced vocabulary in the book made young Hesta frown, and her fingers moved slowly on the paper like a snail. Alma read softly. Many years ago, someone asked anthropologist Mina Delide which clue among all the archaeological discoveries today could best mark the birth of human civilization. People expected her to talk about stone tools, murals, or fossilized wheat with traces of cooking, but Ms. Delide did not. She said that the first sign of civilization should be a broken and healed femur. Hesta looked up. What is a femur, Dean? It's the thigh bone. Alma patted Hesta's thigh gently. Right here. Hesta lowered his head again and took the initiative to read the following text. Ms. Delide said that in the wilderness, an animal with a broken leg will always die soon. They will either die of thirst, hunger, or will soon become a meal for other beasts. And if they have to find food and avoid danger at the same time, then the injury to their femur will not heal. However, we did find a femur that was once broken and healed, which means someone spent a long time taking care of him. They stopped his bleeding, fixed his wound, took him to a safe place, and gave him food and water. When we are in a difficult situation, but we can still help each other, this is the starting point of civilization. Yes, Jane. Alma smiled and hugged Hesta tightly in her arms. When we are in a difficult situation, but we can still help each other, this is the starting point of our civilization. Hesta felt herself surrounded by a warm hug, and she smiled as well. But everything around him suddenly changed. The warm afternoon sun quickly dissipated. The neat desk was covered with dust in an instant. The sunlight dimmed, and a familiar fear rose in his heart. Hesta lowered his head and saw that Dean Alma's hand holding him was wrapped in bandages again. Eat it. The familiar voice became cold, and a bandaged hand suddenly stretched into Hesta's mouth. Eat it. At the peak of panic, everything came to a halt. She suddenly felt a deep pain, as if every joint in her body and every inch of her skin was burning. Hesta finally realized that she was immersed in a dream before. In the dream, she returned to the afternoon a few years ago when she read with Dean Alma. The image of the kind old man and chelating were intertwined in her mind. Which one was the dream? She adjusted her breathing slightly and tried to get up, but soon she found it difficult. She was blindfolded at the moment, and although she couldn't see anything, Hesta could still feel the bright white light above her head, and at the same time, there was also the smell of some disinfectant. Are you awake? A female voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Don't move. Don't open your eyes. You are in the hospital now. You are safe. Hesta's body trembled. Relax. Breathe. The voice said again, don't be afraid. These pains are normal. The blood from the chelate splashed into your eyes, so we did some treatment. It will take some time to remove the gauze on your eyes. Hesta wanted to speak, but the sound that came out of her mouth was a murmur that she couldn't even hear clearly, and it was followed by an equally severe pain in her throat. Do you want to speak? If you want, just move your fingers. Hesta's 10 fingers were all slightly stretched out. The woman smiled. The doctor said that your throat has a slight acid attack, probably from the chelate bite. They've applied medication, and you'll probably be back to normal tomorrow. Hesta listened quietly. This woman's voice was different from Alma's and Miss Girding's. She spoke very quickly, and her tone was always flat. Every sentence that came out of her mouth ended short and crisply, without any dragging of the sound or unnecessary changes in tone. Hesta heard the sound of a chair being dragged beside her, and the woman sat down beside her bed. I know you probably have a lot of questions to ask, and I'll answer them when you're fully recovered. Now, can you please answer a few questions for me? Of course, you only need to answer yes or no. If you answer yes, don't move. If you answer no, just move your finger. Am I clear? Hesta didn't move. Okay. The woman smiled. Then let's start. Your name is Jane Hesta? You were born in the wasteland south of Tawny City, in the area of Short Lane? You were born in 4612, and you are 11 years old this year. Sister Girding entered the St. Anne's Monastery in 4620, which is when you were 8 years old, right?
And
Chenya suddenly paused for a moment. Are you a Hesta from District 14? Hesta's fingers suddenly moved. The woman glanced at Hesta. Do you want to answer no, or I don't know? If you don't know, keep moving your fingers. If you don't know, don't move. Hesta was quiet. I don't know. The woman waited for a long time, and when she saw that Hesta didn't move, she lowered her head and smiled. Haha, there is no suspense about the issue of discrimination. Who else would have such red hair, except the Hesta people? But since you don't even know if you are a Hesta person, who gave you this surname? Hesta stretched out her hand again with all her strength. Okay. The woman looked at her. After you called the police, we arrived at the scene about 3 minutes later. The whole monastery was already on fire. We quickly found and dealt with Dean Alma, who is ill, but firefighting is not our specialty. Although the fire brigade of Tawny City immediately started to rush over, there was a mountain road in between, so it was too late to put out the fire anyway. But you don't have to worry too much. Before the fire engulfed the entire building, my colleagues and I had taken all the children in the living room away from the monastery, so the casualties caused by the chelate this time were not serious. Hesta's breathing became heavy, and she had strong doubts in her heart. What about Bohung in the confinement room? Did you find him and rescue him? However, she could not speak, nor could she express herself. I will come to see you again in a while. The woman reached out and touched Hesta's head again. My name is Chiba Masaki, and I am the leader of the 403 team under the Chelate Hunting and Epidemic Prevention Organization AGES. Nice to meet you. A month later, Hesta was discharged safely from the hospital. During this month, every day she woke up early as she did in St. Anne's Monastery, but this time, she no longer had to get dressed and get out of bed quickly to ring the morning bell. She spent most of the time blindfolded, alone in a hospital bed, feeling the pain slowly extinguishing in her body. Hesta thought back to the past. At some points, she even had some vague hallucinations. Everything that happened that night was not real. It was just a nightmare. Maybe after waking up, everything would be the same as before. It was not until 2 weeks later that Chiba came to see her for the second time. At that time, Hesta still could not see, but she was able to speak. That day, Chiba brought an invitation letter to Hesta to join her organization. Chele Hunter? Hesta took it suspiciously. Me?
Chiba laughed.
I haven't heard anyone call us Chelate Hunters for a long time. As expected of a monastery that practices asceticism. This name was only used a few centuries ago. Then what should we call you? Hesta's fingertips touched the words AGES on the top of the invitation. What does this abbreviation stand for? AHGA, Chiba explained quickly. The full name is Anti-Homogenization Agent, which refers specifically to those humans who can rely on their own talents to resist the erosion of chelation disease. Because this name is too difficult to pronounce, and it happens to contain HG, in informal occasions, people mostly call us Mercury Needles. Perhaps you have heard this name somewhere before? Mercury Needles. Hesta repeated in a low voice. The name made the girl feel somewhat familiar. Chenya looked at Hesta and continued, You can think of this identity as a talent. There are 1.9 billion people living in this world, but there are only about 4,000 Mercury Needles. In other words, the probability of becoming a Mercury Needle is about 1 in a million. On the night we killed the chelate, We suspected that there might be a gifted child in the Abbey of St. And because the chelate showed signs of slight poisoning, this is probably because it was contaminated with or consumed the blood of mercury needle. Although you are indeed seriously injured, the chelation disease spores in your body have basically all metabolized themselves in the first week. In other words, you are also like us and you will never be infected with chelation disease, Miss Hesta. Hesta's voice was calm. Is there something wrong? Ha ha ha, it's impossible to be wrong. Qianye rubbed his nose. Although the current chelation disease is not as active as it was a decade ago, but we still urgently need new people. Are you willing to join us? At that time, Hesta, who was still blindfolded, frowned and did not answer. Of course, this is a very important decision. I have to give you some time to think about it, right? Chiba smiled. Our job here is high risk, but the good news is that you can apply for retirement when you are 25 years old, although in most cases, Miss Chiba? Hesta turned his head in the direction of Chiba. Can I ask you a few questions? Go ahead. Behind the main church of St. Anne's Monastery, there is a row of old houses. There is a confinement room on the northernmost side of the second floor. On the night of the incident, a 14-year-old black-haired boy was locked up there. Is he safe? I don't have much impression. Let me ask. Qianye stood up and went to the corridor outside to make a phone call. When she came back, Hesta immediately turned to her and asked, "How is it?" Qianye pondered for a moment. Two bad news and one good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Hesta's face turned pale. Bad news. The search team members at the time did consider the possibility of missing someone, so they went into each of the buildings in St. Anne's Monastery one by one. They even went to the basement, but they didn't find anyone except you. Hesta's breathing became rapid, and she suddenly felt a sore nose, and the tip of her nose began to slowly turn red. And the good news is, Chiba continued, according to the news from the security team, in addition to the chelate, there were only 2 bodies found at the scene, one old man and one child. I think you should know who they are. Hesta was startled for a moment. Yes, she knew. It was poor Sister Girding and Frosan. Didn't find the third person? Yes, no. Then, what is the other bad news? Qianye looked directly into Hesta's eyes wrapped in gauze. This can't be considered news. It's more like a guess. When we arrived at the monastery, chelate was lurking in the confessional behind the main church, which is very close to the confinement room you mentioned. After Qianye's explanation, Hesta finally understood what she meant. During the 3 minutes when the mercury needles were absent, Bohung was likely attacked. There are many explanations for the no body at the scene. The most likely one is that he may have fallen into the rapids under the cliff where the St. Anne's Abbey is located in the chaos, which is indeed very likely to leave no body. Don't be too desperate, he may still be alive. If you can provide more information about this boy, we can help you look for him in the Sever Mountains. This is what Chiba said at the time. Now, more than half a month has passed since the incident, and Hesta has not heard from Bohung again. The fire burned away most of the traces of that night, and no one knows the whereabouts of Bohung. Today, Hesta's injury has fully recovered. She changed into the clothes that Qianye prepared for her and sat alone in the corridor of the hospital waiting for Qianye to pick her up. Hey, have you removed the bandage on your eyes? The familiar female voice came from the end of the corridor. Hesta looked sideways and saw a tall young woman. This was the first time Hesta saw Chiba Masaki after removing the bandage from his eyes. She was wearing men's khaki overalls and a simple gray and white cotton shirt. She had a pair of frameless glasses on her nose with light yellow pentagonal lenses. The gray eyes behind them looked very sharp. Qianye has black hair tied in a high ponytail. She has a mouse gray coat draped over her arms and a pair of black boots on her feet. This is Chiba Masaki, who is 20 years old. Hesta stood up. Ms. Chiba? It's our first meeting. Please give me your guidance. Chiba extended her hand to Hesta, and Hesta gently shook it. She felt that Chiba's hand had a very special texture. Let's go. I'll take you to the monastery. Chiba shook the car keys in her hand. It just so happens that I picked up a new car today. Chiba's new car is a burgundy old hatchback. The console inside the car has been modified by her. She loves the design of brass levers, and she has replaced the windows, air conditioning, and radio operating consoles with levers. There was a smell of tobacco in the car, and in the gap between the window and the console, Hesta saw a half-smoked pack of ladies' cigarettes. You smoke? Do you mind? Chenya started the car. I can do it in front of you. It doesn't matter. The two did not speak again along the way until they were near the border of the Severn Mountains, where a group of people in white protective suits stopped them. These people, wearing badges of the 3rd District Security Team, set up a roadblock on the main road. Chenya showed his credentials, and they were allowed to pass. Is the road closed?
Hesta asked.
Yes, there have been no new cases of chelation disease in the habitable area of the 3rd District for almost 10 years. The higher-ups take this very seriously, Chenya replied. In the future, this area of the Severn Mountains should be designated as a new quarantine area. No one is allowed to enter or leave unless necessary. Hesta looked at the scenery outside the car window. It gradually became familiar from being unfamiliar. Hesta felt her eyes getting hot. This car was taking her to the place where she had lived for more than 3 years, a place that was destined to become desolate. We're here. The car stopped near the top of the mountain, and Chiba and Hesta got out together. From a distance, Hesta could see the stone roof of the church that had been burned black. The two walked side by side, and Chenya took the initiative to speak. More than 20 children in the monastery have been sent to the public nursery. Someone will take care of them. Hesta heard it, but did not respond. She walked along the stone corridor, passed through the collapsed church, and headed towards the confinement room. The 2-story old house was completely dark, but it still maintained its basic architectural structure. When I returned to the confinement room, the wooden door had long been burned to ashes. Only a month had passed, and grass had grown in the cracks of the wall. As Hesta crossed the stone threshold, she saw 3 or 4 oddly shaped iron cages before her. Their steel bars had melted in the fire. Hesta walked silently to the iron cage where Bohung was originally imprisoned. She knelt on the ground and reached under the cage. In the ashes, she touched the asbestos cloth wrapped around Bohung's clippings. Its surface was still damp from the rain of the past few days. For a moment, Hesta's limbs were a little stiff. If Bohung escaped on his own, there was no reason for him not to take the book with him. What is this? Chenya was about to ask, when she saw a few tears falling on the asbestos cloth one after another. Hesta still had his back to her and did not turn around. The girl opened the asbestos cloth, and the clipping book inside still retained its original shape, but the entire book had been carbonized. Both the news from District 14 that Bohung had carefully cut out and the handwriting he left inside were no longer recognizable. Chenya didn't ask any more questions. I'll go downstairs and smoke a cigarette. Wait, Miss Chenya. Hesta turned around, her eyes red. Do you know the reason? About this infection. The specific report hasn't come out yet. We'll have to wait until next week. Chenya frowned slightly, but I have a guess. Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
We detected some chelating bacteria spores in the jungle of Mount Severn. Although the concentration is very low and inhalation will not cause disease. But this at least shows that before Dean Alma was infected, there were chelating activities in this area. Does your dean usually have much contact with wild animals? Hesta was stunned for a moment. She lowered her head, and after a long time she answered, sometimes there are some injured animals. Like baby birds. If the dean encounters them, he will take care of them. It won't be birds. Chelation disease only occurs in mammals. Chiba said, I guess it's squirrels, mice, and the like. There are quite a lot of them in this area. Hesta looked at Chenya. If Dean Alma is infected with chelation disease, she will feel it herself. Right? Yes, that's right. I don't understand. Hesta murmured. Then why?
Didn't she say anything?
Huh. Chenya raised his hand and scratched his head. This is not something that can be explained in a few words. When Hesta heard these words, she felt that their fates overlapped. She was quiet for a while. Miss Chiba, are you willing to talk to me in detail?
Well,
of course. Chiba pointed to the door, but let's talk in the car. It looks like it's going to rain again. Okay. From Chiba, Hesta heard for the first time the ins and outs of chelation disease. This terrible infectious disease originates from a fungus that grows in deep-sea areas, Coccidioides polydontii. Its variant that grows on land is called chelating bacteria. The deep-sea multi-toothed bacteria look like jellyfish. They usually lurk in the sea below 200 meters and only float to shallow seawaters during the breeding season. The mycelium of Bacillus multidentatus is generally no more than 5 millimeters, and 99.3% of its body is water. It was originally just an ordinary species among the many fungal organisms on the seabed. However, in the dark and high-pressure underwater world, it began a long endosymbiosis with certain biflagellate organisms and eventually evolved into a type of parasitic cystis. These cysts cannot survive without the polydentate bacteria, and their survival and reproduction are completely dependent on these tiny, sand-like fungi. Through the cysts, these deep-sea fungi suddenly became ferocious. Gradually, the multi-toothed coordinating bacteria began to manipulate mammals that were hundreds or thousands of times larger than them. Once the mammals in the sea were infected, their bodies completely became breeding grounds for the multi-toothed coordinating bacteria. During this period, the animals would actively approach their own kind and release pathogenic spores to them. When the insides of the animals had been devoured, their remains would swell like balloons and explode, sending the multi-toothed coordinating bacteria to further waters for the last time. For a long time, this was only a problem that troubled some marine scientists and animal protection organizations until the first case of infection among human fishermen occurred near the Cook Islands in the Longtail Ocean in 4412. Initially, the patient felt persistently depressed, lazy, unwilling to do things and avoid socializing, and had severe insomnia. These are typical symptoms of depression. So, after seeing a doctor, the patient quickly got a diagnosis of depression and started taking medication, but it didn't work. This symptom lasted for about a month, and the patient's mood suddenly returned to normal. Not only that, he began to become extroverted and lively. However, people soon discovered the abnormality. The first to be killed were his wife and children. The patient chopped off the skulls of his relatives with an axe and hid their bodies in the closet. He seemed to be possessed by a demon and began to extend his evil claws to his neighbors. His evil deeds were discovered when he tried to forcibly take away a neighbor's child. When people took off his gloves, they found that his arms below the elbows had become as thick as his thighs and turned a frightening bright red. In the first week after being captured, the world's first chelation disease patient died in a local hospital due to massive bleeding, but chelation disease had already begun to spread rapidly around the world. Chelation is often highly contagious in the early stages of infection. About 2 hours after infection with pathogenic spores, the patient's body fluids are already capable of infecting others. The pathogenic spores enter the body fluid circulation through the mucous membranes and accumulate near the capillaries in the brain. During this process, the most striking change is a sharp drop in serotonin in the body. This is also the reason why the initial symptoms of the disease are similar to those of depression. Then, the chelated cyst zygote inside the spore gradually develops and matures to form an oocyst. The nucleus and cytoplasm inside the oocyst divide and proliferate repeatedly to produce thousands of sporozoites. Until the oocyst ruptures, they finally come out in droves, directly breaking through the blood-brain barrier at the physical level and completing the control of brain activity. The moment the blood-brain barrier is breached is the moment when the patient completely loses his mind and becomes a puppet of the chelating bacteria. Even if the patient still retains the ability to socialize and take care of himself for a short time, he can hardly be called a human being. Chelates are natural criminals who revel in killing, even though it does little to further spread the pathogenic spores and may even expose their own illness prematurely. They still enjoy doing it. Chiba drove the car and took Hesta for a final ride in the Severn Mountains. She slowly recounted the history of chelation. Under a towering tree, she stopped the car, lit a cigarette by the window, and whispered, "But this is not the most terrifying part of chelation." Hesta looked at her, waiting for her next words. Chienya continued, "Before the onset of the disease, patients with chelation disease will not sneeze or have a fever. Even if they are tired and weak inside, they can pretend to be positive in front of others. There is only one way for humans to verify whether a person is infected: extracting cerebrospinal fluid. In other words, before being diagnosed, it is difficult for outsiders to judge whether there are patients around based on some clear symptoms. This has greatly increased people's fear of chelation. During the period when chelation was rapidly spreading, no one dared to show their tiredness in front of others. Once a person seemed to have lost vitality, he would be considered a potential chelation patient. In that era, this was the most terrifying.
Why?
Lynching. Chinya whispered, there are spontaneously formed chelate scavengers all over the world. They will tirelessly hunt down people who are determined to be infected with chelation bacteria. Many people have been mistakenly killed. In addition to the depression patients mentioned above, there are also quite a few introverted and inarticulate people. If this is the case for suspected patients, the life of those who have been diagnosed is even more difficult. Due to the extreme fear of chelation patients, many people confuse the cause and effect, believing that only those with filthy and dirty hearts will be corroded by chelation bacteria. People cannot accept the possibility that they may also commit such evil deeds. They would rather believe that chelation patients are born evil murderers, so they are chosen by the devil. But in this way, even those patients who have recovered after active treatment cannot return to their original normal life. This is also the reason why most chelation patients who have clearly felt the changes in themselves refuse to seek medical treatment until the disease breaks out. I suddenly remembered that you grew up in a monastery, and you must have heard those stigmatizing reasons many times. Hester remembered what Sister Girding had said. She remained silent and said nothing. In short, many people experienced incredible bullying at that time. Chinya exhaled a puff of cigarette. There is also an interesting data, ahaha, maybe it can't be called interesting. About 31% of chelation patients, after realizing that they may be infected with chelation disease, will carry a sharp weapon with them. Scissors, daggers, even axes. Do you know why? Hesta's body trembled uncontrollably.
Why?
Because they are afraid that they are really infected, but they dare not verify it, so they prepare a sharp weapon and plan to commit suicide when necessary. However, these things often become the first tools they use to commit evil after they become ill. The girl bit her lower lip. In short, we have paid a very painful price to stop chelation. In recent years, chelation has begun to spread in the wilderness, and it seems to be on the rise. We need companions very, very much. Chinya looked at Hesta. What do you think? Are you willing to join us? Hesta could not say a word, but nodded stiffly. Then I will take you to the AHGA base in Tani City. You will receive special training there and learn how to identify chelates and fight against them. By the way, I have also contacted the psychological assistance of the support program for you. If there is anything you cannot digest, you can go and talk to the therapist. They will measure your mental state and issue an evaluation opinion on whether you are suitable for joining the combat training. Am I clear? Hesta nodded. Miss Chiba, can you do me another favor? This clipping. Can you find a suitable place to keep it for me? Chinya glanced at Hesta's hand. No problem. The two got back into the car. Hesta looked ahead with a lost gaze. She recalled that the last time she saw the real Dean Alma, she had seen some sadness in the smile on the old man's face. How did Dean Alma feel during the last month of her life? Was it suspicion, fear, regret? Maybe there were other emotions mixed in. She would never know. The gentle and kind Dean became an accomplice of darkness at the last moment of his life, forever trapped in the iron cage woven by himself and the people around him. Hesta suddenly remembered the thigh bone mentioned by the anthropologist, the friendship and mutual assistance that Sister Girding and Abbess Alma always emphasized, and the sentence, when we are in difficult situations, we can still help each other. This is the starting point of our civilization. Perhaps she had never truly understood this sentence, nor had she ever realized that it takes tremendous courage to ask for help when facing someone of the same kind. In fact, the closer the person is, the more difficult it is to talk about. The cigarette between Chinya's fingers was almost burned out. She put the cigarette ace into the ashtray and asked, "Do you have any other questions?" Hesta shook his head. In the next few days, Hesta filled out dozens of forms and underwent a very detailed physical examination. Afterwards, Chiba drove her to the AHGA reserve training base. After Chiba parked the car, he led Hesta towards the office building. The reporting center was on the 4th floor of Building A in the main building. Everyone who came in and out wore formal clothes. Hesta smelled a mixture of ink and perfume, but She didn't hate it. What surprised her was that almost everyone stopped to salute or greet Chiba when they recognized her. After a few greetings with Miss Chiba, most people cast curious glances at Hesta. In this place, Chiba seemed to be a very respected person. Masaki? A voice came from behind the two of them. Hesta turned around first and saw a brown-haired sister who was about the same age as Chiba standing there holding a few books, with a look of surprise on her face. Unlike others who just called out his last name, she called out Chiba's name directly and seemed to be very familiar with him. Sure enough, after turning around, Chiba also shouted Valeni very happily, and the two hugged each other warmly. "This is my old classmate Viking," Chiba said to Hesta. "We chat every day, but I haven't seen each other for several years." Hesta bowed gently as she did in the monastery before. "Nice to meet you, Ms. Viking." "Nice to meet you too." Valeni Viking glanced at the briefcase in Chenya's hand urgently. Miss Hesta." Chiba laughed and went on to introduce. "Valeni is the person in charge of the Psychological Assistance Program for Mercury Needle Reservists. If you encounter any problems at school in the future, just go to her."
Yes.
Valeni extended her hand to Hesta when dealing with children, especially children like Hesta who are 11 or 12 years old. Valeni pays great attention to etiquette. According to her work experience, treating them as adults is sometimes the first step to opening their hearts. Hesta was a little uncomfortable, but still shook hands with Valeni. "Okay," Chiba smiled and handed the document package to Hesta. "Take these documents to the reporting center, and when they have processed them for you, come back to me with the receipt." Hesta took his documents, bowed again to Chiba and the lady named Valeni, and walked towards the office of the reporting center alone. Valeni looked at Hesta's back with some curiosity. "Who is this little girl?" "My guardian." Chenya narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Until she turns 20, I have to take on the responsibility of being her guardian." Valeni was stunned for a moment. "Will you also take the initiative to be a guardian? Then what can I do?" "Before she actually joins Ages, I can't relax." Valeni suddenly reacted. This kid. Is he the one from St. Anne's Monastery some time ago?" "Yes." Chiba smiled, "But I seem to have underestimated the level of procrastination on the part of the gendarmerie." "Remarkable." Valeni turned her head and glanced in the direction where Hesta left. She sighed sincerely. "I heard that when you found the chelate, it was already in a seriously injured state?"
"Yeah."
"Did that kid do it?" "I don't know," Chenya said softly, "but Jane's second awakening has not come yet." "Are you sure?"
"Yes."
Valeni was silent for a moment. "It's really weird." The two of them were chatting by the window until a disturbing sound of footsteps made all the mercury needles on this floor look towards the stairs with some vigilance. Soon, two young men in military police uniforms appeared there. They were led by the guards here and arrived here after passing through layers of gates. When they saw Chiba, they immediately walked quickly forward. "Madam." The soldier in front showed his ID to Chenya and briefly introduced himself. Then they asked directly, "Where is Jane Hesta now?" "I'm her guardian. If you have anything to say, just come to me directly." Ahem. The man took out another order. "It's like this. For the case of St. Anne's Monastery a few days ago, there is still some on-site evidence that needs to be identified by Miss Hesta. We need to take her back. Jane is only 11 years old this year. She is not yet an adult. The tragedy a few days ago has caused great damage to her heart. I don't think it is appropriate to force her to see the relevant evidence at this time." Chenya replied calmly, "After we evaluate her mental condition, we will choose the right time to take her to the police station to cooperate with your official duties. Leave your phone number." The two young soldiers looked at each other. "This is a 5A level special summons. Ma'am, this is the headquarters of HGA. Sir." Chenya raised his hand slowly. "I said you are newcomers." The two young soldiers' hearts moved slightly indeed. They were both new recruits of the same year, and today was their first day at work, and they encountered the 5A special summons issued by their superiors. With this certificate, they could even enter some confidential military areas to conduct searches and inquiries. However, for some reason, after learning the whole story, several seniors in the department were not interested in responding to the call, and the responsibility fell on the two of them. Before they could comprehend the deep meaning of Chenya's words, They felt something passing by their eyes, like a wind blowing dust. The next moment, Chinya changed her posture. She put her hands on her waist, frowned. Wait, where are your special summons? The two were startled, and then they realized that the summons that had just been held in one of their hands was gone. Without the summons, I can't give the person to you, Chinya said coldly. Ms. Chinya. Chinya turned around and saw Hesta standing not far behind her. The file bag that was originally stuffed full in the girl's hand was now empty. In her hand was a piece of very hard white cardboard, on which each newly printed ink information was stamped with a layer of steel. Chiba looked at the two gendarmes in front of him again. Although I admire your courage to come here alone, things still have to be done according to rules and regulations. You can go back and complete the formalities. I'll take you two out. Valeni Viking raised his hand politely, motioning for the two to go in the direction of the elevator. The two soldiers' faces were full of surprise, which soon turned into anger of being teased. However, Chiba had already taken Hesta to the other side of the corridor, and all disputes had nothing to do with them. Chiba took Hesta's information card and quickly scanned the girl's information. Where are we going next?
Hesta asked.
The next step is the last step, which may be a little painful. Chiba raised his right hand and gently rubbed the inside of his wrist. We will implant a chip with numbered information in this position, but don't be afraid of the operation itself, because there will be local anesthesia, so you won't feel it. No anesthesia.
Huh. No anesthesia.
Hesta repeated again. Chinya looked at Hesta. Are you sure?
Yes.
On the semi-open operating table, Hesta sat upright on a padded seat. She stretched her right hand behind the window, where a robotic arm was precisely cutting her thin flesh. Chiba was also wearing a sterile suit, standing a few meters away from Hesta. Looking at Hesta thoughtfully, the girl's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and her face gradually turned pale, which was obviously caused by the pain. After the operation, the two went to another sterile room for observation. Why don't you want anesthesia? Chinya asked. I just don't want to. Chinya looked at Hesta's tired and haggard face and stopped asking questions temporarily. After a while, she suddenly asked, Have you heard the story of Hesta's eagle? Hesta stared at his wrist. I've heard a little bit. How much is a little bit? The Hesta people live in the northern part of District 14, Hesta whispered. They use the eagle as their totem. Ha ha ha, I knew it, Chinya interrupted with a smile. This is a very typical misunderstanding of the Hesta people by the outside world. The eagle is a patron saint, not a totem. Their totem is the horse. Really? Hesta's voice was almost a whisper. This is the first time I know about it. Chinya continued. The Hesta people have a custom. When their children reach the age of 12, they will tattoo an eagle on their wrists to indicate that the child has reached adulthood. How old are you this year? 11. Hesta replied. That's 1 year earlier. Chinya smiled and said, I saw that you didn't want to be anesthetized just now, and I thought it was because of this custom. Hesta whispered, Sister Girding once warned us that these drugs that enter the blood directly will make people's reactions
dull.
Quickly forget everything those old nuns taught you. Chinya folded his arms. You must believe in modern science, Jane. Hesta adjusted her breathing a little, and she looked at Chinya. Would you like to tell me the story of Hesta's eagle just now? Chinya did not answer immediately. Telling a story is not difficult in itself, but telling a story to Hesta in this situation is like a mother taking care of her daughter, or an elder sister taking care of her younger sister. Is it inconvenient? Hesta asked again. The observation room was empty. Chinya looked up and glanced at the clock on the wall in front of her. There were still 20 minutes before the end of the observation. Okay, she answered with a stiff face anyway. Nothing to do. The Eagle of Hesta is a story widely circulated in the snowfield in the north of District 14, Chinya said softly. It is said that a long time ago, there was a huge eagle on the snowfield in the north. Its beak was as big as a mountain and thousands of miles long. When the whole bird flew up, its shadow filled the sky and the earth. The name of this eagle is Hesta. Its shadow has some kind of magic. All creatures in the world can obtain the highest happiness in the world as long as they stop under its shadow. The eagle of Hesta will take off at sunrise with the first ray of morning light, flying from the south to the north of the world, so every day, the new creatures on the earth will bathe in the shadow of this eagle. Therefore, there was no fighting between heaven and earth at that time. All creatures, whether birds or animals, or plants and vines, are immersed in peace and happiness. However, the Hesta eagle was slowly consumed in the process. Gradually, its beak grew from the size of mountains to the size of a lone peak, and then to the size of a lake. During this time, its wings also gradually shrank until it could no longer contain everything in the world. But even so, the Hesta eagle would still take off at every sunrise. Until the last time, it was so old that it could no longer lift its wings, so it fell into the snowy plains of the north. Its wings turned into arms, its claws turned into feet, and it became a human baby. So the sheep and horses on the grassland, as well as the creatures that had been cared for before, all came to feed the child together. In the myth of the Hesta tribe, their ancestors came in this way. Although it's a bit absurd, most myths are like this. Do you like this story? Very interesting. Hesta leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and whispered, "Thank you." At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chiba left the reserve training base. Before leaving, Hesta looked up at the lady who had rescued her from the monastery and was now her guardian, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Chenya squatted down and held Hesta's shoulders with his 2 strong hands. That's it. Hesta stared into Chenya's gray pupils at certain moments, such as now. When her eyes reflected the bright light, her eyes looked almost silver. "Do you have any other suggestions for me?" Hesta asked in a low voice. Chenya frowned, obviously thinking about this question very seriously. After a while, she stood up and touched Hesta's little head. "Nothing else if you have to say something." Chenya stretched out her hand and pinched Hesta's nose, and suddenly laughed. "Don't fall in love too early? Train well. I will always keep an eye on your news. Maybe we'll meet again soon. Goodbye, Jane." Hesta thought about the advice Chiba left and nodded solemnly. "Goodbye, Miss Chiba." After Chiba left, Hesta stood alone behind the transparent window wall on the 4th floor and looked down. Her eyes were always fixed on the exit of the corridor until Chiba appeared there. She watched Chiba walk all the way to the parking lot and watched her open the car door, get in the car, and leave. Valenti, who was delivering documents, soon noticed the girl. "Ms. Hesta?" She walked up to her. "You should take your information card to the dormitory to report." "I know. Thanks for the reminder." Valenti looked in the direction Hesta was staring, but she only saw a few spots on the ground and a rather empty road in the distance. She squatted down and looked at her from a height slightly lower than Hesta. "What are you looking at?" "Ms. Chiba's car." Hesta pointed to the convertible that had brought him here, which had just disappeared at the end of the road. She suddenly recalled the time when she was in the monastery, when she often stood on the church bell tower, overlooking the road in the distance. Every year on the monastery's open day, some families who have been vetted by Sisters Alma and Girding would enter the monastery to adopt the children they have chosen. At that time, she and Buhung would wait together on the bell tower, guessing which children would be selected this year and could leave here with their adopters. New parents mean a new home and a new life. This is part of the monastery's charity, but she and Buhung have never been seen by the adoptive family. Buhung voluntarily stayed in the monastery and was unwilling to leave in this way, and Hesta was never brought to the public for various reasons. At this moment, Hesta's attention was no longer on the pain in her body. She looked far into the distance at the end of the road. Miss Chiba's fast-talking words disappeared into the distance along with the convertible. Now she was standing on a high place again. All the gentle elders and kind friends in the past had left her, and she was still alone. "Don't be afraid." Hesta suddenly felt a pair of hands on her shoulders. She turned around and saw Valenti looking at her with a smile. "I'll take you to the dormitory, okay?" The dormitory building for the reservists is a very retro 4-story building. The first and second floors of the building are home to lounges, training rooms, and a small library. The third and fourth floors are the real dormitory areas. Boys are on the third floor, and girls are on the fourth floor. There are toilets and public bathrooms at both ends of these 2 floors, respectively. Hesta followed Valeni and walked up the old stairs slowly. There was not even an elevator here. There are more than 200 active Mercury lamp soldiers in the entire 3rd district, and there are 67 reservists in Tani City. Except for a few children who are participating in internships, most of them live here. Valeni said with a smile. Where's your room?
Let me see.
It's in number 403, ah. Valeni's voice suddenly stopped, and she suddenly laughed. The last digit of your serial number is 403, and the dormitory you were assigned to is also 403U, and the number 403 are really destined to be together. Valeni's voice was gentle and cheerful. She showed Hesta the 2 fitness areas and the common room on the 1st floor. It was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone was in class in another teaching building, and the entire dormitory area seemed empty. According to Valeni, you have to wait until after 7 in the evening before you can see people coming back one after another. They will stay in the gym and library until 10 o'clock and then go back to the dormitory on the 3rd or 4th floor to sleep. This is what they do every day. However, when passing the bathroom, they both heard a faint sobbing sound. The smile in Valeni's eyes disappeared almost immediately, replaced by a kind of worry caused by concern. She asked Hesta to wait for her there so that she could go and see what was going on, but Hesta still followed her to find the source of the crying. The sobbing and water sounds in the bathroom overlapped. In the corner of the women's locker room, they soon saw a girl huddled in the corner. She was squatting on a wooden bench against the wall in her newly changed short-sleeved shirt, with her face buried in her arms. Her wet brown hair covered most of her face. Valenti recognized her immediately, but did not approach her. Okay, Miss Hesta. Valenti left the place quietly and quickly informed his companions of the news on his mobile phone. Let us go, I'll show you your room. Hesta looked back with some concern. Don't worry about that person just now. Someone will come to see her, but maybe she wants to be alone for a while now. Do you know her? Of course. Valenti smiled. I know everyone here. Her name is Turan, and she also lives in 403. Turan. Hesta remembered this name. She thought for a while. Why is she crying? Well, Valenti thought carefully. I think it's because her time is too short to join the frontline team and directly participate in the battle against the Chelate. She has always wanted to be one of them, just like Masaki. Is she seriously ill? No. Valenti looked at Hesta with some surprise. Why do you ask? You just said that her time is too short.
Ah.
Valenti suddenly realized, and then smiled. That doesn't mean the rest of her life, Miss Hesta. Miss Turan is very healthy and is very diligent in participating in various trainings. She will definitely live for a long, long time. The time I am referring to is the bullet time of each Mercury needle, which directly determines how long they can stay on the battlefield when fighting against the Chelate. Hesta slowed down his pace a little. What is bullet time? Valenti was a little surprised. Didn't Masaki tell you? Hesta shook his head. Valenti, from the time a Mercury needle is discovered to the time it can actually be put into combat, it usually has to go through 2 awakenings. The first usually occurs when it first encounters the Chelate. Bullet time is a talent that all Mercury needles will have after the 2nd awakening. You have seen the Chelate with your own eyes, right? Yes. Valenti paused. When you were facing the Chelate head-on, did you feel anything special? A special feeling. Hesta was silent for a while, and the strange scene of everything slowing down suddenly came to his mind again. A little bit. About 78% of the Mercury needles will feel something strange when they first awaken, usually a burning sensation or pain in the body. Valenti said softly, after the first awakening, the Mercury needles will emit a unique scent, which allows them to be recognized by their own kind. Hesta slowed down her pace, lowered her head with some concern, and sniffed her clothes. Valenti, don't worry. Ordinary people can't smell this kind of smell. Only a small amount of chelates and some Mercury needles with particularly sensitive sense of smell can detect it. What's more, the smell itself is very faint and will disappear after your 2nd awakening. Really? Hesta murmured in a low voice. These are all minor matters, don't worry about them. Valeni continued, after the second awakening, the appearance of bullet time is the most concerned change. It refers to the time that mercury needles can maintain their own combat state. During this period, our speed, strength, vision, hearing will be greatly improved. Valeni continued, so, only mercury needles in the bullet time state can fight against monsters like chelates from the data. The strength of a chelation patient will quickly increase to 10 to 60 times the original after the onset of the disease and last for 1 to 2 weeks. Think about it. An adult can only lift a weight of about 100 to 150 kilograms at most, but for a chelate, especially a chelate transformed from a healthy adult, they can easily lift things within 4 tons. A 100-meter track, an ordinary person needs 12 to 16 seconds to pass, but for a chelate, it is just a moment. Such an enemy. How can ordinary people resist? Humans need mercury needles, at least, so that both sides can fight on a closer level. Valeni said gently, this is also the meaning of our existence. Hesta thought seriously for a while. How long does a mercury needle's bullet time have to be to meet the limit of going to the battlefield? 4 hours. Valeni replied, there will be strict timekeeping during the battle, and everyone will constantly rotate tactics to try to ensure the safety of every mercury needle. Hesta finally understood. Then how long is Ms. Chiba's bullet time, do you know? Haha, of course, her time is almost known to everyone here. Hesta looked at Valenti with some curiosity. 76 hours and 43 minutes. Valenti replied, Mizaki is a legend in this matter. As they were talking, Valenti had already led her to the door of room 403. Valenti handed a door card to Hesta. This is your dormitory. Swipe it yourself. Hesta placed the card close to the identification area next to the handle, and after a sound like gears meshing, the door bounced inward. Hesta pushed the door closer, and the gray floor inside looked like some kind of hard resin material. Her rubber-soled shoes made an uncomfortable sticky sound when she stepped on it. This living room looked to be about 24 or 25 square meters, with a large window about 2 meters high on the wall opposite the door. It was sunset outside the house at the moment, and the south side of the house was immersed in the shadow of the sunset, but a dozen huge sycamore trees outside the window were swaying their newly sprouted crowns in the light and breeze. There were no tall buildings in the distance, and she saw the horizon where the woods and the sky met at a glance. There was a very large rectangular white table placed in the middle of the living room, with some books, pen holders, and small items whose purpose Hesta was not sure were scattered around the edge of the table. Some mirrors propped up on the corners of the table were tilted, making people worry that they would fall to the ground and shatter at any moment. As he passed them, Hesta reached out and pushed the mirror inward. There was a long, old cloth sofa under the window. Hesta knelt on it, holding the back of the sofa, and gently pushed open the window. The evening breeze brought a hint of chill, but the scene before her, like an oil painting, temporarily soothed her anxiety and sorrow. To her right was a protruding balcony that had been converted into an open-plan kitchen. Some cheese, ham, cucumbers, and cherry tomatoes were also scattered on the chopping board, and there were some sauce-stained bowls and dishes piled in the sink nearby. Hesta turned around. Will I live here from now on? Yes, someone will deliver your basic luggage later. Valeni said. Hesta looked away. There were 5 doors beside her, but only 3 had nameplates. 2 of the doors had paper posters on them, one of which was a rock band, and the other was a silhouette of an old man writing at a desk. Your room is the one by the window on the west side. Hesta followed Valenti's instructions and gently opened the door of his own room. The furnishings inside were very simple, with a bed, a wardrobe, a closet, and a window facing south. The view outside the window was a dozen or so sycamore trees in a row. If you need anything else, just write an email to Mr. Weir, who is in charge of logistics. He will try his best to meet your needs in life. Valeni placed a piece of paper filled with living arrangements on Hesta's bed. In addition, we have transferred your basic information to Miss Fletcher, who lives next door to you. She will officially change her job in the second half of the year. During this period, she will help you get familiar with daily training life. Do you have any questions, Miss Hesta? You can call me Jane. Hesta lowered her eyes and said, I do have a question. If my bullet time does not exceed 4 hours, what can I do? Oh, there are many things I can do. Valeni smiled and pointed at himself. For example, like me, I can work as a clerk in the base, or I can become a team doctor, but those are things you need to consider after you are 14 years old. Hesta wanted to ask more details when Valenti's cell phone rang. She picked up the phone, waved to Hesta, and walked out of the room. The golden sunset reflected in her eyes. She picked up the residence guide left by Valenti with her uninjured left hand, read it for a while, and threw it aside again. In the dusk, Hesta was the only one left in the small room. She slowly sat on the soft bed and gently stroked the soft blanket under her. At 11 o'clock late at night, Valeni finally finished organizing the data documents for this season in his office. Working hours like hers are rare in District 3, but rather than making steady progress a little bit at a time every day, Valeni prefers to pick a complete block of time to get everything done in one go. When she was about to turn off her phone and go home, she found a new email in her mailbox. It was from Mr. Weir, who was in charge of logistics. It listed the new items that all the new Mercury Needle employees had applied for from the logistics department as of today. This information and logistics will be shared with the Psychological Assistance Center, where Valenti is located. Generally speaking, in the first 6 months after entering the training base, newcomers rarely raise material demands. On the one hand, this is because the daily necessities provided by AGEs are very detailed and basically cover the details of every aspect of life. On the other hand, it is because most of the children have just survived various tragic accidents and are in a state of extreme anxiety and have no time to take care of other things. Only when they gradually integrate into the life here and gradually develop some trust in the AGE's organization will they ask to purchase some small gadgets besides basic daily necessities, and this behavior, including the items themselves, are information that Valeni and her colleagues need to pay attention to on a daily basis. It is also a basis for assessing the psychological state of the newcomers. Valeni scanned everyone's shopping lists line by line as usual, but when she scrolled to the bottom of the list of items, she let out a slight eh. In the last box was Jane Hesta's name. She had submitted what she wanted today. Jane Hesta's demand email. Hello, Mr. Weir. This is Lovett in the student housing complex, and since new student Jane Hesta doesn't know how to send an email, I wrote her first logistics application for her. Miss Hesta needs a small cast iron chair, preferably dark green, a semicircular wooden side table, suitable for leaning against a windowsill, a double-sided jacquard carpet, preferably white with green patterns, semicircular or square, some wire, red, green, and black cardboard, and a bell-shaped glass jar with a wooden base suitable for the side table.
Thank you.
Nearing midnight, Hesta woke up alone from his soft bed. Around 6 p.m. that day, Mrs. Lovett, the dormitory manager, delivered 3 29-inch packages, one of which was a black suitcase. It contained everything from toiletries to spare clothes. Mrs. Lovett, a woman in her 40s or 50s who looked as affable as Valeni and had short, light blonde hair, helped Hesta send her first email since joining the base. After she left, Hesta didn't pack her luggage at all. She fell on the bed tiredly and fell asleep quickly until the sharp breaking sound suddenly came from the living room, and Hesta suddenly woke up. She sat up slowly and looked towards the living room. It seemed that the mirror she had deliberately pushed together in the afternoon was finally broken. A familiar sobbing and comforting whispers came from the living room outside. Hesta listened in the dark for a while. The crying made her feel very familiar. It seemed to be the one she heard in the bathroom in the afternoon. Hesta quietly got downstairs and heard intermittent conversations coming from the living room. Although she was not sure whether it was a good time to say hello, she already grasped the door handle and turned it downwards. What she didn't expect was that the moment she opened the door, another door across the street also opened. "Excuse me?" A silver-haired girl poked her head out from behind the door. "I have to get up at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to attend special training. Can you guys keep the noise down?" Turan's crying stopped abruptly, but because of the sudden stop, her sobbing became even louder. "Thank you." The door quickly closed again, and in the last moment of the gap, Hesta's eyes briefly met hers. Those were also a pair of blue eyes. Hesta saw 3 metal bone nails on her left eyebrow bone and a complex tattoo pattern on her bare shoulder. With a bang, The girl's face in the shadow disappeared, and only the band poster on her door looked at the three people in the living room with a provocative and teasing look. The girl who had been comforting Turan turned around and asked, "Are you the new person here today?"
Yes.
Hesta nodded. "I'm Liz Fletcher." She smiled helplessly. "Would you like to come to my room and sit down?" A few minutes later, Hesta sat in Liz Fletcher's room with a cup of hot cocoa. Because she was worried that she would be cold, Liz gave her a thin blanket to wrap around her bare legs and feet. Liz had short apricot brown hair, slightly lighter than Turan's. A faint band of freckles ran from her left cheek across the bridge of her nose to her right cheek, with some less obvious goggles, tan marks around her eyes, and a faint black and white borderline on her wrists. The hot cocoa that Liz prepared for Turan was kept on the bedside cabinet, but Turan didn't drink a single sip. She curled up into a ball, facing the wall and choking, while Liz still gently stroked Turan's back to comfort her. Hesta brought the hot cocoa, which was equally sweet and bitter. After taking a sip, she didn't drink any more. She looked around the room silently. It was filled with bookshelves of different heights, and each shelf was filled to the brim. But even so, there were still a lot of books stacked beside the bed and on the corners of the table. Liz cut several pieces of gray and white grid sheets to cover them to prevent dust. There was a picture frame hanging on the wall beside the bed, but what was framed in the frame was not a painting, but a leather gun holster that had been used for a long time. It was nailed to the center of the frame, and the leather buckle hung in the air, already worn out and white. A brown button accordion was hung opposite the end of the bed. The bellows looked very clean, and there was no dust at all, which showed that it was used frequently. After a while, Hesta put down the mug and looked through the bookshelf next to her until she saw a book called Edgar's Dark Stories. She stopped. "Your name is Jane Hesta, right?" Liz suddenly called her from behind. Hesta turned around and found that Liz and Turan had turned over and looked at her. Turan rested her head on Liz's thighs. Her eyes and nose were red. She was holding a pillow in her arms. Her brown hair was tied into a ponytail and fell on Liz's knees. "Yeah," Hesta answered. "Miss Valenti Vikings sent me here this afternoon." "I know." Liz laughed. "Miss Valenti also sent me your information this afternoon. From now on, until I leave the training base in September, I will be your assistant. Except for daily classes and training time, you can come to me or Turan if you encounter any problems." "I can't help much," Turan muttered. "Haha, what are you talking about?" Liz tapped Turan's head lightly. "Her name is Rico, and she came here last year." Liz answered, Turan and Rico are the third, second, and first-year students here respectively. In theory, we are all obliged to help you in the future. But Rico is a little special. If she offends you in your life in the future, please don't mind. She is mentally unstable and is still receiving treatment. Unstable? Usually after the group training is over, daily life is fine. Liz replied with a smile. "What were you reading just now?" "Edgar's Dark Stories." Hesta pointed to the spine of the book. "This story collection. Someone read it to me before." "Really?" Liz's eyes lit up. "This book is quite popular in the first district. I finally got the whole volume." "Who read it to you?" Hesta remained silent and did not answer, so Liz was a little hesitant about whether she should ask this question. But soon, she suddenly said, "It doesn't matter." She didn't read the horror stories in it to me, but picked out some clips related to interior decoration. Decoration? He is an expert. Liz felt even more surprised. "I remember Edgar admired the decoration style of the western part of the 3rd District very much. He even wrote a special article, The Philosophy of Decoration." Hesta looked at Liz. "Do you like Edgar too?" Liz smiled and shook her head. "I read this book simply because I took an elective course on Gothic literature. Until now, except for the first story, The Black Cat, I have never read the rest. What about you? Which story in this book do you like best?" Hesta took down the lower volume of the book and opened it skillfully. After a few casual flips, she quickly found the part she had heard and read many times. "Miss Fletcher, would you like to listen?" Hesta then read the book in a low voice. "Last summer, I was on a hiking trip through 1 or 2 river counties. As the sun was setting, I found myself somewhat uneasy about the road I was walking. That evening I met Mr. Landau. He was gentle, sincere, and enthusiastic. But I was more interested in the house that fascinated me than the owner's demeanor. The floor was covered with a double jacquard rug, white with small green circles. The curtains were of snow-white muslin, of considerable breadth, with sharp, even folds, all of which ran very crisply and formally vertically to the floor. There were many leather-bound books, rich wallpaper, carpets, marble top tables, and a narrow window with a glass bell jar on a side table with a paper rose underneath. Liz stared at Hesta, who was reading. Although her voice was slow and low, for some reason, Liz felt a little affection in it while listening. This emotion is restrained and controlled, like an oil painting covered in dust. Only at this moment something accidentally lifts a corner of the curtain, allowing others to catch a glimpse of the brilliant and surging colors underneath. Liz also realized almost immediately that whoever had read the story collection to her must have had a profound influence on Hesta. By the time Hesta finished reading the short story, Turan had fallen into a deep sleep in Liz's arms. In the soft light, Liz held Turan's head and carefully moved her to the pillow beside her. "Do you still want to talk?" Liz looked at Hesta and whispered, "We can go out and talk." Hesta thought of the silver-haired girl, but over there Enrico, Liz pointed outside the door. "Let's go to the balcony." Around 2 o'clock in the morning, it was chilly in the spring in Tawny City. Hesta, wrapped in a thin blanket, stood on the balcony with Liz. Here, Hesta could smell the aroma of cheese and bread coming from the kitchen behind him, which mixed with the night breeze mixed with the smell of the forest in the distance, which was wonderful. Liz was wearing only a white cotton tank top. She leaned against the carved iron fence with her elbows propped up against the fence. Hesta saw the smooth muscle lines on her back and arms. Unlike the gentle girl next door in the soft light just now, Liz at this moment reminded people of the muscular antelope in the wilderness. "Do you have relatives in the 3rd district?" Liz asked. Hesta was silent for a while and shook his head. "Me too." Liz smiled and said, "Except for Turan. Most of the students here are alone." Hesta looked at Liz. "She seems a little hostile to me."
Well,
"She is a little hostile to all strangers," Liz explained. "It will be much better after getting familiar with her, and Turan hasn't been in a very good state recently. I heard from Miss Viking that her bullet time is not enough to support her on the battlefield, right?" "Yes." Liz nodded. "She will be 14 years old next month, and she will definitely not pass the Type 14 selection at that time." "Type 14. What?" "Type 14 selection," Liz repeated. "Mercury Needle's bullet time will be finalized once at the age of 14 and around 19. Did you know this? Only when it exceeds 4 hours can it be incorporated into the combat team." "Then why is Miss Turan so sad? When she is 19 years old, won't she have another chance?" Liz smiled and shook her head. "After the 14 type selection, the overall situation is basically finalized. Only a few Mercury Needles with a bullet time of more than 3 hours 30 minutes can break through the 4H mark through the subsequent training. Her hope is not great." "How old are you this year? 11?
Yes.
Liz sighed. "I was also 11 when I first came here. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. It's gone by so fast." "Hesta, I heard from Miss Valeni that you will be officially a full-time worker in the second half of the year?" "Yes," Liz nodded, "but my desire to fight is not as strong as Turan's." "Why does she want to fight Chelate head-on?" "It has something to do with her experience." Liz gave a concise answer, and then stretched her arms and stretched. She took a long breath and continued, "I'm different. I don't really want to go out on field work. After all, I still have a lot of attachment to life itself."
Haha.
"I feel it." Hesta lowered his head. "You have a lot of books." Liz looked at Hesta for a while. "If you like books, you can come to my room any time to borrow them."
Can I?
"Of course." Liz extended her hand to Hesta. "Nice to meet you. This is the first time I've met a newcomer who has experienced fighting chelates right after entering the base." Hesta gently squeezed Liz's palm, looking a little puzzled.
Me?
"I didn't." Liz was slightly startled. "Aren't you from St. Anne's Abbey in the Cevennes?"
Yes.
"Then it should be you." The internal briefing of the base said that when Chenya led the team to arrive, the chelate in the Abbey was already in a seriously injured state. "Wasn't it you who did it?"
No.
Hester replied, "At least I have no impression of it at all." Liz blinked. "I may have made a mistake, but you were sent by Chiba Masaki himself, right?"
Yes.
Liz stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Then you must have something special." Hester frowned slightly. Why? Because Liz smiled. "Chiba is a very shrewd person." Hester tilted his head slightly. Liz looked at Hester. "As far as I know, she never wastes time on useless things. In the past, she felt it was a waste of energy at the training base, so she didn't even serve as an assistant to the rookies, let alone taking the initiative to be someone's guardian like she is now." Really? Hester remembered that Chiba had driven her to the monastery before, which took them almost a whole day. "I thought it was just a formality." "Of course not," Liz smiled. "Although the procedure for the reserve guardianship order is simple, its implementation is very strict. Even if the ward enters a boarding school, the guardian is required to have at least 6 hours of non-sleeping companionship time per month. During the holidays, this requirement will be raised to more than 21 hours per week, which means they need to be together for at least 3 hours a day. And considering that after passing the Type 14 selection, Mercury Needle can officially join the battle." At this point, Liz paused. "I think Chiba Masaki wants you to join her combat team directly after the selection. Otherwise, I really can't imagine how she, a working Mercury Needle who is always running around, can spare so much time to accompany you." Hester listened to Liz's analysis quietly. The two chatted a lot afterwards, from Edgar's literary status to many simple suggestions for life in the base. It was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Liz yawned and decided to go back to her room to sleep. Before parting, she went back to her room and took out the 2 volumes of Edgar's dark stories. "I'll give these 2 collections of stories to you, okay?" Hester looked up in surprise. "Give it to me?" "Yes, for you." Liz smiled and said, "If a book is always placed on the bookshelf and not read, it will be lonely, so if you like it, I will give it to you." Hester lowered her eyes slightly, took the book, and gently stroked the large gold-plated letters on the black patent leather cover. The next day at noon, Valeni sat alone in the cafeteria, looking down at her cell phone, her thumbs tapping rapidly on the keys. "Valeni, my friend, you finally came online." "Chiba?" "Valeni, did you read the email I forwarded you?" "Chiba, Jane's demand list? I've seen it. Do you want me to reimburse you? The base can't be that poor." "Valenti." "Chiba, sister, please tell me quickly. I have to get on the plane soon." "Valeni, why did Jane want these things on her first day at the base? Do you have any idea?" "Chiba, none." "Chiba, if you want to know, you should ask her in person." "Valeni, of course I'm going to talk to her. We have our first conversation this afternoon. But why do you seem so unconcerned? She just went through such a tragedy. This information could be important." "Chiba, ha 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 ha, Valenti." "Chiba, it's true that she just experienced a tragedy, but don't forget that she grew up in Short Ming Alley before entering the monastery. Little kids have seen all kinds of storms, and you were scared when I asked you for some furniture for decoration on the first day of entering the base. Stay calm, Valeni, the person I chose will be fine." "Valenti, so why did you choose Jane?" "I've heard several people discussing this today." "Chiba, I just think her smell is a little special odor." Valeni raised her head and thought for a moment, then saw Hester standing in front of her with a plate in hand. She was startled. "Sorry, did I scare you?" Hester said softly.
No."
Valeni came back to her senses. Today, Hester was wearing the uniform she received yesterday. She wore a dark blue sweater over a white shirt and a gray pleated skirt. There was a golden embroidered pattern on the left chest of the uniform top. It was the emblem of the reserve training base, a long sword piercing through the pincers, with the letters Ages below. "Can I sit here?"
Hester asked.
"Of course." Valenti symbolically dragged the plate towards her. She glanced at the new message on the phone screen. Chiba's avatar left a message boarding, "Bye-bye," and then turned gray. "Did you get used to living here yesterday?" Valenti put away her phone. "Well, I talked to Liz for a long time yesterday, and I also met Tehran and Rico, but we didn't have a deep conversation." Hester replied calmly, "I have received 2 hours of course selection training this morning, but there are still many things I don't understand. I plan to go to the course selection system in the computer room after finishing the conversation with you this afternoon. Very good. Valeni smiled. It seems that you have found the rhythm of life here. Well, thanks to Liz, she told me a lot about life. The two of them lowered their heads to eat, and when the meal was over, Hesta followed Valeni directly to her conversation room. As they walked together, Valeni thought about what Chiba had said not long ago. Her smell is a little special, and he couldn't help but lean closer to Hesta. She could indeed smell some of the scent of the Mercury Needle children on Hesta, but this was actually very common in newcomers. What is the special thing that Chiba is talking about? Ms. Valeni? Hesta's voice interrupted Valeni's thoughts again. She came to her senses and found herself standing in front of the door of the interview room.
Oh, sorry.
Valeni immediately started to get the door card. I always get lost in my thoughts and forget what's happening in front of me. Please don't mind. I don't mind. Hesta looked at Valeni. On the contrary, I feel that the time I spend with you is very relaxing. Valenti was amused.
Thank you.
The conversation room was empty. There were two gray metal cabinets placed side by side on one wall, which contained many thick document folders. There were two lemon-yellow single sofas facing each other diagonally on the window side. There was a sandalwood desk near the door. Valeni walked over and turned on the computer on the desk and called Hesta to come over to fill out the psychological questionnaire first. Hesta followed Valenti to learn the operation for a while and quickly got the hang of it. The base is currently using the Symptom Self-Assessment Scale 270, which was revised and replaced with a new norm last year. It follows the Likert 7-point scale method and has a total of 270 questions. It examines the subject's current mental state from 17 mutually exclusive dimensions such as anxiety, depression, and antisociality, and has high reliability and validity. What makes this newly revised scale better than the old version is that it has added two new parts: Vanity Scale and Defense Scale. This part contains a total of 30 questions and is specifically used for lie detection. Generally speaking, ordinary people will score very low on these 30 questions. However, if someone deliberately hides their true thoughts for the purpose of beautifying themselves or passive defense and instead chooses answers that look better or more correct, then their corresponding scores on these questions will become very high. This means that his entire questionnaire is unreliable. These 30 polygraph questions are scattered among the original 240 questions, which greatly facilitates psychologists like Valeni. She can easily use this polygraph scale to see whose measurement results are unreliable and understand the other person's tendency to lie to a certain extent. About half an hour later, Hesta submitted the scale. Valeni had already adjusted the camera nearby and started talking to Hesta. Today, their topic was limited to Hesta's life in the base in the past and the next few days. Hesta often looked at the camera placed not far away. Like all newcomers, she was not used to talking in front of the camera. Will anyone retrieve these videos or audios? She asked softly. Yes, but only a very few people have the authority to retrieve them. Valeni replied, including me, there are only 4 people in total. Oh no, 5 including Chiba. In most cases, no one will touch them. All the video materials are just kept as archives. If you have problems in the future, we will try to find the cause through these materials. Hesta stared at the red dot on the camera with complicated eyes. I understand. There were actually many things Valeni wanted to know about Hesta, such as the girl's early memories, her birthplace and childhood, her education in Short Lane and St. Anne's Monastery, some daily entertainment, and important turning points and choices in her life. But Valeni also understood that there would be no answers to these questions now. It was far from the time to discuss these deep topics with Hesta. But she need not rush, because conversations like today's will continue to occur once a month, and then increase or decrease as appropriate until they reach adulthood. The clock pointed to 3:50 p.m., and Hesta stood up from her chair and said goodbye to Valeni. When she closed the door of the interview room from the outside, Valeni sat back in front of the computer to look at Hesta's questionnaire results. At 4:08, Hesta left Valeni's office building and walked along a corridor on the 3rd floor to the course selection classroom. She felt that someone was following her, and had been following her from a distance since she left Valeni's office. Through the glass windows at several corners, she caught a glimpse of the man's shadow.
A man.
She glanced at the surrounding furnishings. There was a manual fire alarm about 10 steps away, and that happened to be the monitoring area. Hesta ran, shattered the outer glass, and pressed the red button. A few seconds later, a sharp alarm sounded throughout the building. The bright white lights in the corridor went out instantly, and red flashing arrows appeared on the ground and walls, pointing to the nearest escape exit. Rain began to fall in the corridor. It was the automatic fire extinguishing devices in the building, which were triggered along with the fire alarm. My goodness! What did you do? As a series of footsteps approached, Hesta heard a male voice. The voice was a little immature and full of confusion, so she turned around. The person who had been following her had indeed appeared. He was wearing a loose black sweater, with his hands in his waist pockets. Half of his face was hidden under a black hood, revealing only the outline of his cheeks. Why are you? Don't move. All of Hesta's muscles tensed up. She clenched her fists, bent slightly, and her eyes burned with flames of hatred and vigilance. Like a young she-wolf, she took a defensive stance. Upon hearing this, the man actually stopped, slowly raised his hands above his head, and took 1 or 2 steps back. Amid the flashing alarm lights, he slowly pushed his hat back. The light rain from the fire extinguisher reflected a chaotic red light and also dyed his pure white short hair with a neon-like luster. This person looked like a short boy, maybe 14 or 15, maybe younger. His hair must have been bleached because the roots of his hair were a completely different shade of dark black from the ends. Under his light eyebrows, he had a pair of golden eyes. Even in this situation, he still looked a little lazy. Oh, I see. He smiled. Because you found me, so you pressed the alarm. After confirming that the camera had captured the man's face, Hesta quietly adjusted her center of gravity. If the other party made the slightest movement, she would immediately turn around and run. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. The boy still kept his hands raised. I've seen your information and know that you just came yesterday and live upstairs in number 403. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that I just passed by Miss Viking's office this afternoon and saw you. Who are you? Hesta interrupted him mercilessly.
Me?
The boy's voice seemed a little thin in the harsh alarm. My name is Sean Gringleyer. Why are you following me? The boy laughed, his hands hanging down and clasped behind his head. How should I put it, Miss Hesta? Maybe it's because the first time I saw you, I felt that you were very familiar. Hesta frowned slightly. Sean looked at her and said, You didn't fill out the questionnaire Miss Viking gave you just now truthfully, did you? Hesta did not answer, but the corners of his mouth could not help but droop slightly. Sean saw the answer. He smiled and continued, It's nothing. I don't have it either, and I never have. But since last year, I found that they added a lie detection part to the scale. Of course, I have figured out which questions will be used for lie detection. If you want to know, I can share it with you now, Hesta said in a low and cold voice. Please leave.
Okay.
Sean took 2 steps back and pretended to leave. Hesta just felt relieved when he saw him stop and look behind Hesta. Carl? Following Sean's gentle call, a tall man slowly walked out from the shadows behind Hesta. For a moment, Hesta's heart almost stopped. The moment their eyes met, she felt an almost overwhelming force. She had not even noticed the presence of someone around her. The man's height almost touched the ceiling of the corridor. Even when he was relaxed, his arms hanging by his sides were still strong. Hesta could even clearly see several protruding blue veins on his forearms. The man's eyes only lingered on Hesta for a brief moment before he walked straight toward Sean. In this brief passing, Hesta felt a heavy pressure again. She tried her best to support her knees and not fall down. You followed me again? Sean asked. I came to see if you were looking for trouble again. The man reached out his hand, grabbed Sean's collar and lifted him up from the ground. Sean, let's go back. Although it was a consulting tone, the man obviously did not give Sean any other choice. Sean danced in the air and could only let him slowly disappear at the end of the corridor. Thus, Hesta was the only one left in the long corridor. Soon, several faculty members came over here, carrying fire blankets and wearing goggles. Liz spotted Hesta standing against the wall almost immediately.
Jane.
Hesta raised his head, his face almost devoid of color. Liz quickly stepped forward and held her hand, only to feel it was ice cold, and Hesta seemed to be shaking slightly, as if she was frightened. Several other people saw the broken alarm shell on the ground. Did you trigger the fire alarm?
Yes.
Hesta whispered. Several people became nervous. Where is the fire? There is no fire. Hesta replied, I found someone following me, so I triggered the alarm. Everyone looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the fire danger could be temporarily eliminated. Liz put the fire blanket over Hesta. Are you okay?
Can you walk?
Hesta's teeth were still chattering, but she shook her head. It's okay. Don't be afraid, don't worry. Liz held Hesta's shoulders. Did you see who it was? Hesta's throat moved slightly, and she shuddered again as she remembered the second person walking out of the shadows. He said his name was Sean Gringoire. Liz's expression suddenly became complicated. Of course she knew Sean. Although she didn't interact with this person much, his strong narcissism and self-glorification made him like a walking daffodil. He always told all kinds of lies regardless of whether they were necessary or not, which always gave Miss Viking a headache. Liz had heard about this a long time ago. The two soon arrived at the nearby faculty lounge. Liz, who had just become the freshman assistant, also had the right to come in and out. She brought some spare clothes for Hesta. Seeing that the girl was still shivering, she brought a cup of hot cocoa, but Hesta just held the cup in her hand and still didn't drink it. Don't you like hot cocoa?
I'm not used to its taste.
Hesta lowered his eyes. The fire alarm of the whole building finally stopped. Hesta looked out the window and heard the noise of people gathering downstairs. They were probably all people who came out after hearing the alarm. Did I cause you trouble?
Hesta asked.
No, you did the right thing. Liz opened the curtains of the interview room again. When you are in danger, don't stick to the formalities, but try your best to ask for help. It's great that you know how to do this when you first arrive. With Liz's comfort, Hesta gradually calmed down. Liz stood in front of the window, looking at the gloomy sky outside. The weather has been really weird these days. It suddenly became so cold today it's quite rare. Hesta did not respond. She was still thinking about the scene just now, especially the moment when she saw the person Sean called Carl. The strong sense of oppression shocked her. This discomfort even made her feel as if she had returned to the night when she confronted Chelate in the monastery. Liz walked back to Hesta and sat down. It's my fault, Liz said. Hesta was puzzled. What? I should have come with you today. You are not familiar with this place, and there are many weirdos in Mercury Needle. I should have considered this. Liz said sincerely, I will pay attention to it later. I don't blame you. Hesta shook his head. I didn't even think about it. I have another question to ask.
You tell me.
Today, in addition to Sean, I also met a man named Carl. That's his brother Calvin. Liz was a little surprised. Did you see his brother today?
Yes.
Liz answered. Galvin is a big guy, but he's relatively quiet and calm. Well, it's no surprise that you met him today. The two brothers always act together. Do you mean in battle? Also in life, Liz answered, because Galvin is calmer and can stop Sean when he does something stupid. The base hopes that Galvin will try not to be separated from Sean.
I see.
Hesta murmured. The two brothers came from the Hekla Wasteland, a volcanic belt in the west of the Third Zone. Have you heard of this name? Hesta shook his head. Really? I thought you would be very familiar with it. Hekla is called the gateway to Hades by the outside world. It is a place full of killings just like Short Alley. It is very famous in the 3rd District because many gray industries will hire killers there through some intermediaries. You really know a lot about this place. Liz laughed. If you have also been here for 3 years, you would know this too. The two brothers and Tehran came here in the same year, and they are both sophomores. I haven't had much contact with them, so I am already a stranger to them. Do they often take the initiative to approach others like they did today? I don't know. After Gal's second awakening, I rarely approached them.
Why?
Because I feel uncomfortable around Galvin. Liz replied, he doesn't know how to control his power very well, and I am more sensitive to the presence of other Mercury Needles, so every time I get close to this person, I feel a little tight in my chest. Other people don't seem to be like this. Maybe I'm used to it? Hesta raised his head sharply. Well, you probably can't feel it now, Liz replied with a smile. When you experience the second awakening, you'll understand what I mean. But today Liz's cell phone suddenly rang. She made a quiet gesture to Hesta and pressed the hands-free key. Hello? Hello, is this Miss Fletcher? A cold female voice came from the phone. Yes, it's me. Liz recognized the voice. Ms. Molly? It's me. Is Miss Hesta with you now?
Yes. How is she?
Very well. Liz glanced at Hesta. She has recovered. Do you need to talk to her alone? No. I'm here to inform you of the follow-up plan for this matter. Liz was stunned for a moment. She obviously didn't expect that the matter would be handled so quickly. Okay, you go ahead. She and I are listening. Liz turned the microphone of her mobile phone to Hesta so that she could hear Molly's voice more clearly. Well, let me introduce myself first. I am Sophie Molly, the order officer of the base, Miss Hesta. Although you encountered such an accident today, please believe that such incidents are not common in the base. In most cases, our Mercury Needle Reserve is like Miss Fletcher, who knows how to take care of the younger generation. She finished this long sentence in one breath, and her speaking speed was as fast as Chinya, but the officer's voice sounded very cold. Hesta could almost imagine her drooping mouth through this tone, just like Sister Girding, who always had a stern face. We found that Mr. Gringlier stole your information in the past few days. From today's surveillance, we also confirmed that he has been secretly following you. This conspiracy is extremely bad, no matter what the purpose is. Regarding Sean Gringlier's behavior today, we have made the following decisions after full discussion. First, his credit rating will be adjusted from C+ to D, and the 3rd District Social Etiquette and Security Code will be revised. Secondly, the base will deduct 70% of his living allowance for a total of 12 months from May of this year to April of next year. 50% of this money will be used as mental compensation for you and will be directly transferred to your account at the beginning of next month. Third, we will restrict Sean Gringlier's behavior to a certain extent. He is not allowed to approach you, talk to you, or interfere with your daily life for any reason inside or outside the base. Otherwise, we will directly restrict all his actions. Considering that you are not yet an adult, we will discuss with your guardian Chiba Masaki how long this restraining order will last. At present, it should last at least until your second awakening. Do you have any other opinions or additions to this handling? The female voice on the other end of the phone said quickly. Hesta was silent for a while. Not yet. Okay, Miss Hesta. Ms. Molly's voice softened a little, and she paused for a moment. Please believe that we are fully willing and able to protect your personal safety. Currently known information: Short Alley, the wasteland of the 3rd District, located south of Tani City, the birthplace of Jane Hesta, a disorderly slum. Askia, the wasteland of the 3rd District, located in the north-central part of the 3rd District. The hometown of Liz Fletcher, once a land of abundant water and grass. After saying this, Ms. Morley simply hung up the phone. Hesta vaguely felt that the other party's last words were somewhat deliberate, but she didn't understand why. That afternoon, accompanied by Liz, Hesta successfully completed the registration for the base's spring courses. A large amount of unfamiliar information came to her like a torrent. Her memo recorded about 40 unfamiliar words that she had never heard of. In addition, there were a lot of professional terms that she didn't even know how to spell. She could only leave a rough impression in her mind. Following Liz's advice, the courses she chose for herself in her first year were almost all related to various survival, first aid courses, and physical training, which would run throughout the next 2 academic years. It is said that most of the Second Awakening special training for Mercury Needles will be arranged during the holidays after the end of the first school year. After successfully awakening, they will receive external missions from time to time and follow the active Mercury Needles to participate in actual combat. Since the basic physical quality will directly affect the upper limit of the ability after the bullet time is turned on, it is worthwhile to spend all the time on physical fitness-related courses in the first year. Conversely, those students who do not want to go to the battlefield can also postpone the time they face the battle by taking courses, and can even apply for a transfer to civilian or reserve medical from the beginning. Under Liz's guidance, Hesta drew up a preliminary schedule for his course. Fast strength training, speed group training, endurance training, basic tactics, basic weapon overview, basic shooting training, basic driving training, wilderness survival summary, applied tactics, and topographic mapping.
Can we submit it like this?
It feels like something is missing. Liz looked at the screen and suddenly realized something and laughed. You chose all the required courses. The upper limit of the number of courses that new students can choose is 12. Hesta glanced at the instruction manual next to him. I don't think I have the energy to learn anything else. No, that's not what I mean. I don't want you to learn more. I want you to choose some courses that can give you a break. Liz leaned over and called up the window for elective courses. There were about 7 or 8 major categories on it, and each major category had its own sub-list. Choose one. At least you'll like them. Liz folded her arms and said seriously, everyone needs literature or music. What's the use? Not much use. Liz said, besides Edgar, have you read other novels before? I've read some short stories in newspapers. Hesta replied.
How do you feel about it?
Hesta felt that Liz seemed to be expecting her to give some kind of answer, but in fact she did not understand what Liz meant at all. Those short stories in the tabloids were mostly about men's romantic encounters or women's infidelity, and it was difficult for her to say what she could understand from them, so she did not know how to answer Liz's question. Seeing that Hesta remained silent, Liz thought that she was thinking deeply about this question, and she couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in her heart. She sighed softly. In fact, the atmosphere in the base is already tolerant enough. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you can find the right people to seek solutions, but some things are always difficult to discuss frankly, and even difficult to talk about with others. Liz said softly, in a civilized society, there are always things that are suppressed. Everyone has the truth that is difficult to tell others, but literature or music can help us ask. In the base, sometimes you'll be lonely and crazy, or you'll be anxious about something as if you are on fire at that time. No one can help you, but if you happen to meet an unlucky person in a novel who is in a similar situation as you, that feeling is like being caught in the rain on a hot summer day. No matter where you are, what kind of difficulties you face, as long as you are willing, literature will always leave a place for you to stay and keep you a little connected with the world. Hesta listened to Liz's story quietly. She could see the bright joy in Liz's eyes. She seemed to understand something, but she didn't fully understand it. Do you have any recommended electives? Hesta glanced at the list of electives. I'm not sure what's suitable for a newcomer like me. Of course, it's Appreciation of Golden Age Literature. This is a course taught by Professor Peros and Singer. They are both proficient in cryptography, but they also have a high level of literary appreciation. Golden Age? As this question came up, Liz's eyes seemed to be completely lit up, as if she had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. This is a general term, Jane, referring to human civilization after the Industrial Revolution and before the Great Blackout. Liz answered affectionately, I only love the works of the Golden Age. All the retro thoughts after the Great Blackout are just poor imitations of that period. Do you believe it? In the Golden Age, as long as an ordinary person has money, he can take a huge ship to travel around the world. All means of transportation, airplanes, ships, trains are open to citizens, and people can go anywhere in the world freely. In the Golden Age, new plays were performed in theaters every month, and you could enjoy a wonderful song and dance drama for just the price of a meal. People put all kinds of books on the shelves of shopping malls, and the prices of books were shockingly cheap. New reading materials were printed every moment in the printing factory. New poems, new era reviews, or popular science articles were constantly coming out, and everyone was writing and reading. The level of technology in that era was jaw-dropping, and humans even climbed to the stars. Mars is full of habitable areas after transformation. People use Ceres as a relay station and push the footprints of manned spacecraft to Pluto. The radius of human activities in the universe has reached an astonishing 4.246 light-years in deep space. Countless light-sail spacecrafts reach Alpha Centauri at 1/5 the speed of light. They have photographed the oceans and mountains on Proxima b, and even left a flag symbolizing the Earth there. But even so, humans in the Golden Age will not rest on their laurels. They always look to the farther, higher, and deeper universes, and always plan new journeys. Whenever someone begins to celebrate the heyday of civilization, someone will soon bring a new dawn. This is not some shocking religious story, but something that humans have truly done on their own. Liz sighed very softly. Hesta suddenly recalled the anthropology she had read in Abbas Alma's lounge, and thought of Mina Delide and the femur fossil she mentioned. She suddenly realized that she had touched the door to the era before the Great Blackout when she was in the monastery, but she had missed this key word at that time. The legacy of the Golden Age. Do you mean books? Hesta asked. Much more than that. Liz sat down at the table nearby. Our world is now divided into 16 regions. Do you know why there are 16 regions? Hesta shook her head, so Liz continued to tell the story. At the end of the Golden Age, war pushed the entire world to doomsday. Resources were scarce, the population plummeted, and after the Great Blackout, within 100 years, all public facilities were destroyed, buildings were burned and bombed, and you could no longer see schools, hospitals, and churches. Without antibiotics and vaccines, a sudden epidemic could take away almost all the newborns in a community at once. The mortality rate of pregnant women during childbirth was as high as 15%, and the survival rate of children was less than 40%. After losing the education system, the literacy rate dropped rapidly during the generational change. The books in the library gradually became meaningless to most people. They were burned one by one to keep warm and get through the winter. But when summer came, people had no idea how to deal with the high temperature. As long as the temperature of 40 degrees continued for 2 weeks, it would be a disaster for the elderly over 70 years old in the community. Everyone believed that the world was going to end. The elderly who were dying missed everything in the civilized world and tried to call for the reconstruction of order, but the young people who grew up in the ruins no longer cared about these things. They had their own jungle logic and were obsessed with re-demarcating territories. In less than 200 years, human technology fell back to the level of farming until the world's first mother city appeared. Mother city? Yes, Liz said as if she was talking about her own hometown, her voice full of tenderness. It is a dream city with an area of 12 square kilometers. It is like a seed that has drilled out of the ground. The huge city is empty, but orderly. It is a relic of the old civilization. Nuclear and solar energy jointly maintain its operation. About 2,000 robots are responsible for the maintenance of the entire city at all times. From the well-preserved buildings in the mother city, people finally realized that the legend of the Golden Age was not a fantasy, it really existed, and suddenly came among us like a miracle. After that, 16 mother cities appeared in various parts of the world within a year. Relying on the libraries, research institutes, and automated factories in the city, although many technologies in the mother city are still black boxes to us now, we only know how to operate them, but we don't know the principles, let alone replicating them. But humans have regained the flame of civilization after all. Relying on these 16 mother cities, we have come to this day. From the 1st district to the 14th district, they are named according to the order in which the mother cities emerged. Districts 15 and 16 are special. Humans have not yet found a way to enter these 2 mother cities without damage, so they are temporarily shelved. Liz looked at Hesta. The Great Blackout began in 3812 with a Starshot Night incident and ended in the spring of 4001 with the arrival of the first mother city. This was a short yet long dark moment in human history. Now every region is busy deciphering the technology of their mother city, but their focus is always on energy and military industry, and literature is just an insignificant embellishment. Liz's introduction ended with a long sigh full of regret, and she took Hesta to a world map. The first area Hesta saw was the 3rd area. After all, it was raised on the map. She reached out and gently touched the raised area representing the mountains, and then her eyes slowly shifted to the nearby area. What is the blue area? Why is it so big? Liz laughed. It's the sea, Jane. She looked at the map and said, We are not far from the seaside. Only an hour's drive away. It's just that the application process for travel permits is too complicated. If there is an opportunity for overseas assignment in the future, I can take you to have a look. Then, Liz pointed out the different areas on the map one by one, and Hesta listened in silence, as if he was getting to know this world for the first time today. She saw that the 3rd district covered a vast area, totaling 11.47 million square kilometers, making it the 2nd largest region on Earth. However, the habitable area here was only 640,000 square kilometers. The rest was all wasteland waiting to be developed. According to Liz, the population distribution in District 3 is very extreme. Tani is the 4th largest city in District 3, but it is home to about 1/3 of the district's population. And District 14, in Hesta's imagination, there should be 10 large districts between District 14 and District 3, but no District 14 is directly adjacent to District 3. However, District 14 is also very large. If we calculate the absolute distance between here and District 14, it is still very far away. Its total area is an astonishing 24.73 million square kilometers, almost covering all the land from south to north on the continental plate. Its habitable area is 1.86 million square kilometers, almost 3 times that of District 3. She saw the vast snowfield in the north of District 14. On that frozen soil that never melted, there were almost no symbols representing towns or roads. The world map was just hanging quietly on the wall, but Hesta, standing in front of the map, felt as if he was washed away by a torrent. At first, she tried to find Short Whisper Lane or St. Anne's Abbey on the map, but Liz told her that these places were too small to be found on a world map. So she turned and began to look for the Cevennes, but she saw a long Cevennes mountain range that rose slowly from the seaside in the north of the 3rd district and slowly extended inland.
It was so long that it was astonishing.
Liz laughed again and said that the Severn Mountains just happened to have the same name as the Severn Mountains. The area of the Severn Mountains outside the city of Tani was still too small to be marked on this map. If she really wanted to see the Severn Mountains on the map, she could look for it on the electronic map later. Hesta was stunned. She had been confused when Liz talked about the function of literature, and she had also reacted indifferently when she talked about the exploration of the universe in the Golden Age. But at this moment, when she faced the land and sea on the map in silence, she clearly felt that some of her perceptions of the world had been shattered. She thought of where she used to live, of the towering ridges and endless mountains outside the monastery. Severn Hill, is it still small? In the evening, the Gringlier brothers dragged their suitcases and moved into the D-type student inspection area. The furniture in the inspection area is simple and rustic, and it looks more like a cell than an apartment. This is the residence prepared for all students with a credit rating of D or below. This rating usually means that they are not suitable for collective life. Calvin put down his luggage and gently touched the surface of the bedside table. There was a thick layer of dust. "You shouldn't have bothered that girl," Calvin whispered. "I didn't intend to bother her." Sean seemed to be in a good mood. He threw away his luggage and jumped on his bed. "I just wanted to follow her to see what she was doing, but she found out." "Did you see her expression at that time?" "Oh, you couldn't see it. You were standing behind her the whole time." Calvin didn't say anything, just looked at Sean quietly. "You don't believe me?" Sean blinked. "I really didn't lie this time. I didn't plan to show up." She ran away first and made a big fuss without knowing the truth. The 3rd District United Government is currently competing with Agays for the future custody of Jane Hesta. Did you know that? Yes, I found out yesterday. Sean half lowered his eyes, still smiling. I know what you want to say. I will restrain myself. Calvin glanced at Sean. You'd better. At night, Hesta sat at her desk doing handicrafts. She opened the window, and the cool night breeze kept blowing her short hair, bringing the fragrance of the distant woods. The layout of the entire room has been rearranged by her. The bed that was originally by the window has been moved to the other end of the room. The wooden side table and carpet sent by Mrs. Lovett have been placed directly under the window. If someone sits on the green cast-iron chair, he will find that this is the best viewing area of the entire room. In order to leave space for this semicircular side table, Hesta placed her desk in the corner. At this moment, her desk was scattered with cardboard scraps and some tools, and a paper rose with a wire stem had taken shape. Her expression was so focused, as if this was the most important and greatest cause in the world at the moment. There was a sudden knock on the door.
Come in.
Liz pushed the door open. She had just taken a shower, with a towel around her neck and her hair dripping with water. What are you doing? Liz looked around Hesta's room curiously. She first saw the side table under the window, the double-sided jacquard carpet with small green circular patterns on a white background, and then the glass bell jar and paper roses on the desk. Liz suddenly recalled the passage Hesta had read to her last night, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Oh my God, you really love Edgar. Hesta didn't say anything, with a slightly awkward expression on her face. She stood up and stood in front of the glass cover, whispering, Are we leaving? Yes, I just came here to tell you that I'm done washing. Liz smiled and said, You can get ready, and when I go back to change clothes, I can take you to the gym downstairs. Okay. Hesta was silent for a moment. What should I prepare? Ha ha ha, just bring yourself. Liz replied, You don't have to do anything today, just go and have a look and have some fun. 10 minutes later, the two appeared in the gym on the second floor. Hesta thought there would be many people here at this time, but when they arrived, they found that there were only the two of them. Liz took Hesta to visit the strength area, demonstrated the use of the equipment one by one, and let Hesta try it out. After trying a few half-bodyweight bench presses, Hesta felt a little exhausted. She stood up and walked around the gym to rest, fanning herself with her hands to cool down. Is this always so empty here? No, there are usually the most people at this time. Liz handed over a bottle of water. Today is the day when the first-year students' Second Awakening special training begins. So many people have applied to go to the training ground to participate in the subsequent actual combat. Hesta suddenly remembered that Rico had suddenly opened the door last night and asked them to keep their voices down. Is this the special training that Rico mentioned yesterday?
Yes.
Can I go and take a look?
You're not qualified yet.
Liz smiled and replied, Only first-year students and above are eligible to go. How long will the special training last? It depends on the students. The short one only takes a few hours and the long one probably lasts for 7 days. After that, can we use bullet time freely? Hesta asked, Are there any restrictions?
Yes.
Liz looked at Hesta, but why did you suddenly think of asking this? Hesta frowned slightly. I think Sean will come to trouble me again. Don't be afraid, Liz said seriously. If he violates the restraining order and troubles you again, he will face imprisonment directly. The base keeps its word. Seeing that Hesta did not respond, Liz sighed. Okay, I know these promises are very pale. When I express them in words, is it a coincidence? Hesta asked suddenly. You arrived immediately after I triggered the alarm. Yes and no, Liz answered. She raised her right hand. The chip in our arms can determine our geographical coordinates and some basic information within the habitable area. Because I am your assistant, I will receive an alarm when you have an abnormally high heart rate during the non-training period. I happened to be nearby during that afternoon, and I rushed there immediately after hearing the fire alarm. I see. So you can trust that the base can guarantee your safety. When you are in a panic, others are always on their way to you. Liz raised her arms to show off her muscles, and I know Sean's level. His main advantage is in intelligence gathering and data analysis. With his close combat level, I can beat 10 of them alone. At this point, Liz finally made Hesta laugh, but she could also clearly feel that the haze in Hesta's eyes had not dissipated. Liz was a little puzzled, so she stood up and sat next to Hesta. You seem to still be worried.
Yeah.
Hesta nodded. Would you like to talk to me about it? Hesta was lost in thought, trying to form words, but she didn't know how to start. Somehow, Sean's insight into her questionnaire made her feel very uncomfortable, especially after Liz told her that Sean came from Hekla, a wasteland similar to Short Whispering Lane. Sean was like a mirror, suddenly reflecting her childhood in Short Alley. In that place shrouded in the atmosphere of death, looting and decay, constant vigilance and fear of the outside world was a daily routine. After she entered St. Anne's Monastery, these shadows were temporarily eliminated, and this survival instinct deep in her bones was almost completely awakened with the appearance of Sean. Just as Sean recognized Hesta at a glance, Hesta also recognized him at a glance. She was familiar with this kind of greeting and tracking, and familiar with people like Sean. She firmly believed that these rules and regulations could not trap him. This person would definitely appear again as long as he wanted. Liz's phone rang again. She picked it up, listened to a few words, and hung up quickly. "Sorry, I have to go out for a while. Do you have anything else tonight?" Liz asked.
No.
"Then come with me to the base hospital." Liz smiled. "Rico's special training is over. I'm going to the hospital to give her something." Contrary to Hesta's expectations, the base's hospital was not located in any building on the ground. Liz took her to the underground in an elevator. The metal elevator sank for an unknown amount of time, and when the door opened again, Hesta saw a completely different world. It is completely different from the old buildings on the ground. The floor and walls are white, and the corridors are brightly lit, making it difficult to distinguish between night and day. According to Liz, they are currently about 110 meters underground. The buildings here are all welded with reinforced steel plates. The foundations of these buildings are not ordinary load-bearing soil layers, but are made up of nearly 2,000 springs weighing 4.9 tons. This shockproof measure is enough to withstand most severe explosions. There are more than a dozen such underground buildings in the base with different functions, but currently the only place Hesta has access to is the hospital. The two pass through the triple disinfection area and put on sterile clothing. Liz brought Rico's CD and headphones, but these things were placed in the storage room outside. Tomorrow morning, the nurse on shift would thoroughly disinfect them and then hand them over to Rico. After a preliminary communication with the nurse, the two learned that Rico only woke up briefly around 9 p.m. and her consciousness lasted for about 6 minutes. After learning that she would be hospitalized for more than a month, she repeatedly emphasized to the nurses nearby that they must contact Liz Fletcher in room 403 and ask her to bring some CDs and headphones. Liz heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the reason. Rico's assistant officer changed jobs last year, so she doesn't come back to the base very often. "Sometimes I'll help her." Liz smiled at Hesta. "She's really a worrying person, isn't she? She was seriously injured? Don't worry. This will happen when you first awaken bullet time. This way, everyone will know where their limits are." "Limit?" Liz didn't answer, and Hesta didn't ask any more questions. She vaguely felt that this might also be a question that was not convenient to answer for the time being. There are probably many more questions like this, including the topic about the limit of bullet time in the gym just now. In the following time, everything was calm. What surprised Hesta the most was that things were just as Liz said. Sean really never bothered her again. During this time, Hesta spent the night alone in her room finishing her roses. After sealing the glass cover, the girl placed it on the side table by the window. On a clear night, when the sun sets, the brilliant sunset glow in the sky will cast a glimmer of dusk on the glass, which will be reflected in the bedroom without lights on. Hesta lay on her back on the bed, staring at the light and shadow on the ceiling in a daze. She didn't think about anything, and everything around her had nothing to do with her. It was not until the time for the night class was approaching that she got up and began to prepare to go out. There were few people in the base, but the atmosphere seemed very friendly. Whenever she went out with Liz and met a stranger in the corridor, whether she had seen the person before or not, the other party would take the initiative to greet her, saying hello or good evening, which made Hesta particularly uncomfortable. Hesta had already started classes. After the initial assessment, the only courses she could immediately take were the most basic physical training. Not only that, she also lacked the necessary common sense to operate electronic equipment. The teaching assistant in charge of course design said that she had to complete about 120 hours of basic life skills training and elementary grammar teaching before she could start the subsequent courses. Considering that the basic training had taken up nearly 6 hours of her time a day, the course center arranged this type of skills training for her at night. The teaching building is a public area, with cameras everywhere. As for other places that the cameras did not cover, Liz never left Hesta alone. She always insisted on picking up and dropping off Hesta too, and from class this was her way of soothing Hesta's fear. Hesta learns very quickly and is very dedicated. After the teacher, as formal teaching is over, she often continues to ask questions and discuss with a bunch of questions, and Liz always waits outside without complaint until Hesta comes out. About half a month passed like this, and Hesta finally offered to go to class alone. Liz quickly informed Molly and Valeni of the news this more or less showed that Hesta had established some trust in the protection provided by the base. As May approaches, the weather gradually becomes warmer, and the sunset time is significantly later. Hesta also extends her study time accordingly. She is completing the transition from monastery life to the reserve role in the training base at an astonishing speed. Another night fell, and as the sunset outside the window faded away, the lights in the classroom lit up by themselves. The phone on the table vibrated slightly. It was a message from Liz. "Where are you?" Hesta replied quickly. "Grammar classroom. Don't leave. Wait for me there, I'll be there soon." Hesta looked at the text message. From the words, she felt that Liz seemed a little anxious. She looked out the window. The orange-red sky not long ago had now turned pale blue, and the lone star in the night became more obvious. Hesta put away her phone, and an instinct to avoid disaster made her decide to go next door to look for the teaching assistant. Try not to be alone before Liz arrives. However, just as she stood up, she heard a sudden mechanical turning sound behind her, and the lights in the classroom suddenly went out except for the one above Hesta's head. The entire classroom dimmed in an instant, and Hesta saw herself in the reflection of the window. The white light illuminated her hair and cast her face into shadow. She turned around and quickly realized that the sound she had just heard came from the surveillance camera at the back of the classroom. The camera, originally facing the middle of the classroom, turned several times and then slowly turned to where Hesta was. Hesta frowned and walked slowly from the front of the classroom to the back. With every step she took, the light behind her went out, and the light above her head suddenly lit up, like a cage made of cold light, always focused on her. The camera moved slowly following her steps, and Hesta walked in front of the camera. Hesta pushed the door open and walked out, but the moment she walked out, the entire corridor went dark, with only the light above her head remaining on. The surveillance cameras at both ends of the corridor turned to Hesta at the same time, and the same turning sound as before appeared again. That was the sound of the camera focusing. When she thought that the surveillance footage might be of Sean's eyes, Hesta tensed up again. Fear and anger made her clench her fists, but her face showed no expression. She didn't want the other person to see her panic or impotent rage, so after taking a few breaths, she went to knock on the teaching assistant's door, as usual. However, no one responded. "Jane?" Liz's voice came from downstairs, and Hesta trembled involuntarily for a moment. "I'm here." With this question and answer, the light above her head quickly went out. In the pure darkness, Hesta heard Liz's footsteps approaching quickly until she was clasping her hand tightly. Liz gasped, "Are you okay? Why is the power out here?" In the silence, before Hesta could answer, they suddenly heard a knock on the bathroom door not far away. "Is anyone outside?" Hesta reacted quickly. "It's the voice of the teaching assistant. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? I seem to be trapped in the toilet by the automatic door." "Wait a minute," Liz began to reach for her public key. "I'm coming right away." On the way back to the apartment, Hesta talked about what happened tonight and asked Liz why she sent that message. Liz's expression was a little complicated. 2 weeks ago, Ms. Molly said that she would discuss the behavior restriction order for Sean with Chiba Masaki. "Do you remember this?" "Yes, I remember." This afternoon, Ms. Molly received feedback that Chiba directly rejected this suggestion. She asked to lift all existing restrictions and punishments against Sean. She thought it was just a normal quarrel between trainees, and there was no need to make such a big deal. "Really?" Ms. Molly was very annoyed. She had a video call with Chiba in the afternoon, and the two parted unhappily. The result now is that the adjustment of Sean's rating and allowance compensation are internal disciplinary sanctions of the base. Chiba has no right to ask. Ms. Molly will definitely insist. As for how to restrict Sean's actions, we can think of a way. "I see." "Jane?" Liz looked at her worriedly. "You look tired." "Nothing." Hesta reached out and gently grabbed her hair. "It's just something new I learned today. It's too difficult for me." Along the way, Hesta silently chewed over everything that happened tonight. Obviously, this must be Sean's masterpiece. Perhaps during the half-month when she thought everything was calm, Sean's sight had never really disappeared. He had been watching her nonchalantly from behind a screen, but it was not until today that he appeared in an overly dramatic way. The reason why he chose today was probably related to the news that the restraining order had not taken effect. What Liz said before was indeed true. Sean was indeed afraid of the punishment from the base, but the deterrent effect of this punishment on him only existed under the premise that his evil deeds would be discovered. After a brief tremor, Hesta felt as if a heavy stone had suddenly fallen from his heart. Yes, her judgment was correct. She recognized the storm. Liz analyzed the power outage tonight is probably related to Sean. He has also remotely controlled some smart furniture in the old building before. When I get back, I will report to Ms. Molly about what happened tonight. By then, even if we can't upgrade the firmware of all the facilities in these buildings for the time being, we can adjust your daily classes underground, where Sean's tricks will never happen again, Liz. Hesta interrupted Liz softly. My mind is a little confused. Can we talk about these things tomorrow? Okay. Liz looked at Hesta with concern. Sorry. Hesta shook his head. In any case, you weren't the one who should apologize. The two pushed open the door of the apartment and stepped into the lobby one after another. Mrs. Lovett suddenly opened the window and waved to Hesta with a smile. Miss Fletcher, Miss Hesta, you are back together? Hesta stopped and said, Good evening, Mrs. Lovett. Mrs. Lovett said gently, There is a package sent to you. Come and sign for it. For me? Hesta was a little surprised.
Who sent it?
Well, let me see. Lovett picked up her handheld gold-rimmed glasses and squinted at the large paper box at hand. Chiba Masaki. After returning to the room, Hesta placed the package on his desk. She stared quietly at the name Chiba Masaki on the package for a while. This name made her feel a little complicated. After a moment's hesitation, Hesta picked up the scissors and began to unpack. This was a 40 centimeters square cardboard box. She used scissors to cut open the tape on the top of the box. Unexpectedly, there was a small box inside the big box. On the small box, there was a handwritten postcard with Chiba's handwriting. I heard that my ward, Miss Hesta, has encountered some difficulties recently. After much consideration, I specially prepared a small gift for you. I don't know under what circumstances you will open this package. Please try to stay alone. Even if there are people around you, please control your expression and don't let yourself appear too surprised.
Can you do it?
If you are ready, open the package. The solution is in it. Hesta put the postcard aside doubtfully and cut the seal of the small cardboard box with a knife. He opened the paper lid and found a box full of finger-thick white plastic foam rollers. Hesta reached her hand into the cardboard box, trying to find out what was inside. When her fingertips were about to touch the bottom of the box, her expression suddenly froze. Although she was prepared, her breathing still hitched slightly when she touched the things at the bottom of the box. Hesta slowly raised her hand, and a Beretta 92 pistol suddenly appeared in her hand. At this moment, she suddenly found that there seemed to be another postcard sandwiched in the tumbling pile of white foam. Hesta picked it up immediately and saw a few lines of words written on it in the same handwriting. If you do not agree with this solution, just reseal the carton and return it to its original place. If you are interested, go to Sophie Morley tomorrow and make an appointment with her for my time this Thursday for a meeting. The next morning, Sean woke up as usual. He yawned and saw a big guy sitting on the bed opposite him from the corner of his eye. He was so scared that he woke up on the spot. When he saw that it was Calvin, he patted his chest in exhaustion. Why are you sitting here so early in the morning? Aren't you going to do morning exercises today? Calvin just looked at him quietly without answering. Sean simply sat up. I rarely see you skipping morning training. From today on, I will try to watch you every moment. Calvin suddenly said.
Huh.
Ms. Molly asked me to do this last night. Sean raised his eyebrows slightly. Why does that old woman always cause trouble for me? Calvin looked at Sean. Did you do anything last night, Sean?
Me?
What else could I do? I stayed in my room the whole time. Sean jumped off the bed and walked towards the coffee machine not far away. He was wearing a white vest and dark blue baggy shorts and a pair of flip-flops on his feet, making a tapping sound with every step. After a while, the coffee machine started working. Sean supported the table with both hands and turned back to continue chatting with Gal. He glanced at the square table not far away and suddenly noticed something different. Where's my computer? I put it away. Where did you put it?
Sean Fronet.
Why did you put my computer away? Fletcher will come over in a while. Galvin looked at Sean. She will send your computer to the base order department for inspection. They suspect you did something bad again last night. Sean laughed. Then check it out. If you can find it this time, I lose. You went to provoke that Hester again, didn't you? Did Fletcher tell you?
No, igasa.
Calvin sighed softly. What are you thinking about, Sean? I reminded you to stay away from her. Please believe that I have really considered your opinion, brother. I have stayed away from her enough during this period of time. Then, why suddenly there was a hurried knock on the door? Sean glanced sideways and answered, I'm coming, while reluctantly going to open the door. Liz Fletcher stood outside with a cold face. Good morning, Miss Fletcher. Sean bowed slightly to Liz. You don't look very happy. Did you not sleep well last night? Move aside. Liz strode in. Calvin stood up and picked up a dark gray metal box from the bedside. Sean's computer, cell phone, and several spare hard drives for daily use are all here. Liz took inventory. When did you put it away? According to Ms. Molly's request, I put these things away suddenly after Sean fell asleep last night. Carl replied, I didn't inform him in advance, so the things on the computer, mobile phone, and hard drive are still in the state they were in before he went to bed last night.
Okay.
Liz took the box. Thank you for your cooperation. If the problem is found, your support will be regarded as Sean's surrender to a certain extent. Sean folded his arms and leaned lazily against the wall. If there is no problem, can I sue you for violating the privacy of the students? Liz carried the box and walked to Sean in 2 steps. She grabbed the top of his vest with one hand and pushed him against the wall. I checked your file. I know it's you. Then we need evidence. Miss Fletcher is about to change her job. It's not right to bully the junior like this. I will find you out. Liz narrowed her eyes slightly. You'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands. Sean spread his hands and made a helpless gesture, then was pushed aside by Liz. He took several steps back before he could barely stand firm. There was a slamming sound of a door closing. Sean smiled, lowered his head, and pulled his vest that was torn out of shape by Liz. I don't understand, Sean. Calvin stood there, looking at his embarrassed brother. Why are you so concerned about that girl? I don't understand either. Calvin frowned.
What?
I mean you. Sean looked at him, and everyone in this base. I don't understand why you guys completely trust these training officers in the base after just a short time. They watch over us, control our training data, and even measure the way we see the world. Have you never thought that one day these things may become weapons against us?
2 years, not just a short time.
Calvin replied, most of the time Ms. Molly is fair. Then do you believe that she will sincerely work for you and us? Galvin paused for a moment. I never have such luxury for others. But many people in the base, Valeni, Molly, love it. Even Fletcher, they are all different from Hecla's people. You can't always look at new people with old eyes. Sean shook his head and said, You are too young and naive, my brother. The more you let your guard down, the more I can't slack off. After all, I promised Mom to take good care of you. Calvin scratched his head in confusion. Whatever you say. Anyway, I will never let you do whatever you want again. Do you want to meet Ms. Chiba this week? In Ms. Molly's office, Molly's young secretary looked at Hesta with some surprise.
Yes.
Hesta nodded. If possible, I would like to make an appointment this Thursday. I don't have the authority to do so for the time being. Although Ms. Chiba is your guardian, she is also a restricted contact person. We can't contact her at any time. Can you help me convey this request to Ms. Molly? Hesta asked softly. She should have away. The young secretary was stunned for a moment. Oh, of course. Do you want to wait here for her to come back? Ms. Molly has a meeting this morning, and it's probably almost over now. No, I have classes next. After answering, Hesta did not turn around immediately. She looked at the floor hesitantly. I want to ask you a question. Is it convenient now?
Of course can I.
Apply to carry a gun in the base? The young secretary thought she had heard wrong, So Hester repeated it again. The secretary stood up on the spot. I don't know why you have such an idea, Miss Hesta. But no, Tawny City is a gun-free zone. Ordinary citizens do not have the right to bear arms, and non-combat members of the base are not allowed to bear arms. But I once saw a used leather holster in Liz's room? Hesta asked in a low voice. Miss Liz has participated in several actual combat operations against chelates. She does have a gun, but it was also a temporary possession. The young secretary looked at Hesta. I understand your current mood, but please don't go to extremes. Not only will this fail to fundamentally solve the problem, it will also get you into bigger trouble. It was already Thursday evening when I saw Chiba again. Chiba originally wanted to take Hesta out for a ride, but was rejected by Molly. I protest, Molly. Chiba frowned as a guardian. Why can't I take Hesta out for a walk? Should the base interfere with my fulfillment of my obligations? Molly said calmly, if you really care about your obligations as much as you say, then you should understand the rules and regulations of the base in advance. If you want to take students out of the base, you need to make an appointment at least one day in advance instead of just showing up and taking people away as you do now. Chinya hesitated for a while, but when he saw that Molly was determined not to open this back door, he had to give up. There's nothing else to do. Chinya shrugged lightly and looked at Hesta. Then let's walk around the base. Hesta said nothing and followed Chiba away in silence. The two walked to the playground, where groups of young people were jogging in the sunset. In the golden sunset, Hesta suddenly saw a circle of black tattoo on Chiba's neck. The last time they met, it was covered by the collar of his sweater. Now, upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was a string of sentences made up of letters, and each letter was stretched thin and tall, like a row of dense black fences. The sentences composed of these letters were not in a language familiar to Hesta. Chinya took out a small silver key and waved it in front of Hesta. Here, take it. The key fell into Hesta's palm. The girl looked at her in confusion. What is this? The newspaper clipping. Chiba replied, I deposited it in Grayscale Bank in your name. If you need to take it away later, just bring your ID and this key. Hesta was startled. His eyes dimmed a little. Thank you. How do you feel during this period?
Huh.
Why do you look so stupid? Chinya laughed. You were scared by that brat. Weren't you? Hesta looked up at Chiba. What do you think, Miss Chiba? Why do you want to cancel the restraining order against Sean? Because it's useless. Chiba glanced at Hesta. Is it useful? Hesta did not answer immediately. She whispered about what happened that night when the teaching building suddenly lost power, and how Sean might have been using the monitoring system in the teaching building to observe her for more than half a month. I told you. Chinya snapped his fingers, holding unrealistic fantasies, pinning your hopes on this system, expecting it to protect you without blind spots with all kinds of complex rules. The final result is to give those evildoers a stronger motivation to bypass the rules. They will prepare in the dark until they think the new time is ripe. At that time, you will only face greater trouble. But what's the use of Miss Chinya's little gift? Hesta asked. Sean has awakened for the second time. So, what if he has awakened for the second time? If his power is enough to compete with a chelate, then it doesn't matter whether I hold a gun or not. Hesta raised his head, but deliberately lowered his voice. Once he enters bullet time, he can easily catch the bullets I fired, or even take the gun away and use it to threaten me. Chinya smiled and said, Since you are so afraid of bullet time, have you ever tried to understand its limitations? Hesta paused. I asked Liz, but she didn't tell me. Chiba looked ahead. Liz has always been a good and obedient child. It's normal that she didn't tell you. What about other channels? What other channels have you used to inquire about this issue? I went to the archives, but my authority was too low, and many reference materials related to mercury needle research were not open to me. Then I searched the official news of the base, trying to find records related to combat casualties, but there were not many details in the news, so I changed my mind. I went to the library to find all the memoirs written by people who survived the infected area that I could find, and made a list of books. This may not be of any use. Chiba interrupted. Publications need to be reviewed before publication, and all sensitive descriptions about mercury needles will be deleted.
Okay.
Then I saved a lot of time. Hesta replied, because I haven't had time to read these books yet. That's good, Jane. Chiba's voice calmed down a little. The more afraid something is, the more people should take the initiative to understand it.
So,
What is Ms. Chiba's answer? Chenya did not answer immediately, but asked, How much do you know about Sean? I don't know, Hesta said softly. If I apply to the base for his information, he will definitely know. I don't even want to look at him now. Isn't this too pessimistic? How should I put it? Chiba raised his eyebrows slightly. Even if Sean is in an advantageous position now, as long as he has not completely defeated you, he has to worry about your counterattack. He has unilaterally announced the start of the battle, but you think it's just nonsense and don't even bother to understand your enemy. Is this reasonable? It was Miss Chiba who said that this was just an ordinary verbal friction between students strategically. This is of course just an ordinary friction, Chiba interrupted Hesta, but this does not prevent us from formulating a strict counterattack tactics for it. Use your little head to think about it. What kind of rules do you want to set for the other party? Rules. Hesta thought about this word and looked at Chenya again. Sean has invaded your life with his methods. This is an act of violence, Jane. Violence has no boundaries. Its boundaries only depend on the reactions of both parties. For example, he punched you. Chenya clenched his fist and made a preparatory action for a punch. You didn't fight back, but just ran away to try to hide further. Then you are telling him, I don't have the ability to fight back, come and hit me a second time. Or, if you pull a few friends together with you and try to hide behind them, that is to tell him there is no way to break through head-on. Come and find other loopholes. The more you want to hide behind something, the more you expose your weaknesses. If you continue like this, in the end you will either cry all day, grab Molly or Fletcher's sleeves and say that Sean bullied me, or you'll be trembling with fear all day. At that time, your good life will only depend on when he is busy with something else, or completely loses interest in you. Have you ever thought about such a life, Jane?
well,
I don't want to. Chenya nodded with satisfaction. Then you have to understand your enemy. Sean is actually quite interesting. When he and Galvin were just brought here from Hekla, they caused several big news, and each article was on the front page of the newspaper. Really? Hesta was a little puzzled. I borrowed Liz's computer before to search the newspapers and magazines archived by the base, but I didn't find any news about them. What keywords did you use?
Sean, Galvin, Gringoire.
I tried them all. Let's get back to the topic just now. Chenya continued. The first time they made the social news was because they killed a young deer in the square of Tawny City.
Dear?
People here like deer. It seems that the pioneers of the city got lost in the nearby mountains and forests decades ago, and were finally led back to the right path by the deer. In short, there have always been free-range Sika deer in the citizens' square of Tawny. The government pays for special people to feed them, and the relationship between the citizens and the deer is also good. When Sean and Galvin first arrived, there was a problem with the base's procedures, so the Mercury Needle who brought them back stayed in a small hotel near the square for one night. As a result, the two brothers slaughtered 2 fawns that were less than a month old that night and roasted them over a fire in the corner of the square. The two did not even realize that there was anything wrong with this, and did not even clean up the bloodstains and deer heads on the ground. It was not until the next day that people found the deer gathered together and wailing that they realized something was wrong. Such things happened several more times afterwards, Chenya said, raising his hand and pointing to his head. These two brothers lack the common sense to live in a civilized world. Hesta was stunned. This comment was so familiar to her. That's why I don't agree with Molly's approach. I think all the rules set up in the base to protect newcomers always have loopholes. No matter what reason they want to approach you, if you don't fight them off head-on, you will never have peace. Do you understand? Hesta took a deep breath. I understand. It was my mistake today. I forgot to make an appointment before taking you out. We can discuss the specific method after I take you out this Saturday. If you are afraid, don't go out tomorrow. Chenya looked at his watch, then took out a business card from his pocket. This is my email and personal phone number. You can contact me if necessary, but always remember to say important things in person. Remember? Hesta took the paper and hesitated for a long time before she said, Miss Chiba, do you really think I can fight Sean with just a gun? Chenya smiled. Listen, Jane, Chinya said softly. Generally speaking, there are three types of people in this world who can defy most rules and are difficult to deal with: nobles, eccentrics, and lunatics. Hesta was thoughtful. The nobles have minds and great power. The geniuses are talented and gifted, and the lunatics have nothing and nothing to lose. Is Sean one of these three types of people? Chinya looked at her. Are you? At night, Hesta stood alone on the balcony, enjoying the breeze. She kept thinking about the conversation with Chiba at dusk, and the silver key was tightly held in her hand. There were footsteps in the corridor outside the door. Hesta turned around and saw Tehran pushing the door open. When their eyes met, Tehran glanced at her and nodded slightly. Before Hesta could react, she had already entered her room. About half an hour later, Liz came back. Like Tehran, she was wearing a military green hat with a wide brim. Her face and body were covered with dust. She quickly took a shower and changed into clean home clothes when she came back. Where did you go today? Hesta asked. Field first aid training, Liz replied. Did everyone go?
Yes.
Liz nodded. After you pass the 15-kilometer cross-country run test, you can also train with the main team. For newcomers. Generally, they have to work alone for half a year. Is Sean here too?
Yes.
Liz replied. I kept an eye on him and Calvin all day. How was your day? Did you encounter any trouble? Hesta shook his head. Liz smiled with satisfaction, stood up and threw the coat that had been casually hung on the back of the chair into the dirty clothes basket. Have you met with Teacher Chiba today?
Yes.
What did she say? Why did she insist on canceling the restraining order against Sean? Hesta thought for a while. She meant, probably to let me learn to face and solve some difficulties alone.
What?
Liz's expression seemed a little stunned. She wants you to solve this kind of problem by yourself now? Hesta nodded. Liz took 2 glasses of water and handed one to Hesta. The two of them talked like they did during the first night talk, one leaning against the fence facing the living room, the other facing the night view in the distance. Teacher Chiba, don't you know the situation? Did you tell her that Sean is a sophomore who has awakened twice?
Yes.
I don't understand. Speaking of which, Hesta suddenly remembered something. Liz, do you know what these 2 sentences mean? Seeing Hesta handing her a piece of paper, Liz lowered her head and took a closer look. She saw the words, 40 nihil difficile, nunquam obliviscar. Where did you see this sentence? It's the tattoo on Ms. Chiba's neck. Hesta said softly, maybe I remembered a few letters wrong, but it's roughly like this. It looks like classical language. Let me check it out. The two went to Liz's room, and Liz took out a thick classical dictionary. After some research, Liz quickly translated the general meaning of the sentence. Overcome all difficulties and never forget. They both sighed in confusion at the same time. What a mystery. Chiba Masaki. Liz murmured softly. Has she ever told you about her past? Hesta shook his head. Did Liz hear that? Liz also shook her head. I only know that she was transferred from District 14 several years ago. She is one of the few Mercury Needles who can fight alone. She is very brave. My assistant officer Ragazan once had the honor of seeing her fight in person. I remember she said that Chenya's attitude when facing the enemy often makes people feel that she is not trying to defeat the opponent, but intends to die with the opponent. The two of them lay on the bed, looking at the words overcome all difficulties and never forget, and fell into silence for a moment. After a while, Liz looked at Hesta. Perhaps it is because Teacher Chiba herself is too powerful that she cannot truly put herself in the shoes of the weak and understand the plight of the weak. Hesta turned over, looked at the ceiling light in the room, and suddenly said out of nowhere, "Thank you."
Huh?
Liz was a little surprised. Thank you for what? Thank you for spending so much time on me. Hesta said softly, this matter has indeed dragged on for too long. This is what I should do. Liz replied, now the technical department of the base is carefully checking Sean's daily equipment. Let's wait for the results. Maybe there is another way to stop this?
Huh?
What is it? Hesta blinked his eyes. Liz was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. It's not impossible, right? Hesta said softly, maybe it will be possible next year. Liz rubbed her eyes and nodded repeatedly. She helped herself to sit up on the bed. If that's the case, Then I should have solved this matter before you awaken for the second time, Jane.
Why?
Because the world where the weak should endure bullying is wrong, and I hate that kind of world. Liz's expression became serious. I also don't want you to have such thoughts, like, the reason I'm in Sean's harassment now is because I don't have the strength yet. In Askia, if anyone relies on his hard fists to run rampant in the village, he will always be severely taught a lesson, and those who bully the weak should be ashamed of their behavior. When I was a child, there lived a pharmacist opposite my house. She was very weak and couldn't even carry a bag full of grain, but she recognized all kinds of medicinal herbs and knew what kind of grass and fruits in the forest were edible and what were poisonous. Every time people reclaimed new wasteland and discovered new grass plants, everyone had to rely on her to identify whether the things were edible. And my grandmother, she was very small, but she knew how to find water. When she was young, she took my father and several aunts on long journeys, which would take months, and she always brought back good news. Her erudition, the experience she left behind, and her courage are unmatched by anyone stronger than her. Whether it's my grandmother or the pharmacist, if others allow them to be bullied, let them live in fear, and spend a lot of time and energy studying how to protect themselves, then they will not be able to play their original value after all. Humans are interdependent animals, and it is wisdom and courage that lead us to move forward, not brute force. A person who is weak in one aspect may be able to become a giant in another, but the premise of all this is the existence of a peaceful order. If someone uses a talent that he is good at to infringe on the interests of others unscrupulously, it is undoubtedly a trampling on this order. I will never allow this to happen around me. The soft light in the bedroom reflected in Liz's eyes, making her serious face glow with heroism. You can beat Sean sooner or later. But I believe there must be a better solution than this. Is it worth it? Hesta murmured in a low voice. Why do you spend so much energy on this matter? Liz suddenly smiled. My father used to complain about my grandmother's meddling. She looked at Hesta, but my grandmother said that people always take public order and morality for granted, as if good people get rewards, bad people get retribution is an iron rule. Once good people lose power and bad people gain power, they get furious, but in fact, if no one rewards good people and no one punishes bad people, this kind of order will not exist at all. One of the reasons why I like the base is that the philosophy advocated here is very similar to Askia. In Askia, justice is never late. If it is late, it must be because no one is willing to pave the way for it with sweat and blood. Liz glanced at Hesta. So you don't have to feel guilty, Jane. I am also defending my own rules. Hesta was suddenly moved, and an inexplicable courage rose from the bottom of her heart. Liz continued, the reason why we can't do anything to Sean now is, first, his behavior has not caused you any substantial harm, and we haven't found any new evidence yet, and second, Mr. Chiba is determined to lift the restrictions on Sean, and we can't force him to stay away. But if he persists and continues to do weird things, I won't rule out using violence to teach him a lesson, but this is not something you should be anxious about. Don't be afraid, Jane. Well, I'm not afraid. Hesta gently placed her hand on her chest. She felt her heart pounding in her chest, as if a warm tide was overflowing. Even if Sean appeared in front of me now with his brother, I would not tremble anymore. On Saturday, Chiba arrived as expected. She drove the familiar burgundy convertible again, and Hesta sat in the passenger seat like he had done the previous times. Chiba opened the car window and drove towards the city of Tan-E with Hesta. This was the first time Hesta had seen a complex of buildings in the civilized world. Every house here was as beautiful as the Abbey of St.
And
people planted roses and irises in the gardens facing the street, which were already blooming in early summer. Are you used to the life in the base?
Chenya asked. Yes.
Which do you prefer, being a nun or being a nun in the monastery? I'm not a nun. I haven't taken a vow. Chenya glanced at Hesta. What vows? Forever poor, forever chaste, forever obedient. Hesta whispered, only after studying in the order and taking vows can one become a nun. Chenya laughed at the side. Fortunately you didn't. The car turned a corner, and Chiba handed over a hat with a pair of sunglasses inside. Put it on. Hesta did as she was told, and soon she realized why Chiba did this at a newsstand on a street corner. On a wire fence hung with that day's newspapers and new journals, she saw her photo published everywhere. In the photo, she has long flaxen hair and looks like a frightened deer, staring at the camera with deep suspicion and distrust. The car drove past in a gust of wind, and Hesta's eyes were still fixed on the newsstand behind him until Chiba turned again. Hesta turned around. "What are those?" "The gendarmerie found your photo in the municipal archives of the monastery." Chiba replied calmly, "What's wrong with the color of your hair? Why isn't it red in the photo?" At the time, the dean and Miss Girding thought that my red hair would easily attract criticism, so they gave me a wig when the photo was taken. Hesta couldn't help but look back at the corner of the street. Even though there was nothing there now, that should be a photo from 3 years ago, taken not long after I entered the monastery, but why did the gendarmerie print my photo everywhere? The people in the base may not have told you that the United Government is now competing with Ages for your custody rights. Chiba replied, "The United Government of each region wants to have an anti-chelate team under its control, but the new Mercury Needle recruits are basically those we find in the wasteland far away from habitable areas. From the time they are brought in to the time they take up their posts, there is basically nothing the United Government can do about it." At another intersection, Chinya got off the car and bought a few newspapers and magazines with Hesta's head printed on them, then got back into the car and handed them to her. Hesta flipped through the pages one by one in these newspaper and magazine articles. There appeared a Jane Hesta who was extremely unfamiliar to her. Not only did this girl have the same name and surname as her and entered the convent at the same time as her, but she was also gentle, pious, and born with a heart like that of a Madonna. The article is filled with a lot of details, depicting the life in the monastery very vividly and realistically. It seems that the reporter should have interviewed the surviving children of St. Anne's Monastery. However, all the things related to Hesta were mixed up. For example, Frossen once found a squirrel with blood holes on its body on the day of the incident, but in the article it became Hesta who first discovered it. Not only that, Hesta, who has always been gentle, respectful, and frugal, took the initiative to organize other children to pray for the dead animals in the absence of the nuns. Hesta didn't understand. Why are they writing nonsense? Chiba's car passed by the civic square at this moment, and the sudden noise not far away made Hesta turn his head to look. In front of a towering monument, countless people stood there, waving flags or holding homemade corrugated cardboard. As the angles changed, Hesta saw many people holding her portraits or photos, the same one that was published on the covers of countless magazines today. On fluttering flags and cards, people wrote in thick red or black paint, "Set her free." Under the monument, someone was giving a passionate speech, but because it was too far away, Hesta could not hear what the person was saying. She saw many policemen not far from the crowd, silently folding their arms and looking at the demonstrators from afar. Perhaps because the speech was about to end, the people standing on the high ground suddenly began to raise their arms and shout, and the crowd in the square instantly burst into earth-shaking waves of voices. "Let her be free, let her be free, let her be free." Hesta looked at Chiba. "What are they doing?" "They are asking the United Government to come forward and negotiate with Ages." "Negotiate?
What?"
"They hope that Ages will let you go and let you return to a habitable area to live like an ordinary person, so as to avoid becoming a tool to fight against chelates in the future." Chiba answered as she stood up and looked at the road conditions ahead. Seeing that there seemed to be a traffic jam in the distance, she began to look for an opportunity to turn around. Hesta asked, "Why did they do this?" "Who are you referring to?" "Those people in the square." Hesta said softly, "I don't know any of the people there." "Huh." Chinya replied meaningfully, "Of course it's because someone wants them to do this." Hesta thought for a while. "United Government?" Chiba responded, "Although Ages is a completely autonomous and independent organization, a considerable part of our funding comes from the financial allocation of the regional United Government and private donations. The public image of the region will directly affect our budget for the coming year. Whoever makes good use of this can put pressure on us." Through the car window, Hesta looked back at the crowd in the square again. The crowd in the distance was shouting more and more fiercely. These voices became smaller and smaller as Chinya's car speeded up, and both sides of the road entered a brief silence. After entering the old town, everything in the city began to become lively again. Hesta saw a continuous stream of pubs, bakeries, small supermarkets, and shop windows displaying new clothes. Brown or dark blue tables and chairs were placed on the open space facing the street, and people sat around and chatted under huge parasols. There were all kinds of cups and snacks on their tables, and they laughed from time to time. Due to the strict speed limit in the old town, the speed of cars in Chiba became very slow, which gave Hesta more opportunities to observe this beautiful old town. Different from the fairy tale-like colorful townhouses before, the buildings here are more solemn and the colors are more elegant. Bronze statues can be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys, with their names and dates of birth and death engraved on the bronze bases. Under the erosion of rain and wind, the surface of the statue is mottled, showing a kind of darkness and coldness that has gone through the years. Chiba stopped in front of a bakery and unbuckled her seatbelt. "Let's go and have something to eat first. I've already eaten at the base this morning. I haven't," Chiba said as she got out of the car. It's a miracle that the food at the base is delicious. Hesta followed Chiba out of the car. She looked up and saw the words "White Ship" engraved on the wooden sign above her head, and next to it there was a string of characters that Hesta did not recognize, probably the translation of the store name into another language. As soon as he pushed the door open, Hesta smelled the sweet aroma of butter. The smell was so rich, mixed with the fragrance of coffee, that it made people feel like they were in heaven. She followed Qianya silently, looking at the dazzling array of breads and cakes in the glass display case. She couldn't help but slightly lift her sunglasses to take a closer look until her breath formed a layer of water vapor on the glass. After ordering 3 croissants and a cup of coffee, Chiba turned around and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Hesta was startled at first, and then became a little flustered. She raised her finger and hesitated for a long time, and finally pointed at a small cake with both strawberries and raspberries on the top layer. This. The two of them quickly sat down against the wall in the store. There was a stone wall on one side, and the other facing the street. There was a huge piece of painted frosted glass on the side facing the street. Through the glass window, everyone on the street became a blurry shadow.
"Eat."
"No need to wait for me," Chiba said. Hesta held her breath and picked up the knife and fork beside her. She cut the cake twice from the center of the circle, carving out a small triangle of about 60 degrees. "Who taught you how to use your knife and fork?" Hesta paused, sister girding from St. Anne's Monastery. "Not bad." Qianya supported his face and watched Hesta eat. "I have been here for more than 5 years, and I am still not used to using a knife and fork." As she was talking, the waiter came over with a large white round plate with 3 croissants from Chiba on it. She took out a napkin from the wooden clip next to her and put it under the croissants, then picked up the bread directly. Neither of them spoke anymore. It began to rain outside, and the raindrops hit the stained glass wall next to Hesta's hand. The wind chimes at the door of the bakery rang, and a mother and daughter pushed the door open. After a brief stop at the ordering counter, they quickly sat down here. As soon as they sat down, the mother took out her handkerchief to wipe the girl's face. The girl's bangs were all wet and stuck to her forehead. The two had been chatting since they entered the room, but it was the daughter who did most of the talking. The little girl looked unhappy and kept complaining that her violin teacher was too strict, old, and pedantic. She mentioned the names of several friends in a row, saying that they had recently hired another musician to teach them, who was handsome and humorous, and she wanted to join them. The mother did not comment, but just listened to her daughter with a smile. Then she listed a series of awards and asked her daughter whether the music tutor hired by her friends had the same achievements. The daughter glared at her mother resentfully and did not answer. At this moment, the waiter came over with a cup and a small saucer. "Hello, canale, and a complimentary cup of hot cocoa." Because Chiba had already put coffee, the waiter placed the hot cocoa next to Hesta. She was about to say she didn't need it, but Chiba next to her said thank you. Qianya pushed the small plate with 2 canapés in front of Hesta, then took one with his bare hands and threw it into his mouth. "This canapé shop doesn't allow delivery, only dine-in. You can try it." Hesta did not refuse, and cut the little canale in half as before, and ate it with a fork. Most of her attention was still on the conversation between mother and daughter. She heard the little girl had started bargaining with her mother, saying that she hoped to go to the theater with her father to watch a musical at the end of this year. Her father had clearly agreed to her request last year, but in the end he said that he did not get a spot, and she has regretted it until now. So the mother made a promise. Suddenly, the burnt aroma of canale filled her mouth. Hesta briefly woke up from the conversation of others and raised her head. "This taste is so special." Chenya smiled and said, "Is it delicious? I will come here every time I pass by the old town." Hesta nodded, and she took a sip from the cup of hot cocoa nearby, but suddenly froze. "What's wrong?" Chiba saw that Hesta's expression was not right. "Is it too sweet?" Hesta shook his head. "The taste is different from the one in the base. It's not bitter." Chenya laughed. "Hot cocoa outside is made with cheap cocoa butter substitutes and sugar. It's not like the real dark chocolate and cocoa powder at the base, so of course it's not bitter." Hesta put canale aside and concentrated on holding the cup of hot cocoa. The strong sweetness lingered between her lips, making her forget everything for a moment. Looking at Hesta, who had been completely captured by the sugar industry, Chiba suddenly smiled and looked out the window again. After a while, they stood up and left at the same time as the mother and daughter next to them. After stepping out of the bakery, the mother opened an umbrella and walked into the misty rain with her daughter. "This way." Chenya raised his hand and pointed in the opposite direction. "Aren't we going back to the car?" "No, our destination is nearby, and it's only a 5-minute walk away. We don't even need an umbrella." Following the raised eaves on the roadside, Hesta followed Chenya silently. When they turned to the underground passage, Hesta suddenly asked, "Mercury Needle, is it possible to live a normal life?" Chenya didn't look back. "How ordinary do you have to be? Like the people who live here?" Hesta replied, "In theory, you can retire. How about in reality?" "Of course, each has its own difficulties," Chenya replied. "If you really decide to leave Ages, Mercury Needles will generally choose to be re-employed by the coalition government, or you can't avoid dealing with chelates. Then how long will it take to retire after being re-employed? If you are re-employed, of course you won't retire. You will work until you die. Can I not accept the re-employment?" Chenya finally noticed something unusual. She turned around and looked at Hesta, whose hair was slightly wet by the rain. "That's unlikely. I don't understand. In this world, there are some people who need Mercury Needles and will chase you to the ends of the earth. No matter you are in a habitable area or a wasteland, they will not give you any other choice." Chenya said softly, "If it really comes to that, it would be better not to leave Ages from the beginning or just go to the United Government, but these things are too far away from you." "No other choice?" Chenya smiled. "We are like the few sharp blades in this world, Jane." She said softly, "The fate of a sharp blade is to be hammered, polished, and put into battle, and so on and so forth until it breaks." Chiba brought Hesta to an empty warehouse. The staircase was made of metal and painted dark red, but the paint had fallen off in many places and looked very mottled. After passing through several thick doors covered with perforated leather, Hesta heard faint gunshots. Walking through the last door, she saw a dim neon light hanging on the wall of the entrance. There was a little dust on the curved white light tube, and it twisted and turned to spell out the words Bang Bang Club. "This is an underground shooting range." After putting on goggles and earmuffs, she followed Chenya to an open field. Chenya randomly picked a gun path and looked back at Hesta. "Have you ever used a gun?"
"Yeah."
Hesta nodded. Chiba handed the gun to Hesta. "Fire a few rounds and let me see." Hesta started shooting at the 3-meter target, and all 5 bullets fell within the 9 rings. Then she shot at 5 meters, 7 meters, 12 meters, 15 meters, 17 meters, and 25 meters. Except for a few slight deviations, she hardly hit anything beyond the 9 rings. This was not Hesta's first time holding a gun. She had experience using guns in Tamming Alley. Chiba seemed to understand this from the beginning and was not particularly surprised by Hesta's quick mastery, but the surprise in her eyes was still beyond words. "Who taught you all this?" You taught so well. A friend. From Tanming Alley?
Yes.
You were so young, and they dared to let you participate in a fight. It wasn't a fight. Chiba didn't ask any more questions. She stepped forward and demonstrated 15 shots at a distance of 25 meters. The results were all between 10.3 and 10.9. Hesta was also stunned. Afterwards, Chiba strictly corrected some of Hesta's incorrect habits, from breathing, posture, aiming field of view, to pulling the trigger. Deviations in these details would seriously reduce shooting accuracy and gun-holding time. During the break in practice, the two sat on a chair nearby to rest. Chiba and Hesta talked about the origin of this underground shooting range and mentioned that in recent times, she would try to rush back to Tani every week to bring Hesta to practice. However, in addition to the actual training, Hesta could also practice aiming and shooting in the base. You have always doubted whether you can compete with the Mercury Needle with a pistol. Chiba put down the gun. My answer is that it depends on the person. If your opponent is Liz Fletcher, you are unlikely to succeed with a pistol, but if it is Sean, it will be different. Bullet time refers to the time that the Mercury Needle can enter a high awakening combat state. The combat time that each Mercury Needle can maintain is different. You already know this, right? Hesta nodded. Okay. Chiba continued. After entering bullet time, the Mercury Needles can't be completely idle. We need to keep ourselves in this state just like when you fight with someone, you have to clench your fists. Following Chiba's demonstration, Hesta also clenched his hands into fists. However, in an instant, Chiba suddenly drew his gun again and shot at the target in the distance. At this moment, the loud sound of the bullet rushing out of the gun barrel caught Hesta off guard. She subconsciously reached out to cover her ears, although it was too late. Chiba smiled. However, there are always many sudden changes that will make people forget to clench their fists, just like your reaction now. The same is true for maintaining bullet time, but for Mercury Needle, once we forget to maintain our state, we will quickly fall out of bullet time and enter constraint time. Constraint time. Hesta murmured the word. It's like a car. After it starts, you can step on the accelerator to accelerate or use the steering wheel to steer at any time, but once it stalls halfway, you have to take the time to restart it. In this process, your car is no longer a dexterous driving tool. Unless the engine is restarted, you can hardly do anything with it. The same goes for Mercury Needle's body. After entering the constraint time, Mercury Needle will become weak and powerless. During this period, let alone fighting, even standing alone is difficult. For example, if there is a Mercury Needle, his bullet time is about 10 hours. In a certain battle, he chooses to take a temporary rest after working continuously for no more than 5 hours. Then, he will usually experience a weakness period of 10 to 20 minutes. During this period, he can't do anything. Only when this restriction time is over can he re-enter the bullet time. We call this kind of situation incomplete restriction time. Hesta thought for a moment. Is there complete constraint time? Yes, Chenya said with a smile. Let's use the example just now. If the Mercury Needle has been working for more than 5 hours, then when he stops again, he will directly enter complete constraint time. Complete constraint time is generally half of bullet time. No matter whether the Mercury Needle has been working for 6 hours, 7 hours, or 10 hours, when he stops again, he has to lie down for 5 hours before he can start moving again. Hesta frowned and thought, I see. Have you ever thought about how the length of bullet time is determined? Hesta tilted his head slightly. Through some extreme tests? Almost, Chenya said with a smile. The so-called secondary special training is that in a controllable place, the in-service Mercury Needle is responsible for releasing chelates to the newcomers who have not yet awakened to the second time. In the battle against the chelate, the bullet time of the newcomer Mercury Needle will naturally awaken, and the others are responsible for timing on the side. Until the bullet time fails? It's not just as simple as failing, Chenya said softly. When approaching its own limit, the ability of Mercury Needle will have an extremely strong burst, and it will continue to increase by 20 to 150 times on the basis of the original bullet time. The last period of the outbreak is the Akron moment. Chenya said softly, and the calculation of bullet time is from the time you enter the combat state to the arrival of the Akron moment. Hesta suddenly said, is this. The reason why the base stipulates that bullet time must be higher than 4 hours to participate in combat. Qianya said softly, excluding some extreme values. The average time it takes for a 5-man Mercury Needle team to hunt a chelate is 57 minutes. Bullet time below 4 hours is too dangerous on the battlefield. Not to mention the Akron moment. Once you enter the restricted time, let alone the chelate, even a 5 or 6-year-old child can easily cut your neck with a knife. Until this moment, Hesta suddenly understood many things that happened in the past. For example, on the night when Rico participated in the special training, she was admitted to the underground hospital of the base because of serious injuries. Thinking of this, Hesta suddenly realized something. But the shelf life of chelates is usually only 2 weeks to 1 month. How can the base ensure that there are enough chelates to use during special training? Catch them now. That's something with a higher level of confidentiality. Qianya smiled. If you want to think about it, you can think about it yourself, but don't let any third person know all the news I tell you today. Can you do it? Hesta nodded seriously. Let's talk about Sean again. Listen. Qianya continued, his bullet time is 4 hours and 55 minutes, and the interval restriction time is 22 minutes. In other words, if he enters the bullet time and is interrupted by you, then you have at least 22 minutes to do whatever you want. But how should I, generally speaking, the stability of bullet time is related to the fighting will of the person involved. Do you remember the question I asked you last time? Hesta fell into deep thought. Qianya continued, as for how to do it specifically, you can figure it out yourself. I understand. Qianya exhaled lightly, turned sideways and looked at the target in the distance. Do you want to practice a few more rounds today? I will have to send you back in an hour. Miss Qianya, do you have anything else to do this afternoon? No, but Molly only approved me for half a day. Qianya spread her hands. You can see that this is a special period, and there are photos of you everywhere outside. It is really inconvenient to let you follow me out all day. Hesta thought for a moment, can we practice today? I can go and explain to Ms. Molly. Okay. Qianya smiled. Then I'll go get a few more boxes of bullets. Inside the base, in Sophie Morley's office, Liz looked at Ms. Morley opposite her in shock. She stood up and spoke in an agitated voice. Why do you want to stop the investigation into Sean now? We will get to the bottom of this matter. Morley looked at Liz calmly, but we didn't find any evidence in his equipment, did we? You obviously also think that the power outage in the grammar classroom and the missing surveillance video were caused by Sean. What article? Ms. Fletcher, I understand how you feel now. Please answer my questions directly and don't make other excuses. Liz's eyes were almost blazing. What are you worried about? Molly's expression showed a little fatigue. She sighed softly, took off her thin-framed glasses, and leaned back a little. Perhaps you know that there are some parades in the city of Tawny these days. Liz was stunned. What parade? The citizens demanded that the 3rd District United Government negotiate with us to hand over Jane Hesta and let her return to live among the civilian population. As he spoke, Molly pushed a newspaper in front of Liz. As soon as Liz unfolded it, she frowned at the portrait on the front page. She looked up at Molly and asked, Is this Jane? Molly nodded. The headline on the newspaper was printed in heavy ink. Set her free, save her. The girl surrounded by doom. Liz read the entire page without saying a word and then silently put the newspaper back on the table. Never underestimate the public's sympathy for a little girl, Molly whispered, especially since she bravely confronted the chelate at a critical moment, saving the children of the entire monastery at the cost of her own serious injury. Who would have the heart to let her continue to live in danger for the rest of her life? After today, the entire 3rd District will probably pay attention to her whereabouts. Liz's frown relaxed a little. So that's what you're worried about. This matter can't be made any bigger. Molly pinched the bridge of his nose. If it gets out, it will definitely be seen that the base can't provide protection for Hesta. This will only make public opinion more turbulent. Liz looked at the flaxen-haired girl in the newspaper. After a moment of silence, she whispered, But if you want to suspend the investigation of Sean for this matter, doesn't it mean that we really can't provide protection for Jane? Suspending the investigation does not mean stopping the investigation. Molly corrected, although there is no official document, we can still restrict Sean's behavior. Then we might as well let her go, as everyone suggested. Liz looked at Molly anyway. She doesn't know anything now. It's good for her to leave the base and live an ordinary life. Molly smiled. She didn't seem angry about what Liz said. Someone mentioned this when we were discussing countermeasures at the meeting before, but Chiba denied it. Chiba? Liz laughed in disbelief. I thought she would just let it go. She's not just not letting it go. Molly turned his eyes back to the newspaper and whispered, the reason Hesta can stay in the base now is all thanks to Chiba Masaki's quick response in the early stage. If she hadn't gone through the adoption procedure to get the child's identity before the gendarmerie checked the monastery's children's list, we would not be able to bring her into the base legally. After all, from a legal point of view, since Hesta has registered her identity information at St. Anne's Monastery, she is one of the legal citizens of Tani City in the 3rd District, and the City Hall has the right to give priority to her. What does Mr. Chiba think of this march? Molly went on to say, in the past, for civil organizations to organize a march, it would take at least 2 weeks of review and preparation from the time the application was submitted to the time the march officially took place. But this time, from the time the application was submitted to the time the march officially began, it took less than 3 days. If there was no one behind the scenes giving them the green light, they would not be able to do it. Moreover, even if Hesta was allowed to leave the base, what awaits her would not be the so-called ordinary life, but working for the coalition government. Chiba's opinion is that in order to keep Jane Hesta, we can do whatever it takes, as the original words. Molly said. Liz took a deep breath. Liz, Molly said, more gently, it may sound cold, but perhaps you've put too much energy and emotion into this matter. Liz spoke first, but did not refute. After a while, she just whispered, I am Jane's assistant. Molly clasped his hands together. The original intention of the base to punish Sean was to warn him that it was wrong to do so, but now we also need to understand the reason why he showed such unusual attention to the new Hesta. Molly looked at Liz. Being overly focused on punishment itself sometimes doesn't mean justice is served. What do you think? Liz was silent for a moment, then stood up, picked up her hat, and put it on. I'll think about it. Molly smiled slightly. I remember that this morning Valeni said that she was going to arrange a short visit with Galvin. Perhaps you can find a chance to talk to her. She should have some valuable information for both you and Hesta. In the evening, Chiba drove Hesta back to the base. Although it rained briefly today, the clouds and rain had cleared up at this moment. The sunset in the distant sky coated the whole world with a layer of dim gold, and Chinya stopped the car. Don't forget to send me a copy of your class schedule when you go back so that I can know when you are usually free. Let's arrange the visiting time first. Be ready. I may come to pick you up at any time. Okay. We have to solve this matter as soon as possible. Chinya gently rubbed the hard leather texture on the steering wheel. The longer the night, the more dreams there are. It's best not to delay too long. All this depends on your shooting progress. Hesta's hand, which was originally fastening his seat belt, suddenly slowed down. Chiba almost immediately caught the change in movement. What's wrong? I was thinking, maybe there might be a better solution than this. Hesta looked ahead, with some uncertainty in his voice. I want to use this method as a trump card. If the base still can't solve my problem, and Sean takes further action, then Hesta's voice stopped abruptly, because she heard a sigh with laughter coming from Chinya. She looked sideways. What are you laughing at, Miss Chinya? Chinya looked at her. When did you start to have this fantasy? I asked Ms. Molly's secretary. Guns are banned in Tani City, and guns are not allowed in the base without permission. If I really take the risk, I might face the same punishment as Sean. Did the punishment from the base restrict Sean's actions?
No.
Then why should you be restricted by something like this? Hesta was speechless for a moment. The night before, Liz's words about a world where the weak must endure bullying is wrong, and when someone paves the way for justice with sweat and blood emerged in Hesta's mind, but at this moment she could not smoothly and flexibly repeat these words. She frowned slightly. But fighting violence with violence will only, push everyone to a more extreme direction. Don't think about this kind of problem. This is what Molly and the others should consider.
Why? Because
this is not something you can control. Chinya said softly, Sean chose you first, Molly and the others always hope to solve all problems from the root. There has been bullying against newcomers in our base, and there must be a reason for this. Problems with the perpetrators themselves, loopholes in the system, popular factors in culture or subculture, and so on. Standing in the perspective of the perpetrator, understand why he does evil, and then think about ways to make him stop doing evil. This is something for others to consider, not you. Remember what I said last time, violence has no boundaries, and its boundaries only depend on the reactions of both parties. When Hester returned to dormitory 403, he happened to run into Liz coming out of her room. "Are you back?" "Yeah." As soon as the two met, a complex emotion surged in their hearts. They suddenly had a subtle sense of betrayal towards each other, so they avoided looking at each other at the same time. Hester walked towards her room, and when she opened the door, Liz suddenly called her. "Your personal computer has just been applied for," Liz said softly. "What do you want?" "Tonight or tomorrow morning is fine." Hester thought for a moment, then,
"Tonight?"
"Okay, I'll take you there." Along the way, Liz kept thinking about how to mention to Hester that the base had suspended its investigation into Sean. However, until they came back again, Liz couldn't find a suitable entry point and could only watch Hester return to the room with his computer. She felt very complicated. In the afternoon, she went to see Valeni according to Molly's suggestion, but Valeni asked her to come back in a few days. She remembered that she had promised Hester the night before that she would protect her, but now she had to accept the fact that the investigation was suspended because of the citizens' demonstration. Liz tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. In another room, Hester was completely unaware of all this. After getting the computer, her attention was quickly drawn to the black square notebook that she could carry with her. Soon, she used the basic operations she had learned in the past half a month to find the relevant search page and used the two-finger Zen method to input the words Hekla Wasteland. Apart from the basic introduction to Heracles, most of the remaining search results revolve around the Hekla tragedy 2 years ago, the year the Gringoire brothers arrived at the base. A large area of chelatia infection occurred in the Heracles wasteland. As the chelates continued to emerge, the wind in the wasteland was like the breath of death, bringing continuous killings. It was also during the Hekla tragedy that the Mercury Needles observed cooperative behavior between chelates for the first time. Although it was only a very immature bait plus ambush combination, this behavior was unprecedented in the history of previous observations. At the same time, also in the Hekla wasteland, the Mercury Needles observed a chelate that survived for 40 days. Previously, the longest survival time of a chelate was no more than 28 days. All of this suggests that chelates may have evolved behavior, but the triggering conditions are not yet understood. Hester closed the pages and retyped the words Brother Hekla. Sure enough, everything happened as Chiba said. News related to the Gringoire brothers immediately appeared on the page. She browsed through them one by one and soon saw the deer hunting that Chiba had mentioned to her. The debate lasted for more than 2 months. This behavior aroused great controversy among Tand-E at the time. Many people began to question, if the members of the Mercury Needle team were all such inhumane and cruel wilderness survivors, then how could Mercury Needle ensure the reliability and purity of its own team? Many opinion leaders have also come forward to publicly call for not holding children who have just escaped from Hades on Earth to the moral standards of a livable environment, saying this is a form of civilized arrogance. Finally, the Age's medical department and the Tani City First Hospital jointly made a diagnosis that the Hekla brothers had experienced a tragedy in the wilderness and developed acute PTSD symptoms, which led them to do such a ridiculous thing. Thus, this great discussion surrounding deer hunting behavior finally came to an end. Among all the reports, only one blurry photo taken casually by a citizen of Tani showed the figures of the Gringoire brothers. This made Hester truly convinced that the base was truly protecting its new trainees even when the public opinion was at its most heated. They did not disclose the names and appearances of the Hekla brothers to the public. The first time she used a search engine, Hester was shocked. It was as if she had opened the door to a new world. Compared to searching for documents and newspapers in a library with numerous volumes, the convenience of the engine is beyond imagination. Out of curiosity, Hester searched again for Askia, the hometown that Liz had mentioned to her the day before. Similar to Hekla, After the first entry with basic information about Askia, most of the remaining search results are about Askia tragedy. Then she typed in the 4th district, Katla City, Tehran's hometown, and Seoul Wasteland, Rico's hometown. Everyone's experience is so similar after the basic introduction of the city or wasteland. There is an entry for such and such tragedy. Among the above-mentioned areas, only the city of Katla was originally a habitable place, so after the first case of chelation disease occurred, mercury needle intervention was very timely. Except for the 20 or so victims who were unfortunately killed directly by chelates, the entire city's population of 110,000 was safe. Today, the city of Katla has been adjusted to an isolation zone for 2 years. After a period of isolation, the indigenous people have all moved to other habitable areas and started their new lives again. As for the 2 wastelands of Askia and Hekla, they were almost all wiped out. Ages seem to have been working hard to establish an alarm system for the residents of the wasteland, but it seemed to have little effect. Whenever they found a wasteland invaded by chelation disease, it was often at the stage of collective attacks of chelation patients. The only thing the mercury needles could do was to do their best to find some survivors from these hells on Earth and bring them back to habitable places. This is also the source of most newcomers to mercury needle therapy. All night long, Hesta wandered in the details of this world until she suddenly remembered a name. Suspicious, she typed the word vulva in the search box and clicked search. Her expression gradually changed from nervous anticipation to calmness. The search results on the engine were all about the heroine of a love story in District 14, Dagger and Sheath. Hesta lowered his eyes, feeling a little tired at this moment. He glanced at the clock and was surprised to find that it was already past 1 in the morning. She got up to wash up, then fell on the bed, staring at the ceiling without saying a word until she fell asleep. Early Sunday morning, D-type students inspected the area. When Calvin woke up, he found that Sean had gotten up early for the first time in a long time. He was sitting crookedly in front of the small table in the observation room, and the sound of turning pages could be heard from time to time. The sun came out from the west, Calvin thought to himself. He stood up and said hello to Sean, then walked to the bathroom. "Carl, can you lend me your computer later?"
Sean suddenly said. "No. Kailan suorat strasfurwarli."
"Okay, I don't need it. You can help me search for something." Sean turned his head lazily. "Is this okay?" Across the distance, Sean watched Calvin operate the mouse and keyboard, typing the words vulva on the web page. They clicked in and looked at several web pages in a row, all of which were reports related to the performance of Dagger and Sheath. Sean frowned. "Can you check the Ages resident database?"
"You mean hack in?"
Galvin narrowed his eyes. Sean blinked, and suddenly realized that neither he nor Galvin had the data permission in this area. "Forget it then. Is there anything else you want to check? Why don't you try vulva Lane?" Just as Calvin was about to start, he suddenly realized something. Is this something related to Hesta? How could that be? Sean smiled helplessly. "I'm just curious about who this person is." "Wait for Fletcher to return your computer, then you can check it yourself." Cal closed the computer. "I'm going to prepare for self-study."
Sean didn't respond.
He just sat there as if nothing had happened, pulling his hair in a daze, thinking about the search results. Early this morning, as usual, he opened his computer while Galvin was asleep and began to analyze the data captured last night with ease. As early as a year ago, he had buried an extremely hidden Trojan deep in a folder on Galvin's computer. This was the first virus program he had written himself in his life, and Sean named it Assassin. It has a small capacity, low system consumption, and leaves no traces of use. Its only function is to connect to and manipulate the computer of Mrs. Lovett, the person in charge of the student dormitory, which is the puppet machine that is truly controlled by Sean. Mrs. Lovett has never been very interested in information technology. Although she is conscientious and responsible in her work, she has no enthusiasm for further understanding of the working principles of computers. After a computer failure, Sean kindly cleaned up Mrs. Lovett's work computer. From then on, Sean had his first and most hidden broiler. In order to keep his actions as undetected as possible, Sean would secretly maintain Mrs. Lovett's computer regularly to prevent her from sending the computer for repair because the program ran too slowly. Mrs. Lovett knew nothing about it. Through the note of Lavit, Sean caught a lot of interesting things, among which his favorite thing to look through was everyone's search and browsing data. Everyone's search and browsing behavior deeply and truly reflected his recent life. For example, Lovett often searches for gardening and cooking on the internet. Everyone knows that she loves these two things. However, one time, Sean found that she searched what to do if a rusty nail pierced my arm late on Sunday night. He thought that Mrs. Lovett was accidentally injured, but the next day, he found that Mrs. Lovett was unharmed, but Mr. Weir did not come to work. When he appeared again, there was a piece of cotton tape on Mr. Weir's forearm. Sean took the initiative to approach him to show concern, and found out that Mr. Weir had gone to the base hospital in the morning to get a tetanus shot. This made Sean realize that these two middle-aged people, who had been married for many years, might have spent the night together last Sunday.
There are many details like this.
Sean silently observed the activities of people in the entire student dormitory in the dark. He did not tell anyone about this, including Galvin. He continued to expand his new bases within the base, which did not require advanced technology. He only needed to target ordinary people like Mrs. Lovett, who had no passion for technology. Except for half a month ago when he aggressively stole several faculty and staff accounts to obtain Hesta's information, which led to him being discovered by Molly soon after, he had hardly made any mistakes. The only other time was shortly after he discovered that the base also had buildings underground. At that time, he was amazed at the sophistication and advancement of the underground buildings, as if they did not belong to the same era as the world above ground. So he began to think about how to forge identity authentication in the online world to obtain access authorization. However, Sean soon discovered that not only the building itself, but also the technology used in underground communications was unfamiliar to him. Before he could do anything, he was captured just by entering a command to try to access it. It was also at that time that his credit rating dropped directly from A to C. Despite this, observing everyone around him still brings great pleasure to his life. In the digitized world, he sees another side of many people that is unknown to others. The flickering and dense flow of information slowly permeated all human beings living in the civilized world. Sean saw in it the trembling eroticism, fear, jealousy, or nostalgia. In this respect, Tawny City is no different from the Hekla Wasteland. Originally, students were supposed to start learning computer technology in the second year of entering the base. However, perhaps because most battles with chelates only require knowing how to use tools without understanding how they work, many reservists do not take this subject seriously and do not delve into it further after taking the exams. This gives Sean a lot of room to roam. But there are some individual cases. For example, Liz Fletcher, after completing the third-year information security courses, took the initiative to upgrade the encryption of her network communications. Soon, the other two girls in 403 did the same thing. Sean was not sure whether Liz did it for them, but this made him quietly avoid Liz. This morning, he discovered that there was a new device in the student dormitory. Although it had no name, he quickly deduced that it must be Hesta who had received a new computer. Sean glanced at Hesta's search history and saw that the first three results were Hekla Wasteland, Hekla Brothers, and Hekla Tragedy. He was startled at first, then raised his eyebrows.
Oh.
Do you want to know me too, Hesta? If Sean hadn't been worried about waking up the sleeping Galvin, he really wanted to laugh out loud. He tried his best to suppress his emotions and read on. Although Hesta later searched Askia, Katla City, and Soul Wasteland, it did not affect the slightly subtle waves in his heart. This feeling was briefly replaced by curiosity when I saw the last search record.
Vulva.
First of all, this person is definitely not someone in the base, and we can't tell whether he is a man or a woman from the name, but since Hesta searched for this name, it means it must have some weight. Originally, Sean planned to continue investigating along this line, but the chirping of birds outside the window woke him up like an alarm clock. It was already dawn, which meant that Calvin would soon wake up. He quickly wiped off his traces and sat down at the table. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Calvin woke up. "Pack up and come with me to the library." Calvin's voice suddenly interrupted Sean's thoughts.
Huh?
Sean raised his eyebrows slightly. "Why should I go with you to study?" "I can't leave you alone," Calvin replied, Change your clothes and follow me. Sean had no choice but to get up and prepare while cursing. On the way to the library, Calvin felt that Sean's silence seemed a little unusual. He didn't say a word the whole time and was obviously thinking about something. In fact, Sean had indeed been thinking about vulva. Hesta's search journey came to an abrupt end after this name, and she didn't even click on the page details. It can be seen that the results given by the search page were not the answers she wanted. Suddenly, Calvin stopped. Sean took a few steps forward, and when he realized that Calvin hadn't caught up with him, he turned around and asked, "Why aren't you moving?" Calvin looked past Sean and towards the lawn in the distance. At this moment, they were standing on the semi-open corridor bridge on the third floor of the library, and the green grass in the distance was clearly visible to them. Sean vaguely heard the sound of an accordion, and he looked in the direction of Calvin, where several girls were sitting on the green grass. The person holding the accordion in the middle of the crowd was Liz, but Sean also saw the red-haired Hesta, who sat quietly next to Liz with her hands folded on her knees. Although he didn't recognize the remaining few people at once, he was sure that they were not the other two girls in 403. Liz was teaching them the Mercury Needles battle song. Sean's mouth curled up slightly, and he leaned his elbows on the wall beside the corridor and listened for a while. No matter what it is, as long as the accordion is turned on, it smells like Askia. It's really strong. Calvin did not speak. He just listened to the women's chorus floating in the wind and looked at them. After a while, Calvin suddenly asked, "Why Hesta?"
Sean didn't respond. Why?
"I wanted to ask you this question that morning, but Liz rushed in." Calvin turned his gaze from a distance to Sean. "Why have you been making things difficult for Hesta since she entered the base? Do you like her?" Sean shrank his neck, revealing a double chin. Calvin tilted his head. "No."
"Then why?"
"I don't know if you still remember." Sean propped up his face and looked back at the girls in the distance. In 19, someone spread the news to Hecla, saying that someone in the habitable area was buying the red hair of Hesta women for a high price. Calvin frowned. "Is that true?" Sean shook his head. "Your memory is terrible. You also had long hair at that time. One day I got some hair dye and said, let's try to dye your hair the red color they wanted. As a result, I accidentally bleached your hair orange. Do you remember it?" "Oh, it seems so." Sean smiled. "I was wondering what a woman born with flaming red hair would look like." "So you stole her information some time ago?" "Yes, that's why I stole her information at first." Sean looked into the distance, but after seeing her basic information, I became even more curious from her birth in 4612 to her entry into St. Anne's Abbey in 4620. She spent a full 8 years in Short Alley. How did she do that? She said that before entering the Abbey, she had been living alone. Do you believe it? There was a burst of girls' laughter in the distance, but Calvin remained silent. "Besides, have you seen the latest reports?" "Outside?" Sean asked. "I saw a little bit." Isn't it ironic? How do you know it's a fabrication? Isn't this exactly the same as when we first came? Sean asked back. "Anyway, if someone thinks a person is bad, then he must be rotten to the core. If you think a person is good, then he is perfect in every aspect. How many rumors did those newspapers make about us? There is no difference between Short Alley and Hecla. People who come out of places like us can't be easy to deal with. People are different. They just look different." Sean laughed and tapped his temple lightly. "Carl, in essence, everyone is the same as long as you see enough and deeply enough." Calvin glanced at Sean. He had had this feeling more than once. He couldn't tell when it started, but Sean seemed to have retreated behind a shell wall that no one could reach. He just stood there and watched everyone quietly, blocking people out and isolating himself from the crowd. "So what do you want to do?" Calvin said calmly. "Nothing, I just think this person is interesting." Sean stretched his back and said, "Wait, I will definitely reveal the truest side of Hesta." Sean turned sideways, with a joking expression. "What do you think the citizens outside will react to at that time?" Liz in the distance began to sing again. Her voice was melodious, but the language she sang was unfamiliar to Sean and Calvin. Sean listened to a few words and recognized it as Askia. "Let's go. We are tired of standing." Sean yawned and turned to walk forward. "Hurry up and find a place to sit down. I need to catch up on my sleep."
Sian. Huh?
Sean turned his head and saw Calvin standing there with a complicated expression. Sean suddenly felt that his brother's condition was a little wrong today. What's wrong with you? If you continue to act like this, you may be disqualified from fighting in the end. Calvin frowned. Is it okay like this? Sean smiled and lowered his voice deliberately. I don't care, Carl. I never thought about going into battle. Calvin was stunned, then clenched his fists. What? I've been thinking about finding an opportunity to tell you my thoughts recently. In fact, when we have learned everything we need to learn here, there is no need to work hard for them. It's only been a short time, Calvin said with a hint of anger. You have forgotten everything that happened to Hekla. No, Carl, I haven't forgotten. Sean's expression also became serious. I will always. Then what nonsense are you talking about? Okay, let me put it this way, Carl. Sean took a deep breath, thought about it, and then said, I just don't want to work hard for Ages, but we can still use these abilities to do something else. There is just no need to risk our lives. We should live for ourselves. Calvin raised his voice. Like a coward? No, like a person. Sean interrupted Calvin, a real person. I don't want to hear your excuses. You have to listen. Sean couldn't help but raise his voice, but he calmed down and looked around. Fortunately, on a Sunday morning, no one would pass by here. Carl. Sean took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and took a few steps towards Calvin. I may be a coward, a rascal, a liar who tells lies all the time, but I have never lied to you. Calvin's anger subsided a little, but his eyes were still as sharp as a sword, piercing Sean's back. Then why do you want to escape? Sean's throat moved. He held Calvin's arm tightly with both hands, just staring at him. This is not escape. This is exactly not escape. Sean lowered his voice, but it seemed more forceful. What kind of life did we live in Hekla? Like bugs, like mice, in short, not like human beings. We were willing to do anything to fill our stomachs, and we had to do anything. Except for Mom. No one cared about our life or death. Everyone was busy surviving today, and no one had the energy to think about how to live tomorrow. Remember when we first arrived in Tan-E, what kind of life did the people here live? There are cake shops on their street, with beautiful clothes in the windows, and people drinking on the street every night. Even the homeless eat like fat pigs and lie lazily in the corners. Do you remember, at that time, we swore that we would definitely buy a big house in Tan-E in the future. It must be as high as a 2-story building, with a 600-square-meter backyard and a large cellar. We will raise 3 big dogs in the yard and store barrels of good wine in the cellar. As long as we work here, until we are 25 years old. The premise is that this place is not conquered by chelates. Calvin said in a low voice. Yes, isn't this exactly our mission? I thought so at the time. Sean laughed, until I found out the gender loss ratio of mercury needle. Do you know what it is? 16:1. Carl, don't you think this is ridiculous? Calvin said nothing. Sean went on, I don't understand. Even though men are slightly inferior in endurance, we are obviously stronger in strength and burst, so I tried to find out the reason why the male mercury needle mortality rate is so high. At first, I guessed that it might be because of the factor of giving birth to the next generation, so women are always better protected. But I soon discovered that the efficiency of obtaining new mercury needles by reproduction alone was too low. The talent of male mercury needles is almost not inherited, and the probability of female mercury needles giving birth to talented children is only about 1/30. Even if you gather all the female mercury needles together and let them get pregnant and give birth continuously, it is impossible to catch up with the efficiency of directly going to the wasteland to find new people. Besides, these women cannot be imprisoned. Then I thought it might be because of the distribution of tasks. Maybe those high-risk tasks far away from habitable areas will all be assigned to men. So I compared 41 high-risk annihilation missions with heavy losses in the past 100 years, and finally found that the problem was not the distribution at all, but the impact of blood loss on bullet time. When the blood loss reaches 10% in a short period of time, the percentage of men and women who can continue to maintain bullet time is 93% and 97% respectively. When it reaches 30%, the figures drop to 46% and 89% respectively, and after the blood loss exceeds 40%, men face shock or direct death, while only 43% of women can continue to maintain bullet time. As for female mercury needles, they will completely lose their combat effectiveness only when the blood loss exceeds 50%. Women have an almost overwhelming natural advantage in fighting blood loss. Although Sean tried his best to control his voice, he was still very excited. This is the fundamental reason why the casualty rate of men in battle is high. The more dangerous and difficult the battle is, the longer it will last, and the longer the battle lasts, the more disadvantageous it is for us.
So?
Sean looked at him. Carl, have you ever thought that people like us are born to be tools in habitable places? Do you remember the introduction to natural history last semester? Sean whispered. In any sexually reproducing population, most males can be discarded because only the number of females firmly monopolizes the reproduction of a population. As long as a small number of males survive, the entire population can be sown. It's the same whether in Hekla or here. Sean looked at Calvin deeply. I have thought it through. I am just myself, and I will live my life according to my own will. Only in this way can we justify our survival, and only in this way will my mother in heaven be happy. Calvin shook Sean's arm off in disgust. Calvin. Seeing Calvin turning to leave, Sean chased after him. Don't you understand me? Don't think about going into battle. No one here really cares about us. Mercury Needle is just treating us as consumables. We should find a way to retreat to the logistics or even retreat to the government forces in the habitable areas. Only by going to those places can we get rid of the inertia of being abandoned casually and move up to a higher place or even get out of here. Calvin shouted angrily and pushed Sean aside. Sean suddenly lost his balance and sat on the ground. He had never seen Calvin so furious before. He just stood there in a daze. Calvin took a deep breath and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Sean suddenly felt a little panicked. Just as he was hesitating about what to say, Calvin stopped.
Carl.
Sean whispered, Carl. We without the land, we are nothing. Calvin walked away after saying this. He heard Sean shouting his name from behind, but he continued to walk forward without looking around until he disappeared at the end of the corridor. Then he reached into his pocket and pressed the pause button on the recorder. In the evening, Calvin came to Valeni's office alone and knocked on the door.
Come in.
Valeni turned around and saw Calvin opening the door with a gloomy face. She was a little surprised when she asked Calvin to talk to Sean a few days ago. He refused and said he needed some time. Now that Calvin has come forward on his own initiative, it might mean that there is a chance for a turnaround. Valeni smiled and motioned for Calvin to sit down. Is there anything I can help you with? I want to talk about Sean. Calvin whispered, about him and Hesta. Yeah. Yesterday, Ms. Molly suggested that I record the conversation with Sean so that I can restore the situation as much as possible. Calvin frowned. But there is such a thing? Valeni was shocked. This doesn't make sense. Calvin looked up at Valeni. You also think this is unreasonable? Yes, it's unreasonable. Valeni's expression became serious. I will go and have a good talk with Molly. This kind of method should not appear in the request to you. In Molly's office, Chiba and Molly sat at the same table. They each had an earphone and were listening attentively. The earphones were playing the conversation between Calvin and Sean in the corridor just now. After sending Hesta back last time, Chiba came to find Molly specifically. She retrieved the whereabouts of the Gringalier brothers in the base and soon discovered that although their tracks were more chaotic when they were with Sean and seemed to go everywhere, when Calvin acted alone, his whereabouts were very simple. Student apartments, cafeterias, teaching buildings, or training grounds, that's all. On the one hand, Chiba asked Molly to remind Calvin that it would be best to record the recent conversation with Sean. On the other hand, she felt that now that Sean's rating had been downgraded, they could not return to the student dormitory, nor could they use the library inside the dormitory, so Calvin would definitely go to the library inside the base. Therefore, she left more than 20 monitoring devices along the way, especially in this unmonitored corridor, as a second layer of monitoring insurance. Chinya's original plan was to install secret monitoring directly in the two people's current residence. However, Molly, who had violated his principles once, firmly rejected this proposal, and Chinya had to give up. Sean is quite sensible. Chinya put down the headphones. If the newcomers know how to spend their energy on the direction they are good at, Valeni won't have to think about how to relieve their pressure all day long. Molly's face turned pale. She looked at Chinya coldly and uttered a snort of laughter after a long while. Chinya put his hand behind his head thoughtfully and whispered, "The question I am more concerned about now is, where did Sean get those data? It sounds a bit like the documents we used to fool the coalition government 2 years ago. They should not have passed the confidentiality period yet, right? We are checking them all." Molly whispered, "At present, at least 6 faculty and staff members' computers have been hacked by him in the base, but they are all relatively peripheral employees and do not have much access to confidential documents. Sean should have obtained some external social engineering databases and hacked into the accounts of some important officials in the coalition government to obtain the materials." Of course, Chinya laughed, as if he had heard a joke. If Sean hacked into a core employee, he would either be in prison or directly converted to a regular employee. Okay? Molly stared at Chinya, not finding it funny at all. "But after the matter is resolved, you still have to find a chance to clarify this with him." Chinya touched his chin. "The reason why the female mercury needle is more stable is because the estrogen in their bodies can slow down the effects of blood loss. This was more than a decade ago. With the E13 injection, our gender casualty ratio will not be so bad." "Is this the point? What else?" Chinya said softly. "Anyway, I feel more relieved after listening to it." Reassured? Chinya leaned back slightly, lifted the front legs of the chair in the air, and swayed back and forth leisurely. Since Sean is thinking about working in logistics in the future, he is unlikely to do anything out of line. Even if he wants to leave the base and seek a job in the United Government, he has to consider how much stain his file can bear. Molly sneered. "Maybe I should consider submitting a report to the headquarters, reporting all your words and deeds, so that they can see whether you are really capable of fulfilling your guardianship responsibilities." "Of course I have." Chinya's smile faded a little. "Look, during this period of time, I have taken time out to go back to the base and take Hesta out for a walk among all the active mercury needles. Is there any guardian more responsible than me?" "What did you do with her?" "We ate dessert and wandered around the old town." Chinya counted the times she and Hesta had traveled together and also saw the scenery and experienced life. "That's all." Molly narrowed his eyes and did not respond. "You don't believe me?" Chinya pointed his 3 fingers to the sky. "Molly, I never lied to you, no matter whether it was a big thing or a small thing." Molly was in no mood to argue with Chinya. Things outside had been getting bigger and bigger these days. What was originally just a rally and parade in Tawny City had slowly spread to other habitable places under the instigation of the media. In the 3rd zone, at least a dozen foundations that maintain close ties with Ages have issued warnings and inquiry letters to them to varying degrees, demanding that the base respond to external doubts as soon as possible. She clasped her hands together, a gesture that usually meant Molly was about to end a conversation or issue an ultimatum. "How exactly are you going to resolve this custody dispute over Hesta?" Chinya still had his usual perfunctory attitude. "As for the plan, it's progressing steadily." "How long do we have to wait?" "It depends on the efficiency of the coalition government. The current demonstrations are basically taking place in Tawny City. The scale is too small. We have to give other habitable areas in the 3rd district some reaction time." Chinya smiled. "If we want this trend to spread to the core city of the 3rd district, we have to wait at least another month or 1.5 months. Don't you think the current situation is not chaotic enough?" Mo Lee's jaw trembled slightly because of shock. "We have to wait until this gust of wind spreads to the core city. Keep calm," Chinya said with a meaningful smile. "Everything is under control at the moment." Molly took a deep breath. "So, what is the current progress?" "If we are lucky, the plan has been pushed to 40%. "Luck?" Molly was shocked to hear such an imprecise word. "What if you are unlucky?" "If I am unlucky, then it has been pushed to 90%. Molly was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "It means that I always have a more reliable plan B, although it may be a little more violent." Chinya gave Molly a very cheerful smile. "If things are not out of control, I will always give priority to more civilized and moral practices. So please cooperate with me, Ms. Molly." Molly lowered his eyes slightly, his face not looking good. "There won't be a next time." Probably that's it. In Valeni's office, Calvin had almost finished relaying Sean's thoughts on Hesta. During the conversation, he did not mention Sean's plans for the future. Sometimes he felt that what Sean said made sense, such as when he mentioned earlier that one should keep some information about oneself to oneself withhold and not completely open oneself to the base. But sometimes, he felt that this guy was simply too stubborn to be reasonable. While Calvin was daydreaming, he heard Valeni sighing softly from the opposite side. His heart sank and he began to worry about Sean's situation. Just as he was racking his brains to think of what to say to change Sean's impression of him, he heard Valeni suddenly say, "Thank you for your hard work during this period."
What?
Calvin looked up in surprise. "Thank you for your hard work. I always bother you when Sean gets into trouble." Valeni said gently, "This is not something you should worry about." Valeni nodded. "I heard about it. I think Sean may not be suitable for frontline combat," Galvin said, and his words seemed a little intermittent because he kept choosing his words. Whether it is his personality or ability, there are still some. Of course the base will consider these. Valeni smiled. Based on the current situation, Sean may not be ready for a mission yet. But don't worry, we will not let any reserve member face danger without being prepared. Besides, not every Mercury needle should rush to the front line. Division of labor and cooperation is always important. Hearing this, Galvin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but reach out and gently pound his chest a few times, as if he was somewhat relieved, but at the same time, he was filled with unspeakable worries and depression. In the evening, Hesta and Liz returned to the student apartment. After returning to her room, she fell directly on the bed and fell asleep. She did not wake up until around 8 o'clock in the evening. The cafeteria at the base should be closed at this time. She decided to make something for herself in the kitchen outside, but this idea was only in her mind. She thought about it for a long time, but still lay motionless on the bed. It was completely dark outside, but there was still a little light coming into the house, perhaps from a street lamp, or perhaps from something else. Sometimes she heard the murmur of chatting outside, but she could not tell whether they came from the bottom of the building or from a window at the bottom of the apartment. Hesta had a hazy, dreamy feeling again. She remembered the song she heard Liz sing today. She could no longer remember the so-called Mercury Needle Battle song, but she was deeply impressed by Askia's chanting, whose lyrics she could not understand. Liz introduced her to several members of the base today. Hesta felt that this was probably because she had hardly come into contact with other new people in the past few days since entering the base, except for her roommate in 403 and a few teachers here. Liz created this opportunity both to get her out of the apartment on Sundays and to allow her to expand her social circle a little. Come to think of it, Liz must have been an older sister at home. Otherwise her care for me would not have been so natural and appropriate. Hesta sighed softly. Whether in Short Lane or in St. Anne's Monastery, it seemed that her relationship with the world around her was not deep enough. But in these places, there was always an anchor-like figure holding her tightly, so that she would not become a floating shadow always wandering on the edge. Here was Liz, in the convent it was Bohung in Short Lane. It was Mom. Sometimes Hesta didn't quite understand why there were always people who had so much desire and strength, and always had a vision for the future, like a torch that would always burn. Thinking of the past days, Hesta suddenly felt a little lonely. She got out of bed barefoot and walked to the small side table in front of the window. She sat down in the cast iron chair with the plush carpet under her feet. She swung her feet gently, letting the carpet caress her insteps. Hesta put his face against the table, gripped the edge of the table with his fingertips, and just lay down. The moonlight fell on the glass bell jar on the side table. She looked at the paper rose standing inside and felt her heart become calm again. But this alone is not enough. There should be someone standing in the distance at this time. It seemed as if there should be a hand gently patting her hair. Hesta's eyes slowly turned to the silver key under the rose that was the one Chinya gave her a few days ago, and she put it and the paper rose in the glass bell jar. She gazed at the key, and after a moment, she gently lifted the bell and took it out. She got up and turned on the light in the room and found a rope, strung the keys together, and hung them around her neck. But after looking at the mirror for a while, Hesta felt that this seemed a bit silly and too conspicuous, so she cut the rope again, wrapped it around her wrist a few times, and tied it around her wrist. If you let down your long sleeves like this, you can't see anything. After doing this for more than 10 minutes, the laziness she had just felt had completely gone. She felt even hungrier, so she got up and walked outside. When she pushed the door open, she saw Liz lying on the sofa under the living room window with a book in her hand. The two greeted each other silently, and Hesta walked to a storage corner next to the kitchen, took out a bottle of purified water, and gulped down several big gulps. She didn't notice that she was standing in a position that blocked Liz's light, but Liz didn't say anything and just put the book next to her. Were you sleeping in the room just now?
Yeah.
Hesta nodded. I'm a little hungry, so I came out to get something to eat. Lizzie just lay there and watched Hesta do her thing making something to eat, which she meant boiling 2 eggs in water. It was obvious that Hesta was still a little unfamiliar with the induction cooker. It was not until she saw the black stove surface turn red and was sure that the thing was really hot that she picked up the snow pan next to her and put water on it. This scene made Liz laugh a little. Maybe Hesta herself didn't realize that when she didn't smile, her expression would look a bit fierce. This was probably why most people didn't come to greet her. Every time she went to the grammar class, she would give people a chilly feeling when she sat down, and her alert face clearly said strange people stay away. At this moment, Hesta still looked a little fierce, but because of her clumsy movements, it seemed a little funny. Liz didn't go over to help, but as Hesta looked around for something, she whispered, "The lid is in the bottom cupboard." Hearing this, Hesta squatted down and quickly found the lid of the pot. After finishing all this, Hesta wiped his wet hands casually on his body. She turned her head and saw that Liz had resumed her reading position. "Is Turan not back yet?" Hesta asked casually. She had hardly seen her other 2 roommates in the past few days. She knew that Rico should still be receiving treatment in the underground hospital, but it was indeed a bit strange that she had not seen Turan. "Well, it seems that she has been training herself too much recently and has gone a little crazy." Liz turned over slightly, but the support center said that it is best not to interfere. It is also good for her to have an outlet for her to vent. Hesta walked to the large table in the living room, pulled up a chair, and sat down. "I searched the city of Katra yesterday." Liz put the book down again and turned to look at Hesta. Hesta continued, "It seems to be a habitable area in the 4th district. At the time of the incident, because the Mercury Needle intervened in time, there were not many casualties. Is that right?"
Yes.
Then, is there any hidden reason that makes her so obsessed with fighting?
Well,
How to put it? Liz thought for a while and continued, "Generally speaking, the chelates that appear in the habitable area mostly come from the wasteland. They bypass the isolation zone through some means or loopholes and break through the basic defenses outside the habitable area before entering the city. So for the victims, these chelates are monsters that fell from the sky. We call them secondary chelates. And the situation like what you encountered in the monastery before, where people around you are infected and eventually become ill, is called primary chelates." Liz scratched her head and looked back at the book. "But this is just a way of categorizing the sources to facilitate combat," Liz continued. "Secondary chelates are foreign invaders, so they are usually unfamiliar with the local people, terrain, and are relatively easy to eliminate. Primary chelates have lived in the area of the incident for a long time and have a deep understanding of the local area, so they are more secretive and cunning and are more difficult to combat." Hesta understood. "Is it the same in the wasteland?" Liz was startled, then shook her head. "The situation in the wasteland. How should I put it? It's a little different. The chelates that appear in the wasteland don't need to be divided into primary and secondary, and even if they are divided, it's meaningless. Because for most wastelands, by the time someone realizes that chelation has invaded, it's too late. Some people will try to escape, while others will wait in place until everyone gets sick one after another. But if the notification is timely, the Mercury Needle and the coalition government team can arrive before the overall outbreak, and they can provide medical treatment and migration, but the cost of maintaining this communication is very high, because there is no electricity in the wasteland, and everything depends on horses and people. A situation where the entire wasteland is sick is called a chelate tide." Liz said softly. "However, hunting chelates in places far away from towns is often not as restricted as in habitable areas, so it will be easier to deal with." Hesta had realized that his question was a little inappropriate, and this somewhat cruel answer was more or less a reflection of Liz herself. She had brought up other people's memories and pain for no reason. Liz was silent for a while, closed the book with a click, and put it aside. "Take out your computer." "What do you want to do?" "I'll help you encrypt it first." "I should have done it yesterday, but I had too many things to do and forgot." Seeing Hesta's puzzled expression, Liz explained the reasoning to her. "So, Sean could have seen my network operations?" Hesta asked. "Theoretically, it's possible, but the base has disabled all of Sean's equipment these past 2 days, so he probably doesn't have the tools." Hesta hesitated for a moment. "Okay, wait a moment." For several days, Sean was unable to use Calvin's computer. Calvin simply placed his computer in the library at the base. The two of them had never been in a Cold War for such a long time. Several times, Sean tried to start a conversation again by using some excuses in life, but Galvin avoided him when he was about to speak. After repeated attempts failed, Sean gave up. He finally realized that unless he was ready to have a long talk with Calvin, he could not pretend that the conversation had never happened. He felt a little resentful, but he had no place to vent. Galvin had already started preparing for their first actual combat outside next month, but this time, for the first time, he did not drag him to train. Sean simply used various excuses of sick leave and personal leave to escape various short-term simulation battles. To his surprise, the base actually approved all of them. Suddenly, he had a lot of time on his hands. About a week later, the base suddenly upgraded his credit rating from D to C. Although Order Officer Molly personally talked to him and warned him to mend his ways and be a good person, the upgraded rating meant that he and Galvin could return to live in the student dormitory. All this aroused Sean's brief vigilance, and after leaving the inspection area, he did not bother Hesta for several days. But soon, Sean figured out the reason behind it. Starting from this week, a large number of civilians began to gather outside the base, shouting slogans "Set her free," and holding up the flaxen-haired Hesta portrait high in the air. Sean, who had nothing to do, stood in the main building not far from the main gate and overlooked it all like watching a show. He sensed a hint of keeping things quiet from his experience. Presumably, Molly and even the higher-ups in the base did not want or were even afraid of news that someone was bullying Hesta inside the base at this time. But he is not afraid. Shortly after Sean moved back to the student dormitory to recuperate due to diffuse headaches, he found a perfect opportunity to sneak into Mrs. Lovett's duty room on the first floor. Mr. Were guessed that she must be extremely annoyed by the demonstrators during this period, so he asked her to drive around the city together one afternoon. They would leave at 1 o'clock and be back before 5 o'clock. However, in the email, Mr. Were did not specify the specific day. It depends on his remaining workload this week. But this did not bother Sean. Every day after midnight, he would move a chair and sit under the corridor window to read. The L-shaped path in front of the apartment door was basically empty at noon. Whenever someone passed by downstairs, he would raise his hand and take a look. Soon, he caught Mrs. Lovett, who was dressed up for the trip. She was wearing a pale yellow solid coat and a floral dress, a hat with grass green tulle tied with silk flowers, a pair of brown low-heeled shoes, and a small black handbag in her hand. Sean watched Mrs. Lovett disappear at the end of the road, then began to estimate the time by looking at his watch. He imagined Mrs. Lovett slowly walking through the entire base and walking to the underground parking lot in the west, where she would meet Mr. Will, the two of them sitting in the car, getting farther and farther away from here as the engine started. When the distance he expected was beyond the range that would make him think, "I left something in the apartment. I have to go back," Sean closed the book, pretended to go downstairs casually, came to Mrs. Lovett's door, and swiped the electronic lock with the MasterCard he had prepared in advance. Mrs. Lovett's computer password is very simple. Lovett 4576. This was probably the most perfect password she could come up with, as it at least contained uppercase and lowercase letters, numbers, and special symbols. The only problem was that Mrs. Lovett's computer account was named Lovett 4576. But on the bright side, at least she would never be locked out of the system because she forgot her password. Sean skillfully called up the window he needed, and soon, his eyebrows raised slightly. Hesta's effective retrieval data stopped at around 9 o'clock on Sunday night last week. It looks like Liz has already done the upgrade for her. Sean typed a new command with great interest to check the few search records of Hesta. This was probably the only thing that aroused his interest in the past week, so much so that the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. However, this malicious smile soon froze on his face. Although Hesta had opened a lot of pages, the search topics she entered were very concise. How to buy small knives that are suitable for concealment. For a moment, Sean felt a mixture of emotions, and his expression went from shock, annoyance to disdain in a very short period of time. Sean thought back to the corridor where he first encountered Hesta. He still preferred the way Hesta looked at that time. He was obviously terrified, but he still had to hold on and not act rashly. That weak but stubborn demeanor really amused him. He couldn't understand how this newcomer could be so arrogant in such a short time. Did the loud cheers of the tawny citizens outside give her the courage? Or did she rely on Liz Fletcher as support, and she happened to have done nothing this week, so she felt that she could ride on her neck? Sean no longer had the interest to look through other people's messages. After erasing his own login traces, he left Mrs. Lovett's room early and returned to his dormitory. Jane Hesta. Along the way, Sean silently repeated this name in his mind. Several search records seemed like a declaration of war from Hesta, stirring up his long-lost desire to win. How can I teach you a lesson? At this moment on the playground, Hesta, who was running long distances, suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground. Her hands and knees were scratched at the same time, and she immediately felt a burning pain. Almost immediately, a whistle sounded in the distance. It was the instructor at the starting point urging her to get up quickly and continue running. Hesta did not check the wounds on her body and continued to move forward. The 120-hour basic life training was over. She thought her physical training course would also change accordingly, but she did not expect it to be the same as before, only endless long-distance running. Hesta learned from Liz that other members of the base had an average of 3 5-kilometer cross-country runs a week and a 20-kilometer rapid run with full equipment once a month, and the rest of the time was divided into combat, shooting, and other training and tactical guidance. However, judging from the current evaluation results, Hesta, as height of 1.31 meters and weight of 24 kilograms, are far from being able to start training. Because of her long-term vegetarianism and asceticism, her body is very thin, and the trainer often jokes that she has a body that will break if hit by a heavy punch. When they first met, Hesta was told to give up the idea of joining the training camp as soon as possible. Her most important task now is to grow taller and gain weight, as well as train her heart and lungs. Cardiopulmonary function is equivalent to a boiler, the trainer said. It's like burning a stove. You need a strong fire and at least oxygen first. While running, Hesta felt as if her lungs were burning, but somehow, Sean's malicious face broke into Hesta's mind again, giving her a sudden boost of strength. The whistle in the distance sounded again. Keep a constant speed. Who told you to change speed? Running fast or slow will only make you more tired. She struggled to adjust her speed. Although Hesta had to work and hike with others when he was in the monastery, he didn't feel any pain at that time, just walking and resting. When I finally crossed the finish line, my trainer Arnold caught up with me. What are you thinking about? Why is your rhythm so bad today? Hesta was speechless. She shook her head and felt light all over. Even after she stopped, she didn't feel her breathing became smoother. She felt as if Arnold was ready to hold her arm at any time to prevent her from falling down after running like she did on the first day. Arnold was an old man in his 60s, but when Hesta first saw him, he thought he was a middle-aged man in his early 40s who looked older. After all, his hair was almost completely white. Arnold's physique is very similar to Calvin, but he is slightly shorter. When he stands still, he likes to keep his hands folded. This defensive posture makes him look very strong. His upper arms, as thick as his head, always hold the cuffs of his short sleeves tightly. Hesta once asked him if he could also gain such muscles through long-term training, and if so, how long it would take. After hearing this, Arnold first laughed, and then asked her what she ate every day. This question is easy to answer after starting physical training. Part of her diet has changed from the previous employee self-service to targeted supply. Every morning, Her fixed breakfast includes 15 g of whey protein powder and 35 g of oatmeal, with 5 egg whites and an egg yolk. In the first few days, she couldn't always finish all of these things, but now she can. The first physical training of the day usually starts within half an hour to an hour after breakfast. After that, she will consume a lot of carbohydrates. The base does not deliberately control the portion. Arnold nodded frequently and said that as long as Hesta kept on eating this way and training at the set pace, she would be able to surpass him one day. However, Hesta didn't know why, but he always felt that his tone was not so convincing when he said this, as if he was joking. At this moment, Hesta was walking slowly along the outermost track of the playground, with the training officer standing behind her right and following closely. Arnold looked at her. "Are you in trouble, Hesta?" Hesta looked sideways. "Why do you ask?" "You've been distracted a lot during training lately." "That's not a good sign." Arnold replied. "If you really have any problems, feel free to talk to me." Hesta shook his head. "It's not that I'm not used to it. Life here is better than ever, instructor." "Then what were you thinking about while you were running today?" Arnold asked. "Someone who has been giving me trouble lately," Hesta answered in his mind. But before she opened her mouth, she asked, "Are you Mercury Needle, instructor?" Arnold raised his eyebrows slightly. "I'm not." "Then I can't answer you. The matter may be confidential." Hesta replied, "I was indeed distracted and didn't do it well. I will pay attention tomorrow. Please forgive me." Arnold laughed with a hint of contempt. Hesta was startled. "What are you cooperating with?" "In the habitable area, I am responsible for fire support. In the wasteland, I can do more." Arnold replied, "There is no requirement to evacuate personnel and protect property in the wasteland. It is more cost-effective to use artillery shells to fight the enemy at a distance than in close combat. So in these operations, we can also be the main force of the battle. Only when the chelate tide crosses the final protection line, some mercury needles are needed to go into battle to avoid accidents." The final protection line? You will learn it. Arnold also deliberately kept it a secret. The farthest line of fire, the fire limit line, the final protection line. You will learn it when you start to learn basic tactics in the future. Hesta smiled and said, "I understand." Several staff members of the base who were running and exercising passed by them. They greeted Arnold, and Arnold nodded. Hesta found that many people here seemed to be familiar with Arnold. He had been teaching at the base for a long time. "I have another question, instructor," Hesta asked. "Do the teachers at the base always provide one-on-one special training for the trainees? I haven't seen other new trainees yet. When do they usually train?" Arnold laughed a few times. "We could have taken a vacation this year." Originally, according to the pace of recruiting new students in the 3rd district, generally speaking, there is a bi-year every 3 years. If Chinya hadn't brought you here, there would be no new students this year. Hesta was surprised for a moment. It seems that it's not that she didn't meet other newcomers, but that she is the only newcomer this year. At around 7 or 8 in the evening, Hesta came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. She had already treated the abrasions she had in the afternoon, but the wound became extra sensitive after being soaked in water. Every time she stepped on a step, she could feel the skin on her knees deforming and causing a dense pain. Very leisurely, a familiar voice came from behind. Hesta knew who it was without turning around. She turned and looked at Sean, who was standing at the bottom of 5 or 6 steps. When their eyes met, Sean could sense that Hesta had changed a bit. She was now wearing the base's new dark green PE suit and black shorts, which looked more neutral than the outfit she wore in the corridor that day. For some reason, the timid vigilance he had felt when he first met her disappeared from her. "Hesta, don't you have to go to training today?" "Not everyone needs to participate in that kind of tiring and laborious training." Sean folded his hands and placed them behind his neck, with a faint smile on his face. "They have brute force, and I have brains." Hesta did not respond. Sean leaned against the wall, one foot slanted, the other foot tucked behind his calf. "Has anyone ever praised your beautiful hair?"
Sean suddenly said. "What?"
Hesta thought he had misheard. No wonder someone paid a lot of money to buy Hesta's hair before, but why don't you have long hair? Girls should have long hair, especially girls with beautiful red hair. Sean stood up straighter and took a step towards the stairs. "Can I touch it?" "No." Hesta said coldly, "If you come one step closer, I'll call for help." Sean paused. Perhaps because of the terrain, from Hesta's condescending gaze, Sean seemed to sense a change in the offensive and defensive situation. This made Sean feel a little funny. Who are you going to call? Mrs. Lovett? Sean put his hands on his waist and smiled. Your Liz can't make it back now. Yes, she's not here tonight, Hesta nodded, so some things can only be said now.
Huh? Did I hear you right?
You have something to tell me?
Yes.
I hope you won't bother me again next time. Hesta said softly, if there is anything about me that makes you unhappy, we will definitely find other ways to solve it. Maybe we can talk. I am willing to talk to you. That's really great, because my biggest wish now is to make friends with you. Sean's fingers on the wall tapped the wall with a rhythmic sound. But can I really trust you?
Why not?
If you secretly meet me at a place and attack me when I'm not prepared, what should I do? Hesta tilted his head slightly. I don't understand what you are saying. Didn't you search for how to fake an alibi yesterday? I didn't. Hesta denied it calmly. At 8:32, how to buy a small knife suitable for hiding. At 8:45, how to fake an alibi. At 9:12, what kind of punishment will a person under the age of 12 face if he is found to have intentionally killed someone? In the past half hour or so, you have opened no less than 50 web pages. Sean pulled out a list in a calm tone. Excuse me, Miss Hesta, why did you start searching for these things for no reason? Hesta's expression was a little subtle. Sean saw that her hands, which had just been hanging by her side, had been clenched tightly, and her mouth was slightly pursed. How did you know that? Hesta's voice was a little lower.
I saw it.
Sean raised his hand. With my own eyes. So, you did steal my browsing history. Sean just smiled.
How dare you?
It's no big deal to me, Sean said in a calm voice. Just a little hobby.
Okay.
Hesta looked away. What do you want from me, Sean?
Me? I don't want anything.
I just want to know, are all Hesta girls as quiet as you? Hesta's brow furrowed again. Sean spread his hands. I always heard people compare girls to flowers, but whether it's Hecla or here, the women are either old maids like Sophie Morley or steel monsters like Liz. Anyway, I don't see any beauty of flowers in them. Really? Hesta's tone was already a little impatient. I think that's good. It doesn't matter, Hesta. Sean did not refute. He said again, anyway, be friends with me. The first thing you did when you got the computer was to search for Hecla Wasteland, which shows that you are interested in me, just like I am interested in you. You can talk to me about your past, such as Vol. I refuse. Hesta interrupted him immediately. Friends will not secretly monitor your every move. Friends respect each other. Sean felt a little disappointed. You said that as if you were possessed by Liz.
Come on.
Do you really have to tear your face off with me? There is no other way? What I said just now was clearly praising you. The smile on Sean's face completely disappeared. This change from smile to contempt was so quick and natural that it seemed that the air around him turned cold in an instant. Then let me put it another way, Hesta. You may think this is a livable place, or a place where everyone is full of justice, but every place has its own laws, and some laws transcend regions. It's the same in Hecla, in Short Ring Alley, and in the base. Hearing him mention Short Whisper Alley, Hesta also focused a little. Have you been to Short Whisper Alley? No, Sean said frankly, but it's not much different from Hecla. I believe you understand what I'm saying.
I don't understand.
Hesta lowered his head slightly. Please explain it more clearly. I also have something on you, Hesta. Sean's voice was very light. Think about it if Ms. Molly knew about your private conspiracy. Would you still expect her to protect you like before? Liz will also be very disappointed in you. She is a procedural justice maniac, and her heart is as dead as an old zombie. They all care about order more than you, but I am different. In some things, you will find that I am much more reliable than Liz. Hesta smiled. In what aspect? I understand you. I understand you very well. You just brought the habits from Short Alley into the base. We are all familiar with this practice. It's the people here who don't understand. They have been soaking in the honey pot for too long.
Sean smiled.
Haha, I know you won't like it when I say this, no one will like it, but this is the truth. I'm different from others. I won't use some high-sounding words to deceive you. Hesta let out a breath with a look of disgust. She put her hand on her forehead and whispered, "Miss Turan, please come out. I just can't listen to it anymore." In an instant, Sean's expression froze. There were several strange noises coming from the corner of the corridor below him, and he had not noticed that there was someone hiding there. After a burst of electronic noise, he heard a familiar conversation. "Has anyone ever praised your beautiful hair?"
What?
No wonder someone paid a lot of money to buy Hesta's hair in the past, but why don't you grow your hair long? Girls should grow long hair. The voice stopped abruptly, and at the same time, Turan, wearing the same short-sleeved shirt, appeared in front of the two people along the stairs. "It's okay, although it's not recorded in full. But the key parts are recorded." Turan put the phone back into her pocket, squinted her eyes, and gave Sean a thumbs up. "You are really good, Sean, you are really good." You teamed up to set up a trap to deceive me? How can this be called a lie?" Hesta and I went downstairs to take a shower together. She came out first, and I followed behind. Turan said coldly, "This is called coincidence, and we just happened to meet." Hee. A recording secretly recorded without the knowledge of the person involved has no legal effect. What legal effect do you need? Turan laughed. "Wait until Liz comes back and listens to this recording. You will know whether she is a procedural justice demon. I advise you to go to the base hospital to reserve a bed first. By then, she will beat you so hard that even your brother won't recognize you." Sean frowned, and after a brief panic, he regained some composure. "Do you think the people in the base will really punish me for such an insignificant matter?" He looked at Hesta with sarcasm. "We are all very rare tools in essence. Before we belong to ourselves, we belong to Ages first. This balance in the habitable area is too solid. As long as I haven't committed a serious crime, no one will really do anything to me. Not your Liz, not Ms. Molly. If they can't, then they can't, but I advise you not to act rashly now." Hesta said softly, "You and Turan are both Mercury needles after the second awakening. If we really fight here, it will not do any good." Sean's throat moved slightly. "What do you want to do? The recording may not be released, as long as you are willing to stop here and don't bother me again." Hesta looked at him. "Of course, if you really come to find me, I have a backup plan." "I mean what I say, Sean." "No, it's better to do it now," Turan laughed. "On the night when the main force left the base, 2 reserve Mercury needles started a bullet time brawl in the dormitory area. Just thinking about it is exciting. I am really curious. With my short bullet time, can I beat you to a pulp?" Sean glanced at the two of them, said nothing, turned around and ran to the other end of the corridor. Turan couldn't help laughing while standing there. She shouted at Sean's back as he left, "I know you won't like what I'm saying. No one would like it, but this is the truth. After all, I'm different from others. I won't lie to you with some high-sounding words. Go back to the house and have some fun." Sean has to watch Sean's back disappear into the darkness of the corridor, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you." Turan waved his hand and said cheerfully, "It's just a small favor, but how do you know he will definitely come to trouble you today?" Hesta tilted his head slightly. "Feeling?" Turan gave Hesta a thumbs up, and the two smiled at each other and went upstairs to their room. Soon, Turan made a copy of the recording and knocked on Hesta's door. "Come in. The door is not locked." Turan pushed the door open but did not enter the room. She looked at Hesta, who was sitting at the desk. "Are you writing in your diary?"
Yes.
"I brought the recording of tonight with me. I also saved a copy.
This is for you."
Turan stretched out his left hand and threw a new recorder towards Hesta. Hesta was caught off guard, but still caught it quickly. "Just put it in your pocket every day. Next time you encounter this kind of situation, you can collect evidence yourself even if I'm not around." This is a silver voice recorder, only the size of an ordinary fountain pen, with a small electronic screen on the side and buttons next to it. "Thank you. Do you have an instruction manual?" "No, I lost that kind of thing a long time ago," Turan replied. "You can figure it out by yourself. It's not difficult." "Okay. By the way," Turan crossed his hands in front of him, "are you really not going to tell Liz or Molly about what happened tonight?" "No, some evidence is more useful to hold in your hands than to reveal it." "Don't you believe that Liz can help you get justice?" Hesta put away the recorder and stood up. It's not that I don't believe it. Hesta looked at Tehran, but I think Sean is right. The base won't really make things difficult for him. Fines and downgrades should have reached their limit after all. This is not something Liz can control. Tehran was a little surprised. Why do you say that? Before I came here, Ms. Chiba once told me that there are only more than 4,000 mercury needles in service in the world. Hesta replied softly, and the number of mercury needles in the 3rd district is particularly scarce, more than 200, which is only about 5% of the total. That means that every reserve here is very valuable. I don't think the base will give up anyone easily, let alone a small fight like Sean. Even if he really committed a serious crime, I'm afraid he would still have his value. Tehran frowned slightly. It seemed to make sense. Yeah, I know. Hesta nodded. Then I have nothing else to do. Tehran took a step back. You should get some rest early. By the way, why didn't Miss Tehran go to training with the main group tonight? Hesta suddenly asked. Is it because you wanted to take care of me? That's not the case. Tehran smiled back. Their physical training is meaningless to me. If I want to improve my bullet time, I have to think of other ways. Hesta didn't understand what he meant, but just whispered, I wish you all the best. I hope so. Tehran smiled and gave Hesta a fist, then walked towards his room at a quick pace. Hesta watched Tehran leave. She really got to know this brown-haired, green-eyed girl from Katla tonight. In the next few days, even when Liz was not around, Sean did not cause trouble again. The first active attack had achieved good results, which really made Hesta happy. She originally wanted to tell Chinya about this change in person as soon as possible, but strangely, Chinya did not show up for several days. These days, the person who came to pick up Hesta to go to the city center for shooting practice was an old man in a suit and tie. He always showed up when Hesta had no classes and took her out of the base to participate in shooting practice. The old man's hair and beard were both silver, and the 2 small mustaches on his upper lip were combed very neatly. He wore a black vest over a snow-white shirt, and on the outside, he wore a very fitting pair of black trousers and a morning coat. He has very narrow eyes, and when he is not smiling, he looks like a gentleman. But once he smiles, his eyes narrow into slits, and it is hard not to associate him with a fox with malicious intentions. Molly seemed to know this person because when she saw this person coming to pick someone up instead of Chiba, she was not surprised at all. As the 2 men greeted each other, Hesta heard Morley address him as Mr. Elu. Hesta heard them talking. Molly asked if Chiba had recovered, and the old man replied calmly almost. Is Miss Chiba sick?
Hesta asked.
Neither of them answered her. A week later, Chiba finally showed up, but this time she was in a wheelchair. The left half of Chiba's face was wrapped in bandages, and his entire left eye was covered. Elu was pushing Chiba from behind, as silent as before. When getting in the car, Hesta noticed that Chiba's right trouser leg and left sleeve were empty. It was not until this moment that Hesta finally understood what Morley meant by "has your body recovered?" It seemed that Chiba was seriously injured, so seriously that both of her limbs had to be amputated. After getting in the car, Chiba said nothing about his changes. Hesta glanced sideways several times and found that Chiba was resting with his eyes closed. Today she was indeed quieter than usual, but once she entered the shooting range, the spirited Chiba returned. She prepared special targets for Hesta. The circular targets 25 meters away were replaced with portraits, each of which showed a hostage and a gangster. The gangster only showed one arm and half of his head, and his body was completely hidden behind the hostage. During training, Hesta couldn't help but glance behind him. Miss Chiba was standing there with one leg supported by a crutch with one hand. Hesta was a little absent-minded for half an afternoon. She was really unsure whether it would be impolite to ask directly why did you lose your hands and feet when the other party did not mention it actively in the habitable area. Just as she was struggling with this, Chiba's cane hit Hesta's back unexpectedly. Don't hunch your back. The thin cane was like a whip, and it felt hot when it hit his body. When Hesta came to his senses, he realized that he had shot the hostage again. Chiba sighed. Hesta glanced at Chinya and said, I'm sorry. Chinya suddenly laughed. Your idea is also an idea. Hesta heard a hint of sarcasm in Chinya's words, but he didn't understand. Chinya took a step forward with a crutch in one hand. When you really encounter robbers in the future, you can just shout, "Listen, the robbers inside, the hostages have been killed by me." You quickly come out and surrender. Which bad guy would not surrender? Hesta's face flushed red. She took a deep breath. "I'll do it again." Chinya didn't comment. She looked at the newly erected portrait target in front of her and fell into deep thought. She could indeed feel that Hesta was a little worried today, but she didn't expect that Hesta's shooting level would drop so quickly under such circumstances. "Focus," Chinya said seriously. "No matter how many distractions have happened before, when holding the gun, put all your thoughts on your shooting target if you still want to stay alive." Mr. Elu wore earmuffs throughout the entire process, standing straight with a professional and kind smile on his face. On the way back, they went to the white ship together again. As usual, the store brought a cup of hot cocoa, which she drank in one gulp. That night, Liz found a stick mark on Hesta's back while taking a shower. She immediately asked whether any training officer at the base had violated operating procedures and punished Hesta physically. Hesta tried to change the subject, but Liz was determined to get to the bottom of it. Seeing that he couldn't fool the person, Hesta had to improvise and said that when he and Chiba went out in the afternoon, he bravely knocked down a robber on the road and unfortunately was hit twice by the man with a stick. Liz's hands, which were rubbing bubbles in her hair, suddenly stopped. "Chinya just left you alone to do the heroic thing?"
She also helped.
"It was mainly thanks to her." Hesta began to make amends, but I rushed out first, so. Liz sighed. "When I went to see Rico today, I found out that Chiba had an appointment for surgery at the base this week."
"Is she sick?"
Hesta was silent for a while. "Maybe. He was injured." Liz hummed thoughtfully in the mist and finally whispered, "Anyway, it's quite rare for these active mercury needles to go back to the reserve base to make an appointment for surgery."
"Why?"
"Although our underground hospital is also very advanced, it is still slightly inferior to the core city. After all, the mother city is inside the core city, and some equipment is not convenient for long-distance transportation." Liz whispered, "I heard that the doctor who will perform surgery on Chinya this time was temporarily sent from the core city." Hesta thought of Chiba, whom he met today. "I see." That night, Valeni finished his work, changed his clothes immediately, and rushed to the underground hospital in the base. The clock pointed to 9 o'clock in the evening, and it had been 2 hours since Chiba finished the operation. This point was far beyond the visiting hours, but Chiba's ward was always an exception. No matter when, all visitors would be notified to Chiba by the nurse entering the ward, and she would decide whether to meet. Valeni waited outside for only a short while before the nurse came out and told her she could go in. In the white ward, Chiba didn't sleep either. She sat there wearing another pair of spare glasses, with her long hair loose, which was unusual for Chiba. She held a red fountain pen between her middle and ring fingers, shaking it rhythmically with the movement of her fingers. "Masaki." Chiba looked up, smiled, and greeted Valeni. "Why are you here?" "I just heard that you had an appointment for surgery today at the base, so I came to see you."
"Don't come over yet,"
Chiba whispered. Valeni stood there cooperatively until Elu had gathered up all the documents on the bed. Then she slowly walked over to Chiba and sat down. "Didn't you say you would take a good vacation for the next 2 months?" Valeni frowned slightly. "Another mission?" Chiba waved gently at Elu, signaling him to go out. Elu bowed to Chiba and Valeni, then closed the door from the outside. A new wave of chelates appeared in a wasteland in the 5th district. Chiba's voice seemed a little hoarse. "It feels a bit strange, and they just happened to send out a distress signal, so I went to take a look." "Is it solved?" "Yes, it's all solved." Chiba looked at her. "You came at the right time. Please tell Hesta tomorrow that she won't go out the day after tomorrow, and let her stay in my ward." "What do you want her to do?" "Nothing, just stay by my side." Chiba replied, "Otherwise, I won't be able to complete the time target for accompanying her this month." Valenti's expression was serious. "Do you know what vacation is for?"
"To rest."
Chiba answered immediately. She understood what Valeni wanted to say, but the two just looked at each other for a while. Chiba reached out and grabbed a handful of hair. "Can you do me another favor?" "What for?" "My coat should be outside. The head nurse and the others have put it away." Chiba lowered her voice. There should be half a pack of cigarettes in the inside pocket of my shirt. Valeni frowned. Do you think I will help you? Okay. Chiba leaned back and reached out to hold the iron fence at the head of the bed. But I'm fine, Valeni. These are just normal injuries. I will be discharged soon if you keep fighting at this frequency. You may not live past the age of 35. This is the diagnosis my father gave a few years ago. Valeni tilted his head. Chiba, what are you thinking about? Chinya did not answer. She stretched her legs straight, and her entire upper body completely relaxed, letting her long hair gather on her chest. Chiba always felt like something was missing when there was no cigarette in such occasions. Her fingers tapped the sheets on the bed nervously. Chinya looked ahead. That S still too long. Valeni's eyes flashed with surprise. What do you mean? Are you trying to commit suicide slowly this way? Chinya was stunned for a moment, then laughed. She waved her hand at Valenti. Death is inevitable, Valenti, but I will not take the initiative to walk towards it. I will never do such a thing. As if she felt that her question was too abrupt, Valenti blushed slightly. She stood up and arranged the fresh bouquet on the table beside her to avoid Chinya's gaze. My father talked to me about you a few days ago. He said that among all the patients he had contacted, no one had a stronger will to live than you. That's right. Chinya leaned on the bed. I just happen to have a few habits that are a little more lethal. You don't have to worry too much. How is Dr. Viking recently? Still the same. Valeni said softly. He should have been patrolling several wastelands in the south with the Joint Army recently. At this rate, he may come to Tani in 2 weeks. Your father is really a brave man. Then do you want to meet him then? Chinya calculated the time in his mind and whispered, We'll see what happens when the time comes. The two chatted for a while, and when Valeni was about to leave, he immediately turned back and said, By the way, Ms. Anna's manuscript. I almost forgot to give it to you. It's a dozen pages thick. As he spoke, Valeni took out a 4-finger-thick stack of manuscripts from his black shoulder bag. It was filled with long and short sentences typed on a typewriter, densely packed but very neatly written. Chiba's expression became a little subtle when he heard the name Anna. My father is now Ms. Anna's attending physician. Valenti said softly, In the future, we don't have to go through so much trouble to get Ms. Anna's manuscripts. He can visit her every month now. Chinya took the manuscript silently. The cover of the manuscript was added as an extra. Valeni's father wrote When the Forest Sings, Part 2 on it in cursive characters. She is still writing these useless things. Chinya murmured, No one will read it at all. I have read it, Valeni argued with a smile. I felt very inspired after reading it. I have never seen anyone who can write popular science about the forest as interesting as she does. How is her health now? It's okay in the short term, but not optimistic in the long term, Valeni whispered. She had a small operation on her knee last month. If she recuperates properly, she will be able to stand up in the future. My father has mentioned to the coalition government many times that what Ms. Anna needs in the future is not continuous rest, but to resume normal life as soon as possible. It is useless to keep her imprisoned in one place, even if it is the palace. Fortunately, she can still write now. At least she is free when she writes. Chinya did not respond. She looked back at the manuscript. Should we give this to the editor from District 14 last time? Yes, there are 2 copies of the manuscript. One is for the editor, and the other, Ms. Anna hopes you can keep for her. She is worried that if the manuscript is left in her own hands, it will be snatched away the next time the United Government comes for a surprise inspection.
Okay.
Chinya had quickly found the dividing page in the manuscript. I see. Do you have anything you want to hand over to her? Like no. It doesn't matter. My dad won't be here for another 2 weeks anyway. You can think about it again. Valeni stood up again. When my dad comes to Tani, the next stop will be back to the core city. He won't stay here for too long. Okay. Chinya looked up at Valenti. Thank you for your hard work. Nothing. Valenti also looked at her. I heard from my father that Anna's life is very lonely now. If someone can write her a letter, it should be a great encouragement. You can write a letter, Chinya said. When Anna was teaching us the introduction to natural history, you were always following her around and asking her all kinds of questions. She must have been very impressed by you. I've already written it, Valeni said with a smile, but it's been almost 4 years since we last met, and there's not much I can write. You know that life in the base is regular and monotonous, and I can't write anything fancy no matter how hard I try. But if it were you, I can't write anything fancy either, Chinya replied. Many of the things I do are not convenient to talk about, and if the letter is intercepted in the middle, it will cause her unnecessary trouble.
Don't persuade me.
Valeni sighed softly, but she soon smiled again. Yes, I'm just making a suggestion. Don't feel embarrassed. After Valeni left, Elu walked back into the ward and saw Chiba sorting out the manuscript with one hand. Elu asked why, and Chiba told him the truth. Do you need help? Elu asked. I can mail it for you tomorrow. A few days later, when Hesta was taken away from the base again, Mr. Elu did not show up. Chiba was alone, waiting in the parking lot in his car as usual. When Hesta approached, Chiba in the driver's seat waved to her as if nothing had happened. Hesta was startled at first, and then her eyes widened. The last time we met, Chiba's left sleeve was empty, but now it has grown a real arm. What was even more incredible was that this once broken left arm was not a steel or wooden prosthesis. Hesta saw Chiba nimbly take out a cigarette from his pocket and then half-clenched his fist in front of a lighter to block the flame. It was just like the 5 fingers of an ordinary person. What are you doing standing there? Get in the car. Chiba shouted again. Hesta recovered and walked forward to open the car door. When she sat down, her eyes swept over Chiba's right leg. Wow, the right leg had also grown. Hesta's throat moved slightly. Miss Chiba.
Can I
touch your hand? Chinya didn't understand why, but he still extended his right hand. No, my left hand. Chiba changed hands. Hesta frowned and gently held the vivid left hand. Looking at it now, although this hand also has whitish bones and slightly protruding blue blood vessels, as if it were the same as an ordinary person's, it is not difficult to notice the difference between it and real flesh and blood, as long as you look closely. The past suddenly flashed back in Hesta's mind. In fact, as early as when she first met Chiba and shook hands with him, she had already felt that the texture of Chiba's hands was very special. But the contact was very brief at the time, and she didn't think about it too much. Chinya withdrew his hand. The old one was broken, so I changed it for a new one. Hesta could not describe her shock. This scene was no less than a miracle to her. She believed that if Sister Girding was present, she would also exclaim in surprise and angrily point out that this was blasphemy. However, Chiba's tone was as if she was talking about an umbrella, a clock, or a pair of glasses. Perhaps in Miss Chiba's eyes, the human body is not much different from these objects. Hesta frowned. How on earth did they do this? Chiba held a cigarette in his mouth, held the steering wheel, and reversed the car skillfully. Ancient technology. Miss Chiba, are you talking about the Golden Age?
Aha.
The car sped towards the city center. Today is Sunday, and the whole city is exceptionally quiet. Most shops are closed, and there are few pedestrians on the streets. Only the church door is open, and occasionally people can be seen coming in and out. Hesta looked out the window. There is no parade today. There are rarely parades on weekends. Weekends are for rest. Chiba said softly, unless they are protesting their own salary treatment, you can't expect to get a group of people to take to the streets on Sunday. As usual, Chiba parked his car on the street where the white ship was located. Except for the white ship, there is no store open on the street. The rusty rolling shutters cover the colorful wooden glass doors. However, the iron sheets are covered with various graffiti, which looks like an extended painting wall from a distance. What I like most about the white ship is that it is open as usual on Sundays. Chinya unbuckled his seatbelt. Let's go and have something to eat. The two of them pushed the door open and walked in. Hesta soon discovered that the fat woman standing in front of the cashier today was someone she had never seen before. She was short and plump, and her age might be comparable to Mrs. Love it. Chiba? The fat woman recognized the person at a glance. You're back? I came back last month, Chiba replied. I've been to your place several times, but you were not here every time. The other party laughed confidently. I plan to open a branch in the southern city of Asker. I've been looking for a suitable store there recently, and rarely come here. The fat woman came out from behind the counter. She was wearing a green and white plaid skirt and a light green scarf on her head. Her waist-length black hair was braided into a thick pigtail behind her head, making her look very capable. At first glance, the fat woman's black hair and brown eyes reminded Hesta of Bo Hung. She couldn't help but wonder if this woman was also from District 14. But her accent is somewhat similar to Liz's. The fat woman chatted with Chinya about the past, and the three of them sat down by the window while talking. Chinya leaned back in his chair, put one hand around his head, and played with his ponytail. Believe me, now is not a good time to open a branch. The fat woman frowned. I'm ready for everything, why not? Anyway, you'd better take it easy. Chinya obviously didn't want to explain more. She turned to Hesta. This is Mrs. Daria, the owner of the white ship. Then, she pointed at Hesta and said to Daria, this is Elu's distant relative. She has been living with me for the past 2 months. Her name is Chinya. Paused for a moment, Alice. Hello, Alice. Mrs. Daria stretched out her hand toward Hesta. Your hair is so beautiful, it's like ivory white satin. After realizing that Chiba gave a fake name, Hesta was a little nervous. She unconsciously moved away from Mrs. Daria to prevent her from getting too close and discovering that she was wearing a wig. Thank you. Hesta gently shook her hand. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Daria. Where are you from, little girl? Are you the same as Mr. Elu?
Yes.
Hesta didn't know where Mr. Elu's hometown was, but at this moment she had no better reaction than nodding. Daria laughed. It's very close to us. Have you been to Vilyachinsky? Where? Vilyachinsky Wasteland, said Mrs. Daria. I used to live there. Since I came to Tani, I haven't been back for more than 10 years. It's too far, and it's not convenient to go back. Hesta didn't know how to answer. She looked at Chiba. Chiba didn't seem to intend to take over the conversation for her. So Hesta thought about it. In the past, there were few opportunities to go outside. It's not safe outside. This answer seemed to convince Mrs. Daria. She looked at Hesta with a little more pity. Yes, living in the wilderness is not safe after all.
Just think about it.
A few years ago, who would have thought that Askia would also be in trouble? Such a prosperous place. I almost settled there. Hesta looked up. Have you been to Askia?
Of course I have.
Most of the first inhabitants of the wasteland who came to Vilyachinsky migrated from Askia. Mrs. Daria is very talkative. She talked about her life in Tani for more than 10 years. What she felt most was that the people in Tani were so lazy that she could not imagine it. When I first came here, the old couple who lived opposite me ran a pub. I thought they must be the busiest on Sundays. Who knew that one Sunday morning they got up and weeded the yard together?
I was shocked at the time.
When it was noon, I saw that they were still dawdling in the yard, so I couldn't help but ask, Good neighbors, why are you still at home now? At first, they thought I was asking them why they didn't go to church and felt a little embarrassed. When they knew that I was referring to their business in the pub, the two laughed and said to me, Sunday is a day of rest ordained by God, but there is no reason for them to work. I was really surprised. If the pub is not open on Sunday, when will the drunkards in Tani come out to get drunk? Guess what they answered me? What did they answer? Mrs. Daria imitated her neighbor's tone and said slowly, From Monday to Saturday, you can come every evening. After saying this, Mrs. Daria slapped her thigh. How could they have thought that if someone gets drunk on Monday night, he would have to go to work with a fuzzy mind on Tuesday? When I was in Vilyachinsky, I thought the people there were lazy enough, but I didn't expect that Tani was even worse than us. Hearing this, Chinya laughed out loud. On this day, when Chiba and Hesta left the white ship and entered the Bang Bang Club, it was more than half an hour later than expected. Hesta noticed that there was also a simple world map on the wall here. While Chiba was registering his information, she began to search for the location of Vilyachinsky on the map. At first, she looked around the Askia wasteland but found nothing, so Hesta expanded the scope to cover the entire third area, but still couldn't find it. Finally, she had to start from the left end of the map and look at it bit by bit. Finally, she found her goal at the easternmost end of District 14, there was a piece of land extending down from the sea like a long and pointed bird's beak, with the middle of the beak marked with the words Viliachinsky. Between Askia and Viliachinsky lies the entire 14th district plus half of the 3rd district. This distance of nearly 1,000 kilometers almost accounts for 1/3 of the entire map. No wonder, Mrs. Daria said, she hadn't been able to go back for more than 10 years. This is really too far. At night, Chiba sent Hesta back to the base. On the way, Hesta told Chiba about the confrontation between her and Sean a few days ago. To her surprise, Chiba did not seem happy for her. Ms. Chiba, what do you think of this way of handling the situation? Chienya pursed his lips. Very good. I think I can drag it on like this for now. Hesta said softly. Next I plan to talk to Calvin. He doesn't seem as unreasonable as Sean. If I can get his help, I believe things will get better. How can he help you? Chienya asked lightly. Give me some warning? Hesta replied. Since the brothers are always inseparable, he must be the one who is most familiar with Sean's condition. If I have both Liz and Calvin who is familiar with Sean by my side, it will always be better, right? On the dimly lit road, another car was coming towards them. The light from the car lights illuminated Chiba's face, then quickly dimmed. Hesta saw Chienya lost in thought, as if pondering some difficult problem. Is there something I haven't considered carefully enough? No, Chienya said slowly. It makes things complicated. Back at the apartment, Hesta pushed open the door of room 403. The room was dark. Turan and Liz were not there at the moment. Hesta guessed that they might be in the gym or a library on the 2nd floor. She put the dessert she brought back from the white ship into the refrigerator. Until this moment, she still hadn't figured out what exactly complexity Chienya meant. No matter from which angle she looked at it, she had chosen the approach that would provide a lower-cost solution. Perhaps Ms. Chiba thought it would be better to just teach Sean a lesson? But the complexity of planning an elaborate plan and interrupting his bullet time with a gun at just the right time is only higher. Hesta closed the refrigerator door. Maybe. Miss Chiba is just like that. She had quietly sent me a pistol, and when we met again she didn't tell me exactly what she was going to do. It was only after I followed her to shoot at the shooting range for the first time with a real gun that she told me her thoughts. For Miss Chiba, there is probably a boundary between being able to communicate and not being able to communicate. Only when she feels that the other party has entered the category of being able to communicate will she speak out her ideas. If that's the case, then we can only wait. About half an hour later, footsteps were heard outside the door, and Liz and Turan came in one after another. Almost immediately, they both smelled an unusual creamy aroma in the air, and Turan spotted a strange paper bag next to the refrigerator. Hesta poked his head out of his room. I brought some snacks from the city center. Would you like some? At the table in the living room, 3 people sat in a row around the large white square table. Liz sat in the middle. She carefully removed the red ribbon on the paper box, revealing 4 small square cakes put together. Turan and Liz sighed at the same time. Since arriving at the base, they had almost forgotten the taste of cream cake. The 2 of them ate heartily, and when there was only a little left, they were reluctant to leave. In the previous missions, we went directly to the destination. They didn't give us reservist time to wander around, Liz said. I have only been to the city center once so far, and I saw it through the dark gray glass in the car. I also want to go out and take a look. Turan bit the metal fork and sighed softly. I almost forgot what it looks like outside. Hesta had never expected that the 2 of them had stayed in the base for 2 years. In essence, the base does not belong to Tani City or the 3rd district. When you step out of the base, it is equivalent to walking from one administrative district to another. Do you understand what I mean? Liz explained. The regular Mercury Needles enjoy a certain degree of regional freedom, so they can come and go freely in some large districts, but if we reservists want to go out, we must have a reasonable reason, Turan added, such as internship tasks, visiting relatives. Let's not talk about these. I envy you. Liz looked at Hesta. When will you go out next time? I have to calculate it. It's not up to me. It depends on Miss Chiba's time, Hesta replied. It may be any time on Monday morning, Wednesday morning, Thursday afternoon, Friday morning, and all day on Saturday and Sunday. Turan lay on the table, looking at the empty cake box with lingering interest. What's the name of this store? I want to go. and have a look next time I have a chance. White ship, Hester replied. Liz's eyes widened a little, and she repeated the word softly. Her expression was like meeting a long-lost friend. Where's the boss from? Vilyachinsky Wasteland, in District 14. Hesta answered. The boss's wife is Mrs. Daria, and she also told me about Askia. Liz sighed from the bottom of her heart. This sigh was full of surprise and satisfaction. A smile appeared on Liz's face. The coincidence brought by fate was like an unexpected gift that suddenly fell on her head. Do you know each other? Liz shook her head. I don't think I know him. Tehran looked at Liz's changing expression and couldn't help wondering. The white ship. Is it an illusion? It's that song. Liz began to hum softly. Hesta quickly recognized that this was the Askia tune that Liz had sung when she was learning the Mercury Needle War song with her a few weeks ago. That day, Liz played the accordion and sang softly in a language that no one else could understand in the soft morning sunshine. Is there any river wider than you, Ains? Is there any land more kind than you, Ains? Is there any greater suffering than yours, Ains? Is there any freer will than yours, Ains? 1. The three of them cleared the plates and garbage on the table and went to Liz's room like last time. Liz took out an old but well-preserved map from her drawer. She carefully spread the map out on the bed and showed it to both Hesta and Tehran. This is the map of Askia Wasteland, which is said to be the largest wasteland in the third zone, 3 times the size of Tan. Whether it is the largest in terms of land area remains to be verified, but it was indeed once an extremely prosperous city-state, and at its peak it could even rival some habitable places far away from the core city. Askia is located on a vast plain. Although it has extremely convenient transportation, it has no strategic location to defend. There are 5 districts in Askia, and Liz's home is located at the corner of an artificial river in the East City. Not far from there is a small park where many dog-owning residents play frisbee with their pets on weekends. Liz was familiar with every street in the area, and she could even name the shops and their owners one by one based on her memory. The area restrictions in the wasteland are not that strict, Liz said softly. For example, Askia and Vilyachinsky, although one is in the north-central part of the 3rd district and the other is in the easternmost part of the 14th district, if someone wants, they can still move there. It seems that my elders were among the first group of people who went to Vilyachinsky, but the time interval is too long, and the two sides have long lost contact. Tehran estimated the distance between the two in his mind. So far. So dangerous. The number of people that a piece of land can support is always limited. If you want to survive, someone has to be a pioneer, Liz said softly. Besides, the road to the east is not all uninhabited areas. Often you'll encounter different towns every few miles. It's just that everyone is very wary of strangers and will not easily let outsiders in. What should I do if I want to settle down? Larger wastelands generally have their own special contact stations and isolation zones, most of which are built by Mercury Needle. The general process is to apply first, submit materials, and after the review is passed, cerebrospinal fluid will be drawn for testing and stay in a special isolation center for 3 months. In short, it's very troublesome. Smaller wastelands are not so strict, and there are all kinds of ways to do it. After all, before the chelate wave broke out in Askia, everyone hadn't seen chelates for decades. In this case, it is almost impossible for everyone to consciously follow a set of extremely troublesome rules. Hesta had also heard Arnold mention this. Askia in 4620 and Hekla in 4621 were the only 2 places where chelate tides occurred in the 3rd area in recent years. Most of the 67 reservists in the base came from the villages around these 2 wastelands. As residents living in the epicenter of the outbreak, it was almost a miracle that Liz and the Gringlier brothers survived.
Liz looked at the map.
The 2 chelate waves should have sounded a warning to the people in the habitable land and other wastelands.
It's hard to say.
If it had sounded a warning, 2 chelates wouldn't have sneaked into Katla City. Tehran lay on his side. Before, the municipal government built fortifications outside the city in a perfunctory manner, and the Ministry of Public Security did not fulfill its duty of patrolling the isolation zone every night. Everyone felt that the Hekla wasteland was far away from Katla City, and even if something happened, it would not be our turn for the time being. Without seeing blood, who would remember the lesson? The three of them lay on the bed, each thinking of something from the past, and fell into silence for a moment. Liz suddenly looked sideways. Jane, what kind of place is Short Lane? Hesta had not expected this sudden change of topic, and could only utter a slow and light Are there really criminals everywhere? Turan asked. Maybe. Yes, but it's not that scary, Hesta recalled, after all. To find enough food, clean water, necessary medicines. You have to trade together. So in most cases, everyone will take the initiative to avoid some meaningless disputes. Many people only regard Short Alley as a temporary place to stay, and eventually they will have to find a way to settle down somewhere else. Liz nodded thoughtfully. It does sound a bit similar to the situation in Hekla. How is it similar? In the center of the Hekla Desert, there is a small town of about 40 square kilometers called Oasis. Have you heard of it? Hesta shook his head. Liz continued, there are underground trading stations, hospitals, pharmacies, and some purchasing points. Except for the trafficking of people, arms, and drugs, it is no different from other wastelands. The Oasis is the truce agreed upon by all the Hekla people because the locals also need a place to save lives and collect intelligence. So no matter what the dispute is, once they enter the Oasis, both sides must temporarily put aside the dispute. Hesta tilted his head. It's like a sanctuary in a church. Really? Liz blinked. Well, a nun once told me that before the Great Blackout, the church had right of asylum. No matter who it was, no matter what sin he had committed, as long as he entered the church and rang the confession bell, he would be immediately protected. The police couldn't go in and arrest them? Hesta nodded. Yes, the bishop, priest, or head nun will grant them a period of asylum ranging from half a month to 40 days, depending on the situation. After that, they will either be permanently expelled from the country or tried by a secular court which is not considered to be at large. Turan was suddenly startled. There are such places in Katla. There is a shelter close to the church. It is used for these things. Maybe some of the customs in this land are passed down from the Golden Age? Although they may have changed their appearance. Turan laughed. So even though it's been more than 800 years, we are still the remnants of the Golden Age. Among the three, only Liz's expression suddenly became complicated. She got up and walked to the wall to take down her Bayan accordion. The White Ship is a folk song from the Golden Age. My grandmother taught me, Liz said in a very soft voice. She also taught me another song. Do you want to hear it? On the same night, the same song was echoing in Chiba's office. The pointer record player she placed under the windowsill was spinning, and the metal-plated needle was continuously reading out passages in an unfamiliar language. Chiba hummed the melody of the song. She once asked Mrs. Daria of the White Steamship for the title of the song while holding the record cover. I want to die young, without love or worries, like a golden star falling, like a flower that never fades. I hope that those who are tormented by long-standing hostility will find joy with me on my tombstone. Please bury me in a place far away from the noisy roads, where the weeping willows bend and stir the waves, and the unharvested leafless beans are golden. I will not look back on the road I have walked, nor on the crazy years that have passed. When I finish singing the last hymn, I will sleep without worries. But please do not let the flame go out completely. Please do not forget that woman who once awakened everyone's heart. I want to die young. 1. There was a regular knock on the door, and as Chiba answered, Elu pushed the door open and walked in. Ms. Chiba, are you looking for me? Chinya turned down the volume of the record player, turned around and handed Elu 2 documents that she had signed and stamped. Well, you go to the core city and leave tonight. Elu took it and looked at it and was really surprised. You want to sell all the city bonds of Tani City that you held before? Yes, the sooner the better, preferably no more than half a month, and the cashed funds should be deposited in Grayscale Bank first, and don't move and wait for news. Please allow me to ask the reason. Elu frowned slightly. 2 years ago you said that these bonds should be held for at least 10 years, because Tani is the most suitable city for the middle class to retire in the entire 3rd district. In the past 2 years, many people have moved out of the core city and bought properties in Tani. It can be seen that your original judgment was correct. If we sell it now, our return can only reach the expected 16%. No, it may be less than 10%. Of course, it's because the situation has changed. Chinya took off his glasses. At least we can sell it at a good price if we get ahead, and we will lose money if we wait any longer. Elu was puzzled. What made you change your mind? This place is suitable for retirement because the Age's newcomer base is here. Chinya answered calmly. Everyone believes that in the entire 3rd district, except for the core city, there is no place safer than here. Elu took a deep breath. So, will this place become unsafe? Who knows? Chinya pinched his neck. People's ideas always change, and sometimes it doesn't depend on the facts. Elu put the file away. I understand. I'll leave tonight. Perhaps because he recalled too many things from the past tonight, Hesta once again dreamed of everything in Short Lane that night. After so many years, she saw her mother again. My mother was very young at that time. Young and thin. She still looked the same as before she parted with Hesta. A dark green velvet tied her soft shoulder-length hair into a bun, hanging down her slender neck to her right shoulder. Her shoulders were as thin as a bird's. Mother's hair was dark brown at the moment. Hesta's was the same. This was dyed later, but you could still see some bright reddish hues at the roots. After all, if you wanted to hide safely in the crowd, you had to do some necessary disguise. No matter where you were, red hair like theirs would be too conspicuous. Looking around, she found herself sitting on a small green wooden stool. She remembered that she had picked it up from the number 16 garbage dump near Duanming Lane. Old Charlie helped her repair a stool leg that was rotten by rain and also found half a bucket of paint. She painted the small wooden stool green with her own hands and then gave it to her mother. The table at home was an empty wine barrel and a semicircular wooden board. They fixed them together with a hammer and nails, and my mother put a tablecloth on it, making it look like a real small coffee table. Under the coffee table, there is a layer of velvet carpet that has become a little rough due to being walked on. My mother deliberately put together a dozen pieces of light green cloth of different materials. They came from bed sheets, old coats, canvas bags, or long and short skirts. The patterns of the materials themselves present a kind of collision vitality through this splicing. On the table, a paper flower made of wire and cardboard was inserted on a sponge mat. The small silver key related to Bo Hung was placed next to it, and next to it was a torn copy of Edgar's Dark Stories, Part 1. This must be a dream.
Hesta soon realized this.
But please, don't wake up yet. She reached out and gently touched the sponge flower bed her mother had made. Fortunately, the important things are all there. In Short Lane, Hesta often heard his mother talk about her previous life in District 14. His mother missed everything in the past, although the climate in the northern part of District 14 was far less pleasant than here. I heard that the winter there is very long, from October to April of the following year, and the snow hardly melts. However, winter is a time for chatting around the fire and reading, so life is not lonely. My mother often talked about how, when she was a child, she had a room that was decorated exactly as described in Edgar's novels: a wooden coffee table, dark green cast iron chairs, a green polka dot carpet, white curtains that ran vertically to the ground. And my mother's mother would often sit at the same coffee table and read with her on winter afternoons. These past scenes are like an anchor for Mom. They hold her tightly and allow her to always remember who she is and where she came from. Unfortunately, there were almost no paper books in Short Alley. In their spare time, the mother and daughter could only sit at the coffee table and read old newspapers until one day, a coincidence happened. They got a copy of Edgar's Dark Stories, Part 1 from Old Charlie. Mom used her 2 months' meager salary to exchange the book with Old Charlie, and Old Charlie readily agreed. This Dark Tales is a translation from District 14. The characters on it are square and completely different from the characters seen in Short Alley. Many days and nights, her mother and she sat around the small coffee table, using this book as Hesta's literacy enlightenment. Sometimes she listened to her mother reading stories and explaining vocabulary, and sometimes she copied the beautiful sentences with key points. In the dream, Hesta lowered his head again and pressed the side of his face against the table. She clasped the edge of the table with both hands. Whenever she lay down like this, her sight would always be right in front of the stove. Steam was rising from the stove. Mom was humming a song. Hesta swung her feet, and beneath her feet, the patchwork carpet that her mother had sewn was caressing the warmth of her soles. It would be better to have a glass bell jar, Hesta thought, otherwise there would always be something missing. Thinking of this, Hesta jumped down from the stool, pushed the door, and was about to go out. "Where are you going?" "It's time to eat." The mother's voice came from behind. "I'm going to find old Charlie, Mom," Hesta replied. "Today is supply day. I'm going to see if he has any new toys." The young mother laughed and said, "Let's eat first?" "No, I'll be back soon," Hesta said, already running out. Her home was in the backyard of old Charlie's store. After passing through the warehouse, old Charlie's store was in front. Sure enough, old Charlie was smoking a pipe and cleaning his firearm rifle with a clean white cotton cloth. Old Charlie was very short and hunchbacked. He was blind in one eye, which was said to have been caused by an accidental shotgun discharge when he was hunting birds in his youth. When the old man saw Hesta, he laughed. "I thought you didn't have the courage to come." "I do." "Ha ha ha, you have nothing." Old Charlie laughed and took a book from his messy shop. "Take this and go home quickly. Don't delay me from doing my work." Hesta took the book and looked at it. It was Edgar's Dark Stories, Part 2. "But what I want is a glass bell jar," Hesta said loudly. "But you said before that there was a way here." Old Charlie pushed the rifle in his hand in front of Hesta. "If you really want something, go and shoot it yourself, understand?" "Then let's go." Hesta held the gun and looked at it. "Let's go now." In Duanming Lane, there is at least one supply day every month. In the past, Hesta didn't understand what supply day was. She only knew that every 10 or 20 days, old Charlie would set out early, alone with a gun and a horse, and walk more than 10 miles south. At nightfall, he would return with his horse and a large amount of supplies. He couldn't guarantee that every item he brought back was what he needed right away, but it was always rare and extremely useful. When he was a little older, Hesta realized that the so-called supplies were not secretly sent to old Charlie by someone, but were intercepted by him. Every month, some unidentified planes drop supplies into the wilderness near Short Alley, some of which are guns, and some are canned food. These planes would drop the supplies along with the parachutes when they were close to the drop site. If the drop site was known in advance, old Charlie could find a suitable place nearby, usually on a mountaintop, to set up an ambush. When the drop supply box began to glide down in a parabola with the initial speed, he immediately used a bullet to break the parachute rope. Most of the supply boxes that lost balance at high altitudes would fall rapidly. Old Charlie roughly noted their locations at the top of the mountain, and after confirming that they were safe, he would go to pick up the missing ones. Although this method does not work every time, sometimes it is because you miss the target, and sometimes it is because the opponent follows the sound of gunfire and moves towards you. But in most cases, he was able to succeed because the drop site was always chosen in the dense forest near Short Alley for concealment, and the people who took the goods did not always dare to go deep into the forest just for 1 or 2 boxes of supplies in poor condition. It was not worth taking such a risk. Each gun has a different magazine. You have to observe it yourself. Old Charlie held Hesta in his arms and taught her how to fire the gun. For this kind of gun, you have to hold the magazine and insert it from the front, not straight up and down. When loading the gun, many people are used to using their dominant hand, the trigger hand, to pull the bolt, which is wrong. Old Charlie grabbed Hesta's left hand, moved it from the bottom of the gun to the right side of the rifle, and loaded the rifle with his left hand. At any time, your trigger finger can't be too far away from the trigger. Do you understand? This way you can always maintain an effective attack posture. Hesta nodded silently. Now, put your finger on the outside of the trigger, the ace of the gun against your shoulder, and your body weight slightly forward. Be prepared for the recoil. Old Charlie grabbed Hesta's head and pressed it against the ace of the gun. Put your face against the ace of the gun. Then, find the sight. Which one? Hesta asked. Look at the front sight. Always use the front sight to aim at the target. The rear sight is for your reference to see if you have the gun level. As he spoke, old Charlie suddenly patted Hesta's shoulder. What did I just say? Keep the ace of the gun firmly against your shoulder. Otherwise, if you pull the trigger, your shoulder will be broken. Hesta did so immediately. The sound of an airplane could be heard in the distance, and Hesta could already see a small black, slowly approaching him. "You must remember this last point," the old man said in a hoarse voice. "You must remember it. Never fire in dangerous places. Then what should you do when you are in danger? Run. Run far away, and let those who run slower than you die for you," old Charlie said with a sullen face. "Never let yourself fall into a situation where you can only face the enemy alone, understand?" Old Charlie's voice became hazy. Everything around her began to become heavy, and suddenly a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, and a sudden thunderstorm hit her face. She and old Charlie returned to the backyard of the shop. Old Charlie grabbed her by the back of the collar and waded through the knee-deep rain to take her away. The sky and the earth turned dark blue again, and only suddenly became bright white in the moment of lightning. The heavy rain and the wind almost hurt him. Hesta realized something and tried to break free from old Charlie's hand. "Where are you going to take me? Leave here."
No, Mom.
"Mom hasn't come back yet." Old Charlie's voice sounded at the same time as thunder. "She won't come back. I shouldn't have saved you in the first place. Her brain is completely rusted. She will never learn the lesson in this life. Listen to me, little rascal. She doesn't want you anymore. Get out of Short Alley." Too old Charlie tied Hesta to the horse. On a rainy night, he and Hesta galloped northward, their horses galloping all night. At dawn, the old man threw Hesta on the side of the road, untied the ropes on her, and threw her a bag of canned food. "The next time I see you, I'll kill you." Old Charlie sat on his horse and turned his horse around. "If you want to live, go north. Go north all the way to the Severn Mountains and never come back." Hesta suddenly opened his eyes. Everything was quiet and peaceful. The moonlight filtered through the window and fell on the floor in front of her bed. Hesta took a deep breath, her teeth chattering slightly, and she sat up on the bed with one hand. The next day, the sun rose as usual. Because she had to submit her job transfer materials in advance, Liz did not travel with the main group for once and took a leave of absence to stay at the base. During lunch, Tehran asked Liz, "Do you feel that the security of the base has been laxer recently than before?" "A little bit, but the security on the ground is not the main force of the base," Liz answered while eating, loose or tight. "It shouldn't be important." "It's still quite annoying," Tehran frowned. "Today 2 people sneaked into the base from somewhere and used a loudspeaker in front of Miss Valeni's office building to ask us to release them. It was so noisy." Liz suddenly remembered what Ms. Molly mentioned. The United Government and Ages were competing for the custody of Hesta, which was why the base could not continue to investigate and deal with Sean openly. But during this period of time, the noise outside did not stop, but seemed to be even louder than before. "I don't know what Ms. Morley and the others have been doing during this period of time. What about the promised problem solving? Did you see Jane this morning?" Liz suddenly asked. "No, she has classes, right?" Tehran replied. "Why? Do you have something to talk to her about?" Liz was silent for a while. Jane's mood fluctuated violently in the middle of the night last night, but because it was judged as a nightmare by the system, it was not reported as an emergency. She saw it this morning when she checked the information as usual. "Nothing. I was just thinking about lunch now. Why didn't I see her before she finished her words?" Liz's phone suddenly emitted a sharp pulse alert tone, and she quickly picked it up to check. Tehran also came over. "What happened?" "It's Jane." Liz frowned and opened the new reminder text message. Just like the last time Hesta pressed the fire alarm, this text message was automatically triggered in an emergency. However, after reading the content of this prompt, Liz was shocked. Is she fighting with someone? Liz didn't have time to explain. She dropped her cutlery and rushed to the scene. In the corridor on the first floor of the student dormitory, the whole hallway echoed with Mrs. Lovett's screams.
Hit someone.
Hit someone, ah God. Stop it, children, woo-woo. Someone come, she shouted out of breath, watching from a distance and constantly looking towards the entrance of the apartment. Mrs. Lovett had made all the calls she needed to make, but in less than half a minute, the 2 people who were fighting over there had fought from the middle of the aisle to the end of the corridor. The wounded Sean had no way to retreat. His left eye had turned purple and was slightly swollen. His nosebleed kept flowing down, and the scene was bloody. The warm blood also stained Hesta's fists, and her fists fell like rain on Sean's forehead, cheeks, jaw, chest, and abdomen. Sean wiped his face with his hand and tried to stand up by holding onto the wall. 5 bloody handprints were pressed on the wall, but before he could exert any force, Hesta kicked him over. "Where's my key?" Hesta growled. "Give it back to me." Hesta's face was reflected in Sean's eyes. Her cheeks were covered with blood spots. Anger gushed from her blue eyes. Bloodshot covered her eyeballs. Her face became hideous because of anger and hatred, and she was completely different from the silent and cold girl in the past. Sean looked at Hesta, who was in a frenzy, and laughed sarcastically. "Look at you now, Hesta."
What? Do you still?
"Really want to kill me?" Sean didn't fight back at all. He spat the blood in his mouth to the side, then raised his head with a smile, showing his neck. "Mrs. Lovett is watching." Hesta grabbed Sean's collar and pulled the boy up from the ground. She lowered her head slightly, her bangs covering her eyes. "I'll ask you one last time. Where did you hide my keys?" Sean laughed weakly twice and murmured. "Louder," Hesta said coldly. Sean waved gently at Hesta, motioning her to come closer to him. When Hesta came closer, he spoke with a trembling smile.
Guess.
"Will I tell you?" Hesta's pupils suddenly shrank. She loosened her hand, stood up, took a half step back, and her breathing became calm and steady again. For a moment, Sean, who had been watching the show, actually felt a slight chill. His instinct to fight the enemy made him keenly detect some unusual changes. He looked at the person in front of him with some suspicion. "Hesta?" Hesta raised her head slightly, and in the dim light of the corridor, half of her face was submerged in shadow. However, there was no anger on that face anymore. All the expressions of confusion, humiliation, and hatred had disappeared, replaced by a smile. Smile. Sean thought he was seeing things. Her eyes still had that blazing look, but the lower half of her face was definitely smiling. Hesta's upper lip and lower lip touched lightly, and she uttered a few silent words. Sean no longer had the heart to think about what she said. He instantly entered bullet time and rushed towards the nearby window like an arrow. The moment he jumped, Sean felt something firmly grasping his ankle, and he intuitively felt that it was Hesta's hand. But it was impossible. There was no way she could catch herself in this state the next moment. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. He suddenly realized what Hesta had just said. "As you wish." The whole world fell into silence. Before Sean could even think about how all this happened, the breath of death was approaching. He felt a blank in his mind and didn't even have time to be afraid. "Jane." Sean turned around and saw that Liz had appeared behind Hesta at some point and was hugging her tightly from behind. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. Hesta's hair floated up and down like a drowning person floating to the surface. Mrs. Lovett in the distance was already crying with fear. She covered her mouth with her hands and looked at the reserve conflict here, which seemed to have finally come to an end, with tears on her face. Hesta fell into Liz's arms, motionless. "Jane?" Liz let go of her hand, her voice trembling. "Jane?" Hesta had a painful expression on her face. She closed her eyes and did not answer. Soon, her body suddenly twitched and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Outside the apartment, the security guards who received the alarm in the base finally arrived and rushed into the corridor. "What happened here in Molly's office?" Molly faced Sean, Liz, and Tehran. "Why don't you believe me?" She awakened for the second time. She must have awakened for the second time, Gringalyre. Molly stopped the emotional Sean, and at the same time, the phone on the office desk rang. Molly answered the phone. "Hello, this is the order officer's office." She listened to the other end of the phone and heard him several times in succession, and finally sighed. "That's great." Liz looked at Molly eagerly. Although she was not sure who the other party was talking to, she felt that it was most likely from the underground hospital. "Okay, let me ask one more question." Molly glanced at Sean. "What is Hesta's current awakening state?" Everyone held their breath. "Okay, I understand." Molly put down the phone and said to Sean, "Hesta didn't awaken again. She was just injured and fainted. Liz stood up on the spot and said to Sean sternly, "What did you do to Hesta and try to accuse me again?" "I didn't do anything except get beaten by her." "Fletcher, sit down too." Molly also said sternly, Hesta's injury was definitely not caused by Sean. The office regained its temporary peace. Sean sneered at the side. "I told you. Control your temper." Molly glanced at him coldly. "No matter what, as a reserve Mercury Needle who has awakened twice, you can always escape when Hesta takes the initiative to provoke you. Why do you deliberately stop there and tangle with her?" Sean narrowed his eyes that were swollen by Hesta, and his whole face showed a dramatic absurdity. "It's unbelievable, Ms. Molly." He spread his hands. "You said it was Hesta who provoked you, so are you blaming me now? Do you think that as a victim, I didn't behave perfectly when facing the perpetrator?" Molly was not moved at all. "Please answer my question directly." "Of course, it's because I've been trying to figure out what happened," Sean argued, his voice very excited. "It's because I know that her strength can't hurt my bones. So I endured the pain and tried to clarify with her." Liz interrupted angrily. "You must have done something to provoke her again. Where's the evidence?" Sean glanced sideways. "I've said it countless times just now. I just ran into Hesta by chance in the corridor this morning. I bumped into her accidentally, and she chased me and beat me up like crazy. I have maintained the greatest restraint and tolerance as a gentleman. I didn't fight back at all. Look." Sean rolled up his sleeves and showed Liz the scars on his body. "Hesta wouldn't bother you for no reason. She bothered me for no reason today." "Shut up." Molly frowned. She had just received the surveillance footage from Noon and Mrs. Lovett's testimony in her mailbox. Mrs. Lovett was now lying in the underground hospital because of excessive shock. Molly opened the page and watched the entire surveillance video without saying a word. 12 hours, 36 minutes, and 14 seconds the two met in the corridor and passed by each other. Sean bumped into Hesta. 12 hours, 36 minutes, and 38 seconds. Sean raised his hand, as if to say sorry to Hesta. 12 hours, 36 minutes, and 43 seconds. Hesta ignored him, and the two walked in their own directions. 12 hours, 37 minutes, and 21 seconds. Hesta suddenly stopped, her back to the surveillance camera, rolled up her sleeves, and no one knew what she was doing. 12 hours, 37 minutes, and 27 seconds. Hesta turned around and ran toward Sean, and soon wrestled with him. Sean certainly wasn't lying. He was being beaten the whole time and never fought back, not even once. Look at Mrs. Lovett's confession. Emily narrowed his eyes. Do you know? Do you know?" Liz and Tehran both shook their heads in confusion. Tehran suddenly remembered something. "I seem to have seen a key tied to her arm when she was taking a shower. What was it for?" "I don't know." Sean stood up. "Can I leave now, Ms. Molly?" "Yes," Molly replied. "But before Hesta wakes up, please stay in the apartment and don't go anywhere." "Understood." Sean took a step forward and walked to Molly. "Let me ask you one more question, Ms. Molly. Hesta took advantage of the fact that no one was in the apartment and openly used violence against me. The base should treat her equally, right?" "Of course." Molly raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Sean. "The base will not favor any side." "That's good. I'll wait and see." After that, he turned around and looked at Liz. "Miss Fletcher, I hope you will always remember that it was your initial indulgence that led to her current extreme behavior. Sometimes extreme protection for one party is extreme injustice to the other party." Sean faced the people in front of him, took off his air cap, and saluted. "Everyone, please chat slowly. I have to go back to recuperate." After Sean left, Molly looked at Liz. Although Hesta is out of danger, her humerus, scapula, and ribs are all fractured to varying degrees. Liz was startled at first, then immediately stood up and rushed out. "Sean, that kid, it's not because of others, it's because of you," Molly said in a deep voice. "You hug her while the bullet time was turned on. How could you do such a thing, using all your strength to hug an ordinary person in the bullet time?" Liz froze again. She turned back in disbelief. "Is it because of me? Have you ever thought that your actions might have strangled her entire upper body into 3 pieces?" Molly asked sternly. "Why?" Liz didn't know how to answer for a moment. At that moment, she had a strong intuition that if she didn't activate bullet time, she might not be able to stop Hesta. But this didn't make sense. Hesta didn't have a second awakening, so how could he not be able to stop him? Liz raised her hand, inserted her 5 fingers into her hair, and pulled it back hard. I don't know, Ms. Molly, maybe. I made a mistake in judgment. You should also go back and reflect on it, Molly said. Perhaps it was not a wise decision to let you serve as Hesta's assistant. After leaving the office building, Sean walked alone on the road humming a song. The weather was very good today, and his mood was even better. In the empty aisle, he unconsciously started dancing. When passing a fountain, he turned lightly and threw something into the pool. In the evening, Molly suddenly heard footsteps in the corridor. Even without looking up, she knew who was coming. Molly. Chenya leaned on the door frame with one hand. I haven't been here for just one day, and there's big news again. Molly ignored him and walked straight into her office. Is she awake?
No.
When will she wake up? What are you going to do?
What?
Of course I'm going to talk to her. Chiba supported Molly's desk. What else? The thing I regret most in my career is letting you get involved in the base's affairs. Molly took off her glasses. Don't mess with the water anymore, Chiba. Chiba smiled. Who are you talking to me in? As the order officer of the 3rd district of Age's 4 districts, Molly. Chiba spoke slowly. What I am doing now has affected 4 districts. If there are deviations in the future, can you bear the responsibility? Are you threatening me? How is this a threat? Chiba tilted his head slightly. If you want to interfere, you must be responsible for the consequences of your interference. Then the same is true in reverse. Molly did not back down. You are doing evil by interfering with the daily management of the base. I don't see any benefit to the entire Ages. Aren't you the order officer of the reserve base? How can you be responsible for the entire Ages? Chiba took a step back. You can write an email to the top now and report me for doing evil in the base. I will definitely bear the consequences. Where are you going? Chenya stopped at the door and turned around. You seem to have been doing something wrong. I always ask for your consent, because I respect your opinion. Since you have this attitude, I will exercise my original power. You don't be so serious, Molly. Chenya smiled slightly. I told you a long time ago that I will always give priority to more civilized and moral practices as long as things are not out of control. Chiba reached out and grabbed the door handle. Wait, Molly leaned forward slightly. Don't go today. Hesta just finished surgery this afternoon and needs to rest now. You'd better not disturb her now. Okay, then when is it convenient for you to come? It depends on the situation. The General Administration will send an independent investigation team tomorrow. You can go with them. Molly pinched the bridge of his nose lightly. 2 reserve mercury needles activated bullet time at the same time without a legitimate reason. Do you really think this is a trivial matter? I won't bother you anymore.
Bye.
Chiba. Molly gritted his teeth and looked at her. How long will this matter? Last? It's hard to say, but don't worry. I thought things were going in a bad direction. Chiba smiled, but the goddess of luck seems to be on my side this time. After saying that, the door was slammed shut from the outside. The next afternoon, Hesta sat on the hospital bed and was questioned by the investigation team. The person on the other side first took out the surveillance video of that day and asked Hesta whether the person who had been committing violence in the video was her. Hesta nodded. But when they asked further why, Hesta's eyes lost focus. She was wearing an oxygen mask, and the mist gradually disappeared with the rhythm of her breathing. No matter what others asked, she just looked at the end of the bed and said nothing. Ms. Hesta, I repeat, the voice of the person who came was slightly threatening. This may be your only chance to defend yourself. Do you want to give up? Hesta still didn't answer. Chenya stood not far away, with his arms folded, watching the scene. The inquiry reached a deadlock, and the investigation team had to leave temporarily. Before leaving, they raised their hands to salute Chenya, and Chenya nodded. Chenya suddenly thought of something and stopped the group. Can you lend me your equipment? You mean this tablet?
Yes.
Chenya nodded. I'll return it to you in a while. Several people looked at each other. Of course, it's okay, but Miss Chiba will need to fill in some documents later. We will write down the time and place where you borrowed this thing, and we need you to sign it, okay? Of course. The crowd dispersed, and Chiba sat next to Hesta, holding the tablet. She turned back on the silent surveillance video, and the scene started with Sean and Hesta meeting in the corridor, colliding, brushing against each other, and then Hesta turned back and began to commit violence. Hesta frowned slightly and looked away to avoid the next scene. "Why don't you watch it?"
Chenya asked.
"I don't like it." Hesta replied softly. "What do you dislike?"
"I don't like
myself." Hesta's breathing quickened slightly, and her eyes slid across the screen again. The second half of the whole process had reached the blind spot of the surveillance, so everything started again from the beginning in the picture. She grabbed Sean's hair savagely and pushed him against the wall. Just like a hysterical lunatic. Hesta stared at the picture and murmured, "Really? But I feel very powerful." Chenya also stretched his head to glance at the screen. "You are angry." Chenya looked at it for a while, then looked up again. "What are you angry about, Jane?" Hesta's eyebrows twitched slightly. She was still looking at the surveillance screen where she was completely out of control. Her eyes slowly turned red, and her breathing began to tremble. She opened her mouth several times, but did not answer for a long time. Hesta tried her best to calm herself, but some emotions became more violent the more she suppressed them. The choked breath rushed up her throat and almost suffocated her. He took it away," Hesta said with difficulty. She forced herself to swallow several times, trying to swallow the intense and sharp pain. However, every breath was accompanied by tears, and her tears fell on the back of her hands. Her lungs and eyes were burning, and Hesta's hands clenched into fists again.
"He took my keys."
Hesta frowned, and his voice became almost hoarse. In the misty tears, she suddenly remembered many faces. Bohung, Sister Girding and Abbess Alma, old Charlie, and her mother. She thought of the mists and morning bells of the Severn Mountains, of the midnight of Epiphany when she and the nuns lit the few remaining white candles in the church, of every supply day when she was wrapped in old Charlie's dirty old wool jacket and rode together before dawn to the well-traveled places to prepare for hunting, and of her mother. Thinking of everything about my mother. Fate is always very stingy when giving and very brutal when taking back. Tears washed away the fire in her heart like a rainstorm. In the dying embers, she seemed to see for the first time the heavy yoke on her body. These shackles, as heavy as boulders, pressed on her back day and night, yet she was completely unaware of them. Because there are always new things to do, and new people constantly appear and leave around her. After a series of encounters and partings, fate always leaves more tangled and sharp cores of her heart waiting for her to resolve. She accepted everything in a daze. Now Chiba gave this feeling a name, and she tried to understand it. But her tears kept coming, and the distress in her heart became heavier. At the end of her crying, Hesta even became a little dazed. She didn't remember or care why she was crying, but felt that every tear was soaked with pain. Chenya said nothing. She just stood aside, neither stopping nor comforting. After a long time, Hesta's last bit of strength was exhausted. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she was so weak that she seemed like she would faint at any time. Chenya came closer. "Are you done crying? Do you feel better?" Hesta shook her head and looked at Chenya with a frown. "Miss Chenya, what are you doing here today?" Chenya raised her right hand, and a silver key ring gently spun on her fingertips, like a magic trick. Hanging on the key ring was a small key, exactly the same as the one Sean had taken. Instantly, Hesta felt his eyes warm up again. "It's just a key, don't worry about it," Chenya said calmly. "As long as the person is still here, there are as many keys as you want." She placed the key next to Hesta's hand. "I came here today to tell you that anger is important. Anger is important because it is the only spear a person has in this world. And precisely because it is rough and sharp, when you are threatened, weak, and humiliated, it will not pay attention to any secular etiquette rules. It will jump out desperately to protect you and ask you to resist. Everyone should hold their own spear well." Hesta adjusted her breathing. She looked at the ceiling, tears welling up in her eyes. "I should hold my spear tight. Do you know why I came here to emphasize this to you?" Chenya asked with his head tilted. Hesta choked up and shook his head. The weaker your situation, the more likely you are to be deprived of the right to be angry, because this emotion is ugly, not elegant, and quite destructive. It is easy for others to reject you more because of your anger. The base is a place that emphasizes order. Don't be fooled by the atmosphere here. Especially don't hate yourself because of your anger. Chinya nodded his head. When you are angry, that is often when you are most powerful. You must learn to control it. Hesta listened attentively. Her tears dried up without her noticing. She endured the pain in her upper limbs and pondered over every word of Chiba. A storm was rising in her heart, as if a storm was about to come. Ask the doctor, and they said you can be discharged in about a week or two. Chiba folded his arms. Have you thought about what to do after you get out? Hesta nodded without saying anything. Tell me about it? Chiba leaned towards Hesta, and after listening for a while, she couldn't help but frown. During their discussion, the visiting time passed quickly. Before leaving that day, Chinya took down her thin windbreaker that was hanging on the hanger. Have a good rest, Jane. She stood at the end of the bed with a tablet, smiled, and waved to the girl who couldn't move. Don't let me down. At night, Tehran stood at the door of Liz's room. Liz, can you open the door? No one responded from inside the door. Tehran leaned her head against the door, her brows knitted together. Liz, can you talk to me? Don't lock yourself in there.
Please.
Inside the door, the lights in the house were dim. Liz was lying on the floor, on her side with her knees drawn up. Next to her was a wooden photo frame with a faded black and white family portrait in it. Liz closed her eyes and gently touched the glass surface of the frame with her fingertips. Tehran waited outside the door for a long time, but there was no response from inside. She walked to a corner of the living room and called Valenti on the landline. Although it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, the phone in Valenti's office was connected immediately. Hello? Valenti answered the phone. Tehran, you said. I understand, Yes. Don't worry. You should go to bed early tonight. Liz also needs some time to digest it alone. I will go to talk to her tomorrow. You're welcome. Bye. At the office door, Chinya leaned against the door. Jane's roommate? Well, Liz was a little down tonight, so Tehran called to talk about it. Valenti carried his bag. I can leave now. The two walked downstairs side by side, and soon entered the underground part of the base through the elevator. This is the first time I have received such an order from Ms. Molly, Valenti said while entering the password. In the past, she would never let me bring anyone directly into the new personnel archive room of the base. I am not anyone. Chiba stood behind Valenti and said with a smile, besides, Ms. Molly has always been very supportive of my work and very reasonable. Valenti rolled her eyes and turned back. Are you serious? Chinya raised his eyebrows and pointed to a light board that suddenly lit up in front of Valenti. I'm going to scan your iris. Valenti laughed and directed his eyes to the corresponding area. Soon, after Chiba also left his biological information, the two officially entered the archive room of the underground base. This is an underground warehouse with a height of about 9 meters. As the two entered, thousands of cold lights on the top floor and on the file shelves gradually lit up, like a wave of light extending into the distance. The two chatted as they walked towards the F-Series archive area. Chiba put his hands in his pockets and looked forward along the rows of characters hanging on the display shelves. Chiba walked quickly, and Valenti trotted behind him. Whose file are you looking for this time? The Gringlier brothers? No, I'm looking for Liz Fletcher.
Liz.
Valenti looked puzzled. I should have given you her personal data together with Sean's last time. No need for combat data, Chiba replied. I want to see more of her personal background.
Why?
Valenti became curious. Besides Jane, are you interested in other people in the base? Of course I'm interested. Chiba replied with a frown. I met Jane this afternoon and asked her if she wanted to have a real fight with Sean. She said no, because Liz will be sad if we do it seriously. Chinya looked a little annoyed. Jane has been in the base for less than 2 months, right? Where did this Liz come from? How could she lead her into trouble so quickly? Valenti stopped dead in his tracks. The real in Chiba's mouth was definitely not the same as the real in ordinary contexts. Let us not talk about the previous things for now, but it was Jane who beat people yesterday and Sean who was beaten. What kind of beating was that? Besides the broken nose, did he have any other serious injuries? When Jane is discharged from the hospital, given Molly's personality, she will definitely be downgraded according to the base's regulations. Ah, I found it. Chiba finally saw the F sequence, and she quickly moved towards the target. Valeni chased after him. Chinya, no matter what, as an adult, you shouldn't directly interfere with their relationship. I didn't interfere directly. Did you see me looking for Sean? I've been to the base so many times, but I've never even met Sean. Chinya stood on the mobile double ladder on the display shelf, turned around and said to Valeni, "Come up?" Valeni bit his lower lip, grabbed the hand extended by Chiba, and stepped onto the moving ladder. Chinya entered Liz Fletcher's name in the search interface, and the moving ladder began to rise steadily, stopped at the 4th floor, and began to slide to the left. I have also been in this base, and I know too well what Molly's so-called order is. She is indeed very fair, but to be honest, in a completely closed place like the base, what use is this kind of wishful justice? Why is it useless? For some Mercury Needles, life in the reserve base is much more difficult and even cruel than their life after they change jobs and become independent. Chinya looked at Valeni. Do you know why? Valeni was a little confused. She didn't understand what Chiba meant. After leaving the reserve, the young Mercury Needles would really have to face endless chelate battles. No matter from which angle you look at it, life in the base is more like a beautiful cocoon, a temporarily calm haven. Chiba didn't wait for Valeni to give an answer before he continued. I'll tell you why. Because the reserve base is the most jungle place in the world. Valeni blinked. Are we in a jungle here? A jungle, Chiba said. People only like to play adults when they are young. They can experience what it's like to be a self-defined adult by implementing various rules. In this respect, Sean, Jane, and Liz are all the same. As Chiba spoke, he found a file bag with Liz Fletcher's name on it from the file shelf. After a while, she took down all the documents, held them in her arms, and then read the text annotations on them one by one. But at this time, they haven't grown up yet and don't know what the real reality is like, so they can only imagine a set of rules for the operation of the world, such as natural selection, the law of the jungle. It just so happens that at this stage, they live in relatively closed places such as bases and schools. Here, the relationship between people is very simple, and there is no actual conflict of interest, so these young people can implement the set of rules they imagine very thoroughly. You said that in a normal school, whoever goes too far will be expelled, or at worst, the victim can transfer to another school. Do you have such options at the base? Chiba asked. The base is the most jungle place in the world. The people who are targeted have no other choice but to defeat them head-on. It's not as serious as you said. Valeni narrowed his eyes slightly. The chain reaction caused this time is indeed a bit excessive, but we have dealt with such conflicts in the past, such as I know how you deal with it. Chiba replied. Isn't it the peace period when I didn't reply to Molly's email? Sean is still making trouble behind the scenes, but because of the punishment of the base, he didn't let Hesta know the evil deeds that are submerged in the water do not cause actual harm, so we are too lazy to pursue them, right? Of course not. Valeni replied sternly. If we knew that Sean was still doing bad things behind the scenes, we would definitely pursue them. You always pursue the responsibility after the harm is caused, so you are always one step late. Chinya looked at her, and the deterrent effect of accountability is obviously questionable. Valeni took a deep breath. This is a long process, Chiba. Don't you remember that when you first arrived at the 3rd district, I also encountered this kind of thing? At that time, there were several boys in the base who kept causing trouble for me. It was Miss Ada, who was on duty at the time, who took care of the whole thing. In the end, they all turned over a new leaf and restrained their behavior. Chinya didn't raise her eyes, but just smiled. She lowered her head and took out the documents she was interested in from different file bags and spread them out on the iron plate of the elevator. Look into my eyes. Valenti leaned forward. Am I wrong? Chinya smiled. Do you really believe that they changed their ways because they were influenced by Miss Ada? What do you mean? Chiba didn't answer. Valenti was stunned for a moment, and thinking back to the past, she finally understood some of Chinya's hidden meaning.
Did you
do something for me back then? It's all in the past. Chinya moved his knuckles, making a crackling sound. Anyway, my method has been verified countless times. If you think Molly's method works, prove it to me. Valeni wanted to say something else, but Chiba made a quiet gesture to her. Chiba has found the interview with Mercury Needle that brought Liz back to the base, as well as several important consultation records compiled by the base counselor after that. Liz Fletcher, whose real name was Lilia Alexandrovna Oktyabrska. She was born in the east city of Askia Wasteland in 4609, in a small apartment at 12 Boatman Street. Her father was a doctor, and her mother was a pharmacist. She has an older brother and two younger sisters of the same age. Her brother is married and also lives near number 12 Boatman Street. When the tragedy happened, there were 8 people living in Liz's apartment, including Liz, her grandmother, parents, brother, 2 sisters, and her pregnant sister-in-law. When the due date was less than 2 months, the brother and sister-in-law moved back to Liz's home for easier care. Family structures like this are very common in Askia, where they have always had a tradition of living together for several generations. Due to its complete heritage, Askia was once a model for preventing chelation disease in the wilderness. In addition, it is one of the few wilderness areas that is very friendly to habitable areas. Ages even considered raising a special fund to set up an Ages work site in Askia. In this way, Mercury Jeune can expand the coverage of daily security to 200 kilometers with Askia as the center, and even transform Askia from a wasteland into a new habitable place. The feasibility of this proposal has been evaluated internally, but plans cannot keep up with changes.
Did you see it?
Chia pushed the remaining files to Valeni, but Valeni quickly pushed them back. I'm not the counselor for Liz, Valeni replied. If she finds out that I know something she shouldn't know, she'll think I've pried into her secrets, and I'll easily lose her trust. Chinya looked up at Valenti with some emotion, and there was a little more warmth in his eyes. Valenti frowned. Look at me. For what? Just sighing, Chinya simply sat down. With people like you around, this world should still be saved, right? This compliment came unexpectedly, and Valenti burst into laughter. She crossed her arms and said softly, people like me who have always stayed in the habitable area are really useless when they encounter chelates. It would be great if there were more people like you. Chiba laughed at himself, obviously having a worse prediction about the consequences of this assumption. Valeni's expression was a little puzzled for a moment. She didn't understand Chiba's smile, but the other party had already started reading the materials, so Valeni stopped talking for the time being and didn't interrupt him. The entire underground archive was silent, with only the sound of Chinya turning pages. Valeni was in a daze for a while, and she didn't know how long it was before she started to close the paper shells containing the files. Masaki, is there a separate introduction to Askia in here?
No.
If you want to read the introduction to Askia, can't you just search it online? It's just a wasteland, no different from other wastelands. Really? Valeni was a little surprised. She tucked her long hair around her ears and murmured thoughtfully, I always feel that Askia should be a place with a special sense of justice and the warmth of the Golden Age. Chiba raised his eyebrows slightly. If it's so good, why are the residents of Askia also trying their best to apply to move into the habitable area? Where did you hear this?
Liz.
Valeni supported his cheek. When I was with Liz, I had the same feeling. People always have a filter for their hometown, let alone a hometown that has disappeared forever. Chiba briefly put down the document in his hand. Do you know what the crime rate and per capita food possession of the entire Askia are? How much? As of 4619, that is, the end of the year before the tragedy, Askia had a total of 1,448,277 residents, and a total of 252,630 illegal and criminal acts occurred throughout the year, with an average crime rate of 24%. Speaking of food, the current consensus line for food security is an annual per capita food possession of 390 kilograms. This number has been maintained at around 900 kilograms in the habitable area of the 3rd district in recent years. As for Askia, 4619 happened to be a good year for them. What was the annual per capita food supply that year?
177 Kilogramm.
Valeni stared, so little? Chinya supported his cheek with one hand, his eyes slightly lowered. Do you still think it is residual heat? Valenti was speechless. The death rate in the wasteland has always been high, and no one in the habitable area cares about it. Chinya flipped the pages, but Liz didn't lie. Because Askia has a total of 5 urban areas, namely the East, West, North, and Central districts. The crime rate and food production mentioned just now are the data after excluding the East City and Askia's prosperity, after all, is the prosperity of the East City, where Liz was born. What is the situation in the East City? I don't know. The data there has never been made public. I guess once it is made public, the 3rd district will stop its economic assistance to Askia. Chinya replied, the administrative agencies of the entire Askia wasteland are concentrated in the East City, so the police force is also concentrated there. The title of small habitable area is not in vain. Liz was lucky to be born there. Valeni was about to say something more about this topic, but saw Chiba, who was holding the materials, suddenly frowned and fell silent, and her expression became serious. It seemed that there was some detail in the materials that concerned her. Did Liz change her job in the second half of the year? Chiba asked. Well, I heard that her combat ability is very good, so after the job change, she will go to the core city for internship for a period of time, and then decide where to be stationed. Valeni said, what's wrong? I think she is not suitable for combat, Chiba said suddenly. Valeni was a little surprised. I rarely hear you give such advice. Can you tell me why? No, this is just my personal advice. She should be able to play a greater role in a non-combat position. You can persuade her. If she listens, then she will listen. If she doesn't want to listen, then forget it. No. What's the point of saying half of the sentence? Even if I go to persuade her, I can't just say, hey, don't go to the combat position. Why is it? Can you at least give a simple explanation? Chiba tried to pull his hand away from Valeni, but Valeni's hand was like an octopus and would not let go. Chinya sighed. Let me put it this way. Chinya thought and said, she is a person who is naturally suitable for working in the rear. She is compassionate, thoughtful, kind, enthusiastic, a little idealistic, and contagious. Isn't this the kind of Mercury Needle image we want the most? More importantly, Askia East City is similar to a habitable area. She knows how to deal with the civilized world, which is a very rare ability. Chinya said seriously, many Mercury Needles will never learn this kind of thing even if you ask them to learn it for a lifetime, but Liz can do it since she was born. This is the first point.
Yeah.
Valeni nodded in agreement. Chinya said softly, the second point is just my guess. If we really have to face the chelate battle, Liz may face a higher risk than others, a moral risk, which is fatal. We are short of people, but there is no need to plant orchids in the sandproof forest. Valeni wanted to ask more questions, but Chiba had already started taking notes on the new information. The two stayed in the underground archives for almost 2 hours. Before leaving, Valeni looked at Chiba. What exactly do you mean by moral risk? Is she more likely to suffer from trauma such as PTSD? Or will she not be able to adapt to the cruel combat environment and be unable to kill the enemy? Neither. Chiba denied it very straightforwardly, but she was silent for a while and still shook her head. I can't explain it clearly. It's just a hunch. Then would you like to make an appointment to talk to Liz? Tell her what you just said directly. Stop. Chiba crossed his arms on his chest. As for such a troublesome person, I only need to know you. Valeni could only sigh. She could never force Chiba to do these things, and no one could force Chiba to do them. No one could pry Chiba's mouth open about things she didn't want to say. Valeni clasped his hands behind his back and glanced at Chiba. Do you have an answer now? What answer? The answer to, how did Liz lead Jane into the ditch? Isn't that why you came here?
Maybe. Yes.
Chiba put his hands together, supported his head, and stretched. It's not bad, not too bad. A week later, Hesta was able to get out of bed and walk on his own. When there were no nurses around, she would sneak to the bathroom to check her body, to see if the hospital had given her a new part just like Miss Chiba did. Fortunately, it seems not. Every day after lunch, if it was a sunny day, the nurse would push Hesta's wheelchair back to the ground for a walk. Hesta originally thought she was just going up to get some fresh air, but the young nurse always took the trouble to push her to the woods west of the base for more than an hour. On rainy days, everyone would push her around the corridors of the basement hospital. Once, I ran into Rico, who was doing walking rehabilitation alone with the help of a walker. The two men were not very familiar with each other. They nodded, said hello, and left, but the tattoos on Rico's body still left a very deep impression on Hesta. When they first met, Hesta had no time to take a closer look, but now she could see clearly. It was a black feathered raven, its wings spread out on Rico's back and left arm. The bird's neck went around the left shoulder to the front, and its beak stretched toward Rico's heart. The raven's eyes are a bright red color, and if you only look at them from the front, they can easily be mistaken for the evil eyes of some monster. After they parted, Hesta couldn't help but look down at his left wrist. There was a shallow scar there, left from when the chip was implanted. Next year, on her 12th birthday, maybe she could find a tattoo artist in Tan E and have an eagle tattooed on her. However, she really couldn't remember what the eagle on her mother's wrist looked like. The visiting hours here are from 4 to 6 o'clock every afternoon, but not many people come. Most of the time, Hesta reads or listens to the radio and sometimes practices shooting. The nurse strictly forbids her to do any overly intense actions now, so Hesta can only practice secretly behind closed doors. Jane, the door suddenly opened from the outside, and Liz's figure appeared behind the door. Hesta was startled, but still didn't have time to put the gun away. Liz was already standing at the door. "What are you holding?" This is." Before Hesta could explain, Liz quickly closed the door to prevent people passing by in the corridor from seeing what was happening in the room. She walked over quickly and snatched the gun from Hesta's hand. "It's a toy," Hesta explained with a smile. Liz, who tried to disassemble the barrel, soon discovered that it was just a plastic model. She sighed and sat down next to Hesta, looking relieved. I watched some shooting instruction videos before, so I wanted to practice," Hesta explained. "It's boring to stay here, so I asked Ms. Chiba to buy me a toy gun." "Why are you here?" Liz took a deep breath and said softly, "I'm here to apologize. It's my fault that you got hurt. I didn't know how to handle the situation. Well, don't worry about these little things. In this case, I was impulsive and shouldn't have hit someone on the spot." Hesta put the gun back under his pillow. "Is Sean okay? What could happen to him?" Hesta smiled calmly. "That's good." Liz saw the wheelchair stacked against the wall from the corner of her eye. "Can I push you for a walk?"
Sure.
It rained a little this afternoon, but it stopped soon. The ground was still wet, but there was no water. Hesta curled up in the wheelchair, looking up at the birds flying over the branches from time to time. At a certain corner, the spire of a church could be seen in the distance. "I have something else I want to discuss with you," Liz said softly.
What is it?
"Perhaps I am not the best candidate for the position of your assistant officer." Hesta turned around almost immediately. "Why? Did Molly and the others give you trouble?" Liz immediately shook her head, and the way Hesta looked at her suddenly made her feel a little heartbroken. Liz quickly looked away. No one is bothering me. I just feel that way. In fact, Ms. Molly mentioned this to me a long time ago. I just realized recently that maybe she is right." "What did she say?" Hesta's voice rose involuntarily. "She can't just rely on this one thing. It's not Molly's problem. It's my problem, Jane." Liz raised her hand and supported her forehead. "Maybe I can't be a good assistant officer now." Hesta frowned. She simply stood up with the help of the wheelchair, turned around and walked to Liz. "What are you talking about, Liz? In the past 2 months, you listened to me, took care of me, taught me how to live here, gave me books, helped me solve various problems. I think you are particularly suitable." "Who said you are not suitable?" Liz hesitated, turned around, and ran her hand through her hair again. The two walked to a bench beside the forest path and sat down. Hesta faced Liz and waited for her to speak. "I actually decided on this idea after discussing it with Miss Valeni," Liz said softly. "I may have projected some of my own problems onto you." Hesta asked doubtfully. "What do you mean?" "A long time ago, Ms. Molly once questioned whether I had invested too much energy in your affairs. In fact, at that time, I had already realized the problem. Although it seems that I may be protecting you, this is actually not good for you, so." Liz's hands made a circle in the air, but she took a long time to finish the second half of the sentence. I used to have a sister in my family," she whispered, in Askia. I guessed it, Hesta said softly, because you look like a sister. Liz burst out laughing. What's wrong with that? Hesta asked. Liz's eyes slowly turned red. She looked at Hesta and said, if I tell you something, can you keep it a secret for me? Hesta nodded solemnly.
I can.
Liz adjusted her breathing. She clasped her hands together, rested her elbows on her knees, and leaned forward slightly. The cause of the Askia tragedy. I don't remember if I told you, it was an old couple. They originally lived with their children in a small town near the wasteland. There were only a dozen households in that town. It was very remote, but very quiet. One day, the grandson and granddaughter of the old couple accidentally fell into the river and died. The family initially thought that the two children were playing and accidentally fell into the water, but when they fished out the bodies, they found that both children had signs of beatings. The old couple and the children's parents tried to find out the truth, so they posted reward posters in every district of Askia and nearby towns, looking for possible witnesses. Why do I remember this incident so clearly? Because everyone was condemning it at the time and demanded an explanation from the city hall. Liz looked up at the sliver of sky between the treetops, and the bright light fell into her eyes. And then, the mother of the two children fainted several times because of excessive grief and had to be sent back home to recuperate. Considering that the old couple had worked in East City when they were young, they were very familiar with Askia, so they stayed in the small apartment in the city to continue the legal process. Their son sent his wife home, planned the children's funeral, and took a temporary break. A few weeks later, the old couple's home in the small town caught fire accidentally, and the entire yard was burned down. The old man's daughter-in-law died inside, and the son survived, but his leg was broken by the falling gate railing.
Who did it? Hesta asked.
There are many theories, but what the truth is, no one knows. Hesta frowned slightly. Then what? It's hard to imagine how the whole East City was boiling at that time, because this incident was so cruel that it was outrageous. Everyone took to the streets to demand justice for the old man's family. Among all the rumors, the most popular one was that the official's son planned all this in order to teach the family a lesson. However, the two old people really withdrew the lawsuit at this time. Why is that? Are they really scared?
No one understood at the time.
However, the case has been prosecuted, and even if the old people withdraw the lawsuit, the trial will continue. I remember that my father talked about this topic with us at the dinner table one night. He said that this matter will definitely come to light in the end. It just takes time. If this was in a habitable area and there were surveillance cameras on the main roads, then it would be easy to verify from the beginning, but there is no electricity in the wilderness. All we can do is take skin tissue from the children's fingernails, send someone on a fast horse to send it to a habitable area, and compare it with the suspects. For more than a month, everyone was waiting for news from the habitable area, and no one disturbed the old couple who stayed at home. After all, they encountered such a tragedy and fell into extreme discouragement and sorrow. It was reasonable for them to be unwilling to go out. Later, the news came from the habitable area, and the verification results were consistent. The murderer of the two children was the son of the official. So the old people entrusted a middleman to deliver a letter. They did not want any compensation, but only wanted the death penalty to be executed immediately. However, at that time, the Askia government hesitated.
Why?
Because Askia has always wanted to join the habitable area of the 3rd District, but the 3rd District United Government has an iron rule for all habitable areas under its jurisdiction. The death penalty cannot be executed for any crime. Before that, although Askia retained the death penalty in the law, it had not been actually executed for more than 20 years. If the death penalty is executed this time, it will be very unfavorable for joining the habitable area in the future. The trial is still going on, but everyone understands that the final result should be a huge fine, plus a prison sentence of several hundred years, and no commutation of sentence is allowed. Everyone is angry about this incident. The city hall was surrounded by residents who went to protest, but the crowd was quickly dispersed because new strange things have appeared in Askia. People suddenly disappear every day, and no one knows where they have gone. No one can find them alive or dead. This has never happened in Askia before. People were suddenly worried, and no one dared to go out rashly. But in fact, all these people were locked up in the cellar of the old couple's apartment. That old couple. Are they infected? Hesta guessed. Liz nodded. They withdrew the lawsuit for this reason. The old lady's hands had already started to chelate at that time, and she wouldn't have lasted much longer. Liz said softly. The couple became chelated almost at the same time. I guess they wanted revenge, but they didn't know that after the disease, people will not only give up their love, but also all their hatred. Except for doing evil for fun, there is no other purpose. Askia had a comprehensive renovation for chelation prevention more than 50 years ago. At that time, in order to be able to contact the habitable area in an emergency, Askia prepared 3 plans. The first 2 of them are through radio communication, one is battery power generation, and the other is diesel power generation. Every summer, the habitable area will send special personnel to replace batteries, check generators, diesel reserves, and communication equipment. The third plan was particularly labor-intensive. They built a very secret underground communication line. Even if all power generation facilities failed in an emergency, this wired communication line would still ensure that the habitable area would be informed of the danger in Askia in the first place. These 3 plans were strictly kept confidential during planning, because each chelator would retain most of his knowledge, skills, and habits before his death. Therefore, whether it was Mercury Needle or the United Government, when people were popularizing chelation disease, they would focus on disease prevention and self-identification and rarely mention these higher-level defense measures, so as to prevent some primary chelators from carrying out targeted destruction of anti-epidemic facilities based on these public information. Liz paused for a moment. But no one expected that this couple, as urban planners, participated in the entire project. All the communication facilities. Were they destroyed?
Yes.
Liz nodded. Originally, both sides should have noticed something was wrong very quickly, because according to regulations, Askia and the habitable area should check whether the wired communications are normal every morning and evening. Although this habit is monotonous, it has been maintained for decades. Unfortunately, among the people who were imprisoned in the basement by the old man, 2 were specialists in charge of communications. At that time, the whole of Askia was like a ball of boiling magma, and the city hall itself was in a mess because the internal confidentiality was too good, and the people temporarily assigned to the communication post were not informed of the existence of underground communications. The person in charge of the 3rd District United Government was just sitting there doing nothing and seriously neglecting his duties. When Askia lost contact for several days, he did not report it to his superiors, but punched in as usual. It was not until the eve of the chelate tide that the Mercury Needles reacted first. But by then, it was too late. Mercury Needles. How did they sense that something was wrong? When the city was renovated that year, the Mercury Needles team involved in the project left a last line of defense they installed for chelate traps outside the city. The bait was a special pheromone that smelled similar to the first awakened Mercury Needles, but only a handful of chelates with excellent physical fitness could smell it. When these chelates follow the scent and destroy the entire device, the nearest Age's work point will receive an alarm. The original plan of the old couple was to first imprison the dozens of people until they became sick, and then release them all together, but the amazing stench in the basement alerted the neighbors in advance, and the public security police soon discovered this place. At that time, the old couple was already dying in the apartment. They had reached the end of their chelation and were unable to resist. It was not until then that the authorities realized that chelation disease had quietly spread in Askia. The Askia government immediately activated the highest level of defense backup and finally found that they had lost contact with the habitable area. So they sent cavalry to the neighboring wasteland and habitable area at the fastest speed, both to inform the danger here and to seek rescue. At the same time, the entire Askia 5 urban areas were all sealed off. Every household took out the spare anti-epidemic spray and sprayed it on people and furniture. This batch of sprays was left by Ages. They said that this strong fragrance can cause disgust to chelates to a certain extent. Is it really possible?
Hesta asked.
Liz shook her head. No, actually. Chelates do have a very sensitive sense of smell, but they don't have any likes or dislikes for fragrance or odor. The real purpose of these sprays is to protect the undiscovered mercury needles in the crowd. Do you remember the trap I just told you about? After encountering the chelate directly, most mercury needles will wake up at once. Without cover, they are easily locked by some chelates because of their special smell and become the earliest victims. So the mercury needles will use the excuse that the spray can cause chelate disgust to make people take these interference measures when they find signs of chelation. We did all the work according to the chelation disease response manual. At first, we hung a white ribbon at the door, indicating that no one in the family had any signs of the disease. After a few days, we changed to yellow ribbons, indicating that a family member showed laziness and depression and might be a suspected patient of chelation disease. After waiting for half a month, we changed to black ribbons, indicating that a family member had already shown signs of chelation on his arm. Liz spoke of her past with a calm expression, as if she were telling the story of a stranger. In Askia's final days, she and her family quietly waited for Mercury's rescue. However, they did not know at that time that all the horses and cavalry sent out to report the news were intercepted and killed by chelates on their way south. Those infected people who fled in a hurry before the city was closed had already fallen ill and had been wandering around for a long time. The entire Askia slowly died while waiting. As more and more people fell ill, the city turned into a horrible Hades. The chelates not only hunted civilians for fun, but they also fought fiercely with each other. Liz's family moved into their own dark cellar early on, and they could often hear faint, dull thumping sounds coming from the ground. That was the chelates having fun in the city. Although there was food and water stored in the cellar, they could not stop the invasion of chelation disease. The first person to develop limb changes was the grandmother. She had been calmly directing everyone to deal with the disaster. After realizing that she might have been infected, she immediately isolated herself, but depression and despair had already fallen on everyone's heads, and no one was immune. Grandmother told them that if they found someone with claws, they must not show mercy, either let the person commit suicide, or everyone else should work together to eliminate the threat. They must not sit and wait for death, and must hold on to the end. As long as you can hold on long enough, until the mercury needle arrives, everything will be over. Afterwards, my grandmother cut her carotid artery with a sickle. After many tears, my father and brother dragged my grandmother's body to a storage room in the dark cellar, away from the ventilation vents. The next to appear in the claws is Liz's mother, and after a goodbye she will never forget, she follows in her grandmother's footsteps. Then, misfortune struck again. In extreme despair, Liz hid from everyone and locked herself in the storage room where her grandmother was. In that dark underground secret room, she snuggled up to her grandmother's rotting corpse and stayed there for another 3 days. When the door was opened again, the bodies of all the people in the cellar had disappeared. They had all been moved out of the ground and buried together. The whole of Askia was a dead city. Everything is just as my grandmother said, Liz said softly. Mercury has arrived, and everything is over. Hesta reached out and gently pressed the back of Liz's cold hand. I used to have nightmares when I first came to the base, but now I don't have any. But sometimes I wonder, if someone had been watching over the old couple and their children that year, if everyone could pay more attention to the people who were still alive, or if Askia had ignored the death penalty ban in the 3rd district and insisted on our own laws. Things wouldn't have come to that point. Liz's clasped hands gradually tightened, and the knuckles turned white. Is it possible that the entire Askia can avoid such a tragic ending? After all, there have been accidental infections in Askia before, and everyone reported it early, arranged for the patients to go to a habitable place for treatment, and checked and isolated all close contacts. And they all survived. The wind from the woods blew across their bodies, ruffling their hair. The rustling sound of the forest sea sounded like real waves on the ocean. Liz looked at Hesta. Ms. Molly said before that I was too obsessed with punishment itself, which may be true. When dealing with these things, I always inevitably bring in my personal emotions. That's why I feel that I am not suitable to be an assistant officer. Especially. Liz looked down at her hands. I'm afraid I'll hurt you again, like this time. I lost my sense of proportion. It's not your fault, but this is not the only reason. I don't want you to go to extremes. Liz adjusted her breathing and tried to make her voice steady again. She whispered, Sean is a more cunning opponent than expected. It's easy to suffer if you go head-to-head with him now. If necessary, after I resign from the position of assistant officer, I can also help you before Liz finished. Hesta shook her head. Have you ever heard of the saying? The so-called revenge is not only to punish him, but also to punish him without being punished myself. If the avenger is punished, it is not revenge. If the avenger does not let the evildoer know who is taking revenge, it is also not revenge. Who said this? Edgar. Hesta sat on the bench, swinging her feet leisurely. He wrote it in a barrel of Montia white wine. Hearing the name Edgar, Liz laughed again. She should have guessed it earlier.
So,
you already have your own plan?
Yes.
Hesta nodded. It may not be so extreme, but I have to do it myself.
Then,
I wish you good luck. Hesta hesitated for a moment. If in the future, you are no longer my assistant officer, we can still be friends, right? Liz smiled softly. That afternoon, Liz pushed Hesta back to the ward. Before leaving, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, did Tehran come here this afternoon?
No.
Hesta shook her head. Did you see her here?
Yes.
I met her in the basement elevator when I came here this afternoon. She said she came to see you. Hesta thought for a moment. Maybe she didn't find the right ward? Liz looked surprised. Not really. But she certainly didn't come to my place today. Hesta said, why don't you go ask Rico? I was planning to go now. Liz smiled. Rico has been getting better recently. Maybe you two can be discharged from the hospital together. Under the gloomy sky, Chenya drove to the city hall of Tani City alone. When she looked up, she found that someone was waiting for her in the distance, the Deputy Secretary General of the Municipal Secretariat. Mr. Alung. Chenya rolled down the window and greeted him enthusiastically. You came to pick me up in person? It's an honor. The middle-aged man opposite was a little reserved. He had been nervously pinching the cufflinks on his wrist. After Chenya spoke, he coughed lightly and responded politely. We didn't expect Miss Chenya to deliver the materials in person. Otherwise, we should have sent a car to pick you up. It's just a one-way trip. There's no need to make such a fuss. The car stalled and made two chirps. Chiba got out holding a package of documents and walked quickly to Alung. Alung's eyes could not help but follow the file bag in Chenya's hand. He turned sideways and gestured to Chenya. Come this way. The two walked through the tall and wide corridor of the city hall, and after passing a series of gray-white rock pillars, they entered the interior of the building. The floor of the meeting room was old and dim, and Chenya and Alung's heels made a hard thumping sound when they kicked on it. I heard that you went to the 5th district not long ago? Alung asked.
Yeah.
How is the situation there? I heard that there is another chelate wave. Yes, Chenya answered casually, but it has no impact on the habitable area of the 5th district, and the existing chelates have been cleared, so you don't have to worry. Both of their voices were very soft, but they still caused an echo in the dark and closed corridor. Alan sighed. How can I not be worried? But it may also be that I am too concerned about the news in this regard. In recent months, chelation disease seems to have rebounded in various wastelands. Chenya smiled and said, That's true. The two stopped in front of a heavy and thick wooden door. Alan pushed the door open and saw 4 people sitting in the conference room. There was a huge oval round table in the middle of the conference room. A crystal chandelier hung in the middle of the ceiling. The 4 people sat side by side on the window side of the oval table. Seeing Chenya, 3 of the 4 people stood up immediately. Chenya recognized some of the 4 faces in front of her, but not others. Hello, everyone. She greeted them and walked straight to the seat opposite the 4 people and sat down. After they sat down, the air was like frozen ice, and no one spoke first. Let's get straight to the point. Chenya broke the silence and threw the file bag in his hand directly on the opposite table. Here is Hesta's personal file. When the transfer process starts, it depends on when the city hall sends the transfer letter to the base. When that happens, we will fully cooperate. In other words, congratulations, you win. The people on the opposite side looked at each other, feeling somewhat constrained. The person sitting in the middle coughed and said, We are very sorry that the situation has developed to this point. After all, It is the wish of the citizens to let Hesta leave the Mercury Needle organization and return to a livable place to live a stable life. Qianya clasped his hands together and smiled. Of course, everything depends on the will of the people. It is for the same reason that we made concessions and chose to let Hesta return to the citizens. Hearing this, the people on the other side began to quickly open the document bag. There was a thick stack of documents inside, including Hesta's personal information, physical examination results, and various procedures completed when entering the base. The serious expressions of several officials suddenly eased. They quickly put the documents back into the paper bag and handed them to Ulung, who was sitting next to them. The longer you stay at night, the more trouble you may have. Be sure to send the transfer letter to the base this afternoon. Don't be so anxious, Chiba said with a smile. The man holding the document paused, and he looked at Qianya. Are there any other conditions on the base side? No conditions, but Hesta is still recuperating in the base hospital. If you hand over the documents today, we can't start preparing for the handover immediately. Everything depends on Hesta's recovery. Injured? Several officials were very surprised. How could she be injured? Is it serious? Not seriously. She had a conflict with another reservist in the base, and she broke his bones over a disagreement. She was also injured a little, Qianya said with a smile, but it's nothing serious. Children of this age are more or less rebellious. How long will it take to recover? 2 or 3 days, Qianya answered casually. Then it's no problem for us to send the documents over today, another official said to Qianya. This will also give you more time to prepare. Qianya shrugged. After hearing the flawless explanation from the other party, the smile in her eyes deepened. That's fine. I have reminded you anyway. So, Ulung took the documents and left. The whole room fell silent again, and Chiba leaned back slightly. Let's talk about more important things next. How do you decide to deal with the current situation? Tomorrow, we will hold a press conference. The official on the far left answered. The news of Hesta's return to the habitable area will be announced to the entire District 3 through multiple channels. I believe Miss Chiba also knows that the situation has far exceeded our imagination. In the past 2 weeks, more than half of the 47 habitable areas in District 3 have erupted in demonstrations. At this point, the official paused, changed his tone, and looked at Qianya optimistically. But we believe that your concession this time will definitely be able to calm this unprovoked disaster. What about more practical measures? The follow-up effects of these marches have seriously affected the normal operation of the base. Now that you have already arranged a press conference, it would be unreasonable not to inform us, right? Qianya's fingers tapped lightly on the table. What about the process? The old man who had been sitting opposite and had not spoken a word suddenly raised his head and said, Of course, even if you don't ask, we will contact you as soon as possible. Qianya looked at him. Excuse me, who are you? The official beside the old man hurriedly said, This is Mr. Robert, the Secretary General of the City Hall, the highest official in charge of this incident. Nice to meet you. Chiba bowed forward and extended his hand to the old man, Chiba Masaki. Chiba raised one eyebrow slightly, calmly withdrew his hand, and sat back in his seat. Robert put on his glasses immediately. Robert began to talk non-stop about the topic of the press conference. Qianya listened while flipping through the prepared speech handed to him. Chiba was very clear about the significance of this press conference. If the base insisted on not handing over the people, then this press conference would be used to add fuel to the fire. If the base handed over the people, then this press conference would be used to gild the humanitarian actions of the coalition government. Suddenly, her eyes moved. Wait, Chiba placed the speech manuscript in front of several officials. Please explain what you mean by we believe that the same luck can also befall more children? The man on the other side rubbed his nose gently. Well, this is also a public wish, Robert said calmly. I don't mean to offend, but most of the Age's rules of conduct are too cruel.
For example?
For example, forcing Mercury Needle to leave the habitable area and fight Chelate in the wasteland. Qianya shrank his neck and squeezed out a double chin. Do you know where the new Mercury Needles were found from? It's not important. Robert answered calmly. The important thing is that Mercury Needles are also human beings and should be protected and cherished. The dangers in the wilderness are far greater than those in habitable places. The difficulty and cost of protection are extremely high. However, each salvage operation can only exchange for less than 50 reserves. The third district is vast, but so far there are only more than 200 active mercury needles. Is this reasonable? This is very reasonable, Chinya replied. The number of mercury needles distributed in each district is closely related to the local outbreak of chelation disease. The place where chelation disease breaks out most frequently has more mercury needles. In addition to the 2 chelation waves of Askia and Hekla in recent years, where else have there been large-scale outbreaks of chelation disease in the third district? Yes, I'm talking about Askia and Hekla, Robert retorted. They have sounded the alarm for the rise of chelation disease. Although this evil wind has not yet entered the habitable area, it is not far away. St. Anne's Abbey is a bloody example. The matter concerns the safety of the entire third district. But is Ages really worthy of our trust? Why not? Until now, you have refused to share your core technology. Robert said slowly, the United Government cannot completely hand over such an important matter as security to a foreign organization. It is only a matter of time before we form a mercury needle team of our own. You don't have to make such a fuss. Then there is something to talk about, Mr. Secretary General. Ages has in-depth cooperation with the 1st District, the 5th District, the 4th District, the 9th District, and the 14th District. That is what you mentioned, sharing core technology, but the mother city of the 3rd District has not been open to us so far. Mr. Secretary General, do you think that the sincerity of cooperation is something that needs to be demonstrated by both parties, rather than one-sided? Robert was unmoved. You made an appointment for surgery after returning from District 5, right? Yes. The doctors and equipment for the surgery were all transferred from District 3's mother city. Does this count as a sign of sincerity? The people who were confronting each other fell silent again. The sudden silence at the table made Robert feel that he might have touched Chiba's soft spot. However, Chiba folded her hands behind her head, her lips slightly drooped, and she looked at Robert, as if thinking about something. This scene made Robert feel a little proud.
Excuse me,
Chiba suddenly said, "Don't you even know what the technology involved in the operation is?" "I don't need to know these details." Robert's expression was a little gloomy. "I'm sorry, Miss Chiba. It seems that we can't convince each other." Chiba had understood, but Robert obviously didn't know that the technology he mentioned just now, bionic technology, was first shared by Ages to the 4th District. After the 3rd District and the 4th District signed the Katra Mutual Assistance Agreement, the 4th District conditionally shared it with the core city of the 3rd District. It is stipulated that it can only be used to treat mercury needles injured in chelate confrontation events, and it needs to be approved by the local Ages headquarters. Indeed, Chinya supported his chin with one hand. "Excuse me for asking another question. I am really curious. You are only the mayor of Tani City, but when talking about chelation disease, you seem to be considering it from the standpoint of the entire 3rd District. Is this due to your personal sense of responsibility, or—" "I have no comment," Robert replied indifferently. Then, from another perspective, even if everything is as you said, Chinya asked immediately, "In the future we will follow the humanitarian spirit of the 3rd District and abandon all the wastelands outside the habitable area and only focus on the security within the habitable area. Then how should the recruitment of mercury needles be solved? After all, most of our new recruits were found in the wasteland. Even if you recruit all the new recruits from the entire reserve base, the number of mercury needles in the entire 3rd District will not reach 300. There are many ways." Robert smiled businesslike. "For example, recruit mercury needles aged 25 and above from the other 13 districts as long as we offer high enough conditions."
Hee.
This is indeed a good way. Chinya nodded in agreement. "In 5 years, I will almost have to consider retirement. At that time, can I come and talk to Mr. Secretary General?" Robert was slightly surprised for a moment, but soon recovered. "Of course. We very, very much welcome senior people like you. So, what conditions did you offer, Avinash? Maybe I can use his standards as a reference." For a moment, except for Robert, the other people's faces showed a slightly confused look. Avinash. Sounds like the name of an 11th district. Robert's face returned to its usual indifference. Let us talk about this after you turn 25. It's too early to talk about this now. Okay. Chinya stood up and pulled out the chair behind him. Then, I wish you can continue your career until the day I retire. Do you have anything else you want me to say? The others looked at Robert without saying anything. Robert looked up at Chiba. Nothing else, Ms. Chiba, the old man said with a confident smile. I hope you can live to see that day. Chinya pursed his lips and laughed like a sigh. A quarter of an hour later, Robert returned to his office alone. He walked in as usual, stepped lightly on the door carpet, and then stopped. There was already someone sitting in his seat. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary General. A young man's voice came. A typical young man's voice. His range was high, and occasionally when he spoke in a low voice, he would have a slightly suppressed nasal sound. Avinash? Robert called out the name in a low voice. The soft chair creaked and turned around, and the young man on the chair waved to Robert. Avinash belongs to District 11 by blood. He has the brown skin and slightly curly black hair common to people in District 11. He has deep eye sockets and bright eyes. His light green eyes are like grapestone, just like the first impression he gives people, warm and clear. Robert was not surprised to see Avinash in person at this moment. He had personally given the young man an ultimatum last night. If he did not show up before 6 o'clock today, the employment agreement he had previously signed privately with a 3rd District coalition government would be directly invalidated. Tomorrow afternoon, there will be a press conference here. Robert went straight to the point. We need you to attend and speak as the representative of the 1st Mercury Needle Task Force in Tani City. It's time to announce our plan. I'm sorry, Avinash said calmly. Didn't we agree before that when you bring the newcomer here, I will take over the task force? I don't like dealing with the media. Although it was not the first time he had talked with Avinash, the other party's straightforward and inhuman attitude still aroused Robert's secret annoyance. He narrowed his eyes and said, What if I insist on your attendance? Then I need a handwritten letter from all members of the 3rd District Council. Avinash raised his head. Although the task force is nominally under the jurisdiction of Tan-E, it is better for you to act according to the rules. Robert walked slowly along the edge of the office in this spacious room, his eyes almost never leaving Avinash sitting in the chair. Chiba Masaki was here today. Robert suddenly said. She also mentioned you. I know, I saw her car.
What did she mention about me?
She asked about the conditions that the 3rd District offered you. Robert paused, his eyes looking a little suspicious. How did she know this, Avinash? Avinash shook his head slightly and smiled. To be honest, Mr. Secretary General, you either underestimated the intelligence system of Auges or underestimated Chinya's influence within Auges. He looked up at Robert. It's not surprising that she knows these things. Didn't someone among us tell her? Avinash tilted his head slightly to his shoulder. You doubt me? Robert had a stern face and did not answer. Avinash's frivolous smile at this moment had already angered him, but he restrained himself and just raised his chin in a mocking manner. I just want to know, is your repeated pushback against the task force's mission related to Chiba?
Yes.
Avinash replied. Did you take the initiative, or did she force you? It's difficult to answer, Mr. Secretary General, Avinash said, his eyes lowered, half open and half closed under his long eyelashes. In silence, he picked up a feather pen on Robert's desk and stroked the loose and soft feather on it expressionlessly. Do you believe in fate? What do you mean? If you came here for the little girl from the monastery, there is no need to be so angry as long as you really take her out of the base. I will immediately take over the task force affairs. Robert was very annoyed, his eyebrows knitted together, and he spoke word by word. After all, you still don't believe that we can get the people out with your attitude. How can we cooperate? All cooperation must be based on division of labor. You complete your part, and I will complete mine. Avinash said, standing up from his chair. I am here today to remind you to pay attention to the boundaries. The two men faced each other in silence, and then Avinash bowed and walked towards the door.
Wait.
Robert shouted at Avinash's back. What do you mean by fate? It's just a rule of thumb. Avinash smiled and said, Chiba Masaki's fate is to drag everyone who gets close to her into misfortune, whether they are her friends, her lovers, or her enemies. This is my advice to you. Don't make friends with such a person, but don't make enemies with her either. Avinash didn't stop. He opened the door and turned around. Take care. The door slammed shut, and Robert stood alone in his office, suddenly shuddering. On the morning of the last day after being discharged from the hospital, Hesta sat quietly on the bed as usual, waiting for the nurse to come for rounds. Her injuries had completely healed at a speed that she herself could not understand. Since a few days ago, her bedside has been piled with all kinds of flowers. Most of the bouquets have small cards with blessings written on them, and Hesta doesn't recognize any of the names signed on them. These bouquets of flowers came in succession. Every evening the nurses would be busy helping to clear out a batch, and new flowers would be delivered the next day. There were footsteps outside the door. Hesta put down the book and looked at the door.
Jane?
The doctor and the nurse pushed the door open together. How are you feeling today? Hesta nodded. The nurse smiled and placed a stack of cards of different sizes on the bedside of Hesta. Judging from the material and pattern of the cards, they should also be greeting cards sandwiched between flowers. There are too many flowers sent today. I can't receive them all. The nurse smiled and arranged the cards. Congratulations, you will leave the base tomorrow. Are you leaving the base? The doctor and the nurse looked at each other in bewilderment. Didn't Ms. Chiba tell you? The base has agreed to the City Hall's request and will allow you to return to the city to live an ordinary life. The press conference was held a few days ago, and we are just waiting for you to recover and be discharged from the hospital. Hesta said, oh softly. Chiba indeed didn't tell her. But since Miss Chiba didn't say anything, it means this matter is not important. On this day, she accepted the doctor's questions and examinations as usual, and then sat quietly on the bed waiting. The hands of the clock slowly moved from 7 to 9, and finally there was another knock on the door outside the ward. Hesta raised his head.
Come in.
The young nurse leaned half of her body in and said, Hesta, a friend of yours came to see you. He said that you asked him to come at this time. Is that true?
Yes.
Hesta nodded. The nurse's lips sank slightly. This is not the visiting hours in the hospital. This won't happen again, okay? Hesta smiled.
Thank you.
The nurse also laughed. He's at the nurse's station. After the nurse left, Hesta changed her clothes. It was a suede jacket left for her by Chiba. The back of the clothes hung loosely, covering the 2 pistols that Hesta had on her waist. Sean was wearing an old and ill-fitting black leather jacket, with his hands in his jacket pockets and a pair of gray old sneakers on his feet, with the laces tied loosely. After not seeing him for more than half a month, Sean dyed his hair back to black, with his short hair fluffy and slightly curly. Sean looks much fresher than before, even a little cute. However, when he saw Hesta, Sean's expression became frivolous again. This was exactly the expression that Hesta was extremely familiar with and extremely disgusted with.
Hey.
Sean walked up and greeted Hesta. I didn't expect you to write to me. When Molly told me that you wanted to come and apologize to me in person, I thought she was lying to me. Hesta took a step back slightly, keeping his distance from Sean. Hesta looked at Sean's face. When she looked closer, she found that the wounds on his face had not yet healed. His eye sockets, cheekbones, and corners of his mouth were all bruised by the beatings she had caused before. Are you okay? Hesta asked if it's convenient. I have several questions today, and I want to talk to you in person.
Okay, I'm fine.
I just happen to have a lot of questions to ask you.
She answered casually.
He found that several nurses in the nurse station next to him came and went and glanced at him from time to time. He lowered his voice. Are you going to talk to me here? This place is not suitable. Let's go to a quiet place. Wait a minute. The two of you, the head nurse who had been listening to the conversation between the two, finally interrupted the conversation between the 2 young people. She smiled playfully and handed a wooden board with a registration form to Sean and Hesta. Sign first. How long will you be out? Sean picked up the pen and looked at Hesta. How long? Half an hour? Hesta looked at the tip of Sean's pen. Half an hour. Should be enough. Okay. Sean lowered his head to fill out the form. Sean Gringlier, Jane, Hesta, the 2 names were next to each other on the entry and exit list that day. The head nurse put away the registration form, smiled, and waved to the 2 of them. Don't be out for too long. Come back as soon as you finish your private conversation, okay? Whisper. Hesta repeated the words silently in her mind. From the looks of the nurses, she could see their misunderstanding. In the eyes of these kind nurses, what is the relationship between me and Sean? Hesta vaguely recalled the first time he took Ms. Chiba's car to the city center and encountered a parade of people. In the eyes of those kind-hearted citizens, what is the relationship between themselves and the reserve base? She couldn't help but frown. For the first time in Hesta's limited life, she realized that the gap between others and herself could sometimes be so different. "Where are we going?" Sean's voice was very cheerful, and even his steps seemed brisk. "Back to the ground? I can't leave the underground hospital during non-visiting hours. We can go to the connection." Hesta replied softly, "There is usually no one there. The connecting point is the passage between more than a dozen underground buildings in the base, and there are indeed not many people there at this time."
Sean strad. Okay.
The two walked together in silence, and Sean gradually felt a little uneasy. He may not have walked this road before, but it made him feel extremely familiar. In order to facilitate rescue, the base's underground hospital was almost connected to the Second Awakening training ground, and each floor of the hospital was decorated in a similar way. The road at this moment suddenly reminded him of the scene when he awakened for the second time last year. That was the second time he had encountered Chelate head-on after leaving Hekla. He was taken to the training ground alone, without any companions. A serving mercury needle brought him over and pushed him into the cell roughly. He claimed that there was a security guard standing on the second floor who would ensure Sean's safety, and then he retreated. Then, two chelates were introduced.
Sean chader.
He suddenly stopped, and Hesta stopped too. She turned around with some surprise and saw Sean exhaling. "I think this is enough for me," Sean said. "There is no need to go any further." Hesta stared at Sean's face. "What are you afraid of?" "What do you mean I have nothing to be afraid of?"
Sean laughed.
"You insisted on meeting me here today, not just to apologize, right?" "Indeed." Hesta replied calmly. "Stand here first, don't move."
Sean blinked. Huh.
Hesta didn't explain any more, just turned his back to Sean and walked back.
1, 2,
3, 4. Hesta walked 15 meters away, and when she turned around again, Sean behind her had a portable DV in his hand. Sean's eyes fell on Hesta through the black lens. "What are you doing?"
Hesta asked.
"Nothing, just recording it." Sean answered lightly. "After all, I've been tricked by this trick before, so I have to be a little cautious so as not to fall into any trap again." "Why are you walking so far away?" "I have a few questions to ask," Hesta said softly. "It's more appropriate to ask at this distance."
Aha.
The first question was asked by Liz. Hesta put his hands behind his back, looking past Sean and looking at the ceiling light farther away. "She said that on the day I was sent to the hospital, you were taken into Ms. Molly's office. Molly asked you why you didn't run away, but wanted to be beaten by me, and you said that this was asking you to be a perfect victim." Sean laughed. "Yes, any questions?" Hesta's head tilted slightly. Her eyes slowly fell back on Sean from far to near. "Liz asked me, why is it that the reason we help the victim to untie the ropes is always used by the perpetrator as an excuse to get away with the crime? Do you have any idea?" "That depends on the situation, Hesta. The first question is, who gets to define victim?" Sean replied calmly, "Whoever has the power to define has everything." Next question. The second question was asked by Miss Chiba. Hesta took a slow breath. She said that there are 3 types of people in the world who can do whatever they want. One is the nobles, the second is the eccentrics, and the third is the lunatics. The nobles are powerful, the eccentrics are gifted, and the lunatics have nothing to lose, so they can all defy the rules and make others feel difficult to deal with. Which type are you, Sean? Sean frowned slightly and thought seriously for a while. You have to choose one. You're a freak. Sean raised his head. Why do you ask such a question? What's the point? Then, the third question. Hesta fell into a brief silence, and Sean waited with interest.
Bang!
After a gunshot was heard without warning, Sean felt a strong pull on his right hand, and the DV that he had been holding firmly in his hand was knocked away. The fragments of the machine burst out in all directions and embedded into his skin. In the distance, Hesta was holding 2 guns. Blue smoke was coming out of the muzzle of one of the guns. It was the smoke composed of unburned gunpowder, gun oil, metal shavings, and ashes. When he realized the danger, the second gunshot rang out bang. Sean finally began to enter bullet time, and this instantaneous change seemed extremely long. In his perspective, the shell of the previous bullet bounced off the ground and landed at Hesta's feet, and the second empty shell flew out diagonally from the upper rear of the gun barrel. The dark golden bullet that was ejected at high speed had already reached Sean's chest. He even saw the bullet tip pressing a shallow dent in his leather jacket. Finished. It's too late. The fear of dying gripped Sean's heart, and in the end his bullet time could only serve to prolong the moment of death. This moment is so quick, yet so difficult to endure. Sean felt a sharp pain in his heart and fell backwards. After a dull thud, Sean fell to the ground. He looked at the pale light above his head, his features twisted together due to the severe pain, and a strong sense of weakness swept through his limbs. Is this
Death?
Sean heard distinct footsteps approaching, the sound of Hesta's soft leather heels tapping on the stone floor of the base. She stopped beside Sean and looked down at his face expressionlessly, as if looking at an ant. No wonder Miss Chiba said I made things complicated before. Hesta calmly put away the gun. It turns out that this matter is so easy. Sean was shocked and angry. He stretched out his hands towards Hesta in vain, wishing he could crush her. However, this is impossible after all. Is this my last moment before death? Sean stared into the eyes of the person in front of him, his heart full of resentment and resentment. Soon, half a minute passed. Sean finally realized that something was wrong. He stared at Hesta with a look that gradually changed from hatred to suspicion. The bullet had been shot through my heart for so long. Why am I not dead yet? Sean wanted to look at the wound on his chest, but he was too weak, so weak that he couldn't even raise his head. Hesta suddenly raised his foot and stepped on Sean's face. She lowered her head, expressionless.
Look at you now, Sean. You.
What did you do? Sean's voice was completely hoarse, and he spoke intermittently. Why? The bullet that hit the DV was a 19mm parabellum bullet, but the bullet that hit you was a rubber bullet. It's not powerful enough to kill you, but it's enough to make you fall out of bullet time. As he spoke, Hesta threw the shell away. It fell to the ground and rolled towards the wall. Sean stared at the shell in shock, veins bulging on his forehead. Hesta said softly, to be honest, I also think you are a genius. When people have a skill, they tend to rely on it. I understand this feeling. But this kind of dependence is very dangerous, because you never know when it will make you so inflated that you forget your weaknesses and become an obstacle for you, right? Sean, who had already entered the restricted time, was still struggling, but with all his strength, he could only twist on his back. His face was still being stepped on by Hesta. Hesta was really serious, and his head was hitting the floor, almost splitting in pain. In just a few minutes, Sean had figured out the whole story. Hesta pretended to invite him here, and the first bullet shot through his DV, prompting him to enter bullet time. At the same time, the second bullet shot into his heart, aiming to use the fear of death to disintegrate his will to resist, so that he would fall out of bullet time completely. She succeeded. But how is this possible? How could she be so precise? When did she learn how to shoot? No, where did she get the gun?
You're
done. Sean tried his best to put on a ferocious smile. Wait for others to come. Don't talk yet, listen. In the silence, continuous metal collision sounds were heard from the corridor in the distance. Sean realized something and his eyes widened in surprise. He knew very well what the sound was. It was the partition device installed in all the underground buildings of the base. Taking into account all extreme situations, invasion by external armed forces, escape of internal chelates, accidental entry of spies or other dangerous personnel into the base. There is a spare door every 20 meters. The door panels are all 70 centimeters thick steel plates. They are usually stored inside the wall. When an extremely serious invasion is detected inside the base, all partition devices will be activated according to the preset algorithm. Someone broke into the base's underground hospital with a gun was clearly classified as extremely serious. It will take time for others to arrive, so don't worry. Under Hesta's gaze, Sean shuddered and fell completely silent. The girls squatted down, grabbed Sean's hair, and lifted his head off the ground. When their eyes met, Hesta's expression was extremely cold. "Remember, you said I was like a flower." Later I thought about it. Maybe it was true. In Short Lane in St. Anne's Monastery, and even in the base, I always met some people who treated me sincerely, and they treated me as carefully as they treated a flower. When I was sick, someone took care of me every step of the way. Someone kept vigil for me, prayed for me, and asked God to relieve my pain. Someone taught me to read and sing. For my happiness, they were willing to take risks, and even in times of crisis, some of them were willing to use their own deaths to exchange for my life. There are always people who value me more than their own lives. Hesta looked at Sean. "Have you ever been loved like this, Sean? Has anyone ever done these things for you?" Without waiting for Sean to answer, Hesta smiled contemptuously. "How could it be possible? Do you deserve it? You don't deserve it." She whispered, "No one will care about a thing that looks like a bedbug, a mouse, or something that doesn't look like a human being. Because a coward, a rascal, a liar who tells lies all the time like you is destined to be trampled underfoot for the rest of your life. Do you still want to move up? You deserve to live in a stinking ditch." Sean was speechless. Some of the words in these words were what he had said to Galvin before, and he didn't know where Hesta had heard them from. But Sean couldn't care less at this moment. His jaw trembled slightly, his chest heaved violently, his eyes were bloodshot with anger, and bulging veins stretched from his neck to his temples. Hesta stared at Sean's angry face silently. "You know," she said softly, "someone told me not long ago that anger is the only spear a person has in the world, because it is rough, ugly, and sharp. So when you are threatened, weak, and humiliated, it will jump out desperately and ask you to resist." "Want to resist, Sean?" Hesta grabbed Sean's head and slammed it against the wall. "I've been chewing on this feeling every day, every day." Sean let out a painful gasp from his throat, and blood once again flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, even so, he still turned his head with difficulty and stared at Hesta's eyes with hatred, refusing to relax for a moment.
You
wait." Hesta laughed. "It is said that when a person is angry, he is often the most powerful. Do you think so?" Hesta's voice was indifferent. She didn't expect Sean's answer to each question she asked. After a moment of contemplation, she continued to talk to herself.
"But then I thought about it.
When a person is most angry, it seems to be the time when he is most afraid. It's like you take away the last ration of a starving person. He relies on this thing to survive. If this possession is taken away casually, how can he live? So, he has to use the greatest anger to warn every plunderer, don't even think about getting close to me, because I will defend it at all costs. Anger is armor. Fear is the core, don't you think?" Hesta raised his chin slightly and smiled. "Tell me, Sean, when I said these words, what were you angry about? What were you afraid of? Why did you target me and make things difficult for me? What did you see in me?" Sean's breathing became rapid. He frowned and subconsciously turned his gaze away. Hesta's gaze, expression, and words were like sharp scalpels, stabbing his heart precisely, stirring, confusing him, and causing him heartache. Sean felt his mind was in a mess and he was breathing heavily, but facing Hesta's questioning, he couldn't say a word. In the silence, Hesta's expression suddenly froze, and she stretched out her hand towards Sean's face.
"Ha!
Are you crying?" She gently scraped the tears from Sean's cheeks. These fresh tears were even warm. Sean was startled and turned his head away in even greater shame and anger. Hesta sneered and threw her tears and blood onto the ground. She stood up and kicked Sean, who was leaning against the wall. He rolled over and fell to the ground.
"Disgusting,"
Hesta said coldly. Sean's golden eyes slowly turned to Hesta's ankle. "Why don't you just
shoot now?"
"Stop telling me what to do." Hesta whispered, "I'm different from you, Sean. I've never killed anyone. Do you know why? No one would let me do these dirty and dangerous things. If I kill you, Liz will be sad for me. Do you understand?" Hesta stepped on the back of Sean's neck and crushed him to the ground again. Sean sobbed uncontrollably. He didn't understand why he was crying. He didn't want to cry, especially not in front of Hesta at this time. Hesta looked at the time. It had been 7 minutes and 53 seconds since Sean fell out of bullet time. Remember the last time I warned you not to bother me again, but you didn't listen. Hesta said coldly, I'm waiting for you to come at me again, Sean. I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Hesta pulled out a pack of tissues from his pocket and threw them at Sean's face. Cheer cud slowly. The next thing to do was simple. The partition door had been lowered and she couldn't go back to the hospital headquarters for the time being, so she needed to go to the emergency shelter on this floor. Chiba said she had to come over because she had something important to discuss in person. Hesta lowered his head and sent a message to Chinya, I'm done here. Only then did Hesta's pace slow down, her hands trembling slightly. She felt as if there was a ball of fire burning wildly in her heart. With a cruel and violent momentum, like a living spirit, it swept away the haze that had accumulated in her heart for days. After entering the base, she had several experiences that she had never had before, but none of them impressed her as much as today's experience. All the emotions she had ever anticipated seemed pale and dry in front of the state of mind at this moment. The sweetness and pleasure of revenge were unimaginable to anyone who had not experienced it. Hesta's breathing became deep and slow, and she felt her eyes warm again. It was really strange. All emotions in the world, whether it was happiness, sadness, shame, anger, seemed to result in tears when they reached their extremes, but it was not until this moment that these tears truly made her feel light. For the first time today, she felt her own strength, a solid, sharp, and powerful force. It surged in her heart, as if shouting, as long as you clench your fists, you can survive. You can live well. Hesta's pace quickened, and she ran along the way she came, as swift as a swallow. However, when approaching the emergency shelter, Hesta suddenly heard some strange noises, which seemed to be the sound of chains colliding. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Hesta stopped. She was standing in the corridor. The safe place was at the end of the road, in the room on the right. Its door seemed to be open. Something was slowly crawling out from inside. Hesta frowned and took a step back. First, a blood-stained hand stretched out, then the head and shoulders. Hesta recognized the person in front of her. She was surprised and stepped forward quickly. Tehran? What are you doing? Don't come over here. After recognizing that the person was Hesta, Tehran suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. She was choking up, and it was difficult for her to speak. She trembled and said a few silent apologies. With her last bit of strength, she cried out to Hesta, Run away! Run away!
Jane.
There were footsteps in the shelter room, and Tehran was suddenly dragged backwards. She grabbed the door frame in despair, and her sobs turned into indistinct murmurs. However, the next moment she was dragged into the room, leaving only a bloodstain on the ground, and Tehran's crying stopped abruptly. It all happened so quickly that when Hesta realized what was happening, she had already seen a pair of red hands, as thick as claws, reaching out from the door. Then, a man in dark blue prison clothes appeared. In his hand he held a loosened chain, and his clothes were splattered with dark blood. Hesta's muscles tensed up again. Whenever she encountered an opponent with a huge disparity in strength, her body would stiffen uncontrollably. On the last night in the monastery, she watched Chelate chop off Sister Gelding's right hand under such circumstances. When she first encountered the Gringlier brothers, the oppressive feeling from Calvin also made her unable to move. Hesta suddenly clenched his teeth, and the anger caused by his own incompetence instantly ignited.
Why?
Why can't I move? Under the dim red light, the Chelate on the opposite side showed no joy or excitement. It looked like a very thin adult male with a world-weary and distracted look. The moment its eyes met Hesta's, the Chelate uttered a puzzled hum. It closed its eyes, sniffed the air in the corridor carefully, and then scratched its head a few times in confusion. You smell different from her, why? Chelate's voice was emotionless and even sounded weak, but Hesta clearly felt an unprecedented threat from it. Oh, I see. Chelate's two claws collided with each other. You haven't awakened yet, have you? The girl's face was already pale.
What?
Have you done? Chelate let out a light laugh, which seemed even a little shy. What can I do with the mercury needle? Chelate glanced sideways towards the refuge room. From his angle, he could still see Tehran lying on his back. The girl fell in a pool of blood, motionless. Chelate looked away, his expression blurred for a moment, as if lost in memories. She took the initiative to approach me and said she wanted to improve her bullet time. I thought this might be interesting, so I cooperated for a while. But I soon got tired of it. It looked down at its own hands, then walked over to Hesta, skillfully took out the phone from her pocket, and broke it in half. It's all my fault. Ever since my hands became like this, it's inconvenient to do anything, so nothing is fun. Chelate had no expression on its face. Although Hesta didn't ask anything, it talked about a lot of things, some daily life, some training details, and some complaints. Its voice was flat and a little resentful. However, soon, its murmurs suddenly stopped without any warning. The Chelate suddenly realized a problem and looked down at the girl in front of it, who was even thinner than Tehran.
Why?
Don't you run? Hesta couldn't explain this problem. She felt like she was trapped in an invisible ice room, with her stiff hands and feet firmly fixed. She didn't know how to escape from this cage. Chelate circled Hesta. Are you tired of the game of chase? Chelate frowned and whispered, then quickly shook his head. No, you can't be tired of it. This is already my only pleasure. It retreated to the door of the shelter and asked in a negotiating tone, Look, I'll give you 10 more seconds. You run and I'll chase you, okay? It turned its back. 10, 9, 8. Hesta's entire back was soaked with sweat, and cold sweat ran down her forehead and half of her face, hitting the ground. 7, 6, 5. Her heart was beating wildly, almost making her dizzy. The scene in front of him changed from red to a vibrant deep purple, and the outlines of the Chelate complex became overlapping silhouettes. 4, 3, 2. In extreme fear, Hesta's hand suddenly moved, and everything seemed to be gradually easing up. She involuntarily reached for the gun behind her waist. After all, these two guns had just allowed her to experience what absolute control and power were a few minutes ago. At this moment, many faces flashed through Hesta's mind, some good and some bad. All the past was light and floating, like an elusive river, and only old Charlie's words were like thunder. You must remember this. You must remember this. Never fire in dangerous places. Run far away, and let those who run slower than you die for you. You must not let yourself fall into the situation where you can only face the enemy alone, understand?
1.
Chelate turned around, the confusion in its eyes slowly turning into annoyance. Are you kidding me? Chelate's voice suddenly rose and turned into a terrifying roar. I told you to run. Didn't you hear me? The Chelate suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Hesta. It was extremely fast, like a bullet fired from a gun. However, Hesta once again felt that everything in front of him seemed to slow down. This scene made her feel familiar again that night in the monastery, when Alma held the dagger high in front of her. She also felt that the time and space around her froze at that moment. The Chelate, which was originally a residual image, became clear at this moment, and Hesta saw its hard claws stabbing towards his heart. She stared at the trajectory of the blade and dodged to the side of the wall. The Chelate stumbled after missing its target and stopped a few steps behind Hesta. All this happened smoothly. The Chelate not far away uttered a puzzled hum again and turned its head. Hesta looked at his hands and feet.
Just now. Dodge? How did you do that?
The continuous sweat had flowed into Hesta's eyes, stinging her painfully, but she did not dare to relax her vigilance. She still held her breath and stared at the enemy in front of her with full concentration. She felt her previously violently beating heart gradually calm down, and her breathing rhythm was recovering. This experience was not the first time, but until this moment, until she dodged a Chelate's powerful attack entirely by her own strength, she truly realized the unusualness under this calmness. The Chelate attacked her again, and Hesta dodged again. This time she did not linger, but ran forward. Chelate was stunned for a moment, then burst into excited laughter and began the chase as he wished. Most of the roads leading to the functional areas have been blocked, leaving Hesta with only one main road. She suddenly thought of something and immediately shouted, Chelate is here. Hesta looked at his watch and saw that just 19 minutes and 57 seconds had passed since Sean fell out of the bullet. Sean's constraint time is 22 minutes and 6 seconds. Hesta frowned and stopped shouting. She knew that it would be meaningless even if she shouted. Soon, she saw Sean walking slowly on the road ahead. Holding onto the wall, Sean understood the meaning of the alarm and heard Hesta's shouts, but there was not much he could do. He didn't know where the end of this road led to, or whether there was any hope for survival, but he understood the cruelty of the chelates, and he knew that his life was truly hanging by a thread at this moment. Sean's legs were weak and trembling, and he would fall to the ground every 2 or 3 steps because he was too anxious. He didn't have time to think about whether this snail-like escape was in vain. He just didn't want to sit and wait for death. His only hope was that the chelate could keep its eyes on Hesta. As long as Hesta could lead it away and not pay attention to him on the side of the road, it would be safe for the time being. So, when Hesta ran past him like a gust of wind, Sean's heart was lifted. More than 10 seconds passed and no one chased after him. Sean's face was slowly distorted by fear as he waited. He didn't dare to look back, but a shadow had already been cast on the ground near him. Sean could no longer make any sound. He cried silently, with only a little air squeezed out from the depths of his throat. When Sean was lifted up by the collar of the chelate and suspended in the air, he felt that everything was ridiculous. How could the chelate appear in the underground base? This is not a wasteland, but a habitable area, and it should be the safest and least likely place for chelates to appear in the most habitable area. He took great pains to plan a future full of flowers. At that time, the casualties of the mercury needles would be just a number to him. He would glance at it quickly in the newspaper every morning, then forget about it and enjoy his croissant and coffee in peace. The crying in the distance had nothing to do with him because he would completely escape the fate of being sacrificed and live an ordinary life with no worries about food and clothing in a safe rear area, just like any ordinary person in a habitable area. Don't cry, stand still. Chelate's voice was thin, and it supported Sean against the wall. Look at me? The last string of rationality in Sean's mind had broken, and he obediently followed Chelate's instructions, but his eyes were completely empty. Chelate frowned instead. It had wanted to see the young man's ugly face as he struggled to death, which was a great pleasure for it. However, the young man seemed to be frightened and had no intention of resisting or surviving. He was like a broken toy.
Breathe.
Chelate raised his hand and motioned for Sean to breathe in and out to the rhythm of his arm. The collapse brought by death receded briefly between one breath and another, and Sean shuddered, finally waking up from his hysterical delirium. It was not until this moment that he truly saw the chelate in front of him. He slid to the ground again, shaking uncontrollably. Chelate exhaled softly no matter what. This person's expression was much more lively than before. What's your name, young man?
Sean Gringoire.
Are there any relatives at home, Sean? Chelate asked calmly. Important friends? Teachers? I don't know. Who usually takes care of you? Sean answered tremblingly, but his voice was too soft, so Chelate bent down and put his ear to his mouth to hear. Oh, your brother. Chelate showed a sad smile. Okay, I know.
You can go now.
Sean didn't understand where. Where to? Anywhere is fine. Just leave here. It's not safe here. Chelate glanced at the road. I'm not the only chelate who escaped today. If you want to save your life, leave quickly. Sean was stunned, looking at the chelate in front of him in disbelief. Why do you? Because I have a brother like you, Sean. But he died in the wilderness, and I will never see him again in my life. The chelate looked at Sean with a hint of tenderness in its tone. It even stretched out its claws to brush Sean's hair off his forehead. I envy you so much for having a brother who depends on you for everything.
Don't waste any more time. Run away.
A glimmer of light gradually appeared in Sean's eyes. This sudden happiness made him a little overwhelmed, and it took him a while to react. He felt his hands and feet were warming up, and the restriction time seemed to be coming to an end. Sean supported himself against the wall and slowly stood up. He staggered forward a few steps and looked back at the chelate behind him, his eyes still a little uncertain. Chelate waved to him, as if saying goodbye. Sean took a deep breath. He felt that his restraint time was over, and in an instant, his survival instinct erupted again like lava. To live. To survive. At the start, Sean tried to enter bullet time again, as if grabbing a life-saving straw. He swung his arms and ran wildly, feeling the familiar strength returning to his body, like a spark splashing in a place full of dry firewood. However, the next moment, he saw his right hand flying in front of him. The spurting hot blood dyed the nearby walls, and the ground red. Sean, who was still in inertia, had not felt any pain yet, but he saw his left arm flying out as well. With a burst of tearing pain, Sean lost his balance again and fell to the ground. Not far away, his broken limbs fell to the ground, bounced up again, rolled a few times, and then stopped moving. In the thick fog of despair, Sean finally realized that he had fallen out of bullet time again. There is no chance. Sean heard Chelate's wild laughter behind him, and also heard the other party's rapidly approaching steps. He finally became a piece of meat on the chopping board, becoming an unknown soul among the countless dead souls of Chelate's hands.
Save me. I don't want to. I don't want to die.
His cry was like the prelude to a piece of music, and his strong desire for life was like a sudden storm, causing Chelate to fall into ecstasy instantly. Bang.
Bang. Bang.
The sudden gunshot interrupted the Chelate's attack. It dodged the first shot and blocked the next two with its hard claws. Sean was stunned again. His cry for help might have been to a savior in the void, to a vague miracle, or even just a meaningless inner confession at the last moment. He did not really expect any specific person to show up at this last moment. He looked up blankly and saw a blurry figure standing in the distance. As the man got closer, Sean's expression froze on his face. It's Hesta. Hesta walked through the smoke with a gun and entered the corridor of death again. The figure of Chelate was reflected in Hesta's eyes. Under its dark blue prison uniform were several sharp scalpels. The power of these metal blades could not be underestimated under the powerful throwing of Chelate. Sean was an example. However, if she had been able to dodge the attack of the Chelate when she was in the safe place before, does it mean that she could possibly break through head-on? You're back again? The Chelate was also incredulous. He looked at Sean on the ground. Are you here to save him? Hesta did not answer, but whispered, Move aside. I want to pass. Chelate put his hands together, put his palms together, and clapped his hands quickly. So touching. So touching. As the two sides confronted each other, Sean on the ground finally reacted. He shouted at Hesta, Destroy. Destroy its frontal lobe. Hesta gave him a confused look. What are you talking about? Sean immediately translated it again. Shoot it in the eye with a gun. At this moment, the Chelate began its high-speed sprint. It leaped into the air, raised its left arm to cover the upper half of its face, and only its right eye stared at Hesta's every move through the gap in its Chelate. Hesta held his breath. Her guess was correct, and the scene that happened in front of the shelter was not accidental. In her vision, the Chelate seemed to have entered slow motion. Hesta frowned and clenched his fists. Although the Chelate was still swift after slowing down, in Sean's eyes, Hesta fought and retreated at an unimaginable speed, slowly bringing the Chelate deeper into the road until it disappeared from his sight. Sean lay on the ground, silently counting Hesta's gunshots. Hesta carried 2 pistols. One was a practice rifle used at the base, equipped with 15 rubber bullets, with average lethality. The other was a Beretta 92, which, judging by the size of the magazine, had a capacity of 15 or 17 rounds. Hesta had no other weapons in her hands, and once she ran out of bullets, she would be forced into a passive defensive position. After 11 gunshots, the shooting stopped briefly, but the fighting continued. Sean's heart sank. Hesta's Beretta 92 had run out of bullets. It's wishful thinking to expect this kind of thing to fight against chelates. Sure enough, when the gunshots rang out again, there was no longer the deafening roar as before. Sean felt a chill, and the massive blood loss made him sleepy. He truly fell into a state of calmness, no longer suffering from blackouts caused by excessive shock, nor the certainty that came from knowing everything like the back of his hand. This feeling of nothingness was like being drunk, making him feel detached and free. Sean sighed softly and closed his eyes without resistance. It's not bad to die like this. At least I won't be threatened anymore. In his mind, Calvin's face suddenly appeared. Sean frowned and felt a little sad in the end. You are left alone in the world. In a daze, Sean felt a warm embrace opening towards him, and he knew it was the wings of death. The pain in his body was becoming numb, and the sickle of death was reaping his life while also calming his pain. There was a loud noise from a distance, and Sean only felt the noise until he felt as if someone was dragging his body, and he reluctantly opened his eyes. He saw Hesta's face. Sean woke up with a start, and the pain in his arms suddenly became sharp again. He lowered his head and found that Hesta had untied his shoelaces and was helping him tie the ends of his two broken arms tightly. The loud noise in the distance continued, as if someone was beating a war drum with a giant hammer. Where is the cellate? There is a manually triggered partition door over there, Hesta answered quickly. I lured it over and temporarily locked it there, although I don't know how long it can last. Sean understood these huge collisions were the cellate using its great strength and iron hands to hit the partition door.
You
have awakened for the second time? Stop talking. Hesta interrupted Sean's questioning. She carried Sean on her back and ran quickly towards the shelter. With an extra person on her back, Hesta felt her lungs starting to burn again as she ran madly, but Sean, whose two arms were broken, had lost nearly 20 pounds, so she could barely hold on. Sean lay weakly on Hesta's back. Your speed. Why is it so slow again? Hesta sneered. Why don't you break 2 more legs? Then I can definitely run faster. Sean shut up awkwardly, but he was still confused. At this moment, Hesta was like an ordinary little girl, running normally in the corridor. She was completely different from the one who was fighting at high speed just now. Sean thought about it alone for a while, and suddenly realized that Hesta should not have a second awakening, otherwise the force she used with the shoelaces to stop her bleeding would definitely have broken off another part of his arm. How to learn to control one's own strength in bullet time is an extremely challenging skill for all newcomers to the Mercury Needle. Without long-term deliberate practice, few newcomers can master it. Even if they have mastered it initially, it is very likely that they will lose control due to various factors, just like the last time Liz broke Hesta's bones in bullet time. Sean gasped. His consciousness fell into chaos again, and he didn't have the energy to think about it anymore. The safe house was within reach.
Tehran,
Hesta called. When she finally stepped through the door, she immediately saw Tehran lying on the ground. Tehran lay curled up in a pool of blood, her face in pain, but she was still conscious. When she heard Hesta's voice, she looked up at the door in disbelief.
Jane,
Tehran murmured. Hesta put Sean in the corner, then quickly turned around and closed the door of the shelter. After locking the door, Hesta came to Tehran. Tehran, how are you?
Don't
touch me. Tehran's voice suddenly became rapid and weak. Hesta soon understood the reason. Tehran's abdomen was almost cut in half horizontally, and many of the abdominal organs had flowed out through the wound, with some thin blood vessels still attached to them. Tehran looked at Hesta. Her eyes were still the same emerald green as gemstones, but there was a silver edge around them that was the sign of the Mercury Needle entering bullet time. I'm fine, Tehran said weakly. Don't be afraid. I can hold on. Not far away, Sean, who was placed by Hesta against the wall, had completely lost consciousness and went into shock, slowly sliding down the wall. This movement caught Tehran's attention. When she saw Sean's severed limb, she immediately understood what had happened to him and Hesta.
Jane.
That cabinet over there. The second row. Tehran spoke incoherently. You go. Open it. Hesta immediately stood up and went to the place Tehran specified, but the door was locked and could not be opened at all. Is this it? Yes. Tehran whispered, enter your ID. Only then did Hesta notice that there was a numeric keypad in the middle of the dark metal cabinet. She quickly typed 462303004 42403. Just after entering the last number, the numeric keypad disappeared and turned into a real-time screen reflecting Hesta's portrait. The red freeze-framed square firmly framed the outline of Hesta's face. After a few seconds, the red turned blue, and Hesta heard the sound of gears meshing and rotating, and the door bounced open. This is a battlefield blood transfusion device. Push it to Sean's side. He looks
Dying.
Don't you need to give it to you first? Tehran shook his head. I am not suitable for using this anymore. It will only speed up my bleeding. Under Tehran's guidance, Hesta pushed the blood transfusion device to Sean. She pulled out several sterile tubes from the device and fixed the round cover at the end to Sean's broken arm. After turning on the device, she untied the shoelaces tied to Sean's upper limbs. After an explanation in a female synthesized voice, the micro-robotic arm inside the device began the debridement process, and soon after, milky white universal blood flowed into Sean's body through a transparent infusion tube. Hesta quickly returned to Tehran. The tragic scene before her eyes was too much for her to bear. What else can I do for you, Tehran? Tehran laughed. I'm fine, as long as I'm within bullet time. I
Can hold on.
How long is your bullet time?
How?
Why are you back again? Tehran asked in a low voice. Where's that chelate? It's now locked up in the corridor, at the other end. Hesta answered softly. That isolation door should be able to hold on for a while. Miss Chiba and I have an appointment to meet here, and she will be here soon. Chiba will come. Tehran's breathing trembled. That's really
great.
Tehran's voice was a little weak. Hesta tried her best to think about the topic. Looking at Sean in the distance, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, what is the frontal lobe? The frontal lobe. Oh, the frontal lobe is the front of the brain. A brain area. Hearing this question, Tehran already understood Hesta's intention of asking the question. She continued, destroying it is the most direct and thorough way to kill a chelate. Hesta's ears pricked up. If we can use thermal weapons and use incendiary bombs intensively over a large area, we can destroy the chelates in batches, because high temperatures can denature proteins. But if we are in a habitable area, or in a wasteland where there are civilians to be rescued, we will need mercury needles and close combat. Tehran shuddered slightly. Hesta asked with concern, Do you still have the energy to speak? Yes, Tehran looked at her. This question is very important, you. Listen to me. Finish it. Hesta nodded silently. After the onset of the disease, the bones of the chelates and most of the skin that is not at the joints will be strengthened, except for the eyeballs and the nasal cavity. Eyeball. Nasal cavity. Hesta's brain was working at high speed when she was fighting chelate before. She tried to attack chelate's eyes specifically as Sean suggested. Whenever the bullet had the potential to cause damage to the area around the eyes, chelate would stop attacking and switch to defense. So, this is the weakness? But it is not enough to just damage these parts. Tehran continued, we need to focus our attacks on the eyeballs and the nasal cavity because through these weaknesses, we can use weapons to destroy Chel's brain, especially the prefrontal lobe. The prefrontal lobe is the lobe that manages cognition, emotions, and behaviors, and it is also the lobe that controls Chel's killing behavior. If we destroy it, Chel will become harmless. Or die. I see. Tehran let out a long sigh.
Jane.
I'm here. When will Chiba
come?
She's been at the base all day today. She should be here soon. Hesta whispered. She will be here in 3 minutes at most. She's impatient and never procrastinates. Okay. Tehran panted. 3 minutes. I can do it. Before he finished speaking, they both heard footsteps coming from the corridor outside the door, followed by the sound of a 13-digit keyboard being entered at the door. Someone was entering a mercury needle ID at the door. Tehran and Hesta looked at the closed door at the same time. Ms. Chiba. However, the door did not open, and an emotionless, synthetic female voice mechanically sounded. The ID and biometric information match failed. Your behavior constitutes illegal intrusion. Please leave immediately. Tehran fell into despair for a moment. The person outside the door couldn't be Chinya, Most likely it was the chelate trying to enter her ID. Sure enough, outside the door, Chelate curled his lips. The door of the refuge room was made of very strong and difficult-to-break materials, just like the isolation door in the corridor. But what did it matter? If the door could not be broken with a hammer, how about smashing the wall that the door was embedded in? It would only take a little longer. Chelate swung his fist, and every time he punched down, the ground here would tremble. In the safe house, Sean had fainted, and only Turan and Hesta were enduring every difficult minute. Turan looked up at Hesta. "Hide, Jane. Find a place to hide first. Try to delay it for a while, no. Go get the anti-epidemic spray first. Otherwise it will be able to smell where you are as soon as it comes in.
Hurry.
Hurry." Hesta did not move. She looked at the shaking wall and door in front of her, and suddenly remembered the door of the monastery lounge. She had pushed open that door countless times and received hugs and kisses from the old man behind that door. She thought of a distant afternoon, an anthropologist, a thick book, and Alma's slow and gentle voice reading Jane. Turan shouted, "Did you hear me? Hurry up and hide." Hesta came back to his senses. The past and the present overlap, and everything seems to be repeating itself, heading towards destruction at a rapid pace. The knocking sound continued for more than 10 times. With the final loud bang, the chelate finally removed the entire door of the shelter. As the diffuse dust cleared, Chelate smelled a scent so strong that it was almost pungent. The anti-epidemic spray almost covered up any other smell in the house. It first saw Turan, who barely raised her head. Not far behind her, the black-haired boy was lying against the wall receiving a blood transfusion. "You not dead yet?" Chelate was really stunned. It frowned and covered its nose, looking around. "Where's the red-haired guy? Don't come over," Turan said in a low voice, uttering a pale threat. "The other mercury needles are coming soon." Chelate laughed, walked slowly to Turan, and squatted down. "I never thought of leaving here alive, Turan. I know this place too well. There is no way I can escape. If it weren't for the prolonging agent that the base injected me every day, I wouldn't have survived last week. You can't imagine how boring life is when you are a chelate. But I should really thank you for giving me such a pleasant gaming experience before I die." It smiled. "I shouldn't have left without checking the body. It's my fault that you have been suffering here for so long in vain. Don't be afraid. Don't worry. The pain will go away soon." Chelate's hand lifted Turan's chin and slowly grasped her throat. "Goodbye, little girl from Katra. I will remember you." A drop of sweat. A drop of sweat fell like a raindrop. It hit Chelate's arm gently. Almost at the same moment, the chelate suddenly felt a strong murderous intent, which instantly disturbed its mind. In an instant, the chelate raised its head on the ceiling chandelier. Red-haired Hesta was hanging upside down. But at this moment, she was already flying down like an arrow. Chelate immediately moved aside, but Hesta had already stretched out her hand to it, and she dropped onto its shoulder like a death swallow. The girl held Chelate's neck with one hand and held the practice gun tightly with the other hand, and pointed it at Chelate's eyes mercilessly. The burst eyeball exploded like a firework. The bullet shot out of the gun at high speed and instantly pierced through the chelated brain. The hot bullet stirred the tofu-like brain. The hot blood and brain matter spurted out from the empty eye socket and were thrown into the air along with several bullet casings. Although Chelate stopped struggling after the first bullet was fired, Hesta still held Chelate's neck tightly. When Chiba and the rescue team rushed into the shelter, everything was over. The paramedics quickly carried Sean away, and after giving Turan a simple treatment on her abdominal wound, they immediately sent her to the emergency room on the same floor. Only Hesta was still sitting there in a daze, her body covered in blood, her hands still tightly holding the head of the chelate. Chiba squatted in front of her and called her name softly. Hesta looked up at Qianya. There was a circle of silver-white edges around Qianya's eyes, just like Turan's. Hesta's throat moved slightly, and after a long time, she spoke to herself.
"I
killed a chelate, Ms. Chiba." Hesta lowered his head, slowly pulled the pistol out of Chelate's eye socket, and gently wiped off the remaining blood and flesh on it. "Use The gun you gave me. That night, in a conference room somewhere in the base, 6 people attended the Age's online meeting. Chiba's seat was vacant the whole time. She did not ask for leave, nor did she attend. This was an internal hearing regarding the 3rd District Reserve Base. During Morley's tenure, such a serious accident occurred at the 3rd District Reserve Base, and the Age's headquarters could not help but take action. The hearing was composed of 5 order officers from other regional reserve bases. Morley needed to explain to them the cause of the accident, the progress of the accident handling and future preventive measures, and accept questioning. Only half a day had passed, and the investigation had taken shape since the routine training for the Second Awakening began this year. Tehran had been applying for actual combat with chelates. Almost all the training teachers in the base understood Tehran's desire to fight, and although no one mentioned it, many people felt sorry for the shortness of her bullet time. As a way to comfort her, most of the actual combat training she applied for was approved. But what no one noticed was that because Tehran had been receiving work-study subsidies from the base, she would be responsible for some of the base affairs in her daily life. This year, considering that she was an experienced sophomore and had performed very well in the 2 years since entering the base, she was assigned to the training ground in the underground base to supervise the distribution of chelate drugs for training. Originally, this job could be done by just sitting in the custody room, but Tehran had the authority to inspect Chel's cell. The second appendix of the document is Tehran's complete confession. Molly's voice was a little tired. In summary, Chel had worked at the 4th District Military Region Research Institute before his death, so he had a certain understanding of the mechanism of chelation disease and the physiological mechanism of mercury needle awakening. In an actual combat training, it told Tehran that if a mercury needle could forcibly delay the arrival of Akron's moment by controlling his mental state before the end of the bullet time, then the combat time of the mercury needle could be permanently extended. Afterwards, Tehran looked up the materials and did find some vague, related records. So she took advantage of her position and had a deeper contact with Chel privately. During this period, Chel cooperated with all of Tehran's requests very restrainedly. It was this experience that gave Tehran the illusion that he could cooperate with Chel. Since the base will record and identify the status of all reserve mercury needles entering bullet time, Tehran cannot make this attempt in the training ground. The security guard will force her to leave the field at the end of her bullet time. The chelate said that it is familiar with the technology of the underground base and knows how to temporarily shield the chip in the reserve without injury. However, all this requires Tehran to bring tools to its cell, and it can operate it personally. Everyone knows what happened after that. The entire conference room was dark and silent. On the desks of the other 5 seats, half-body projections of other participants appeared. Each person's image was slightly blue. Although they were in different spaces, their eyes were all on the report documents in front of their desks. "I understand, Ms. Molly." One of them looked up, but why did Hesta show up with Sean at that moment? And she was carrying a gun? Molly couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose gently. "I don't know."
Don't know?
The others were a little surprised. In addition to the surveillance near the safe house, she should have had a gunfight with the chelate near the connection point before. Where is the surveillance footage of that part? The contents of these parts are secrets that are not yet made public. Are they secrets from us too? Yes, Molly replied calmly. If you are really curious about the reason, you can directly submit an application for permission to the headquarters. What is its confidentiality level? Top secret, Molly replied. The confidentiality period is 9 years. The 5 order officers all frowned at the same time, with amused expressions. One of them suddenly coughed. Actually, Molly, we all understand the pressure you've been under lately. We've also been paying attention to the recent demonstrations in the 3rd District. 2 different things. Molly shook his head. This is my dereliction of duty. I'm willing to accept any treatment, including dismissal, and that's not the case, Molly. In the past, such hearings were all public, but this time it was turned into a private meeting. I'm sure you can feel the headquarters' attitude on this matter. After that, he looked at the other participants. I personally don't have any other questions to ask, do you? Me neither.
No. No. No.
No more. The man continued, then, should we be able to end this hearing now? Everyone's eyes met, and they smiled in tacit understanding once again. A middle-aged woman on Molly's left looked at Molly. Maybe we should congratulate you, Molly? I watched some of the surveillance footage of this accident. This should be the first time that the reserve girl named Hesta faced the enemy after her second awakening, right? She performed so well in her first time in bullet time. She will be a promising talent in the future. Hearing the other party's congratulations in a relaxed tone, Molly felt calm. She took off her glasses and slowly leaned back in the soft chair. In the decades she had worked at the 3rd District base, she had rarely shown such a languid side. The others didn't know the details, and Morley wasn't going to argue that Hesta hadn't awakened a second time. The base has checked Hesta's eyes, and there is indeed no sign of any iris reaction. In the same dark room, Chiba sat alone in front of the curved screen in the base command room, watching Hesta's battle over and over again. From her escape from the safe house to her dive to kill the chelate, the whole process took only 11 minutes and 52 seconds. In the key part, Chiba almost freezes and flips through it frame by frame. Hesta did not have a second awakening, that was undeniable, but she did dodge many of Chelate's attacks. In a clumsy but effective way. Hesta had never received formal close combat training. A big part of the reason she was lucky enough to survive was that the chelate released by Turon this time was a researcher in the 4th District. It was thin and had no fighting skills. If the opponent had been slightly better in strength or skill, the outcome would not be what it is now. Although the base could not explain why Hesta was able to keep up with the speed of the chelate under such circumstances, Chiba was very sure of one thing: Hesta's high-speed combat only occurred in close combat with the chelate. When chelate races with her in the hallway, she can outrun the other Mercury Needles in bullet time. When she confronts chelate with a gun, she can capture the enemy's movements and continue to shoot accurately during the battle. However, when chelate was locked at the other end of the corridor and she was carrying Sean on her back towards the safe house, she ran very hard and her speed quickly dropped back to her normal level. Chiba, who was watching the video, suddenly felt a chill. If Hesta was really taken away by Robert and his ilk, her special physique would almost perfectly meet the needs of the coalition government facing chelates. She could display the combat qualities of a Mercury Needle. Facing ordinary people, a slightly stronger adult could easily subdue her. Her power poses no threat and is easy to control. In other words, this is an unprecedented and completely harmless Mercury Needle. Chiba gritted her teeth. If this was true, she had greatly underestimated the other party's determination in this matter, and further underestimated the price the coalition government was willing to pay. But soon, Chiba shook his head again.
No.
That's unlikely.
So,
is it possible that during this time, the United Government obtained new intelligence from other places and realized that Hesta was worth snatching? Chiba fell into deep thought. Although this possibility does exist. But the probability is extremely low. The isolated coalition government is unlikely to get the data related to Hesta in the first place. They will target Hesta this time, probably because she has the identity of living in a habitable area and the experience of saving the children in the monastery, so she is more suitable to inspire the sympathy of the people. If this is the case, then the most urgent task is to completely stop their idea of snatching Hesta before the coalition government realizes his value. Chiba stood up almost immediately and walked to the nearby computer. There was a knock on the door, but Chiba ignored it. After a while, Molly pushed the door open. Morley stood at the door, looking at Chiba, who seemed to be working. She didn't look happy because in this so-called hearing, let alone holding her accountable, the hearing officers didn't even give her a single verbal criticism. Such a serious accident was resolved so easily. Instead of making Molly feel relieved, she felt greatly insulted. The rules that she regarded as iron laws were easily broken by Chinya. The hearing is over, Molly said coldly. Chinya, are you get out? Chinya didn't even look up. Let's talk about it tomorrow.
I don't have time now.
Molly's anger instantly filled up. She slammed the door and left. The control room returned to its previous darkness except for the screen that Chiba was facing. Her fingertips tapped rapidly on the keyboard, and the cold light from the screen reflected on her glasses, making her look particularly sharp. It was a warm Sunday morning. It was midsummer, but the weather was not too hot. Robert woke up early, kissed his sleeping wife as usual, and then quietly went to the cloakroom in his cotton slippers. The housekeeper had already prepared all the clothes he would change into today, because he had promised his grandson and granddaughter that he would take them out fishing this morning, so he didn't have to wear a suit and tie like before. He had ordered a pair of gabardine overalls at the beginning of this year, but he had been too busy at work in the past 6 months, and it was not until today that he had his first Sunday free to go out. He went downstairs and saw the 2 little guys already sitting around the table, eating the breakfast that had been prepared. The little granddaughter first spotted Robert. She jumped off her chair, opened her arms happily, and ran towards Robert. "Grandpa, my..." Robert picked up the child and walked back to the dining table with a smile. The butler silently helped Robert pull out his chair. After the little girl was put back in her seat, Robert also sat in his own seat. "Would you like to see today's newspaper?" asked the butler. Robert glanced at the morning newspaper stacked in a woven basket not far away. He would read the newspaper every morning during breakfast. The butler would first read through all the news of the day and mark out all the content that Robert might be interested in to save him time. But today he finally managed to find time to spend with the children, so Robert shook his head, no need. He looked at his grandchildren. "Grandpa won't work today, just play with the good kids, okay?" The 2 children happily answered yes. At the dinner table, Robert asked the 2 children about their recent situation at school. The little kids seemed to have endless things to say. They told stories to each other and excitedly reported to their grandfather the interesting things that happened during the holidays. The phone rang at this moment, and the housekeeper not far away immediately picked up the phone. He listened for a while, put down the phone, and walked to Robert. "Sir, I'm looking for you." "I've already told the secretary that I'm free today," Robert whispered. "If it's work-related, let them look for Alan." "Okay." Just as the butler was about to move on, Robert habitually asked, "Who's calling?" Robert frowned slightly, and after a while, he stood up and answered the phone himself. "Hello? Good morning, Mr. Secretary General." A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. "You got up really early. What's the matter? Have you seen today's newspaper?" The front page headline of the indomitable newspaper. Robert glanced sideways and gestured to the butler to help him get the newspaper. Avinash continued, "If you haven't seen it, I suggest you watch it. I have nothing else to do.
Goodbye."
There was a busy tone on the other end of the line, and Avinash had hung up. The butler brought a folded newspaper, and the moment it was unfolded, Robert's blood pressure rose. On the front page of the newspaper was a portrait of Hesta. The girl was staring into the camera, her gaze piercing through the paper like a knife. The sudden impact made Robert even unsteady for a moment, and the butler beside him quickly supported his arm. There were some remaining blood spots on Hesta's cheeks. Her ice-blue eyes were cold and sharp, like a ferocious beast. The most striking thing was her fiery red short hair, which was like the flames of a devil, burning fiercely. Robert leaned against the fireplace and whispered, Bring my glasses." The butler did so immediately. Robert unfolded the newspaper again and squinted at the huge headline, "Manipulation. Fooling. Take off the disguise and see how a born devil deceives everyone's eyes. Prepare the car. Prepare the car." Robert was already a little panicked. He shouted, "I want to go to the office immediately." There were already groups of reporters gathered at the door of Tanyi's municipal building. Robert saw these curious people carrying cameras and microphones at a glance. In his eyes, these reporters were like sharks hunting for blood. If he was not careful, he would be torn into bigger wounds. He immediately asked the driver to change the route and go directly to the underground parking lot of the municipal building. Some reporters recognized Robert's car, but it had already turned around and sped away. After some negotiations, Robert finally stepped into the building quietly. Alan had been waiting for a long time. "Mr. Secretary General." Robert walked very fast, and Alan followed immediately. Robert said in a low voice, "What's the story of the Indomitable today?" It was done by one of their intern investigative reporters, a young person named Stella Viking who just graduated from the University of Lembang last year. Alan said as he raised his hand, and a holographic bust of Stella Viking appeared in front of the two. Robert frowned. This was a young girl with long curly brown red hair and a smile that was full of aggression. Robert stopped and began to slide the air screen in the corridor, scanning the background of the young man. Stella Wiggin, 21 years old, was adopted by John Wiggin, a doctor in the 3rd District, when she was 5 years old. She went to the core city of Lembang University to receive primary education at the age of 16. Last year, she returned to Tani and joined the Indomitable News as a trainee investigative reporter. Robert waved his hand in disgust. To close the floating window, the trait of red-haired woman had already made him feel uncomfortable. After our last report on Hesta was published, Viking began her investigation. She disguised herself and entered the welfare home to work as a cleaner for half a month, and secretly visited the children in the monastery again. Hesta was not so beautiful when she was in the monastery before. She has a withdrawn personality and has always seemed out of tune with others in the monastery. Except for Dean Alma and a little boy from District 14, there is usually no one with her. Sister Girding is often angered by her and puts her in the confinement room for reflection. And the squirrel we mentioned before, in fact, the squirrel was found by another girl named Frosan. Not only did Hesta not cooperate with the prayer, but she also proposed to eat it. I have seen all this. You don't need to repeat it again, Robert replied impatiently. Robert had read the entire page of text reports this morning on the way here. In the report, Stella completely shattered the angelic Hesta and replaced her with a wilderness savage who was as cruel, indifferent, and even lacked basic moral concepts as the Heckler brothers. Earlier, in order to prevent things like today from happening, the City Hall specially distributed documents prohibiting all media from disturbing the lives of these surviving children in the name of interviews. I don't know what these people do, why they didn't even do a basic background check when recruiting, and just let an investigative reporter in. Withdraw the article. Robert was furious. Tell them to withdraw the article immediately. We have sent people to collect and destroy today's newspapers, including the online version of this article, which has now been removed from the website of Indomitable News, but Agays reprinted the full text this morning and put it on the homepage of their website. It has been simultaneously translated and retweeted to the 1st, 4th, 5th, 11th, and 14th districts. The remaining districts have also announced the common language version. It should only be a matter of time before it is translated into the local language. Robert didn't want to listen anymore. Is there any new information? Stella Viking just released a new message 10 minutes ago, Alan said with a very ugly face. She also found out that Hesta was not an abandoned baby or a street child in the habitable area. The two nuns deliberately concealed this fact in the files out of kindness before being adopted by St. Anne's Monastery she had been living in. Short Whisper Lane. Short Lane. The infamous Short Lane. Robert was furious again after hearing this. It's over. Why is it Short Lane? In the habitable land, Short Alley is a more famous place than Hekla. Everyone knows that it is full of robbers, prostitutes, and desperate criminals. For the employers, the killers in Short Alley not only charge lower prices than Hekla, but also use more brutal and ruthless methods. However, these people's behavior is not well controlled. Unless necessary, everyone still prefers Hekla's thugs who know the rules of the underworld better. Where is this Stella Viking now? Robert shouted angrily. What is her purpose in writing these things? Who instructed her to write them? Who is behind her? Go check. Find out. She is now. Should be in the reserve base, Alan said in a low voice, because the message she sent 10 minutes ago is located there. Robert slapped the nearby wall. He knew it. It must be Chiba Masaki. It must be her doing. In addition, Alung's throat moved. In the version of the report reprinted by Agays, there are some updated content that is directly aimed at us. In the past half-month, the researchers in the base have experienced unimaginable bullying. Together, their private mailboxes, residences, and even the school departments they use to attend have received a large number of warning letters and curses. It seems that overnight, these researchers who have been fighting on the front line against chelation disease have become the minions of the devil. Everyone, including those closest to them and most familiar with them, are constantly questioning why Agays refuses to release Hesta. Why didn't the union in the base organize strikes and demonstrations? What is their personal attitude on this matter? But due to confidentiality regulations, They could not give an explanation when the real conspirators stirred up public opinion and tried to use the sympathy of the citizens to defeat the defense of the Mercury Needle. They could only remain silent. According to reliable sources, the retired Mercury Needle from the 11th District, Avinash Lakosha, has arrived in Thani a few days ago. He will lead the first Mercury Needle task force of the 3rd District Coalition government. The entire competition and public opinion incitement against Hesta is part of the task force's recruitment plan. The so-called "let her free" is just a layer of sugarcoating. Even if Hesta is really an angelic little girl, what awaits her is just another thorny road. Now, under the crazy pressure of public opinion, 27 foundations around the world have issued written warnings to the 3rd District Reserve Base or decided to temporarily suspend financial support. At the same time, angry citizens continue to rush into the office building here to protest against the cold-bloodedness and bureaucracy of the Mercury Needle. But what most citizens don't know is that among the staff here, 2/3 are ordinary people like the author. Under multiple pressures, they are already overwhelmed. On the 14th of this month, the Mercury Needle underground base in Thani City just experienced a catastrophe. A research chelate broke out of its cage and attacked 3 reserve Mercury Needles. Among these children, the oldest was only 14 years old, and the youngest was only 11 years old. 2 were seriously injured, and 1 was slightly injured. They are receiving treatment in the base hospital. As of now, the cause of the accident is still under investigation, but some questions have been put before each of us. Should we cooperate or confront? Should we wake up completely or continue to endure being deceived? Should we clarify our prejudices and survive in cooperation, or should we face a lose-lose situation in conspiracy, who are our friends and who are our enemies? The last sentence was even bolded. Robert's heart was filled with blood. What does it have to do with us if the chelate inside their Mercury Needles escape? This reporter is so frivolous. Where is her basic professional ethics? Where is her conscience? Alung didn't know how to answer. He just looked at his superior with a worried look. The muscles on Robert's face twitched slightly. In extreme anger, he suddenly remembered Avinash's advice about Chiba: don't make friends with such a person, but don't make her an enemy. Robert was so angry that he felt dizzy again. Alan asked quietly, "Many media have contacted us, wanting to know our response to this report. Should we hold a meeting now to discuss the words among ourselves?" In the underground hospital, Tehran opened his eyes after the operation. In front of her was an unfamiliar ward. The whole room was bright, but she seemed to be floating in a transparent coffin. Tehran's first reaction was that she was dead, and this was the moment of freedom for her soul. As mentioned in many near-death experiences, she was about to float away from her body and go to heaven. Until she saw Liz sitting not far from her flipping through a book with a calm expression, Tehran became a little puzzled. She glanced sideways and saw an electrocardiogram monitor on the other side of her body, with the lines on the screen beating regularly. Still alive. Liz also noticed that Tehran had woken up. She immediately put down her book and dragged the stool to Tehran's bed.
"You've been sleeping for a long time,"
Liz whispered. "If there's no movement in another 2 hours, I'll have to call the doctor again." The corners of Tehran's mouth lifted slightly, forcing a smile. Although the two people were very close, there was still a transparent curtain wall between them. Inside the curtain wall was a 3 cubic meter sterile room, where Tehran was lying. Now, from Tehran's personal perspective, she could not see her lower body. The original flesh and blood below her waist had been severely necrotic due to blood loss. At this moment, countless infusion tubes and circulation assisting devices extended from her open abdominal cavity to maintain her life. The base had submitted an application for a custom prosthesis for Tehran a few days ago. Before it was made and delivered to Tan-E, Tehran could only live temporarily in this sterile support cabin.
That day,
Were there any other casualties? Tehran asked. No, Liz replied immediately. Originally, several other chelates escaped with them and fled in the underground base. But for some reason, before these chelates arrived at the border, the partition door leading to the ordinary work area had already fallen, so the people affected by this accident, besides you, were only Jane and Sean. Tehran breathed a sigh of relief.
Jane.
Is she okay? She's fine. Hardly injured, but I haven't seen her much in the past few days. She was arranged by the base to start special training. Second awakening?
Yes. Tarang was a little surprised. Didn't they say?
The coalition government wanted someone?
Could she stay?
Liz smiled and picked up a newspaper beside her. Look what this is. Taran narrowed his eyes. Slightly on the cover of the newspaper was a close-up portrait of Hesta, which was the first batch of Indomitable printed this morning. Taran's heart suddenly beat violently. The extremely ferocious Hesta on the cover suddenly reminded her of the last hunting moment. At the moment when Hesta jumped down from the chandelier, her sharpness was enough to make all the onlookers and even allies tremble in their hearts. Taran remembered that the gun was not only aimed at Chelate's eyes, but also almost at Hesta's heart. Looking back now, she couldn't even tell whether Hesta was concentrating on hunting the enemy or intending to die with Chelate. At that moment, Hesta was completely unfamiliar. There is news that someone has started to organize a new demonstration, Liz whispered. Someone in this term of Tawny City government has used very despicable means to provoke a dispute. Soon, an investigation team from the core city will come to thoroughly investigate the whole story. On the same day, in the Second Awakening training room of the underground base, Hesta was exhausted. She faced two chelators with bare hands, sweat seeped into her eyes again, and she was once again forced into a desperate situation. The two chelates this time were completely different from the last one they accidentally encountered. One was extremely strong and powerful, while the other was short but agile, holding a sharp blade. Hesta's cheek had been cut by the blade, leaving several shallow bloody cuts. She delayed the battle alone for nearly half an hour, without hurting her opponent at all. Hesta pressed the rescue button on the wall again, and again the safety officer once said that when you really can't hold on any longer, press this button, and a mercury needle will appear. Hesta felt that he had reached his limit, or even exceeded it. But no one came. Is there anyone? Hesta panted, breathing heavily. Help! Help! Behind the one-way glass on the second floor, Chiba and several security guards watched the scene together. Although people still don't understand the mechanism of secondary awakening, they've gained some insights into how to stimulate the watermark's true awakening state through years of exploration. First, the mercury needle should be kept in close contact with the chelate. Second, the mercury needle should be clearly aware that his life has been seriously threatened and subjectively believe that he has been trapped in a desperate situation with no help. Third, the above conditions should be maintained for 4 minutes or more. When the young mercury needles give up all illusions, determine that the so-called safety officers do not exist at all, and then place all their strength on themselves, the moment of the second awakening will come. This process is often accompanied by severe trauma, but there is no other way. Except for a very small number of people who experienced 1 or 2 awakenings in succession during their first encounter with a chelate, most of the active mercury needles use this method to activate bullet time. I don't think we need to try it. Chiba looked at Hesta's embarrassed look and couldn't bear it any longer. If this old method worked for Hesta, she should have awakened a second time in the shelter. Stop it, stop it. Several other analysts also noticed Hesta's reluctance. They picked up the microphone and ordered the security guard who was waiting in the dark on the first floor to rescue her. Hesta was finally freed from this life-threatening crisis. She collapsed to the ground, but was quickly helped up by the security guard. The security guards removed the monitoring equipment attached to Hesta and took her to the recovery room outside to rest. In the observation room on the second floor, analysts began to integrate and organize Hesta's combat data. Although Hestaki was on the run almost the entire time in this battle, her performance was still quite good, especially in terms of reaction time and movement speed. If her disadvantages in height and weight could be made up, the result would definitely be better. Inside the observation room, analysts exclaimed, "This is amazing," one after another. Everyone was keenly aware that Hesta's special physique meant that once she entered the hunting operation, she would be completely free of the shackles that the mercury needles had previously faced in combat. She had almost unlimited bullet time. Hesta, who failed to awaken for the second time, did not have to consider time constraints or worry about the Acheron moment. She could rest at any time when she was tired, and once she sensed danger around her, she could also fight again at any time. She will maintain a smooth combat state throughout the entire process, and the only limitation during this process is her personal physical strength. What an amazing talent! The phone rang in the observation room. An analyst picked up the phone and then looked at Chiba. The security officer asked if Hesta could go to dinner first after she recovers. Sure, let's stop here for today. Chiba replied.
Huh.
The analyst was a little surprised by Chiba's choice of words. Are you going to let Hesta come here for training tomorrow? Of course. Chiba replied, there is no need to do special training for the second awakening, but we still have a lot of things to do next. What exactly can stimulate Hesta to enter combat status? The smell of the chelate? Breathing?
Sound?
Visual image? What is the farthest distance that the chelate can stimulate her combat ability? Are there any other restrictions? Having said this, Chinya suddenly fell silent, and a memory from not long ago suddenly broke into her mind. It is said that on the day Sean was beaten up by Hesta in the hallway of the apartment, he excitedly claimed to Molly that Hesta must have awakened again, because Hesta grabbed his ankle directly after he entered bullet time. After all, is there really a need for chelate? What if she was just simply in danger or angry? The analysts looked at each other in bewilderment. We understand what you mean, but it's hard to start right away tomorrow. We also need some time to prepare. How long will it take you? It's hard to give you an answer right now, the analyst answered seriously. What you just mentioned is essentially an extreme test for Hesta personally. Her situation is the first of its kind in Mercury Needle. We need to spend time to determine the overall framework to be tested, just like you just mentioned, the triggering indicators, the critical distance, etc. Only after confirming the test requirements can we estimate how long the entire test plan may take to prepare. Okay. Chinya nodded. How long will it take you to confirm the requirements? The analyst thought for a moment. It usually takes about 3 or 4 days, and no longer than a week. Then I'll wait for your news. Chiba took off his coat that was draped over the back of the chair. During this period, remember to send me a copy of the minutes of all your discussions. Understood. Thank you for your hard work, and keep in touch. Chiba nodded to everyone, then quickly stepped out of the door of the observation room. She walked silently towards the recovery room on the first floor, where Hesta had already had his wounds treated by several doctors and changed into another set of clean clothes. When Chiba came in, Hesta was not too surprised, but just greeted Chiba as usual. Chinya was a little surprised. You knew I was here? Hesta nodded. When I passed by the inpatient department this morning, the head nurse there asked me to say hello to you on her behalf. Chiba scratched his head in confusion. No wonder. Then today's awakening training seems to be meaningless. Hesta looked at Chiba, who suddenly fell silent, a little unsure if she had said something wrong, so she whispered, Miss Chiba? Like the previous times, Chiba drove Hesta to the old town. There were almost no people on the street on Sunday night, and all the lights in the shops were dark. Hesta fell asleep directly in the passenger seat. When she arrived at her destination, she saw a completely unfamiliar street scene outside the car window. Hesta unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. She looked up and saw a dark green sign above her head that read Baron in the trees. It looked like a restaurant. This is the only store on the entire street that still has a sign indicating it is open. She followed Chinya and pushed open the shop door. The lights in the hall were off, and it was dark everywhere. The decoration here is obviously old. The space is cramped. All the chairs are turned upside down on the table, and there is not a single customer. The only sound in the store was the chime on the door. Is this really still open? Hesta asked in a low voice. Yes, Chiba replied. I made a reservation for tonight. A series of footsteps came from the side aisle, and Hesta soon saw a waiter wearing a black bow tie, vest, and shirt. He greeted the two and led them to the backyard to sit down. Only then did Hesta realize that there was something special here. Although the front hall of the restaurant was very low and narrow, it had a very warm and beautiful back garden. On a midsummer night, the wind swayed the moonlight under the osmanthus tree, and the fragrance of unknown flowers and plants floated with it. The waiter pulled out the chairs for the two of them and lit up the garden lamp hanging nearby. It's good for everyone to stay at home on Sunday night, so you don't have to wear a wig to disguise yourself. Chiba sat down. This is another restaurant I often go to. Do you like it? As he was speaking, the waiter came over with the cutlery. He put down the knife and fork on Hesta's side, and then put down a pair of chopsticks and an iron spoon on Chiba's side. The appetizers were onion soup and foie gras cold cuts, served with toasted bread slices and a cheese platter. The onion soup was topped with a thick layer of cheese, and the onions and beef in the soup were sautéed, with minced garlic and butter. After breaking the cheese crust, the fragrant cheese fell into the beef soup below. Hesta stirred the spoon and smelled a faint aroma of wine. That was the brandy added at the end of cooking. Hesta couldn't tell what the mixed aromas were, but with such a thick soup, she felt that she should be able to eat 4 servings of bread. Chiba had to remind Hesta several times to eat slowly. He ate too much bread now and would not be able to finish it when the main course came. Hesta could only control his appetite with difficulty. People in the 3rd district could spend 2 or 3 hours, or even longer on a dinner, which meant that the main course would not be served so quickly. Looking at Hesta, Chiba suddenly remembered the stray cat that Valeni had secretly brought into the dormitory. The kitten had a tangled fur all over its body, and its eyes were covered with eye boogers, mud, and hard scabs from wounds. When it curled up into a ball, it looked like a rag. However, after being picked up and carefully cared for by Valeni, the cat had completely changed. Chinya suddenly became curious. She didn't know what happened to Valenti's kitten. Pets were not allowed in the dormitory. Even though Valenti carefully avoided other people, they couldn't hide it anymore when the cat entered the estrus period. She only knew that the cat's photo was later posted at the Stray Animal Rescue Center in Tani City. It was said that because it was too cute, someone applied for it within an hour after it was posted. In Chiba's impression, Hesta was not much better than a stray cat. When he first met her, one could almost clearly count her ribs on her chest, and even see the outlines of the shoulder bone and upper arm bone at the joints of her shoulders and arms. Now, less than 3 months later, although Hesta's body is still not strong enough, that skinny body shape has completely disappeared, and she looks lively and energetic. I don't know what will happen in a few years. I watched the previous surveillance. Chinya suddenly remembered something and asked, I found that you stood there for a long time outside the safe house when you first encountered the chelate. What were you thinking at the time? Why didn't you run away quickly? Thinking of the situation at that time, Hesta frowned again. Well, I wanted to run, but my hands and feet were like frozen. I couldn't move. Chinya didn't understand. Why is it frozen? Hesta had no choice but to talk about her past experiences in the monastery, but she could only describe her feelings and could not explain the reasons. However, when she was halfway through her words, Chiba on the opposite side suddenly laughed again. Hesta waited for a while. Chiba's laughter was so exaggerated that Hesta even saw some tears from her laughter. Ms. Chiba? Chinya pressed his eyelids and recovered for a while. Have you heard the story of the Tennessee sheep? Hesta shook his head. Chinya continued, this is a special kind of sheep. In order to protect the safety of their flocks, herders sometimes put a few Tennessee sheep in their flocks. This way, if a wolf pack attacks the herd, the loss can be minimized. Do you know why? Hesta thought for a while. Is this kind of sheep very powerful? Chinya laughed again. No, these sheep are just like you. When they encounter danger, their hands and feet become stiff, and they fall to the ground motionless. In this way, the wolves that come to attack will prioritize the Tennessee sheep, so the whole flock will not be completely scattered, and the herders can quickly adjust the direction and drive the flock to a safe area. Haha, sorry, I shouldn't laugh. But it's really funny. Hesta leaned back slightly, with a complicated expression. Chinya supported his face with a smile. Have you talked about this with the people in the training center?
No.
Then I have to tell you. Chinya took out his own memorization book and wrote a few notes on it with a pencil. But this state won't last long, maybe just half a minute? Hesta blushed slightly. After that you can move freely. Chinya interrupted Hesta with a smile. Do you know how long Turan's restraint time is? How long? 27 seconds. Chinya answered with a smile. This is also the reason why she was able to survive the last serious injury. Compared with other people's restraint time of more than 10 or 20 minutes, this is surprisingly short, right? But when facing the chelate, Sometimes the victory or defeat is decided by milliseconds except for the chelate with a slightly abnormal brain that you met in the underground base. Who else would reserve half a minute for you to prepare at the beginning of the game? After recording, Chiba put the memo back into the inside pocket of his coat. If there are any other details just like the body stiffness you mentioned just now, all the details that may affect your combat status, you can summarize them yourself and hand them over to the analyst at the training center. Can you do it?
Yes.
In the future, if you want, you can also choose to fight independently, but unless it is absolutely necessary, never fight alone. Let other more experienced people come with you to find a solution. The training center does this. However, if there are any shortcomings that cannot be overcome, it doesn't matter. At worst, you can stay in the rear like Valenti in the future, which is also good. When I retire, I may find time to take you out for a walk. Hesta was stunned. Where are we going? Anywhere, Chinya replied. Snow-capped mountains, grasslands, rivers, mountains and islands except for the 15th and 16th districts, which have not been opened yet. You can go anywhere. By the way, I'm going to the 14th district next. You may not see me next month, so I'm telling you in advance. Hesta suddenly fell into deep thought. She recalled the night when she first met Liz. At that time, Liz said that perhaps Chiba was selecting candidates for her future combat team because it was rumored that Chiba Masaki was a very shrewd person, and she never spent time on useless things when she was in the reserve base. Miss Chiba had never even been anyone's assistant. But tonight, Chiba didn't seem to care so much about whether he would actually be able to fight in the future. After all, she just said it's okay if you can't overcome it. What's wrong? Chinya looked at Hesta, who suddenly became stunned and waved his hand in front of her. I was thinking if you are not with Tan-e next month, will we not be able to complete the target of spending time together next month? Chiba smiled. The reserve guardianship order only requires the real-time location of the companionship period for the first 2 months. After the formal review is passed, there is no need to share location information for the purpose of protecting privacy. So in the future, you only need to fill out the form every month and sign it. It doesn't matter whether I'm really there or not. Are you going on a business trip to District 14, Miss Chiba?
Yeah.
Chiba leaned back in her chair. I have already taken my 2-month annual leave at Tan-e this year, and I have to return to my previous work rhythm for the entire second half of the year, so I can't show up as often as I do now. But you can still write to me. Send me a message if you encounter any problems. You can also call me, but it's hard for me to answer the phone. Okay. Hesta nodded. Chinya continued to give Hesta more details that he needed to pay attention to. Hesta was a little absent-minded while listening. When we drove back to the base, it started raining again. It poured down enthusiastically, and then stopped quickly. The short rain took away the last bit of stuffiness of a night. On the way back, Hesta was still thinking about this matter. At a traffic light, Hesta looked sideways at Chiba. Miss Chiba, can I ask you a question? Why do you want to be my guardian? Traffic on the road diagonally opposite started to move slowly, and the wet ground reflected the bright golden headlights of the traffic. The lights cast long and short shadows in this burgundy convertible. Chiba seemed not to hear the question. She remained silent. After a while, Hesta saw her reaching for the cigarette placed in front of the console. Hesta's heart was in suspense. Was this a topic so serious that Chiba didn't know how to start? So serious that she had to light a cigarette before she could think about what to say? The traffic lights on the street came on again, and Chinya's car started again. She put half of her hand outside the car window, and the night wind blew the cigarette between her fingers into a bright red circle. Because this is the most reasonable. Chinya looked ahead. It is the most consistent with the reserve guardianship order for me to make this application. Hesta remained silent. She felt that Chiba seemed to be avoiding the question, but she could accept this answer. The scenery outside the car window quickly receded, and Hesta took the initiative to change the subject. Yesterday, I heard Ms. Molly and Miss Valeni talking about Tehran. Miss Valeni was crying very sadly.
Huh?
Chinya pricked up his ears. Why was she crying? She said she didn't understand why Tehran was so stupid to believe the lies of a chelate. Miss Valeni seemed very guilty and said that it was because she underestimated Tehran's past trauma that caused Tehran to take risks today. Chinya laughed. What about you? What do you think?
Well,
Hesta pondered for a moment. I think Miss Valeni blames herself too much. It's not her fault. It's the chelate that is too cunning, so Turan was fooled. How should I put it? Turan is indeed a little stupid, but not that stupid, and it's not considered being fooled the chelate didn't lie. Hesta was stunned.
What?
When the Acheron moment comes, if the mercury needle can hold its own, it can indeed extend the bullet time permanently, but when the bullet time is about to end, it is extremely difficult to rely on one's own willpower to not slip into the Acheron moment. Failure once will lead to death, so Auges has completely banned such attempts since a long time ago. Turan believed the words of the chelate, so he must have found some key information, so he decided to take the risk. Hesta took a long time to digest it, so Turan's attempt is meaningful? Yes. Chinya said, so after this incident, I have a new respect for her.
Why?
Do you know how to stick to one thing without wavering? Chinya said with a smile. Actually, it's very simple. If you can always win in one thing and beat all your opponents, then you can easily stick to it. You can continuously and easily put in unimaginable efforts for ordinary people, and at the same time, you can experience unimaginable happiness for others. But if you keep losing, the situation will be different. Chinya said softly, I went to look through Turan's battle records a few days ago. In the battle with Chelate, she kept losing because of the limitation of bullet time, but she was completely in a state of getting more and more courageous with each setback. Chinya looked at Hesta. Learn her courage, not her brain. Hesta thought. During the rest of the journey, neither of them spoke. Chiba turned on the radio in the car. She first cut off the melodious violin solo, and then cut off a pastoral symphony. When the channel jumped to a slightly noisy conversation, Hesta's name appeared on the radio. Several guests on the show were discussing recent changes in an intense manner. Chiba turned off the radio directly. Don't read newspapers, listen to the radio, or watch TV recently. Cut off your contact with the outside world temporarily. Can you do it?
Yes.
Hesta nodded. Chiba was originally thinking about how to explain the whole story to Hesta, but she didn't expect that Hesta didn't ask anything. After hesitating for a moment, Chinya looked at Hesta and asked, Don't you have any questions for me? Hesta thought for a moment. How did Ms. Chiba know that method to extend the bullet time? I know it. But don't tell anyone about this. Turan had better always regard it as a lie of Chelate, otherwise who knows what she will do later. At another intersection, while waiting for the red light, Chiba opened his private collection of CDs and started playing a children's chorus. In the heavenly children singing, Hesta suddenly remembered Chiba's 76-hour bullet time. At 9 o'clock that night, Mayor Tan-e made a public speech on TV, responding directly to the false report about Jane Hesta in the Indomitable newspaper last Sunday. During the speech, Robert, as the actual person in charge of the entire project, participated in the entire live connection. They invited several children from St. Anne's Monastery and asked them to retell in front of the camera how kind and pure Hesta's heart was. Afterwards, Robert denounced some evil-minded young reporters who made assumptions and fabricated lies without any solid evidence in an attempt to mislead the public and confuse right and wrong. At 10:20 that evening, Auges did not provide any additional text explanation, but only released a video on its official website. There is a corridor in the picture. A red-haired girl grabs a thin boy and beats him violently. The boy looks very pitiful.
He did not fight back the whole time.
He just kept struggling to crawl out. But the red-haired girl would not give in and just kept punching the thin boy. Outside the screen, there is a pale and terrified female voice hitting someone. Ah, God. Stop it, child, whoa. Someone come. Although the boy and girl in the picture were blurred, people still recognized Hesta by his unique hair color. This is ironclad evidence. Everyone has his or her own answer as to whether this little red-haired girl is an angel with a heart as crystal as hers, or a potential demon that acts violently and cruelly. The entire Tani City Hall was silent. The evidence that refuted their claims came so quickly that they were not sure whether Auges had any other unreleased materials in their hands. Bad things happened one after another. An hour later, The Age's reserve base announced that it would release a detailed explanation of the Chelate attack inside the base at 8 o'clock the next morning. The phones of the important officials were busy with calls from their relatives and friends how come there were chelates inside the reserve base. And it was said that they almost escaped. At the same time, many creditors holding large municipal bonds of Tani City have begun to make appointments for bond sales the next day. When the sun rises tomorrow, it is still unknown how much trouble it will cause. Robert could only face all this with a pale face. A special investigation team targeting him has been set up. The truth has been revealed so ugly that all the influence he had previously exerted on his opponents has now turned into a backlash on himself. He will face interrogation from all sides. The end of his political career is a foregone conclusion, and it is still unknown whether he can avoid jail time in his later years. How did everything suddenly come to this? In a trance, Chiba Masaki's words before leaving echoed in my ears, "This is the reason." But what did I say at that time to provoke her to say that? Robert frowned.
He already can't quite remember.
1 a.m. after taking a shower, Hesta went upstairs alone. Liz was still awake. She sat on the sofa in the public area with her computer in her arms, watching the discussions on the forum. Most of the discussions on the forum made Liz very angry. "What are you looking at?" Hesta asked while drying her hair. "It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping yet?" Liz's keyboard was clacking loudly. She was engaging in a cyber battle with some keyboard addicts who were making up stories out of nothing. Seeing Hesta approaching, Liz turned the screen to the other side. "Don't look at it. It makes me angry." "Why should I be angry?" Hesta tilted his head slightly and smiled. "These comments will not constitute even 1/10,000th of me." 1 month later, Sean could no longer remember how many operations he had performed during this period. He had a constant fever, which kept coming and going, and his consciousness briefly and repeatedly fluctuated between coma and wakefulness, as if he was in a long dream, unable to distinguish the boundary between dreams and reality. On the second Sunday in August, Sean woke up and found that he had grown 2 hands back. He thought he was dreaming, but the moment he raised his hand, he felt a huge sense of disobedience. First of all, it wasn't his hand. His fingertips and knuckles are calloused from years of dismantling electrical appliances, but his hands are perfect. Secondly, there was always a subtle delay between his hands and his movements and his expectations. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he was just waving his hands casually, but he could clearly feel that his hands reacted a beat slower than his brain. "You're awake." A synthetic voice suddenly sounded, and Sean was startled. He looked around to find the source of the voice, but there was no one around. "Get out of bed, go out, and don't ask any more questions,"
the voice said again.
Although this place felt strange to him, Sean guessed that this was still a reserve base. He obediently went downstairs and left the room barefoot. Outside was an empty corridor. This scene almost immediately reminded Sean of the recent encounter with the chelate. His legs felt weak, and he held his head with both hands, shivering against the wall. "Forward," the synthesized voice ordered. "Where is this?" Sean closed his eyes tightly. "Who are you?"
"Forward."
The synthesized vocals have a noticeably heavier tone. He had no choice but to stand up again and move forward step by step. The voice didn't mind him, walking slowly. At the key intersections, Sean followed the instructions, turning left, right, or going straight. Finally, he walked into a pure white interrogation room. The whole room was pure white. He couldn't even tell where the floor was and where the wall was. There was a chair in the middle of the room. Apart from that, there was nothing else.
"Go, sit down."
Sean slowly moved to the chair and sat down tremblingly. After a while, a square composed of 4 black lines appeared right in front of Sean. It slowly moved up like a sliding cover, and a black lens extended from the back, facing Sean's eyes. At the same time, a paragraph of text appeared in front of Sean. He realized at this moment that every wall here might be a screen. Read this paragraph of text out loud. I accessed the computer system of the 3rd District United Government without authorization. Sean stumbled as he stared at the huge text in front of him. I successfully obtained the source code of various operating systems and information devices through technical and non-technical means in order to study their weaknesses. The black lens faithfully recorded Sean's words and actions. But I'm just curious. I want to see what I can do. I didn't mean it. I have no ill intentions. Sean looked at the camera and argued loudly, but the camera had already retracted. You have two choices. The synthesized voice spoke coldly. You have secretly stolen and illegally used the information of the organization without authorization, which constitutes a serious crime of information theft. You will face up to 30 years in prison. The synthesized voice was silent for a moment, and then spoke in the same cold tone. The second choice is that you will participate in an honorary project to help institutions or individuals in the 3rd District government enhance their computer security. After completion, AGES and the 3rd District Joint Government will give you a certain reward depending on the completion of the project. Sean was stunned. He suddenly realized that he had no choice at all. The first option was just used to intimidate him. He had to choose the second one. Tears welled up in Sean's eyes. What is the cost? His shoulders trembled slightly. Is it just to help them and enhance computer security? That's all? If there is anything else to do later, we will notify you, and you can just do it. The synthesized voice was flat. Not if you agree. We will collect fingerprints and record a letter of commitment. Sean followed the instructions and choked up as he made a long promise to the camera. At the same time, he also clearly realized that his dream of retreating to the habitable area of the 3rd zone and becoming an ordinary person might have been shattered forever. When Sean returned to the reserve base, the place had returned to its former tranquility. Galvin has already experienced his first actual combat outside. It was not the fight against chelates, as they thought. After all, this is a habitable place, and there would not be so many chelates for the mercury needles to catch. There are too many unexpected battles in the wilderness, and it is not suitable for newcomers. Therefore, Galvin's first actual combat opponent is a criminal among humans. He successfully rescued a hostage from a group of kidnappers without even activating bullet time. In comparison, Sean was much more depressed. The base asked him to start preparing an outline for a lecture, a basic safety course of about 6 weeks in length. At that time, he would need to go to the Tani City government building and give lectures in person to those important officials. Under the pretext of preparing for class, Sean completely shut himself in. The psychological support provided by the base was useless to him. In the past, he had a million ways to scare the consultants who were ready to listen, but now he remained silent. What did these people know? Did they think that they could let everyone land safely by showing off their self-righteous broad shoulders? He locked himself in the room. When Calvin was away, he slept during the day and worked at night. When Calvin came back, he was forced to correct his schedule. However, there is another important reason why Sean chooses to stay indoors at night. He wants to avoid Hesta. This was not a mandatory rule, but he had to do it. Many times in his dreams, Hesta became his nightmare. She always appeared suddenly at a corner in his dreams, and when Sean saw her, he ran away, but there was often a chelate standing at the other end of the corridor. The nightmare repeated itself in various forms, but some things never changed. Hesta on one side and chelate on the other, both approaching at the same time. At the same time, Hesta's questions were like a demonic voice. What are you angry about? What are you afraid of? Why are you targeting me and making things difficult for me? What do you see in me? Sean couldn't answer any of them and could only wake up in a cold sweat. One morning when he was brushing his teeth, Sean suddenly thought of these questions again. He once again felt an inexplicable pain, as if he had been hit on the head with a stick. He curled up on the toilet exhausted, but the toothbrush in his hand was still used to scrub his teeth and gums vigorously until his mouth was full of blood. A sharp fear suddenly rose in his heart. Were the words that Hesta said in the corridor true? Sean went back to the mirror and looked at himself with red eyes. He thought of his previous fantasies about his future life, and his face gradually became grim. Do I deserve it? I don't deserve it. He moved closer to the mirror and met his own eyes. I am only fit to live in a stinking ditch. As September approaches, the leaves of the sycamore trees have slowly turned yellow. The last week of August is a public holiday for all reservists. They will not be scheduled for any training during this week. A small number of them can be picked up by relatives and friends outside to reunite at home, and the rest can move freely in the base for a week and do whatever they want. Sean was still listless, but at Calvin's strong request, he reluctantly left the apartment one morning and went to the cafeteria to eat with Calvin. Sean was minding his own business, his mind completely empty, watching the leaves swirling down from the branches or quickly calculating the sum of the numbers on the license plates on the roadside. He followed Calvin aimlessly all the way. He hadn't eaten the buffet in the base cafeteria for a long time, but he didn't miss it too much. He took the dinner plate as before, picked up some meat, vegetables, and fruit, and finally picked up 2 pieces of bread on a small plate and put them in the microwave to heat them up. The bread went around in the microwave for dozens of times, and Sean just stared at it in a daze until it made a ding sound, and he reached out to pull the handle of the microwave. Suddenly, a familiar figure came into his peripheral vision. Hesta, Liz, and Rika walked out from the depths of the cafeteria. The fear in the dream came true, and Sean's nerves tensed up immediately. He suddenly felt a little stomach cramp, a little nausea, a little shortness of breath, and even a little tinnitus. Fortunately, Hesta seemed to just glance at him and left without stopping. Sean's forehead was covered with sweat. "Gringawire, your food is ready." The person standing in line behind Sean to use the microwave reminded him. "Oh, good." Sean reacted. He opened the microwave with his left hand and took the plate inside with his right hand. However, he suddenly found that he could not raise his right hand. He frowned, not understanding what was going on. Maybe there was something wrong with the bionic arm? Sean suddenly felt very embarrassed. He planned to leave without the bread. However, when he tried to move aside, he realized that his left hand was still firmly holding the handle of the microwave and he couldn't take it off. "What's wrong?" the student behind him asked again. Sean's face flushed red. He waved his right arm, trying to use his disabled right hand to forcefully push against the door so as to pull his left hand off. However, the consequence of doing so was that the entire microwave oven was instantly flipped over by him, and the bread, plates, and glass bottom of the microwave oven all fell to the ground. The sound of shattering startled everyone and made them turn around to look over here. But the microwave with the door open was still tightly held in Sean's left hand. Sean roared like crazy, smashing the microwave to the ground. Everyone around him scattered and looked at him in surprise.
San.
Calm down. Calvin finally ran over and hugged Sean tightly from behind, restraining his movements. Sean couldn't get away from his brother's hand, and finally, he could only burst into tears. Calvin tried to comfort him, but it was always in vain, until Sean choked and whispered, "Carl, I forgot to charge my arm last night." This cafeteria incident ended with a few kind-hearted classmates helping Sean get a charger. That afternoon, Calvin went out on a business trip again. When he came back at noon the next day, Sean was still lying in the room with his head covered with a quilt, just like he had been before he left yesterday. Calvin glanced at the trash can in the room. He had just opened a roll of trash bags before leaving yesterday, and he had thrown the plastic film of the outer packaging into the trash can. After a day, there was nothing in the trash can except the plastic film. "Didn't you eat?" Calvin asked. Sean didn't answer. He glanced at the cup Sean had placed on the table. "You didn't drink the water either?" Sean was lying on the bed, holding his head in his hands and turning his back. Calvin sighed silently and left the room. Sean heard a lot of noises coming from outside. First, the sound of the refrigerator door opening and closing, the sound of a knife cutting a chopping board, the sizzling of hot oil, and Calvin walking back and forth. Before Calvin came to take him away, Sean came down barefoot and sat down at the table with a dull expression. Their room was the same as Hesta's, with a huge white table in the living room. Sean said nothing and ate as he was told. "I have something for you," Calvin suddenly said. As he spoke, he picked up a large cardboard box from the side of the table and motioned it to Sean. On the box was a silver metal box. The cardboard box had been opened, and the metal box inside was now placed on the table. Sean still lowered his head to chew and did not respond. "Originally, I was not allowed to enter the city after the mission was over, but the police officer who cooperated with me helped me with this. Galvin looked at Sean, who was eating. Don't you want to eat bread? Sean shook his head. Galvin reached out and took the 2 slices of bread and put them into the silver metal box. He stood up, grabbed the small tail of the silver box, powered it up, and pressed the switch. Sean didn't care what this thing was used for until he smelled the aroma of toasted bread. With a ding sound, 2 slices of toasted bread jumped out. This is specially used for toasting bread, said Calvin. I saw that you usually use the microwave to toast bread, so I bought this for you. I wrote an email to Mr. Ware last night, hoping that he could add one to the cafeteria, and he said yes. This thing has no handle, so you don't have to worry about it trapping you. Galvin pinched the hot bread and threw it back on the plate, then pushed it in front of Sean. Sean didn't reach out to take it. He was still chewing, but his breathing was a little disordered. He had stuffed too much into his mouth before, and it was a bit difficult to swallow it for a while. What is this thing called? Sean asked in a vague voice. It's called toaster. I think. Sean put down his knife and fork, took another 2 slices of bread from the plate, put them into the iron groove of the toaster, and then pressed the switch next to it as Galvin demonstrated. The movement was a bit clumsy, but successful. The bread started to bake again. Sean felt his cheeks become a little dry and stiff. He leaned forward on the table and shrugged his shoulders. Thank you, Carl. Another afternoon, in room 403, Hesta stayed alone in the bedroom all day. Liz was out today, Tehran was still in the underground base for rehabilitation training, and Rico, like Hesta, was a guy who stayed at home and would not go out unless someone called him. But every time Hesta went to the living room, he could hear the noisy music coming from Rico's room. She seemed to be enjoying herself, too. Hesta lay on the bed, reading social etiquette and safety standards of District 3 all day. This is a series of books divided by scenes. She and Liz skipped it when they chose the course. Until last month, Mrs. Lovett specially ordered a set and gave it to her. In the daily social interaction section, Hesta discovered that the daily etiquette in the 3rd district was far more complicated than she had expected. For example, when switching honorifics, not only did she need to change you to you, but the verbs in the sentence also had to be conjugated accordingly. During this time, she tried to practice conversation with Liz and Rico, but every time they practiced for a few sentences, the 2 of them couldn't help laughing. They both said that except for a small group of liars who called themselves nobles and some dead people dug out of the grave, no one in the entire 3rd district would speak like this. But Hesta still had a passion for this term that Liz and Rico could hardly understand. She stood up, holding a book in one hand. Honorary, good afternoon, Miss Rebecca. Honorary, hello, Mr. Administrator. What can I do for you? Honorary, we found that your letter has been left at the front desk for several days. Please remember to check the front desk mailbox frequently. Honorary, thank you. Hesta made a gesture of receiving something and raised her hand behind her like an actor taking a bow on stage. Honorific. Would you like to come in for a cup of tea? After practicing this several times, Hesta was gradually able to perform completely without a script. She turned a page, slammed the book on the table again, and began her next non-material performance. There are more than a dozen short dialogues in the textbook, all of which take place in the entrance hall. In addition to the scenes of taking items, there are also collection of electricity and water bills, door-to-door insect extermination services, and electrical appliance repairs, etc. They always start with hello, and end with please come in or please come in and have a cup of tea/coffee/sit down. There were some details that Hesta had never told Liz and the others, such as the many transformed honorific words mentioned in the book. She was not actually unfamiliar with them, because that was how Bohung used to speak when communicating with the 2 nuns. The 2 nuns took time out to teach Bohung grammar for half a year. The nuns would do this whenever there was a child turning 14 in the monastery. If everything went well, Bohung would have become a deacon in a church in the 3rd district in the second half of this year, assisting the priests in managing local church affairs, although Bohung was not interested in this. If she could stay in the convent until she was 14, Miss Gelding and Mother Superior Alma would have taught her the same. She would take vows and begin the practice of nuns, like several sisters who had already left the convent.
What kind of scene would that be?
Just as Hesta was feeling lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. Hesta ignored it, but after a while, the knock on the door was still going on. Rico didn't go to open the door. So Hesta put on her coat and went to the living room. When she approached the door, she felt an uncomfortable pressure. "Who is it?" Hesta asked with a frown. Hesta opened the door suspiciously. There was only Calvin outside the door. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt of the base and carrying a bag of mangoes, a bottle of wine, and a white paper box with a red bow. Their eyes met, and neither of them spoke for a moment. After a while, Calvin suddenly coughed, held his breath, and spoke the opening words he had prepared for a long time. "Honorary good afternoon, Miss Hesta." Hesta's expression was serious. She had just memorized this passage in her textbook. She scratched the back of her head a few times and answered haltingly, "Honorary, hello, Guan. Mr. Gringolier, what can I do for you?" "Calvin." "Honorary, I'm sorry to come visit you just now. In fact, I came to see you many times this month, but you were not there every time." As he spoke, Calvin held up the gift bag in his hand. "Honorary, I came here today not only to apologize to you, but also to express my gratitude to you. This is our gift. Please accept it." For a moment, Hesta, who was standing at the door, had a lot to say. For example, does the "we" in your statement just now refer to you and Sean? Let's just put aside everything related to Sean. I don't want to pursue anything anymore. As long as Sean stays away from me in the future and doesn't do those annoying little things, there will be nothing else between us. Take these things back. There's no need to do this.
But
Hesta rubbed his palms together. What are the honorific conjugations of so many verbs? Ms. Hesta? Calvin raised the things in his hand a little higher. "Honorific. These are some of our gifts. Please be sure to accept them." Hesta held his forehead with his hand and hesitated several times to speak. "What do you want to say?" Calvin asked. Hesta frowned and thought for a long time. After an awkward silence, Hesta looked up at Calvin. "Honorary, would you like to come in for a cup of tea?" After entering the room, Calvin sat down quietly. Although Hesta had just said tea, she turned around and made 2 cups of hot chocolate. The tea and coffee in the dormitory had just been finished, and there was only hot chocolate left. Calvin was a little hesitant about whether to say that he could just drink water if the hot chocolate at the base was too bitter. Although this bitterness was described by others as mellow taste, he and Sean could never get used to it. However, Hesta had already placed the cup in front of him. "Please have it," Hesta said softly. Calvin took the cup with both hands. "Honorary, thank you. I appreciate your kindness." Hesta interrupted Calvin first. Now the scene had finally changed from the entrance to the living room. She had to seize the home advantage and change the language from honorifics to daily language first. "How is Sean? Is he recovering well?" "Not very well, but no big problem." Calvin looked at her. "Ms. Molly told me the whole story of that day." "Thanks to you, don't thank me." Hesta pulled out a chair and sat opposite Calvin. "If it weren't for me, Sean wouldn't be there. Although I did save him, it was just a matter of course. Isn't it fair? I'll be thankful if he doesn't come to cause trouble again because he hates me." "Probably not," Calvin replied after starting to teach computer security courses at the city hall. "He has changed a lot, I mean in a good way." "Miss Valeni thinks this is your credit." Hesta thought she had heard it wrongly. She repeated Calvin's words with doubt, emphasizing the word merit. Calvin nodded. "It was Miss Valenti's suggestion that I came here to visit you today. In fact, I wanted to meet you alone a long time ago, but I was worried that it would make things more complicated." Calvin held the handle of the mug, and the mug slowly spun in his palm. He stared at the pattern on the mug and considered every word carefully, so he spoke slowly. "You know, things like that often happen. Originally, it was just a grudge between 2 people, but because more and more people got involved, it became more and more complicated and more dangerous." "Well, I understand. Hesta half closed his eyes and suddenly remembered many past events in Short Alley. "Indeed, things like that often happen. I tried to make some efforts. For Sean, the base often gave me such orders, such as restricting Sean from doing some Liz told me." Hesta looked at him. "Hands and feet grow on Sean, and you can't stick to him 24 hours a day." Calvin didn't expect Hesta to understand so easily, which made him feel a little overwhelmed. Calvin slumped his shoulders, sighed softly, and then straightened his back and leaned forward slightly. Anyway, I'm here to apologize for all the offenses we've committed before, and I hope you can forgive me. Hesta frowned slightly. Do you need me to sign a letter of understanding? Oh no, that's not necessary. Galvin shook his head quickly. I'm sorry, I may have caused some misunderstanding, because the part we practiced before was all spoken in honorifics, and now I don't need to change the position. I feel a little. I don't know how Hesta suddenly laughed. Galvin stopped immediately and looked at Hesta with some confusion. Hesta thought for a moment and spoke very slowly. Honorifice, you are also studying the social etiquette and safety regulations of the 3rd District, right?
Yes.
Galvin nodded quickly. This course is quite useless, and it is an elective course, so usually no one will take it. But it is different for reservists like Sean who often violate the regulations. Thanks to Sean, Calvin has taken this course 3 times in the past 2 years. However, these terms were of little use in daily life, so Calvin would always forget these outdated languages and rituals after learning them. Hesta pondered for a moment. Honorifice, I've been learning this on my own recently because Mrs. Lovett gave me a set of teaching materials, but language is something that you can never learn if you don't speak it often. I didn't know if you would mind becoming a partner to practice with you?
Yes.
Hesta nodded immediately. That's what I mean. Do you have time?
Yes.
Calvin answered straightforwardly. I should be free at this time every week, including after the rest week.
Me too.
Hesta breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up. Then what's the deal? Starting from next week? The day before classes resumed, Chiba, who had just returned from District 14, drove her car to the base again. She moved several meetings around and finally freed up today's afternoon and evening. Chiba planned to take Hesta out for a walk during her last half-day off. She prepared a very special gift for Hesta, and she was looking forward to Hesta's reaction when he arrived. The agreed time was 2 p.m. However, Chinya had just arrived from the city hall of Tawny City, and she was so busy not being late that she didn't pay attention to the exact time. When the car stopped, she realized that it was only a little after 1:26. It was a rare half hour of free time without having to do anything, so Chiba reclined her chair, turned on the music radio, adjusted her supine position, and prepared to take a nap in the parking lot of the base. However, just as she took out the blindfold, and before she had time to put it on, she saw Molly standing not far away. Molly was directing 2 young faculty members to help her move boxes. She was driving a small 4-seater car, the black body of which looked quite old. Chiba looked for a while, got out of the car, and walked closer. Hey, Molly. Molly glanced at her and said, Good afternoon. Chinya glanced at Molly's trunk and back seat. There were 6 or 7 cardboard boxes of different sizes filling up all the space. The boxes were carefully sealed with tape and numbered. What are you doing? Chinya asked, moving. Molly didn't answer immediately. She adjusted the position of a cardboard box on the edge of the trunk and then lowered the trunk lid. She waved to the 2 young men and said goodbye. After they left, Molly turned back to look at Chinya. It seems you didn't read the recent base announcement. Chinya pursed his lips. Indeed, if these school affairs are not specifically assigned to me, I usually file them directly. I resigned. Molly said concisely, the new order officer has arrived today, and she will be responsible for the next affairs of the base. Chinya stood there, watching Molly check her rear door. After a long while, she narrowed her eyes. Wait, where are you going? There are reserve bases to be built in District 4 and District 11. I may go there or I may not. I will wait for the transfer order from headquarters, Molly said calmly. Before that, I will take a 6-month leave and not take any work.
Why?
Chinya followed Molly. You've been here for more than 20 years. Why do you suddenly want to resign? Don't you understand, Chinya? Chinya laughed. Just because I asked you to cooperate with my work during this period of time? Molly didn't answer, but closed the trunk lid and walked to the driver's seat. Molly, Chiba followed Molly closely. I am responsible for all the consequences related to Hesta. As for the Chelate escape, I have already reported it to my superiors. It was Robert and his men who put too much pressure on us that caused problems in our internal work. People make mistakes, and the higher-ups don't intend to investigate seriously. Why are you punishing yourself like this? Is there some misunderstanding between us? Molly scolded softly. There is no misunderstanding. Chinya, you did a good job as she spoke. She opened the door of the cab, and Chinya almost stopped her hand. If you want to listen, I can explain. At least the 1st District and the 11th District have been taking action in this regard since a few years ago. Not only them, but all the districts are watching us. If we don't defend the border this time and don't give a strong enough counterattack, our reserve bases in other districts will be on high alert. Special times require special methods of action. Isn't this hard to understand, Molly? Molly glanced at Chiba. 2 years ago, she said in a calm and indifferent voice, when the Gringoire brothers were caught in a whirlpool of public opinion because of deer hunting just after entering the base, we withstood all the pressure and never released their personal information in the end. This is the base's protection for newcomers. Chiba, what about you? As Hesta's guardian, you not only directly gave a close-up of her face, but also took the initiative to discredit her personality. The municipal government has already released Hesta's old photos. What's the point of nitpicking about the portrait now? In 2 years, she will officially change her job and take over the chelate hunting mission. The image of the devil today will be just a little silhouette of the future hero in his youth who will blame her for a mercury needle being too sharp. Molly sneered. Then I have only one question. Chinya, tell me, does trampling on the rules give you pleasure? Chinya was slightly stunned. She looked at Molly. The hatred and provocation on the other's face at this moment made her feel that all the words she had just said were in vain. Chinya raised his left eyebrow slightly and lowered his head slightly. What do you mean? You already have the evidence needed for the overall situation, don't you? You want to destroy Hesta's perfect image in the public eye, and all you need to do is release the video of Hesta beating Sean and the name Short Alley. But did you stop there? You didn't. You secretly instigated Hesta to attack Sean with a gun. You encouraged her to fight violence with violence, and you made it easy for her to make this plan happen, and you trampled on the rules of the entire reserve base. You want to tell me that this is also for the overall situation? Do you think I will believe it? Every word Molly said was like a sudden burst of magma, which was her long, suppressed anger. Her hands waved with the emphasis of each word, and a lock of black hair on her forehead slipped down and hung in front of her left eye. Chinya sneered, raised her hands, and clapped a few times. The lesson is, Molly, when Sean took advantage of the technical loopholes in the base to do whatever he wanted, where were you? When Hesta was harassed, where were you? When she needed help, Molly interrupted Chinya in a harsh voice. This is the rule in the habitable area. Chinya, this is the Fong of civilization. No civilization can keep the weak from being bullied at all, whether in the wilderness or in the habitable area. Weakness is the original sin, and no rule can protect every aspect of everyone like a greenhouse. Civilization can only draw a theoretical bottom line, and how to deal with conflicts above the bottom line is exactly what Hesta needs to learn most in the base. Let me ask you, Chinya, Sean has been making trouble for so long. Has he caused any substantial harm to Hesta? Did he make her break an arm or a leg? No. Because in the past 2 years, we have taught this kid from Hecla what the rules are, and it is an iron rule of the base to not tolerate any bullying. Any harm he does to anyone, once confirmed, he'll have to pay the corresponding price. In contrast, Hesta must also learn to protect herself in confrontations with means other than violence. She should learn to see more options with her own eyes. In addition to pointing a gun at someone's forehead, she could have found other ways to protect herself within the established rules. I'm going to say this today, if she can't learn this method, she will never learn how to live in a habitable area. If you can't guarantee that Hesta will be as strong as you in the future, and can't guarantee that she can look down on all rules like you, sooner or later she will run into a more domineering and difficult opponent. By then, she will neither know how to seek protection from the existing rules, nor be able to suppress her opponent. Chinya sneered. She will be like me, then she will become a marginal person like you. Molly's voice was like a loud bell, sternly interrupting Chiba's words. At 2:36 p.m., Valeni ran to the underground parking lot panting, and she saw Hesta waiting alone at the exit.
Jane.
Valeni shouted from a distance, waving to Hesta, "Come here." Hesta trotted over to Valeni's side. Valeni half squatted down. How long have you been waiting here? I arrived at 1:50, Hester replied. Miss Chiba asked me to meet here at 2 o'clock and said she would take me out. Valeni sighed and held Hesta's hand. I'm sorry, I'm late. I kept you waiting for so long. Chiba had something urgent to do this afternoon. She sent me a message and asked me to come and take you back, but I was in a meeting this afternoon and didn't check my phone the whole time. Hesta took out his phone and looked at it with some confusion. There were no missed calls or unread messages. But Ms. Chiba didn't contact me.
She is just like that.
Valeni smiled helplessly. I have informed you once, so I won't say more. You don't have anything else to do this afternoon, right? Hesta nodded. Then come with me to the library. I just need to sort out some documents.
Come and help me, okay? Yes.
Hesta agreed and started walking back with Valeni. After a few steps, she looked back at the parking lot again. There is indeed no trace of Miss Chiba here. She missed the appointment?
Why?
Miss Chiba seems to be very busy recently? Hesta asked suddenly. Yes, it's not easy for her to find time to come back to Tani. She has been to many press conferences and meetings during this period. Valeni paused. This is the nature of the job. There is nothing we can do. How long will she stay in Tani this time? Valeni looked up and thought for a moment. 3 days. Right? Hesta sighed softly. If she missed today, she would not be able to wait until the weekend. She also had a lot of training tasks in the coming week. Valeni smiled. Do you miss her a lot? Yes. Then you can write her an email and tell her what you have seen and heard recently at the base. Valenti said softly. She will probably be very happy to receive it. For the next few days, Chiba did not show up at the base. At dusk on the third day, she sat alone on the bell tower of the church in the old town, overlooking the entire city at sunset. Flocks of pigeons flew over the city like a tangible wind. Chiba sat on the long neck of a gargoyle on the top of the church. She would leave by boat in 2 hours, and she was killing time waiting in her own way. The streetlights in the livable area lit up one after another. People left the office area, walked onto the streets, and flocked to the bars and restaurants. Chiba could not hear the sounds below, and no one below looked up. The wind was howling high up, and her clothes were fluttering like flags. Suddenly, Chiba heard some small noises. She looked sideways and saw Valeni walking towards her tremblingly on a temporary steel suspension bridge not far away. Due to years of disrepair, the narrow wooden ladder that originally led to the top of the bell tower had long been broken. This steel plate was used by the roof repair workers to send down the empty stone buckets, so it was only about 1 palm wide. Valenti slowly approached on the reinforced wooden bridge. Her feet were nearly 100 meters high. Chiba almost held her breath immediately, and her back bent like a drawn bowstring. She was ready at any time to catch Valenti's missed kick. However, everything went smoothly. Valeni finally reached the corridor on the top of the bell tower safely. Seeing that she wanted to continue walking out to the gargoyle where Qianya was, Qianya immediately stood up. Don't move. She jumped onto the corridor lightly, turned over, and jumped into the iron fence. Are you crazy? How dangerous it was just now. Valeni laughed out loud and put his hands on his hips in a rather proud manner towards Chiba. The setting sun in the distant sky gradually faded, and the sunlight was like a river of gold. Qianya and Valeni stood together behind the iron fence engraved with angels and irises. Qianya frowned. How did you know I was here? I guessed. Valeni sat on the ground in the sunset. Her face reflected light and dark blocks because of the shadow of the fence. She looked up at Qianya. Do you remember that when the base was rebuilt, we came to the old campus here to take classes for half a year, and at that time you liked to sneak here alone? Qianya raised his eyebrows slightly. Really? It just so happened that I came to the city to deliver documents today and passed by here, so I was wondering if you would stay here now? Chiba snorted softly, and she looked at the half-sunken sun. The scenery here is beautiful. Indeed. Valeni looked in the same direction as Chiba. From here, the whole old city is more beautiful. What documents are you delivering that require you to make a special trip to the city? Behavioral analysis of Sean. You know, my supervisor has been working here.
Oh.
Chiba did have some impression. What did you analyze? Very interesting, Valeni said with a smile. We feel that Sean is going through a change. For example, yesterday, he wrote the first email to Mr. Weir in which he applied to purchase a bunch of electronic components, sensors,
and so on. Huh.
Chiba was quite alert. What does he want to do? He may want to solve some practical problems in daily life. Some time ago, his hand was stuck in a microwave in the cafeteria. As soon as Valeni mentioned the hand is stuck, Chiba understood the specific reason. She stretched out 5 fingers to the sky. It is indeed difficult to install the prosthesis in the first half year, but you'll get used to it. These hands can do much more than flesh and blood. However, for Sean, this may not be a good thing. I understand. For now, so he wants to try to modify the electrical appliances around him, such as refrigerators and ovens. As long as he can open and close the doors remotely, he doesn't have to worry about being stuck. We will follow up later. Valeni smiled, but I think Sean will not bother Jane in the future. Really? The reason? One thing I haven't figured out before is why he suddenly targeted Jane. Valeni said softly, although Sean has been doing bad things in secret, he is not an impulsive person. On the contrary, after entering the base with Galvin, he was very cautious. He was very cautious in everything. Sean would find ways to avoid all things that would be punished in the open. However, Jane is a living person. She is not a program that can be arbitrarily deleted and debugged. A living person is difficult to be completely controlled. Since Sean wants to make trouble for Jane, he must understand that as long as Jane speaks and asks for help, the base will immediately discover his bullying behavior and punish him. But even so, he still enjoys it, which can only mean one thing. Valeni looked at the deep blue sky in the distance. At this point, Valeni suddenly remembered something, and she looked at Chiba. Does what I said make you uncomfortable?
No, go on.
Some time ago, when I was sorting out Sean's files, I heard the conversation. You secretly recorded the conversation between him and Galvin in the corridor leading to the library. At that time, I suddenly understood why Sean had to get close to Jane. In fact, it doesn't have to be Jane. As long as there is a newcomer from Short Alley or Hecla Wasteland in the base, and this newcomer looks relatively weak, he or she will be very attractive to Sean. The fundamental reason is only one point. On this person, Sean can completely project the self that he hates. The deer hunting case 2 years ago had a deeper impact on Sean than we thought, especially after he had mastered some computer technology. He read most of the discussions at that time, whether it was the public condemnation or the editorials published in newspapers. Sean certainly prefers life in the habitable area to the wilderness, but when he fantasizes about embracing the habitable area, he feels very sharp hostility. He knows that he does not belong here, but he is extremely eager to stay. This contradiction will torment him. He can disguise himself as a lonely genius now, and he can also further turn himself into a superior person in the future. For this reason, he never even tells us the truth in the consulting room, but I guess that in his heart, he may never feel relieved about the gap between himself and the habitable area. Hecla's origin is a label that he can never get rid of. At this time, Jane appeared. She looked so thin and helpless, and came from a place more notorious than Hecla. Sean would certainly be interested in her, because that is another self. The sun in the distance had completely set, and the sky turned into a dark blue, like the deep sea. The sudden evening breeze blew up Valenti's thick long hair. She quickly reached out to grab it and tied her long and fluffy hair into a bun, with a hair rope on her wrist. The night was getting a little chilly, so she pulled up her long skirt and wrapped the hem tightly around her calves. Chinya didn't feel anything at all, whether it was the cool evening breeze or Valenti's actions. She thought about Valenti's words for a long time, until Valenti sneezed, and she turned around. Isn't it too cold here? Let's go downstairs and find a place to sit and talk. No need. Valenti stretched out his hand to tuck the messy hair in front of his ears. It's been a long time since I've seen the whole tan-y from such a high place. Let's do it here. Another self, then what? Based on my personal observation, I think Sean transferred part of his self-attack to Jane. How do you say it? He hates the part of himself that is related to Hecla, and self-loathing is painful, even more unbearable than the punishment of the base. because it is easy to avoid the rules and regulations of the base, but people's scrutiny of themselves exists all the time. As long as a person is awake for a moment, this scrutiny exists for a moment, and it exists for a moment, and the torture continues for a moment. And another reason I speculate is also related to this point when Jane appears. It is like a walking mirror for Sean. In front of other people, Sean may be able to freely play a role he wants to play, but in front of Jane, he can't do it. He has to worry about being seen through every moment.
Why?
Jane can't read minds, so how can she see through his thoughts at a glance? It's very simple, because Jane's background is similar to his. Since he will deduce Jane's psychology and behavior based on Hecla's code of conduct, then in turn, in Sean's imagination, Jane will definitely view him based on the code of conduct of Short Lane. If so, then all his performances and disguises will lose their meaning. So, I guess Jane's existence is very complicated for him. He hates her and fears her, but perhaps he also sympathizes with her a little and even wants to protect her. But all these positive emotions have a premise for their establishment. That is, Jane surrenders to him. Submission? It means turning Jane into one of us, a follower or a container of emotions. Only when Jane is tortured to exhaustion and has no strength to struggle, and then loses her subjectivity and willingly surrenders to Sean, can he avoid the danger of being stared at. I guess at that time, he will be kind to Jane. Valeni said softly, Sean's methods are escalating. At first, he just hacked into Jane's computer account to observe what she was looking at every day. Then there was the intimidation in the study room. He wanted to show Jane his control and power over the environment. Then, when he found that Liz and Tehran seemed to be helping Jane to use the rules of the base to protect herself, he angered Jane and warned her that the rules of the base were not always on their side. In summary, I think at this stage, Sean is trying to tame Jane in some relatively gentle ways. After all, he has a deeper understanding of the rules of the game in the base and is more familiar with the people here, so it is not difficult to do these things. Although his actions do not seem to arouse Jane's fear at present, but make Jane's counterattacks more intense each time than the last, but I think it is also very dangerous.
Why?
Because Jane's trust in the base was also very thin at the beginning. Valeni said softly, although she was able to express her needs very well as soon as she entered the base, she never explained these needs. On the other hand, she also deliberately concealed her true inclinations in the psychological measurement. Except for her roommates in the same dormitory, she never took the initiative to make friends with anyone. This is exactly the same as Sean and Calvin. Now, since Sean can use the self-torture strategy to put Jane in a disadvantageous position in the base's rules, in the future, can he also find another way to isolate Jane from the girls in 403? Of course, this is impossible when Liz is here, but Liz will soon be transferred. When that time comes, will Jane still be able to calmly deal with Sean's provocations? Chinya took a deep breath and looked at Valenti with a frown. Then why did you assert that Sean would not cause trouble for Jane again? Doesn't Liz have to change her job next month? If Sean takes the opportunity to retaliate again in the future, Chinya thought for a while before she remembered what those words Valeni was referring to. She shook her head. I didn't teach her in such detail. Jane came up with the whole process herself. I helped her with weapons and maps, and took her to visit the floor she was on a few times. That's even more amazing, Valeni said softly. Whether it was out of intuition or observation, it was amazing that Jane could hit the nail on the head because what she said was exactly what Sean was most afraid of hearing. I think at that moment of confrontation, she may have completely shattered the defense that Sean had carefully built up over the past 2 years, although it was in a, too rough way. So, after this battle, Sean could no longer think of taming Jane because it was impossible. Her inner self is much harder and more solid than her appearance. Although Jane's material environment in the past may have been very bad, she has been watered by the common love of many people. Since she has been truly loved and knows what it feels like to be cared for, Sean's tricks of adding sugar to the stick will not be able to deceive her. Even if she loses everything, Jane will never lose herself and willingly become a vassal of others. In contrast, Sean is very ugly. With Sean's personality, I think he will not only not get close to Jane in the future, but will find ways to actively avoid her. Sean has always been very smart in this regard. After clarifying the result of a thing, he will withdraw quickly and will never be inexplicably stubborn. Are you praising him? Maybe. Valeni smiled. I think this crisis may also be an opportunity for Sean. His barriers are too thick. Except for Galvin, no one in the base can touch his true heart. Sometimes, even Galvin may find it difficult to touch him. The Hekla wasteland is so special, and he had such a serious accident when he entered the base. It is really difficult to clear the fog and talk to him frankly. As for how people like them can live in a habitable area, Galvin used to be a pretty good answer, and now Jane has given another answer. What do you mean? Valeni thought for a while. Calvin never cares about how others see him. He doesn't care what happens outside, and rarely thinks about problems that haven't happened yet. He only does what needs to be done at the moment. More importantly, all of Calvin's wishes are very specific. For example, buying a large 2-story house with a 600-square-meter backyard and a cellar, and raising 3 dogs in the yard. And so on. In the past 2 years, he's been getting closer to this goal every day. And Jane's answer will be gentler, but also more rare in a livable place. Sometimes you'll be lucky enough to meet friends like Liz, who will take care of you and help you. When others show you kindness, you can also give them the same kindness in return. This is how the connection between people is established. Maybe Calvin and Sean will encounter such an opportunity in the future. Although this requires a little bit of luck, it may not be impossible to happen. Chiba looked at Valenti quietly. Why are you looking at me like this again? Valenti asked. I wish I could listen to you analyze Jane's mental journey like this someday. It's not possible now. It's too difficult, Masaki. Valenti shook his head and laughed. Until today, we still know very little about Miss Hesta's past, but I think you don't have to worry too much about her.
Huh?
Are you too optimistic? Of course there is a reason why I said that. When you asked me to find her in the parking lot a few days ago, I asked her a question. Valenti smiled. I asked her. That day, the day you encountered the chelate in the underground base, when you found a barrier door in the corridor that could be manually opened and closed, why did you choose to take the risk and turn back instead of immediately putting the door down? Guess what Jane's answer was?
Huh?
Jane said, because Turan is in the shelter. She may need help. Valenti said softly, someone once told her, the more difficult the situation we are in, the more we should help each other. This is the starting point of our civilization. For a moment, Chenya's heart was really shocked by this answer. She was silent for a long time before she asked. Who taught her this? Valenti clasped his hands together. It seems to be the nuns of St. Anne's Monastery. What an awe-inspiring answer. After a while, Valenti moved closer to Chiba. What about you, Masaki? Me what? Do you need any help now, or in the past few days? Chenya frowned first, then looked away. Why do you ask this suddenly? That day, you suddenly stood up, Jane, and you haven't shown up at the base for the past few days. I find it very strange. You rarely break an appointment like this. Did something happen? Valenti supported his hands behind his back, his eyes always looking at Chenya's profile. If you want, you can tell me about it. Chenya sat there and just shook her head. She gradually lowered her head in relaxation, supporting her forehead with both hands, and remained silent with some tiredness. After a long while, Chenya finally spoke in a low voice. Nothing. Molly and I had a little disagreement, and I have been thinking about it these days. What is it? Nothing, just a little tired. Really nothing? Chiba sighed. She leaned over and gently landed on Valenti's shoulder. Under the night sky, the old town of Tani was outlined by the street lights with a faint, warm light. Chenya looked at the time. In more than 40 minutes, she should set off. Valenti. Do you think I can be a good guardian? Valenti's eyes widened slightly. She was really surprised by Chenya's question, but she immediately laughed. I don't know. I've been doubting whether I can be a good counselor at the base lately.
Why?
Chenya looked at her. What else are you not doing well enough? Valenti hugged his knees. It's just that. The longer I accompany them to grow up, the more I feel that there are limits to what I can do. I found that for some children, They have to hit some walls and bruise their heads before they start to listen to others' advice and find other ways. And for other children, even if they hit their heads and bleed, they are unwilling to give up and have the urge to fight to the death against them. Apart from being by their side and reminding them from time to time that it may be time to change direction, what else can you do? What's more, they are not ordinary children. If you expect them to be obedient and follow the rules, how can you expect them to surprise you on a dangerous battlefield in a few years? Maybe it's the same for Jane, Turan, and Sean. I don't know. Chenya answered bluntly. I've been thinking these days whether it's inappropriate for me to be Jane's guardian. Maybe after this matter is over, I should stay away from her. Valeni was very confused. This is unlike you, Masaki. How could you have such an idea? What's wrong with it? Chenya folded his arms and looked forward. Let me ask you a question, Valeni. If there is a button and you press it, a friend of yours will become you in the next life, assuming such a thing exists. Otherwise, she will accept a random fate. Will you press it? Become me? Valeni tilted his head. What do you mean? Will this person experience my life so far in the next life? Yes, are you willing? Valeni covered his face and thought for a long time. I feel a little embarrassed. But if it is the traditional reincarnation, this person will completely forget who she is and who I am in the next life. Then it seems that there is nothing wrong. So you can press it? Yes, Valeni replied. What about Masaki, can you? I can't. Chiba turned around. This is why I think I am not suitable to be a guardian. Valeni groaned, and she thought for a while. I don't understand. If it wasn't for Molly, I might not have thought of this. A person's experience comes from all his personal experiences, which of course will have some benefits, but correspondingly, there will also be some costs. The way I am good at is naturally to avoid most of the risks I hate and get the benefits I most expect, but for others, the cost may be unbearable. What you said is true, but it is not a reason. I think you are quite suitable.
Why?
I heard that Jane's special training for the Second Awakening has not made any progress some time ago. Is it your credit? How should I know? Valeni sighed. The connection between people is very strange. Although there are some optimal models in theory, in reality there are thousands of ways for people to establish trust. Although love is a hand that wants to touch but then withdraws, you don't have to be too cautious. Don't you think Jane has already recognized you? Chenya moved his shoulders slightly and said nothing. Relax. Valeni stretched out his hand and poked Chenya's face. Let us take a step back. Jane has her own ideas. Sean can't force her to do something she doesn't want to do, and you may not be able to force her either. Maybe we need to accept the fact that our influence on others is very limited. Although this is sometimes helpless, it is also relaxing sometimes. I think we should just do what we think is right. It is unlikely that people can reach a complete mutual understanding. Even between you and me, there are still some irreconcilable differences, right? If there are some truths that they don't agree with, then in the future we will let them feed back to us and we will wait to learn. Isn't that good? Chenya raised his head and let out a long and light sigh. Thank you, Valenti. Valenti raised his hands, flexing his muscles. You're welcome. Chenya stood up. Well, it's about time for me to go. So soon? Chenya pointed to a black car at a distant street corner. Look, the person who picked me up was waiting there a quarter of an hour ago. I have to go to District 11 next. How long will it take this time? Chenya stood up. I don't know. Maybe more than half a month. Wait a minute. Valeni suddenly grabbed Chenya's sleeve. I have another thing I want to ask you. What? Tell me. Valeni took a deep breath and said, 2 months ago, when you went to the underground archives to look at Liz's file, you said that she was not suitable for fighting on the front line. What was the reason for your judgment at that time? This time it was Chiba's turn to be surprised. Didn't you say you couldn't listen? If Liz finds out later, she'll think you've snooped into her secrets or something. Hey, her job transfer opinion just came out today. The results of the consultation and evaluation are exactly the same as what you said. It's estimated that next week there will be a transfer order to arrange for her to become a reconnaissance sentinel in the habitable area. Of course, she will not participate in any operations against chelates. Valeni looked up. It's unlikely that I will be her consultant in the future. So now I can ask, what was the reason for you to come to this conclusion at the time? Do you really want to listen? Chiba asked softly. In fact, if you really want to know, why don't you go to the archives room yourself? Valeni shook his head. That's not very convenient. The New Order officer is even harder to talk to than Molly. Well, Chenya blinked, looking down at Tan E in the night. The reason I said that is because Liz lied about something very important. Valeni clearly felt that Chiba's tone had become heavier. What do you mean? During the time when the chelate outbreak occurred in Askia, she and her family hid in the underground cellar. She said that her grandmother chose to commit suicide after discovering that she was infected with the disease. After that, whenever someone in the family had chelates, that person would choose to commit suicide or be killed by others. Until the mercury needle came.
Yeah, I have heard a little about this story.
But in fact, during the salvage operation in Askia Wasteland, although we did find 7 bodies in the cellar of the apartment at number 12 Boatman Street, those 7 bodies were all chelate corpses after the disease broke out. After saying that, Chiba looked at Valeni, and Valeni was looking at her. Valeni's expression froze on her face, and the night wind made her shiver. I may not have understood. If he really committed suicide or was killed when the claws first appeared, then the body should be in a state of not having developed the disease. Chiba's voice was soft, very soft. Valeni had confirmed what Chiba was referring to. Although there was still disbelief in her eyes and nose slowly began to turn red. We will never know the specific details of the time, but one thing is clear. There was a hunt in the cellar of number 12 Boatman Street, and only Liz survived the hunt. I remember you said that Liz was very generous and kind to everyone around her. Maybe there are deeper reasons behind this strong devotion.
How old is Liz now?
She is only 14 years old. If she can't forgive herself now, and can't accept that no matter what people do in such extreme circumstances, it is understandable, then she will never let it go. This burden is bound to affect her judgment on the battlefield. That night, when Valeni returned to the base alone, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Along the way, Valeni was a little dazed. When Elu turned around from the driver's seat and reminded her that they had arrived at their destination, Valeni woke up from her dream. She kept thinking about Liz and couldn't stop crying. At this time, everyone in the office building had already left work. Valeni had to go back to put some documents away. She rubbed her eyes while walking up the stairs. As soon as she reached her floor, she heard a familiar voice. Miss Valeni? Valeni was startled, and when she looked closely, she saw Hesta standing a few steps away from her, looking at her with concern. What's wrong with you? Are you crying? Valeni sighed. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. I just thought of something sad, and I thought there was no one here, so I wanted to cry for a while. Valeni began to take deep breaths and adjust his speaking breath. Are you here to see me, Jane?
Yes.
Hesta nodded. I want to check some information. After asking around the teachers, I found that it seems that I can only get it from you. Oh, really? Valeni quickly took out the key. Then you must have been waiting for a long time. Let's go into the office first. After opening the office door, Valeni went to the bathroom to wash her face. When she reappeared, she had calmed down. What do you want to check, Jane? Has anyone outside the base asked to see me recently? Valeni raised her head with some concern. What kind of people? It's just. I heard that a while ago, many people wrote to the base, wanting to visit me, or even adopt me. I want to know if there are still such people after the report on Miss Stella Viking was published. Valeni responded, Oh, I see. A lot of people did send us emails like this some time ago. Let me check. As she spoke, Valeni pretended to glance at Hesta casually. She had never seen such a vivid expression on Hesta's face: expectation, fear, joy, and anxiety. She must be expecting a message from someone. Name? Valeni asked. I'm not sure. She could be anything. Female? Yes, Hesta nodded. Female. Valeni began to search, and even though she didn't know the result yet, her heart sank slightly. She remembered that most of the visiting requests occurred before Stella's report was published. After that report, the public's attitude towards Hesta completely turned to the other extreme. In this case, of course, we can't expect any more visit applications. However, after a few clicks and enters, Valeni's eyes lit up. Oh, there really are some, but they're not women. Hesta's eyes lit up.
Who are they?
One is Baron Danglars, and the other is Duke of Villefort. Both are new emails sent this afternoon. Do you know them? Hesta was a little confused. She thought for a while and shook her head. I have some impression of Duke Villefort. Valeni tilted his head slightly. He is a friend of my father, and a very kind gentleman in Tawny City. Did they say why they wanted to see me? Hesta asked. Did they receive any help from someone? Valeni waved to Hesta, motioning her to sit next to him. Hesta couldn't wait any longer. Under Valeni's guidance, she read through the two lords' emails. However, the emails were just some cliches. The two lords were concerned about the base and all the reserve miners in the base, and wanted to come to visit and meet the legendary demon like Jane Hester in person. These visitation requests are usually rejected directly by the base. Valenti whispered, or, do you want to meet them? Hesta sat there quietly, saying nothing for a while.
Jane?
No thanks. Hesta whispered. She stood up, the chair scraped against the ground with a short friction sound. I understand. Thank you. Who are you looking for, Jane? Valeni asked again. Do you have other relatives in the 3rd district? Hesta shook her head. No, Miss Valeni, I'm going back. Wait, Valeni took Hesta's hand. Wait, Jane. Hesta turned around slowly. Is there anything else you need? I met Masaki this afternoon and she had something for you, and I brought it back. Valeni began to rummage through her canvas bag, and she took out 2 sets of keys, a coin purse, 3 pens of different colors, 2 band-aids, 2 pieces of liqueur chocolate wrapped in tin foil, and 3 very popular black tea hard candies from the 3rd district. I found it, this. Valeni finally pulled out a palm-sized paper bag from her bag and placed it on Hesta's palm. What is this? Hesta asked. Would you like to open it? Hesta opened the paper bag, and a gold coin slipped out. Prayer coin? Valenti laughed. It seems that Masaki was right when she said that you would recognize this thing when you see it. Hesta's thumb gently stroked the eagle on the back of the coin. She turned the coin over and unexpectedly saw a series of names on the front. These names were densely written in small letters, and each name was closely connected to the next, forming a spiral that slowly coiled towards the center of the circle. Valeni said softly, didn't Masaki go to District 14 last month? When she passed by Jiaoji Mountain, she happened to run into some Hesta people holding a 100-day party for one of their newborns and unexpectedly got such a gift. She had planned to hand it to you personally the day before yesterday. But she encountered some unexpected things and was delayed. This time it was Valeni's turn to ask, what is this? This is the prayer coin of the Hesta people, Hesta whispered. Whenever a baby is born, the family will prepare a prayer coin for him, hoping that he will be healthy and safe. These runes are so beautiful. What do they say? It's a name. After the child is born, the local priest will carve the names of the 7 generations of female elders in the family and put the child's name closest to the center of the circle, symbolizing that the elders in the family surround the child layer by layer, sheltering the child in the safest place. Hesta held the gold coin in her palm to Valeni so that she could see it more clearly. Valeni stared at the gold coin thoughtfully. I guess it belongs to the priests. Hesta replied, I've heard people say that if a priest encounters an unreturned heir or wants to mint prayer coins for the descendants of sinners, the priest will share her own family. The priest herself, her mother, her mother's mother. These should be their names. Which part is your name? Hesta read it for a while and finally found a punctuation mark. She copied the text on a piece of paper and showed it to Valenti, who was amazed. Is this the language of the Hesta people? How do you pronounce it? I can't pronounce it. The names written on the gold coins deliberately violate the pronunciation rules of the Hesta language because these names are for the gods to call, and it is said that the Hesta people don't want human voices to pollute it, so they do this on purpose. Every Hesta has 2 names in his life, one given by his family, and the other given by the priest the name on the gold coin. Hesta paused, but I don't quite recognize their writing. Did Ms. Chiba tell me what this name means? Valeni suddenly remembered, oh yes. Masaki said that. The name you wrote here, if translated, is stranger. Stranger. Hesta held the gold coin in both hands. She once had one of similar size, but had lost it long ago. There were also numerous names written on the back of the gold coin. It was not made by any priest, but was made by a craftsman in Duanming Lane asked by my mother. Her mother had explained to her the meaning of those names. On the gold coin, Hesta's name meant the red flower blessed by the gods. Now, the prayer gold coin was lost and found again in this way. Hesta didn't know what to think for a moment. At this moment, she felt neither happy nor sad. She just felt that a river of fate seemed to be rushing through her body. Do you like this gift? Valeni asked in a low voice. It's very precious. Hesta murmured, thank you. Valeni looked at her and smiled. She reached out and smoothed Hesta's hair.
I don't know who you want to see tonight, Jane.
If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. But don't be sad. If you don't hear from that person today, maybe tomorrow. If not tomorrow, maybe next week. Even if there is no news in the future, there will still be many people who care about you, such as Chinya, Liz, and me. That same night, Liz was lying on her desk alone, her sobs so soft that almost no one could hear them. There were 2 paper letters on the desk. One was the result of the base's psychological assessment, with low combat adaptability stamped on it. The other was an appointment document from the 3rd District's Yulian Province Special Aga Reconnaissance Sentry. Before receiving these 2 letters, Liz felt that she would not have much obsession with joining the frontline combat troops, at least not as obsessed as Tehran, but she never thought that she would be directly appointed to the rear. Liz knew that there was always a shortage of combat troops in the various districts of Mercury Needle. That was why reservists like Sean had never been abandoned by the base. She knew that Valeni and the others had been working hard to get Sean back on track. But where is her right track? Many complex emotions entangled in her heart. Liz couldn't explain why she was sad. When her friends around her expressed surprise that she was not assigned to the combat unit, she did feel bitter. But to be fair, she accepted the reasons given by the base that you are more suitable for rear-line work. She did not question the conclusion that combat adaptability is low, and did not even dare to think deeply about it. Liz, are you asleep? Suddenly, Hesta's voice was heard from outside the door. Liz immediately stopped talking, frowned, and pursed her lips tightly. Hesta outside knocked on the door again, and then there was no sound. Just when Liz thought Hesta should have left, she got up quietly and was about to lie back on the bed, but the door suddenly opened from the outside at this moment. Hesta, who was holding the door handle, was also shocked. She explained with some hesitation, I'm sorry. I just wanted to try it. I didn't expect the door was really unlocked. Seeing Hesta looking at her face, Liz quickly turned away and wiped away her tears. What is it, Jane? Hesta looked back at the door and then closed it. She walked over to Liz's table. Miss Valeni gave me 2 chocolate bars. I ate one and left one for you. She said you liked the taste of this brand very much. Liz smiled and reached out to fiddle with a chocolate that looked like a small stone. I have already brushed my teeth. Eat it tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Did you cry? No.
Hesta bent down slightly, then looked up at Liz's hidden face. Are you crying? I heard from Miss Valeni that you will start working for Ullen in 2 weeks. Are you unhappy?
Happy.
Then why are you crying? Liz turned around and walked slowly a few steps in the aisle between the table and the bed, and then suddenly sat down on the bed. She looked at Hesta and shook her head. I just thought of some sad things, Jane, I'm fine. Hesta also fell directly on Liz's bed. She adjusted her posture and turned sideways to Liz's side. You know, when I went to see Miss Valeni at night, she was also crying. I asked her why, and she told me that she was thinking of sad things. Are you thinking about the same thing? Liz laughed out loud. How is it possible? Where is Yulian? Hesta asked suddenly. In the south, Liz replied. There seem to be many wineries there. Have you ever drunk wine, Jane? I took a sip when I was having dinner with Miss Chiba. It was too spicy and pungent. I didn't like it. I don't like it either. The lights were off in the room. The 2 girls were lying on their backs on the bed, chatting. Their voices were very soft, and Liz's every word was still a little nasal, but this did not affect their chat. In 3 years, when it's time for you to change your job. What do you want to do, Jane? I want to go to Yulian. 2. Hesta glanced at him. Then I'll just go find you and serve as a scout sentinel with you. Is that okay? Liz laughed again and shook her head. Don't say that. An excellent mercury needle will never be willing to stay in a habitable place. Hesta turned over and rolled on Liz a soft bed.
Why?
Liz asked.
What why?
Before, in the underground base, you dared to turn back in such a dangerous situation. Why are you still unwilling to be an excellent mercury needle? Seeing that Liz seemed to care about the answer to this question, Hesta also put away his joking tone and began to think seriously about this question. It's not that I can't do it, but I prefer living here. Hesta stretched his body lazily. When Ms. Chiba first took me to the white ship in the old town, I met a girl. As Hesta spoke, Liz turned to look at her. In the darkness, Hesta was lying a few centimeters away from her, and when she let out a long sigh or a long sound, Liz could feel some warm air blowing towards her face. This scene suddenly reminded Liz of the time when she and her family lay together and whispered, and it almost made her shudder. Hesta was still immersed in her memories, telling about the mother and daughter who walked into the white ship in the rain, the girl's bright maroon brogues, and the leather violin case hanging on the mother's shoulder. Just by looking at its texture, Hesta could imagine how it felt. The girl's complaints, her elderly violin teacher, new topics that cannot be discussed between friends, her father who broke his promise and did not take her to see the New Year's drama. All sounded novel to Hesta. None of them thought of packing it up and took it away, so they just left it on the guest table. The more she recalled, the more details emerged in Hesta's mind. She didn't think about why she was so impressed by this mother and daughter who met by chance. She just told Liz about the interesting scenes with great interest. Can you play the violin, Liz? Hesta suddenly asked Liz. Liz woke up as if from a dream.
Me?
Oh, I can't. Is it difficult to learn the violin? Difficult, Liz answered affirmatively. My mother can play it. She taught me for a while when I was a child, but it was too boring. I was too young at the time and didn't have the patience. Do you want to learn the violin, Jane?
Yes.
Hesta nodded. When we came out of the white steamship that day, I asked Miss Chinya if it was possible for Mercury Needle to return to ordinary life.
She said no.
Hesta looked at Liz. You said, really not? Liz laughed. I don't know.
What are you laughing at?
You know, Jane, when I was a kid, people asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up, and I always answered, Mercury Needles. Hesta held his breath.
Why?
Because at that time, I thought Mercury Needle was a perfect career. Hesta rubbed his ears and repeated in an even more puzzled voice. Where is it perfect? Liz counted on her fingers and spoke softly. First, the remuneration during the term of office of the Mercury Needle is very generous, and you will never be unemployed. You will never have to worry about going hungry for a year or two in a row, or being fired after a certain age. When I was in Askia, I met several older Mercury Needles. They were no longer directly involved in the fight against chelates, but they were still active in other fields related to chelation in their own ways. Even if you are unlucky and die before the age of 25, the pension from Agaz is enough for your family to live in peace for the rest of their lives. Second, the purpose of the Mercury Needles in life is very clear: to eliminate chelates and make chelation disappear from this world. This is a magnificent ideal. I have seen many heroes in Askia, and I have also seen many drunken rascals. There are more nameless people living in the wilderness than heroes and rascals. Nameless does not mean that they have no names, but that their names will not be passed down. At most, they will be forgotten after a few generations. There are many tombs in Askia's East Cemetery. You can see that some of them were once glorious, but now they are covered with withered grass, eroded by wind and rain, and even the words and ages on the tombstones can't be seen clearly. History is obviously created by countless unknown people, and the world we live in is also formed by them as a solid foundation, but these people are often the first to be thrown out in the turmoil and the fastest to be forgotten after the turmoil. Whenever I think that I will follow in their footsteps, I will have a strong urge to grab something. Have you ever felt this way, Jane? Hesta shook his head. In short, in my opinion at the time, the only shortcoming of the Mercury Needle was that it was not open to the public and no one knew how the Mercury Needles were selected. Liz smiled. I briefly talked about these ideas with my grandmother. She was surprised that I wanted to be a Mercury Needle. After listening to my reasons, she laughed and said something to me.
What? Hesta asked.
She said that at the southernmost end of the Vilyachinsky wasteland, there is a garrison war monument with an inscription on it. It seems to be very famous in District 14. Liz paused and said softly, "The noblest people accept the most cruel trials, and the purest ideals are always realized at the heaviest price." She asked me this sentence, "Lilia, are you ready?" Hesta heard the slight tremor in Liz's voice. She said nothing and hugged Liz quietly. Liz's tears wet Hesta's shoulders, and Hesta patted her back gently. Although Hesta didn't fully understand what Liz meant by these words, she did feel something heavy and majestic coming from the dark corner, pressing on her heart, making her breathless. "Is there any other way?" "A way to go to the front line," Hesta asked in a low voice. "Your bullet time is long enough. There should be some room?" Liz shook her head. "It won't work. The problem is not with others, but with me." Hesta looked at Liz. At this moment, she really wanted to say something, but she really didn't know what to say. Liz wiped away her tears and smiled again. "When are you leaving?" "There's no rush. I'll stay at the base for more than a month. It's my last vacation." Liz recalled the information on the job transfer document. "I think I'll have to go to the core city with the others and stay there for 2 weeks before leaving for Yulian." "I'll miss you, Liz." "Me too." The two held each other's hands tightly. Suddenly, Liz seemed to remember something and sat up. She looked at her accordion hanging on the wall. "Although I can't play the violin, Jane, if I teach you the accordion, will you learn it?" Hesta was stunned for a moment.
"Can you learn it in a month?"
"Not much, but it's enough to get started." Liz tilted her head. "When I leave, I'll leave the piano to you. You can practice by yourself. I also have a lot of exercises for beginners. You can practice by yourself according to the book." "Okay." That night, when Hesta returned to her room, she found a reply letter in her mailbox a few days ago. She wrote a greeting email to Chiba, according to Miss Valeni's suggestion. The email was not long. In it, Hesta told Chiba about her new training plan. Based on her previous performance, the base decided to temporarily adjust her first-year courses. For example, basic shooting apprenticeship was directly promoted to ordinary shooting training. She is now training directly with the second and third-year students, and her results are no less impressive. In terms of physical fitness, after 4 months, her weight has risen rapidly from the initial 24 kilograms to 30 kilograms, and her height has also grown from 1.31 m to 1.34 m. Although she feels that her height growth is not pleasing, according to instructor Arnold, there is no need to rush, because when she grows up a little more and enters puberty, her height will immediately grow up. To this end, Hesta went to the internet to find data. It is said that in the first 2 to 3 years of puberty, teenagers can grow 8 to 12 centimeters per year, which made her feel a little comforted. Because according to the standard height of an 11-year-old girl is 1.45 meters, she is now 11 centimeters shorter than the standard. However, there is still some good news during this period. For example, instructor Arnold has begun to help her apply for new projects. If all goes well, there will be a physical fitness test in 2 weeks. After passing it, she can participate in a 24-week intensive special training. Although the specific time will depend on the base's arrangements, after the 24 weeks, she will be able to act with Turan, Rico, and others. Hesta nervously opened Qianya's reply email. She didn't know what Qianya would reply. Would she give praise or think that these things were insignificant? After all, these things were probably trivial in the eyes of Miss Qianya. When the email was opened, Hesta suddenly realized something. Chiba's email began with 5 consecutive photos, all of which were people and scenery on the grassland. In the first photo, the sunlight is scorching and dazzling, and rolling mountains can be seen in the distance. A zigzag snow line divides the mountain into 2 parts, snow white and navy blue. From the distant snow-capped mountains to the foot of the ground, the vast grassland is like a natural moat, with the grass extending infinitely in both directions with no end in sight. In the second photo, a shepherd is holding a whip and a newborn lamb in his arms. The scorching sun has burned his exposed skin into a shiny bronze color. One can even see a black and pink boundary where the back of his hand meets his palm. The third photo made Hesta lose her mind for a moment because in the corner of the photo, she saw red-haired women like herself, with jewels on their heads and clothes with intricate patterns. The red-haired women in the photo were proudly lifting their skirts and sticking out their chests, dancing with the female companion beside her. When he saw the fifth photo, Hesta's eyes widened immediately. This is a group photo of 7 people. In the photo, Chiba and 6 Hesta women of different ages are laughing towards the camera. The oldest one looks very old. Her hair is already silver white, and her eyes are a little gray, which may be caused by severe cataracts, but her headdress and skirt are still traditional costumes of the Hesta tribe. Except for Chiba, the remaining women all had red hair and blue eyes. They greeted Chiba's camera warmly, as if they were saying hello to Hesta through the screen. Hesta continued to scroll down the page. Below the photo, Chiba wrote a short line of text. These are the photos I took last month in the Jiazishan area in the central part of District 14. I'll take you to see it if I have the chance. At the end of the email, there was still Chiba's handwritten signature and a playful grinning expression, exactly the same as Chiba's handwritten card last time. Hesta dragged the email up and down several times, and this was indeed the only sentence left by Chiba in the entire email. Regarding the daily life mentioned in her previous email, Chiba did not give any response, not even just I know or okay. Hesta sat there in a daze for a while, his face slightly reddened. Maybe those trivial details of life in the base are really too boring for Miss Chiba. Hesta lay on the table for a while, then quickly looked up and reread his previous emails. Shouldn't I write something shorter next time? No, maybe these things are too small. No matter how short they are just some insignificant things and should not be written. But Miss Chiba said before that emails and phone calls can only be used to communicate unimportant matters, and important matters should always be discussed face to face. What should I do now? At this moment, the page suddenly refreshed itself. It turned out that Chiba had written another letter via email. Dear Jane, I forgot to mention it just now. I know everything about training. Don't train yourself too much just to keep up with the progress. At your current stage, if you do too much strength training, you will not grow taller. There is an old saying in District 14, if you only seek speed, you will not achieve your goal. Listen to Arnold's advice. The 24-week special training will be very hard. Although the base will definitely help you record your daily data, I suggest you prepare a notebook and write down the problems and insights you encounter that day. You don't need to write a long article, just 1 or 2 sentences a day will do. Try it and see if you can develop this habit. By the way, did you receive Eleni's gift? Do you like it? On this side, Chiba was sitting by the window in the cruise ship restaurant, staring at the screen with a frown. She had been shaking her legs ever since she sent the second email, her heels tapping against the wooden floor in an anxious rhythm. People at the surrounding tables cast complaining glances at her from time to time, but Qianya was oblivious. If the ship sailed further out there would be no signal at all, but after sending 2 emails in a row, she still hadn't received a reply from Hesta. But email is not instant messaging.